Chapter 690. Hearing this official's words, Li Longji really wanted to cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it on his face. Whenever there was a problem, he would think of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He had just been impeaching them. How could a person change so quickly? A few others who had just been impeached also voiced their agreement. Some even said that they should do what Xu Zhou had done and let Zhang Zhong think of a solution himself. That way they would be able to see more of his capabilities. To put it nicely, wasn't it just not asking the imperial court to fork out the money? Li Longji looked at this minor official from the Ministry of Revenue and thought to himself, when it comes to spending money, your heart aches. Why didn't you say that just now? It was very easy to get the Zhang family and the Wang family to fork out the money. There was no need to issue any edict. All he had to do was write a letter to them and tell them that the people on both sides of the Yellow River did not have it easy. They would naturally be willing to fork out the money. But if they really did fork out the money, what would happen to the people impeaching them in court today? Vermin, they were all vermin. They couldn't do good things, so they did such immoral things. Li Longji's expression darkened and did not say anything. He just stared at the person who had just spoken. The pressure from his stare was too strong. The person who was being stared at regretted not stepping forward. Zhang Shua could also guess what the emperor was thinking. Zhang family and the Wang family could fork out the money. Zhang family and the Wang family were also willing to fork out the money for the sake of the people. But once they fork out the money, none of the people who impeached Zhang Zhong in court today would have a good ending. Otherwise, how would they answer to Zhang Zhong? Now there were two choices. The first was to issue an imperial edict and order Zhang Zhong to fork out the money to repair the bridge. Then, everyone who impeached Zhang Zhong could go home and farm. The second was to have the impeached people think of a solution themselves and not let Zhang Zhong fork out the money. Li Longji stared at this person for a while and asked, "Do you think that Zhang Zhong will be willing to fork out the money?" In reply to your majesty, this official feels that Zhang Zhong will definitely be willing. Everyone knows that he is good to the people. Moreover, he does not spend his money recklessly. Other than building 2 houses for the children in his family, he does not spend much money normally. This person had been stared at for a long time and was confused. He opened his mouth and blurted it out. As soon as he said it, he knew it was over. Just now, he had been impeached, but now it changed. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing. As expected, Li Longji spoke up. "Since that's the case, we will order you to speak to Zhang Zhong and persuade him to fork out the money. If he refuses to fork out the money, you will. Think of a way yourself." It was not that Li Longji did not have the money to repair the bridge. In recent years, the royal court's revenue had been very good. This was especially true for Sanshuixian, Luzhou, and the other places that were related to the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji knew that this was not because the Zhang family and Wang family could not earn money faster. It was because they did not want to. Recently, he had done some research on economic knowledge. The methods used by the Zhang family and Wang family were very gentle. They were based on increasing productivity. It was not like the quasi-cash flow method they used to deal with Tubo, nor was it like the method they used to deal with the people from the Four Seas Academy in Buxin district. Now, he understood that it was not that the Zhang family did not know how to do it, but that they did not use it. Otherwise, the impact on Great Tang's economy would be too great. If they wanted to earn money, they had many methods. However, they would firmly suppress it. They would not do it themselves, and they would not allow their business partners to have crooked thoughts. Therefore, in terms of finances, they were still quite rich. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money, it would only be for the construction of the bridge. It could also stimulate the local economy. However, the return cycle was too long. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money directly, they would use other methods to transfer the money to other areas. It was a very mysterious method. At the same time, it could also stimulate the local industries. This was the most important thing. Of course, the Zhang family and Wang family had too much money. If they were not allowed to spend some money, they would be worried. According to Yao Chong and Bai Go, the money earned by the Zhang family and Wang family would be used in other areas according to a certain proportion. They would not keep so much money in hand. Earning money seemed to be the simplest thing for the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, they did not care how much they spent. They only cared about whether it was worth it or not. Thinking about this matter, Li Longji did not care about the people below who were so scared that they were kneeling and trembling. He whispered to Gao Lishur again, What do you think is worth spending the money on and what is not? This time, Gao Lisher did not react. The main reason was that Li Longji's train of thought jumped too far. The reason was all because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. When they did things, their train of thought jumped even more. No one knew what they were thinking. The matter was clearly in front of them, but in the end, it was different from what they thought. Gao Lisher knew that he did not catch up, so he could only say, "Your Majesty, I think that if Your Majesty says it is worth it, then it is worth it. I also agree to let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money to build the bridge on the Yellow River. Last time, Xiao Bao wrote to me that he and Cuckoo prepared 200,000 strings of cash and asked if there was anything the court needed. They don't need this money now and want to use it on the country's infrastructure before spring is too far away. They said that as a son, he should give face to his father." Speaking of this, Gao Lisher's emotions fluctuated. He did not acknowledge this son for nothing. He had just acknowledged him for less than 3 months, and the other side was immediately willing to take out 200,000 strings of cash. He was clear that this money was not given for free. It was specially made for him. Li Longji was very surprised. He looked at Gao Lisher. If he did not feel that Gao Lisher was loyal, he would have snatched his son away. Why would Xiao Bao take out 200,000 strings of cash for no reason? With his means, he could use this 200,000 strings of cash to earn more money in a short period of time. He actually took it out just to give face to Gao Lisher. After thinking for a moment, Li Longji continued to ignore the person kneeling there and saying a bunch of nonsense begging for forgiveness. He said to Gao Lisher, "These 200,000 strings of cash cannot be used. It is not easy for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to earn money unless they are allowed to go to other countries to earn money. In Great Tang, what they earn is their capital. Just now, I asked you whether it is worth it for the Zhang family and Wang family to spend money. It is not about how much it can bring to the family, but whether it can make the lives of the commoners better. Most of the time the family is the one who is spending money. What do you think should be done with these two families?" Gao Lisher's train of thought finally caught up. So that was the case. That was easy to handle. He said, "Your Majesty, Zhang family and Wang family cannot be promoted anymore. Zhang Zhong will probably enter the capital next year. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will only be promoted to a rank 7 official at most. If they enter the capital, they can be suppressed to rank 8. It is not like the other places where they will be promoted to rank 7. Zhang family and Wang family will not ask for any monetary rewards. Their family does not lack money. Why don't we look at other aspects? Wang Chaoer's family is doing well now, but they are a little too free. Isn't that right? That's fine. Let's do it this way." Li Longji immediately understood. He needed to find the person who was released because of the slanderous words of the crowd and make some arrangements. He nodded and agreed. At this time, the official from the Ministry of Revenue was still kneeling. His forehead was red. It seemed that he had just kowtowed. It was not easy. In this imperial court, there were not many officials who would kneel and kowtow. Just because of an order, he became like this. Li Longji was very satisfied. He did not say that it was because someone else impeached Zhang Zhong. Instead, it was because he rode a hot air balloon into the sky. Of course, impeaching Zhang Zhong should not be done. It could be done, but it could not be done based on the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, they could be accused of corruption. If it had to be about money, then it could not be done. Not only did the Zhang family and Wang family use their money to help the imperial court, but more importantly, they had received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family. If they were to target this matter, then wouldn't that mean that they were not satisfied with the imperial court even after receiving benefits from the imperial court? Seeing the official kneeling and kowtowing, Li Longji did not have any pity for him. He knew that if he let the official off this time, then he would be disheartening the Zhang family and Wang family. In that case, he might not be able to take out good things in the future. Thus, Li Longji said to the people below, "This matter is settled. You take this imperial decree and look for Zhang Zhong." After saying that, he no longer cared about this matter and started to talk about other matters. The officials acted as if nothing had happened and started to talk about other matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that their families had to fork out money again. In the end, the people who would benefit from it would not be their families, but their mother's family from the Zhang family and Wang Wan's family. The two of them did not know. In fact, it did not matter even if they knew. This was because their plan was progressing very smoothly.
As long as they did not obstruct their plan, the matter of money was a small matter.
Xiao Bao, are you really going to make a move on Tubo? Tubo is still quite obedient now, Wang Wan asked when she saw Zhang Xiaobao preparing to send the letter to Tubo. Of course, I know that they are obedient. They want to be dishonest, but they can't win against you. Their economy is also not good, so they can only bear with it. I will not give them any chance. I will deal with them as much as I can. Otherwise, the people I sent out for so long will be wasted. You killed their people because they made a move on the people of Wangjiang. I took care of their economy because they actually dared to take the initiative to play economic war with me. I have to teach them well. Their methods are still too soft. I have to let them know what economic war is like when it really starts. Zhang Xiaobao did not stop writing. There was also a coded comparison book beside him. This time, the letter could not be written out directly to prevent others from stopping it. It had to be written as a secret letter. Wang Wan really did not know Zhang Xiaobao's specific plan. She also did not know to what extent Zhang Xiaobao was going to deal with Tubo. The main reason was that once Zhang Xiaobao started to move, the steps of doing things were unpredictable. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. What is your ultimate goal? Wang Wan could not think of anything, so she asked. It's nothing much. I just want to slightly impact Tubo's financial situation so that they won't know what's valuable and what's not. Since I want to fight an economic war, I naturally won't target a certain region in Tubo. That wouldn't be called an economic war. The real war is against countries. For example, America against Japan a long time ago, and they against Russia. For example, against the British pound, against the Thai baht, against the Hong Kong dollar, against the Korean won, against. I know. Don't say any more. You are too ruthless. Also, when you targeted the Hong Kong dollar, he failed miserably. You just want to mess up Tubo's financial system, don't you? You want to make them unable to recover within 10 years, right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish explaining and continued. At that time, there were not many people who knew about finance, so they could not handle it. But when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and her era, there were very few people who could continue to stir up trouble like Zhang Xiaobao. That required more difficult skills, and the way of jumping was even more extraordinary. It was not something that could be imitated by just finding an example. Any kind of method, once exposed, would be immediately known by others. Zhang Xiaobao had never repeated his methods. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. After all, every time was different, and they could not find any pattern. If there was a pattern, it would be that before Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would definitely use other methods to lay the groundwork. However, there were too few people who could see the groundwork. There were so few that there were only 1 or 2 people with the same ambition as Zhang Xiaobao, and they were his partners. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing, and at the same time he said, "It is not 10 years. I will make them unable to recover. I will provide Li Longji with a reason to invade. Oh no, it is a reason to maintain peace. Just wait. This time, I will completely destroy Tubo. I am not willing to argue with them. I don't have the time. Then I will wait and see what kind of methods you have. Your father is coming. You have to think of how to welcome him." Wang Wan did not ask this time. She hoped that she could guess Zhang Xiaobao's methods. She did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao could be so arrogant that no one could compare to him. Don't keep talking about your father. He is your father-in-law. If you don't listen to him, he will teach you a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood, and he casually joked with Wang Wan. Wang Wan wanted to refute, but she suddenly became silent. She did not say anything and just looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wan should be fighting back. He stopped writing and turned to look at Wang Wan, asking, "Why? Since you have admitted your identity, then be more obedient." Wang Wan still did not say anything. She just looked at Zhang Xiaobao until he could not continue writing. She then said, "Don't play tricks with me. Did you think that I did not learn psychology before? You are the best. Humph. You are the best. I will get someone to find some mountain vegetables. I will make a box for you to eat at noon. What soup do you want to go with it?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan did not fall for his trick, and he could only change his strategy. "I will eat whatever you eat. Also, my family is coming. Hurry up and write. Let's go and welcome them. I will be staying with my mother tonight. I will not be staying with you. Wang Wan had already received the news that Zhang Zhong was bringing his family into the county. She needed to go and welcome them. She also remembered that she had not seen her family for a long time. She really missed them. Who cares about you? I will tell little Yuan a story tonight. I won't be accompanying you. Zhang Xiaobao wrote another 2 words. He finally finished writing a secret letter. You are not allowed to tell ghost stories.
If you dare to scare him, I will not let you off.
Wang Wan said as she helped Zhang Xiaobao put the letter into the envelope. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I will tell him something else. Come with me to meet the people from the Four Seas Academy. They came to invite us today. I don't know what they are planning. We did not collect all of their ores this time, right? Zhang Xiaobao said as he rubbed his wrist that was sore from writing. We did not collect all of their ores, but there was no one else who collected the rest of the ores. They can't sell them. I was wondering why you said that you were not in a hurry. So they already had this plan. Why can't they sell their ores? Could it be because we collected them before? Wang Wan asked in confusion as she followed Zhang Xiaobao out. She felt that things were definitely not that simple. Zhang Xiaobao walked at the very front. This time, the people from the Four Seas Academy set the meeting place at the Fengwu Pavilion. He said as he walked, Actually, it's nothing much. It's very simple. It's because we did not refine the silver after we received it. Other people did not know about this and thought that the refinement was not successful, so they were afraid of being fooled. Moreover, the local infrastructure is currently being built. Other than a portion of people who did not follow us, the other merchants have all taken out their money to invest. How would they have any spare money to buy ores? And the portion of people who did not follow us did not want to, but lacked capital. They were the people who followed us to speculate on the price of silver. Actually, I really hoped that there would be outsiders who would come and interfere. At that time, I would be able to relax a lot. As long as other people have conflicts in certain areas, I would be able to take advantage of them. Unfortunately, this county is still not enough. Other people simply did not come. That's not it. What do you mean not coming? Other people clearly know that they can obtain benefits here, yet they still don't come. Do you think that other people are idiots? It's because you and I are here that other people are worried that if they really come, they will be schemed against by the 2 of us. The one they are most worried about is actually me. They are afraid that I will directly steal all of their money, and they can't beat me. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. The 2 of them talked as they walked, all the way until they arrived at the Fengwu Pavilion. When they entered, a worker immediately came over and told them which room the people from the Four Seas Academy were in. As soon as the 2 of them entered the room, a group of people inside stood up. Yes, a group of people. It was as if they felt that if there were fewer people, there would be no imposing manner. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not come any less this time. Yamamoto stood at the very front and very politely said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Why didn't you call someone to come over first? We would have waited to welcome you. The other people also followed behind in a low voice. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk nonsense with others at all. He directly said, Tell me, why did you call us here this time? If you want to take advantage of us, then don't. It's not that I look down on you, but with your methods, it is completely useless. Yes. With young Master Zhang taking action, it is naturally impossible for us to take advantage of you. Today, we didn't call the 2 of you here to take advantage of you, especially when it comes to Miss Wang. We have no intention of taking advantage of her at all. A person next to Yamamoto who also looked like he came from Japan did not seem to be willing to lose his imposing manner and said to Zhang Xiaobao. The others did not expect him to speak like this. Imposing manner was not important. What was important was how to get benefits. Hearing him say this, they knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, what Zhang Xiaobao hated the most was people talking about women. When he heard this person's words, he kicked out and hit this person's manhood. This person screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao did not take a second look and said to the others, When I came here today, I was in a good mood. But because of him, I am very unhappy. So when I discussed things with you, the first thing I said was that there will be no room for negotiation. If there is anyone who is not satisfied, you can leave immediately. I promise that within 5 days, the Four Seas Academy will be closed. If you are not satisfied, you can try. The scene suddenly fell into a deadlock. While everyone was lamenting that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to talk to, most of them were complaining about the people lying on the ground who had not yet gotten up. Of all things to say, why did they have to mention Wang Wan? Wasn't this courting death?
Wang Wan also spoke at this time. Even if Xiaobao closes the Four Seas Academy, as long as we are not satisfied with your methods, I promise that within half a month, we will organize a war fleet and go to your place to take a look.
This was power. People with power would never say anything to others. When did the great Tang need to show goodwill to other small countries? Especially in the current situation. Everyone sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Who asked these two people to be so powerful? Even if there were only two of them, they did not dare to make a move. The people of the great Tang did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that their families would be finished. The Japanese did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that the great Tang would attack their own country. All of them revealed helpless smiles. Fortunately, Yamamoto had good self-control. After hearing what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, he still had the same smile as before and replied, "Of course. We just came to discuss something with the two of you. We will definitely deal with the people who offended the two of you. Do the two of you agree? That is your problem. If you want to deal with them, then deal with them. If you don't want to deal with them, it has nothing to do with us. Tell us, why did you come to find us this time?" Zhang Xiaobao did not treat the other party as someone who could sit on the same level as him. He appeared very arrogant.
However, it was precisely because of his arrogance that made the other party feel more comfortable.
They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be polite to them. If that was the case, it would not be easy to talk. Looking at Wang Wan's expression was as calm as water. She did not smile. "It's easy. It's easy." Yamamoto called the waiter of the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. He did not let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan order anymore. He knew the identity of the two people. If he really let them order casually, they would not be able to eat today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly sat at the head of the table and on the left side of the table. They did not care whether they ordered or not. After ordering, Yamamoto smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Child Zhang wants to buy more or? I can help Child Zhang find a place. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. The place you find can only be your country. If you are willing to sell it, I will buy it at a low price. If you are not willing to sell it, you can keep it. I am going to write a memorial and send it to the court, asking the court to restrict the things that Japan needs." Zhang Xiaobao was still as arrogant and casual as before. Yamamoto's expression also changed. His eyes narrowed. After a few breaths, he returned to his original state and asked, "Is there any misunderstanding between us, Child Zhang?" "There's no misunderstanding. I just don't like you guys. Let's talk about what we can talk about today. If we can't talk about it, go back and think about it carefully. Where should we get involved and where should we not? Don't think that you can achieve your goal by gathering people from a certain place and saying some lies. It's useless." Zhang Xiaobao's negotiation method today was like this, tough, because he did not intend to negotiate at all. He just came here to play. Chapter 691. The waiter served the appetizers and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a big bowl full of soy milk. The two of them liked to drink this and had been drinking a lot of it recently. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at Baoxin County, they found that the soy milk here was better. The ground soy milk was sweet without adding sugar, and the fragrance of the soy milk was very strong. Yamamoto saw that the waiter gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan soy milk without any instructions, so he knew that the Fengwu Pavilion cared about them. They only had a bowl of soy milk, and each of them was drinking it with a small bamboo tube, making a slurping sound. They didn't respect others at all. Yamamoto rolled his eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The relationship between the Four Seas Academy and young Master Zhang and Miss Wang is like the relationship between you two drinking soy milk together. We share benefits. If you two have any requests, you can discuss it with the Four Seas Academy. Don't keep saying the Four Seas Academy. When did the Four Seas Academy become yours? That's ours. Isn't it, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao retorted. Wang Wan stopped to catch her breath and nodded vigorously. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face, Zhang Xiaobao immediately changed his words and said, "I didn't mention the academy. I meant that we have a good relationship with you, just like how you and Cuckoo are close." Really? So close? Why didn't I know? Cuckoo and I just want to help each other when fighting. You guys agree. Send troops to Xinyuan Island and kill all the local people who resist. Then I'll believe you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Yamamoto and said. Seeing that he changed the topic to the newly discovered island again, Yamamoto had no choice but to reply. That place is too far away. It's inconvenient to go there once. How about changing the terms? Then I'll help you. I have a ship. I'll help you transport as many ores as you can. Every time, half of the ores will be my freight. Zhang Xiaobao proposed a new idea. Isn't half too much? If we do that, we'll just keep losing money. Wait a minute. Young Master Zhang said that he's willing to set sail. How fast can you go back and forth?
Yamamoto was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and asked again.
Fast, of course it's fast. We have the best ship, so how can it not be fast? Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Yamamoto finally showed a sincere smile. Allow me to go back and think about this matter. I will give young Master Zhang an answer as soon as possible. I heard that young Master Zhang's poultry and livestock are well raised. I wonder if you can go and have a look?
Sure, let's go in a bit.
Zhang Xiaobao said very politely. At this time, the other dishes were also served. Yamamoto didn't persuade Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. He brought the people from the Four Seas Academy to eat in a hurry, and then impatiently followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the yamen. Behind the yamen, there was a courtyard for 2 people. The poultry were hatched here, and there was also a house that was built some time ago after various places used a temperature timer. After Pomegranate mysteriously talked to Zhang Xiaobao for a while, she was bored and kept watch outside the house. Occasionally, she would go in to take a look. At night, she would find time to go to the other rooms to see how the fungus and mushrooms were growing. When the group entered the courtyard, many chicks and ducklings had already hatched. They were fluffy like little furballs and looked very cute. Xiao Hong was feeding them cut vegetable leaves, and the sound of chirping was chaotic. Yamamoto and the others looked very carefully, especially at Xiao Hong. To be precise, they were staring at the food bowl in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't urge them, and slowly walked in front to lead the way. After a few glances, Yamamoto and the others didn't see anything special. They could only continue to follow, their eyes looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. As they walked, they came to the place where the livestock were raised. In fact, there were only pigs here. The pig house was built with cement and was very clean. The little pigs were washed until they weren't so dirty. When they saw people coming, they thought that they were being fed, so they snorted.
Young Master Zhang, is this cement?
Yamamoto knew about cement. The rich and powerful in Beijing used it. The big places even used cement to build methane pools. It was clean and expensive, but ordinary people couldn't get it. If you want to buy it, you can say what you want to do first. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family will send people to make it for you personally. They won't sell the cement directly for you to use. Used cement blocks had been found before, but found that they couldn't be used anymore. He didn't know how they were made. If they were used to build city walls, it would be very good. Yamamoto felt that the opportunity had come. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be unguarded. Yes, it's made of cement. If you can learn to make it in every place, there will be fewer diseases in the livestock and they will grow faster. Then can you sell us some cement? We are going to transport it back to China to build a pig house. Yamamoto asked again. I'm not selling, but I can make an exchange. A ship of silver or in exchange for a ship of cement, and I'll give you the technology to build a biogas pool. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and proposed a new idea. Can you really exchange it? Because he didn't know what the cement was made of, Yamamoto couldn't estimate the specific value. He thought that exchanging one ship for another was just a small loss. Really? Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. Wang Wan reached out to pinch him and said to Yamamoto, don't listen to Xiaobao's nonsense. It's useless to exchange the cement with you, and it's very cheap. It's a lie to exchange it for a ship of ore. Besides, no matter how much cement you have, you can't figure out how it's made. It's a long journey, and it's not worth it, so we won't exchange it. Yamamoto just wanted to bargain. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan's words, he blinked a few times and said very shamelessly, Young Master Zhang has just agreed. How can you go back on your word? Even if we exchange a ship, I can send it back and show it to others. Maybe I can get a reward. At that time, I will definitely not forget you.
Is young Master Zhang not keeping his word?
Who said I don't keep my word? Change, then change a ship. I can still make the decision here. I'll deal with you tonight.
Zhang Xiaobao's last words were said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and didn't say anything. She walked quickly in front, as if she didn't want to talk to Zhang Xiaobao.
I've made a fool of myself. It's all because I usually spoil her too much. When will we exchange?
Zhang Xiaobao also explained to Yamamoto and the others.
Yamamoto and the others found it funny, but they couldn't show it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed, Yamamoto immediately said, some of the ore will come tomorrow. It's estimated that one ship will arrive in 3 days. Then we'll exchange it in 3 days. Let's go. I'll show you other places.
Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan anymore.
He led Yamamoto and the others to look around. Every time they arrived, he would explain to Yamamoto.
After turning a few places and seeing that a separate house was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked away. However, he didn't mention what was inside the house at all.
Young Master Zhang here? Yamamoto was puzzled. He pointed to the house and asked. That's an empty house. Let's go. I'll show you something better. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes didn't meet Yamamoto's. He evaded the question and walked to another place.
At this time, Wang Wan's voice suddenly came from a place not too far away.
Ouch, it hurts. Someone come quickly.
As soon as the voice came out, Pomegranate, who was guarding in front of the house, immediately ran to the place where the voice came from.
Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Yamamoto and also ran over, looking very nervous. Yamamoto took this opportunity and winked at the 2 people behind him, asking them to follow and take a look. He glanced around, ran 2 steps, and flashed into the house. As soon as he came in, Yamamoto found that the house was empty as Zhang Xiaobao had said. There were layers of wooden shelves inside.
From a low position, he could see that there was sand in the middle of the shelves, and there was something growing in the sand.
He glanced around again. There was a table on the left wall of the house, and there was a piece of paper with words written on it. Yamamoto quickly leaned over and looked carefully. He saw that it said, Top Secret. The radish newly cultivated by the Xianxia is bitter and cannot be planted. However, this radish can be planted into ginseng. The specific technique is as follows. Yamamoto's eyes widened. He couldn't care about anything else. He turned page by page.
His eyes swept back and forth on the words, wishing he could have a few more pairs of eyes.
If it were someone else who wrote such a thing, Yamamoto would definitely treat that person as a fool. How could a radish turn into a ginseng? But this technique was made by the Zhang family, so he could treat it as normal. The Zhang family had many strange things. Who knew how the family made it? After reading it once, Yamamoto was afraid that he couldn't remember it, so he read it again from the beginning. He remembered the key points clearly. The first was that the radish seed must be found a way to get it. The second was the thermometer. A radish actually needed a thermometer. The first one was easy to deal with. He could bribe the people of the Xianxia temple, but the second one was troublesome. Where could he get so many thermometers? It was okay if he spent money to buy others' thermometers. He didn't care if they reported that they had been stolen or lost in the river. But he couldn't just plant one at a time. Because it was also mentioned that he needed to use the blood of a crocodile. It had to be fresh and could only be used once. He even needed a whale's eye. No matter how many he planted, he had to use at least one at a time. He didn't know how the Zhang family figured it out. After reading it twice, Yamamoto finally felt that he had memorized most of it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He plucked up the courage to dig a little of the sand on a wooden shelf. He reached in and pulled, and something was pulled out. If there were doubts before, Yamamoto was now sure, because what he took out was a ginseng. Looking at the ginseng, Yamamoto had a feeling of jealousy. Why was the Zhang family so powerful that they could even plant ginseng? At this time, 2 coughs suddenly came from outside. Yamamoto didn't dare to be negligent. He put the ginseng back, hurriedly wiped it on the sand, and ran out in a flash. He stood back in the team and shook his head at the few people who looked over, indicating that they shouldn't ask anything now. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao appeared with Wang Wan on his back. Wang Wan cried and said, "I don't want you to care about me. Didn't you ignore me? I'll walk by myself. Even if I break my leg, I don't want you to care." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. When he walked in front of Yamamoto and the others, he said helplessly, "I beat her until she cried. I'll go back and continue to discipline her. That's all for today. Remember to quickly transport the ores. This time, the ones that are transported will be changed as well. Don't sell them again. As for the ones that have already been sold, forget it." After that, Zhang Xiaobao left with the still crying Wang Wan on his back. Pomegranate returned to the front of the house and sat down. A few guards came from elsewhere and signaled Yamamoto and the others to leave with them. Zhang Xiaobao carried Wang Wan to a place where there was no one around and put Wang Wan down. The two of them reached out at the same time and gave each other a high five. "Yeah, Xiaobao, you're really amazing. How did you know that they would come to steal the technology?" Some time ago, Gao Lisher wrote a letter saying that the Xianxia spent a lot of money to research new radishes, but it failed. The second generation of radishes was very bitter. They were still young and almost lost confidence. Now it's solved. I didn't know that they would take the initiative to ask to see it. First, get a house ready. Even if they don't come, I'll find a way to trick them. Now it's easy. As for the cement, get someone to remove the outer packaging when they send it here. Just put it there. If it really doesn't work, spray a little water. Don't spray too much and be seen through. Use a ship to transport it back in bulk. I really want to see how much of the cement will be wasted due to moisture absorption." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he quickly found a place to write a letter and send it to the capital as soon as possible. He couldn't let the Xianxia people sell the radishes cheaply. Beside the river outside the Luo village in Buxin County, Luo Xianxia had nothing to do today. She held a book in her hand and sat on a stone under a big tree. Her two legs were kicking back and forth in the air, and her eyes were looking back and forth at the book. From time to time, she would turn a page. There were not only words marked with pinyin on the pages, but also pictures. It was full of stories. Luo Xianxia had just learned the new pinyin and was not very proficient in it, but she was still better than Arya. Arya also had the pronunciation, but if she wanted to understand the pronunciation of a word, she had to understand the words used to mark the sound. It was very tiring to learn, unlike the things that were easy to remember now. There were only 40 words in total, and she just had to memorize them. She didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent a lot of effort on these 40 words. They had revised them many times before they became the necessary textbooks for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were mainly prepared for Xiaobei and the others. For their younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do anything. The other children who were still playing were very envious of Luo Xianxia. She recognized a good sister and could see the good things first. They still had to wait for a while before they could come in contact with them. Luo Xianxia was not so selfish. After reading the story, she would tell it to others. If someone wanted to see the pictures, she would let them see it, but they were not allowed to touch the book to avoid damaging it. Just as Luo Xianxia was engrossed in reading, a mighty team came on the road. At the front of the team, there was a little girl in a white dress. She was leading the team, swaying and looking around with her big eyes. Behind her were other children, who were also very curious about this place. Because of their existence, the speed of the team was suppressed. No one dared to go around them. The little girl walking in front looked at the rice seedlings in the field. When she raised her head and saw the people under the big tree, she said happily, "There's a person." Chapter 692. Xiao Bei had a reason to be happy. When they were walking on the road earlier, many people would hide far away when they saw the team. Even if they were curious about the big house in the team, they did not dare to come close. The little girl was even more scared and did not dare to show her head. She did not expect to meet someone who was not afraid. She had already seen the team, but she was still sitting there leisurely reading. Xiao Bei wanted to find someone to ask about her brother and sister. When she saw that Luo Xianxia didn't run away, she lifted her princess dress with both hands and ran to Luo Xianxia's side. She struggled to climb onto the rock and leaned over to read together. Luo Xianxia did not care who was passing by, let alone be afraid. Her sister had said that she must have the temperament of a lady. She must be calm in the face of chaos and remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. But whose family was this little girl from? Why was she so pretty and likable? Glancing at the new little girl, Luo Xian'er smiled and said, "Do you want to know the story?" Coaxing a child? This is called a tortoise and a rabbit race. Xiao Bei had nothing to do all day. Other than eating, sleeping, playing, she was being carried by others and told stories. How could she not know what the picture was? She could even read a small part of the words. Luo Xian'er was not an adult. When she saw that someone younger than her knew the story, she asked curiously, "How do you know? How old are you?" 3 years old, there's another one, saying, Little tortoise and little rabbit competed again. The rabbit lost again. There's a river, but the rabbit didn't jump across it. Xiao Bei was a little nervous. His words were not very fluent, but he still managed to express himself clearly. Ha ha ha. Luo Xian'er covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, the other little guys also came close. Some climbed on the stone by themselves. Some pushed others up. Everyone was expressing their own thoughts. It was a mess. Luo Xian'er did not know who to listen to. She looked at the group of younger brothers and sisters and found that they were all made of good materials. She touched the clothes of the little girl who came first and knew that she had a similar piece of gauze at home. She had asked someone and found that the gauze was not silk that was usually worth 200 copper coins. It could be worth 20 strings of coins or 200 strings of coins. Ordinary people with a little money could not buy it. She was not willing to take it out to make clothes. So why did this little girl wear it? Seeing that someone was touching his clothes, Xiao Bei even posed. "Do I look good?" "It looks good," Luo Xian'er said honestly. At the same time, she wondered if she should also have a set of clothes made for herself. "If you can tell me about my brother and sister, I'll give you one." Xiao Bei put forward her terms. "No, I have one too. I'll make it tomorrow." "Who are your brothers and sisters?" Luo Xian'er didn't want a servant girl's things. You have it too?" This is called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It's the sign of the sea and clouds. It's only given and not sold. Xiao Yuan, what do you say? Xiao Bei still knew what material the clothes on her body were made of. Ever since Xiao Yuan was tripped by the horse tripping rope, he was a little afraid of Xiao Bei. When he heard Xiao Bei's question, he immediately said, "The promontory is accompanied by the end of the world. It shouldn't exist in the mortal world, but only hangs in the clouds. Money is priceless." "Are you Xiao Bei?" Luo Xian'er guessed. Xiao Bei was stunned. "You know? Stupid, when other people hear about the sea and clouds, of course they know." Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks. "You're the stupid one. Come at me if you dare." Luo Xian'er finally knew who the people who came were. She always heard from her brother and sister that they had younger brothers and sisters. They were all very interesting, smart, and liked to bicker. It was true. The muslin that her sister gave her was called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It seemed to be the best one. Even Xiao Bei wore it. When she thought of this, Luo Xian'er felt very happy. She shouted to the other children who were running away, "Don't be afraid. My brother and sister's family are here." When the children who ran away heard this, they ran back even faster. They were not afraid anymore. They surrounded the group of children who were younger than them and looked at them one by one. The children also looked at the people who surrounded them. They were not afraid. They were already used to being surrounded. Luo Xian'er held Xiao Bei's hand and began to talk about her brother and sister. Xiao Bei did not care if he could understand the details. As long as he felt that she was praising his brother and sister, he nodded vigorously. The Zhang family and Wang family's group stopped. The guards who came from the side also stood still, waiting for the children to finish asking and come back. When Xiao Bei and the others came back, they brought Luo Xian'er with them. Xiao Bei personally introduced her, saying that this sister was the sister that his brother and sister recognized. He also pulled her into the house for a tour and did not slowly walk in front of the group. The other children in the village got a lot of delicious food and fun things. They asked them to help inform Luo Xian'er's family. Luo Xian'er followed them into the county. The group's speed suddenly became faster. The two pigeons flapped their wings and flew back to the capital, returning to the embrace of their big family. 4 pigeons. There were many relatives in the capital. There was always a relative who was sent away in large batches. After a while, a few would fly back and forth. The pigeons in the capital were all under Gao Lishi's care. He found someone to learn how to raise them, train them, and then send them to various places. Luoyang and Buxin County sent the most pigeons. As long as the Zhang family and Wang family were there, they could not lack carrier pigeons. When they encountered Xiao Bei and Xiao Zhu, they suddenly did not want to eat anymore. Such a big matter had to be reported as quickly as possible.
As for the carrier pigeons placed in other provinces, as long as there was not a mass uprising or the army of another country attacking, they could not be casually used for other small matters.
Of course, it was fine to use them. Even if it was to send a letter to the capital, it would cost money. After all, it was not easy to raise and train pigeons. They also had to be transported in cages.
When Gao Lishi obtained this right, there were really people who were willing to spend money to send a letter, especially those who had big business outside the capital.
They did not care about the small fee. The advantage was that it was fast, and time was money. There was one thing that Gao Lishi did very well. He did not open other people's letters. He sent the letter to whoever it belonged to. The place where the pigeons were sent did not need to spend money. Someone in the capital had to pay for it. If no one did, then the letter would not be sent. Furthermore, he would let the other side catch the person and pay for it. Every day, there were pigeons flying from all over the country. They earned a lot of money. A portion of the money was used to raise the pigeons, and the rest was given to Li Longji. Today, Gao Lishi received another letter from Buxin County. It was not written specifically for him. It was related to the Xianxia temple, so he could not leave it behind. After reading the letter, he came back to look for Li Longji. Li Longji was feeding the fish. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao gave Gao Lishi a large fish tank, Li Longji would ask Gao Lishi how the fish was doing. The fish was given by Gao Lishi's son, so it had a special meaning. He was embarrassed to ask Gao Lishi for it, but he missed it. Zhang Xiaobao knew about this matter, so he gave Li Longji another fish tank in case he could not control himself and snatched Gao Lishi's one day. He also gave Li Longji a lot of fish food and told him not to eat too much, or he would die from overeating. When Gao Lishi arrived, Li Longji had already fed the fish once. He was hesitating whether to feed the fish less. Feeding the fish was very interesting and satisfying.
Lishi, what's the good news?
In the end, Li Longji did not feed the fish again. He was afraid that if the fish died, he would not be able to ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for more. He put the rest of the fish back into the box and asked Gao Lishi, who had hurried over.
When Gao Lishi passed the letter in his hand, he replied, "Your Majesty, good news.
The Xianxia temple's newly cultivated radishes can make a lot of money." There are people who like to eat bitter and small radishes? They are as thin as ginseng.
Li Longji was very surprised.
Your Majesty, didn't you send a lot of radishes to Baoxin County a few days ago and ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to think of a solution?
If they do, they can make a lot of money.
All the remaining seeds can be sold, and the radishes that are still alive can be sold as well. But in the future, don't cultivate such seeds anymore. Gao Lishi signaled Li Longji to read the letter. When Li Longji heard that the letter was from Baoxin County, he knew what was going on without reading it. It must be Xiao Bao lying again. Who would be so stupid? Who would spend a lot of money to buy a lousy radish? No, who would be so unlucky to meet Zhang Xiaobao? With curiosity, Li Longji read the letter and laughed. He wanted to laugh but was holding back his laughter, so he said to Gao Lishi, "Go and find the Xianxia temple's assistant official Jianghu." In the Xianxia temple, Jianghu was worried. 2 years ago, when he was doing research, he found a good type of radish. It was big and didn't taste too spicy. It was crispy and sweet and could be eaten steamed. It was a very good variety. He cultivated a lot of radishes and planted the seeds in the autumn. Most of them used simple greenhouses, and a small number of them used greenhouses made of glass sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. However, when the radishes appeared at the beginning of spring this year, it was over. The radishes of the second generation were obviously different from the first. In other words, the radishes couldn't be kept from generation to generation. They could only be cultivated from generation to generation, and people in distant places couldn't use them. What should I do? How should I explain this to people? The Zhang family and Wang family used such precious glass to support the Xianxia temple's research. Now, all of them are useless. If the Zhang family and Wang family ask, how should I answer? Jianghu muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. There were still a lot of seeds left in his hands. Fortunately, he didn't plant them. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of good land. Standing beside Jianghu was the registrar of the Xianxia temple. He was also worried. Hearing Jianghu's muttering, he suggested, "Shaoqing, why don't we see if pigs eat the radishes? Even if pigs eat them, we can't give them seeds. The yield is not good. Peel them and leave some. Let's see if the third generation can change after the radishes bear seeds. If I had known this, I wouldn't have used the greenhouses. Let's find someone to peel them and see what else can be planted in this season." Looking at the 2 rows of greenhouses provided by the Zhang family and Wang family, Jianghu was about to cry. His efforts of several years were in vain. Assistant Official Xianxia, His Majesty wants to see you. He said that he wants to discuss the new radishes. The eunuch who came to pass the message arrived at this time. He didn't hide anything and even told Jianghu the general situation so that Jianghu could prepare. Chapter 693. Jianghu followed behind the eunuch. She wanted to think about what to say later, but found that she couldn't think of any excuse. This was not only a matter of failure, but also a matter of taking up too much land and using up all the glass sheds before she was sure that it would be completely successful. The soil in the land was not the original soil. It was good soil that the Zhang family and Wang family specially found from other places. She didn't know what was in it. During normal planting, the yield was 20% higher than usual. Every year, they would find some organic matter to make good fertilizer. The Zhang family and Wang family did everything they should do. They didn't ask for a single copper coin and didn't ask for any benefits. They only hoped that the Xianxia temple could grow better things. If the research failed, they would support it. But this was a failure in decision-making, not experimental. Was it because they were angry and didn't want to give good things? Jianghu came to Xianxia Palace uneasily. As soon as she entered the palace, she smelled the fragrance of fish. She sniffed and wondered why the emperor was in the mood to eat when it was not time to eat yet. As soon as Li Longji saw Jianghu, he waved his hand. "Minister Jiang is here. Get a stool and let's eat together." Jianghu didn't need to find a stool. The little eunuch next to him brought one and put it next to the small table that was specially prepared for Jiangxian. There was a fish dish on the small table. Many images flashed through Jianghu's mind. Did he want to poison her to death? Sigh. Let's eat, even if it's poison. After bowing to Li Longji, Jianghu sat on the stool, picked up the chopsticks, looked at the emperor, and then looked at Gao Li Shi, who was standing next to the emperor. She picked up a piece of fish and said, "This official is ashamed of the emperor's grace and the support of the Zhang family and Wang family. I'm willing to die." Then she put the fish into her mouth and tasted it carefully. She wanted to know what the poison tasted like. After tasting one piece, Jianghu found that she didn't feel uncomfortable. Did she eat too little? Then she continued to eat. Thus, one piece of fish after another was eaten by Jiang Cen. At first, he was thinking of poisoning himself, but as he ate, he forgot about it and only cared about the delicious taste of the fish. He rubbed his stomach and exhaled comfortably. He said to Li Longji, "Many thanks for the fish, Your Majesty. Is this fish a new method that the imperial kitchen has figured out?" At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that the emperor didn't intend to poison him to death. The fish was really delicious, but didn't he call him here to talk about the radishes? Why did he only eat fish? I don't know how long I'll have to wait for them to come up with new dishes. The recipe sent by Baoxin County uses radishes from the Xianxia temple as an auxiliary ingredient. Don't be fooled by the bitterness of the radishes. They get rid of the fishy smell and improve the freshness. After eating them, they leave a fragrant taste in the mouth. It's a pity that they're a little small. If they can grow bigger, the bitterness will be reduced. How about it? Li Longji sat on the chair and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Jiangxia, and Jianghu thought for a moment and replied, "It's delicious. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really amazing. This subject has never seen anything that can baffle them. This subject is unworthy of His Majesty's grace and the support of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm willing to die." He repeated what he said just now. He knew clearly that he wouldn't die this time. Well, it's good that you know where the problem is. You are indeed unworthy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The good things were given to the Xianxia temple, but you didn't think carefully before acting. This time, Xiaobao and Cuckoo helped you again. In the future you have to be careful. Li Longji had never eaten fish stewed with bitter radishes. He was afraid that it wouldn't be delicious, so he let Jiang Tsin try it first. Seeing Jiang Tsin eat it, he knew that it was not bad, so he decided to have someone make it at night. Gao Lishir also thought the same. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo helped me again. They turned the bad radishes into delicious dishes. This subject is unable to repay them. Jiang Tsin really admired them.
Such bitter radishes could be turned into delicacies in the hands of others.
In this way, the Xianxia temple's responsibility was reduced a lot.
The bitter radishes they planted were not completely useless.
What's the point of cooking? Aren't we looking down on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Lishir, let him read the letter. Take a good look at the ability of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The Xianxia temple not only didn't lose money, but also made a lot of money. They have enough money to do research. Planting things well is the best reward. Li Longji was in a very good mood. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could solve the problem, it meant that they had learned most of the skills. They didn't have to worry about the two masters of the Zhang family suddenly disappearing. Gao Lishir came down from above and handed the letter to Jiang Xian.
His expression was as if he was the one who came up with the idea.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Gao. General Gao is really a blessed person. Jiang Tsin very sensibly thanked the emperor and Gao Lishir. She also praised Gao Lishir, who asked him to have a good son. She really gained face. Gao Lishir was flattered, so he said happily, "Remember this time, don't act on your own. The Xianxia temple will do what is written in the letter. If you don't listen and do something wrong again, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be angry." General Gao is right. I will do it well and do it. Jiang Tsin didn't dare to refute.
She nodded and opened the letter to read from the beginning. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide.
The more she read, the more surprised she was. The more she read, the more she cursed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in her heart. This move was really insidious. When their own country was in trouble, they would shift the losses to others.
No wonder the emperor was so happy. With such a person around, other countries would not be able to use other means other than war to gain benefits.
However, war was not necessarily feasible. There was still a Cuckoo who treated killing as a game. How did the two of them meet together? How can other people live? Jiang Tsin thought in her heart and unconsciously said it in a low voice. What did Jiang Shaoqing say? Gao Lishir didn't hear clearly and asked. I said, we must do according to what is written in the letter. A radish seed is 50 copper coins. A small green radish is 200 copper coins. Quickly send people to the Xianxia temple and tell them not to dig. Don't dig first. It's all money. Jiang Tsin suddenly remembered something important. When he came, he ordered people to dig the radishes. He quickly shouted to the little eunuch in the hall. The little eunuch looked at the emperor and immediately ran out to stop him.
Jiang Tsin let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from eating the fish and seeing the plan.
He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, I submit. This method is unfathomable. When the trap is set, there will really be people who want to dig in. This subject thinks that we should transfer Zhang Xiaobao to the Ministry of Revenue. I don't think anyone will dare to play tricks under his nose and fake the accounts. Hearing Jiang Tsin's words, Gao Lishir couldn't take it anymore. Jiang Shaoqing, are you trying to make Xiaobao fall? Shouldn't Cuckoo be transferred to the Ministry of War? Each of them is a minister, a high-ranking official. No, I'm just casually saying. I'm talking too much. Jiang Tsin sweated even more. She secretly complained that she didn't keep her mouth shut. Gao Lishir's words were cutting to the heart. Li Longji coughed lightly, indicating that Gao Lishir didn't need to say any more. He really wanted to transfer these two people to an important position in the capital, but he knew that it wasn't the right time yet. He had to wait. He ordered Jiang Tsin, You must do according to the method in the letter. Take good care of all the seeds and radishes. If news of this leaks out, you know the consequences. Go. If you can't negotiate, push the matter to Savant's restaurant. Jiang Tsin nodded vigorously and handed the letter back to Gao Lishir. She walked out of the hall as light as a feather. Today's ups and downs were too big. She had to think carefully about where to spend the money she earned. It would be even better if she could learn how to turn the situation around. After Jiang Tsin left, Li Longji sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then he said to Gao Lishir, Let's make a fish dish tonight. The teams of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were still on the road. At this speed, they would reach the county before evening. The masters of the two families made use of the time to rest so that they wouldn't be tired when they arrived. Luo Xiang'er entered Xiaobei's house. She went up from the first floor to the second floor, then to the third floor. Then, she walked around the rooms, opened the windows, and opened the doors. No matter how much she walked around, it was not enough. She was very envious of Xiaobei and the others. They had a beautiful house with their own rooms. They could decorate their rooms however they liked. If they wanted to find others to play with, they just had to enter other people's rooms. There were also many toys. Especially since this house had wheels under it, they could walk around everywhere. Xiaobei and the others also took out what they thought were the best things for Luo Xiang'er to play with. In such a big family, they had long developed the habit of being generous. There were also various snacks for Luo Xiang'er to try.
When they were less than 5 li away from the county, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in front of them.
Luo Xiang'er wanted to open the window to take a look, but she was stopped. A periscope rose from the roof of the third floor, allowing her to see what was happening in front. Big brother, big sister. Xiaobei was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He cheered and began to run to the first floor, preparing to meet them outside. The other children also squeezed down, and some even fell. Fortunately, this was considered when the house was designed. Otherwise, it would have been very easy for them to get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and hurried over to meet them. There were buckets hanging from the horses. When they saw them approaching, the two pulled on the reins. The horses below them let out a long neigh, raised their front legs, and froze in place. When the front legs fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already landed on the ground, each carrying a bucket. The officials who came with Zhang Zhong could not help but praise the two people's horsemanship. People who had fought in wars were indeed different. Big brother, big sister.
Xiaobei spread his arms and shouted as he rushed over.
The other children were not willing to be left behind. With a whoosh, they surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobei threw himself into his brother's arms. As he cried, he said that when he dreamed at night, he could see his brother and sister. But when he woke up, there was nothing. Chapter 694. The arrival of the Zhang family and Wang family immediately livened up Baoxin County. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rested for the night. The next day, they began to tour the model of Jianghu province. At this time, they did not casually introduce the production and cultural aspects like other people. Data was sorted out one by one. The construction of various aspects of Jianghu province, as well as the tax revenue, were all listed in a table, allowing people to know the situation around the capital in the recent years. The overall growth and the data from the people allowed the officials to clearly understand the changes in the Great Tang's region. Learning naturally couldn't be done without any learning. Besides this, the more important thing was that the Great Tang's future was optimistic, and it showed that the emperor had ruled the country well. Before the officials from Luoyang arrived at Baoxin County, they thought that their reputation would be used to help advertise. In any case, there was nothing to do in Luoyang, so they had nothing to do. The Zhang family and Wang family had already agreed on the advertising fee. That was, the officials who came could not only understand the situation in Jianghu province, but more importantly, they could personally try out the various products of Jianghu province. This included a set of furniture made of good wood. This set of furniture could not be bought without 1,000 strings of coins. In addition to the furniture, there was also the newly brewed wine and tea leaves from Sanshui County in Jianghu province. The officials from Luoyang had come for these things. It did not take much effort to walk around. When they arrived at Baoxin County, they would be able to eat and live very comfortably. Because it was Zhang Zhong's suggestion, most of the officials were very supportive. They came to take a look and add something to their homes. However, there were a small number of officials who looked down on Zhang Zhong and felt that Zhang Zhong's method was not desirable. They would rather not have the things than come. But after hearing all kinds of data in the morning, the officials who came felt very lucky. They had already talked to Zhang Zhong. After returning, they had asked Zhang Zhong to give them a copy of the information just now so that they could memorize it. This was to prevent the emperor from being able to answer correctly when he was in a good mood. This was an accurate proof that the Great Tang was gradually flourishing. Presumably, the emperor would pay close attention to it. When the time came, who would be able to find a chance to enter the capital, Who would remain in Luoyang, or who would be sent to some other place? That would depend on whether or not the emperor was satisfied. While the officials were excited, they were also rejoicing in the misfortune of the officials who did not come. They would not be so kind as to go back and share the information with others. Besides, even if they wanted to share it, it would not be of much use. This was because all of Zhang Zhong's data was in general and involved every department. Of course, those who did not come would not prepare it for them. The adults watched and listened at the front while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran around with a group of little ones. Many snacks in Jianghu province had been made. They were not sent by merchants through advertisements. The merchants had not participated yet. They were all made locally with the collected technology. They had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not limit how much snacks the little ones could eat today. This made the little ones very happy. They got up early in the morning and changed into comfortable clothes before going out with their brothers and sisters. After coming out of the yamen, their hands and mouths were not idle. Xiao Bei wanted to hold her brother and sister's hands, but she also wanted to eat. In the end, she cleverly let her brother and sister carry the food while she freed her hands. She grabbed the corner of someone's shirt and tried her best to say what she didn't finish last night. For example, when they were in Luoyang, her bamboo dragonfly flew higher than other people's. Xiao Yuan was timid when he played on the swing and was tied to it, and so on. This was a small matter for the adults, but it was very important for her. The other little ones also surrounded them and kept expressing their thoughts. Luo Xiang'er was also walking in the group. When she heard her brothers and sisters talking, she also remembered that her two brothers had brought her to play. However, her two brothers were still helping out at home and could not go to the county together. She felt a little regretful. Brother, I folded a big paper airplane. When I was dreaming, I dreamed that the airplane would fly us in the sky. It flew from Luoyang to here and we would arrive in a short while. Brother, is there really such an airplane? Xiao Bei tried hard to swallow the food in her mouth and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Yes. When Xiao Bei grows up, we'll make an airplane. When the time comes, we can go wherever we want to go and fly over thousands of mountains and rivers, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan echoed from the side. Xiao Bei, don't be anxious. You have to work hard and learn useful knowledge. It will be easy for you to do anything in the future. Okay. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously, looking like she was really going to study hard. When they got close to the model, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained something else to their younger siblings. There was no data, and they did not care about the people's livelihood. They only described the legends of various places in a language that the little ones could understand. Some of the officials walking at the back also heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's explanation. When they looked at the large model, they suddenly realized that they were not just talking about some model, but the charm of the entire Great Tang. A model not only expressed the livelihood of the people, but also the economy, culture, and inheritance. While the Luoyang officials were studying in Baoxin County, the people from the Four Seas Academy impatiently sent people to the capital to inquire about how to obtain that kind of carrot. After sending people out, it would probably take some time before they could arrive. When Yamamoto and the others heard that the Luoyang officials had come, as well as the families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they also followed behind to join in the fun. They did not disturb them and only followed from a position where they could see and hear. They wanted to understand more about the situation of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Yamamoto was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leading a group of children. He did not think much of it. After all, the children were too young. However, after following them for a while and hearing what the children said and how they reacted when they encountered something, he finally noticed something different. Usually, children of this age would not be able to do the actions of this group of little fellows. Whenever it was time to buy something, the little fellows here would be very quiet. They would stand in line and wait for the people in front to choose what they wanted. Only then would the people behind follow. They also knew how to ask if they could not eat too much of a certain food and which part of the body would feel uncomfortable if they ate too much. For example, when they were selling cold drinks, the children would ask if their stomachs would hurt after eating 2 bowls. After receiving an affirmative answer, they would only ask for 1 bowl. Occasionally, 1 or 2 classic sentences could be heard from the children's mouths, either from the book of songs or from the selected literature. The more Yamamoto watched and listened, the more surprised he became. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already very good. These children were still so young, but they behaved differently from ordinary children. When they grew up, what would the Zhang family and the Wang family be like? If only one child learned well, it would be reasonable.
However, all the children were better than the other. It was definitely not because they were born well, but because they were taught well. Especially, it could be seen that the children who did not belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family were still performing well. This could only mean one thing. The Zhang family and the Wang family had their own special way of teaching children. Thinking of this, Yamamoto said to the person next to him, "Xianxia, if we can learn the way Zhang family and the Wang family teach their children, how do you think it will help our country?" Xianxia was also watching and listening from the side. The children's performance also gave him a great impact, or rather a blow. They were smart, sensible, and polite. They were not like other children who could not wait to make a fuss and shout. Just now, he had also thought of this. At this time, when he heard Yamamoto's question, he replied, "Then our country will become stronger in less than 30 years. But can we learn the teaching methods of the Zhang family and the Wang family?" When it came to learning, he was very uncomfortable. Originally, when people from his country came to the Tang Empire, they could learn whatever they wanted from others. Now, because of the Zhang family and the Wang family, many good skills and knowledge were not taught. If they wanted to learn, they had to think of ways behind the scenes. Most of the knowledge taught in the Four Seas Academy was about scriptures or etiquette. If they wanted to learn some ways to rule the country or military, no one would teach them at all. It was the same for economics. The only way to learn was through the Monopoly game. They started from the lowest level and played to a certain extent. After they left the scope of the game, they would be able to come into contact with more things. Among the people from his country, there were already 4 people who entered the top 100 through hard work. However, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to enter the top 10. No matter how good they were, as long as they mentioned the exam, they would be directly rejected. It was said that the knowledge that the top 10 came into contact with was completely different from the knowledge of the bottom 90. They were even responsible for mastering the rules. It's difficult. Yamamoto also felt the same. Then why don't we capture them all and use them to threaten the Zhang family and the Wang family? Let them give us their good skills in exchange for the safety of the children. Xianxia suddenly had a bold idea. He looked around and felt that if he made a move, there might be a chance. Even if most of the people were to be left behind, as long as a small number of people could rush out and control the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be worth it even if there were casualties. Yamamoto quickly covered Xianxia's mouth and said softly, "Do you want to die? Do you really think that the people who come are from our country, the Four Seas Academy, and the Tang Empire? They will deal with you first." Yamamoto knew very well that the people of the Four Seas Academy from the Tang Empire were willing to cooperate with them not because they wanted to commit treason, but because they wanted to make more money. Once it involved something that would affect the Tang Empire, they would not be with them anymore. Making money and destroying the Tang Empire were two different things. As long as they showed the idea of capturing the children, the first to deal with them would probably be the people of the Tang Empire in the team. The Zhang family and the Wang family had already become an unshakable existence in their hearts. Xianxia was just casually saying it and did not think much about it just now. Now, he was shocked and nodded, indicating for Yamamoto to let go of his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turn their heads and smile at him at the same time. His legs immediately went soft. They heard it? Did they guess it? Are they just looking for an excuse to deal with us? The moment he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan smile, Xianxia had such a thought in his heart. He looked around carefully and finally found something wrong. Surprisingly, there were sellers carrying baskets or pushing carts beside the little guys. They were peddling their wares while looking around. At first glance they looked normal, but if one were to look closely at the seller's eyes, they would definitely not have the eyes of someone who was waiting for others to buy something. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to take a group of children for a stroll. They did not lack protection. Waterbirds flew, waves splashed, the clouds in the sky floated leisurely, and the wind blew gently. Lu Zhou in Lingnan Circuit looked peaceful now. Zhang Pingwang was very happy today. Once again, he brought the people around him out to have a look. Initially, he thought it was time for him to leave after the spring plowing. He did not expect that because he wanted the model of Lingnan Circuit, in order not to cause too much trouble in Lu Zhou, he would not send a new official to take over. This was to prevent the new official from being difficult to control. Therefore, he was allowed to continue being the provincial governor of Lu Zhou. This way,
he could enjoy the scenery of Luzhou more. He could even take a boat to the coastal area. As long as he did not go too far, it would be fine. The weather is good today. I should go to the docks and have a look. With that thought in mind, Zhang Pingwang brought his followers out. Similarly, he did not use his own carriage.
Instead, he casually stopped a carriage on the street and ordered the coachman, "Go to the docks."
The coachman nodded with a smile. He opened the door and sat back in his seat.
He hummed a tune and swung the whip in the air as he urged the horse forward.
During the journey, he did not forget to talk to Zhang Pingwang. "Lord Provincial Governor, is there any news about Provincial Governor Zhang recently? I heard that they're going to build a model of this place and put it in the capital. Do you need any help?" The last thing Zhang Pingwang wanted to hear was other people asking about Provincial Governor Zhang. He knew the coachman was not asking about him. Even if he was also a provincial governor and had the surname Zhang, there was a big difference. When he heard the coachman's question, he could not just ignore it.
After thinking for a moment, he said, "There is indeed such a thing."
"Isn't the Chamber of Commerce already working on this matter? I reckon that by summer, they'll have collected most of the data. After all, compared to the capital, there aren't many famous places here." "Oh, thank you, Lord Zhang. It seems like the rumors are true."
"After I send you to the place, I'll think of a way to see if I can get the people from the Chamber of Commerce to send the data of Luzhou to the capital first so that Provincial Governor Zhang can have a good look at this place."
"Lord Zhang, is there any news about the little young master and the little lady? After all, our status is not high enough. It's difficult for us to find out more about them. Why don't you tell me, Lord Zhang? I have a chicken that lays eggs at home. I'm going to kill it and send it to you when the time comes so that you can stew it with mushrooms." The coachman seemed very happy when he got the exact information from Zhang Pingwang. He continued to discuss with Zhang Pingwang. Zhang Pingwang had learned not to be jealous. The coachman wanted to send him a chicken to eat. It sounded good, but it was definitely not for his own good. It was just in exchange for a piece of information. The coachman had left his post for a long time, but he still had control over the entire Luzhou. Sigh, if I can't compare, then let's not compare. There is nothing in this world that can be compared. Therefore, Zhang Pingwang recalled all the news he had recently received and said to the coachman, "Yes, the two of them are both minor officials in Baoxin County. However, they have the final say in the entire county. I heard that they have recently received a lot of silver ores. The lives of the people in Baoxin County have become much better. I think it's time for them to move to another place after they're almost done with the matter of the model." It's good to change places. It would be best if he could be promoted to a high-ranking official. The two little fellows might be able to endure it. The people of Baoxin County are blessed. As long as the Zhang and Wang family are there, the people will be able to live a good life. No, I have to think of a way. When the time comes, I will personally send something to them. The coachman was not surprised at all that the people in the county where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived could live a good life. This time, he did not ask any more. Instead, he hummed the tune even more happily and swayed his head in enjoyment. Suddenly, Zhang Pingwang asked, "What do you think I should do to make you treat me the same way you treat Zhang Zhong?" "Ha!" The coachman's voice came to a halt as he exclaimed in surprise. Then he said with a smile, "Lord Zhang, Provincial Governor Zhang suffered the disaster together with us. How can we compare this? As long as you follow the method Provincial Governor Zhang left behind, we'll naturally treat you very well." His words were tactful, but the meaning could not be clearer. "Don't count on me. Just follow my lead and you'll be rewarded when the time comes." Zhang Pingwang understood. It seemed that if he wanted to be like Zhang Zhong, he would have to find a very poor place to be an official. Then, he would have to raise the living standards of the people bit by bit. There were many poor places. Although it was said that the world was flourishing, in fact, the poor places were still poor. Otherwise, there would not be so many places where people were sent to. It was easy to find a place, for example, a place further west. However, it would be difficult to make the people live a good life as Luzhou did. He did not know how to do it. Perhaps if he was given 10 years, he might be able to change a province. However, if he wanted to learn from Zhang Zhong and develop Luzhou in a short time, apart from the fact that he did not have enough money, more importantly, he could not think of all kinds of strange methods. Forget it. I'll think about it after this period of time. If I really can't do it, I'll ask Zhang Zhong personally when I have the chance in the future. How can I develop a place according to its conditions? That was what Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing now. After making up his mind, Zhang Pingwang leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest, allowing the carriage to move forward slightly. The car traveled for a long time, but this time, they didn't take a detour. When evening came, they arrived at the pier. There were still people coming and going at the pier, and there were boats docking and leaving from time to time. Zhang Pingwang brought his followers to the dock again. He looked into the distance, admiring the sunset. At the same time, he listened to the sound of seabirds. Chapter 695. The tour in Buxin County continued. After the officials from Luoyang asked Zhang Zhong for detailed information, Zhang Zhong did not agree. This was because this information did not belong to Luoyang, but was related to Jianghu province. Why would a place like Luoyang need information from the entire Jianghu province? Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the officials could only dismiss the idea of continuing to ask. They were prepared to listen to it a few times and memorize what they knew. They could not care less about the others for the time being. The Four Seas Academy's ship of silver ore finally arrived. It was unknown where they had hired so many vehicles, but the road was left with one mark after another. However, at this time, there was no such thing as a toll fee, so the local citizens could only silently endure. Of course, the citizens did not think much of it. They had never come into contact with other things, so it was a habit for them to have bad roads. With so many ores piled up into a mountain, they were exchanged for the same weight of cement, the kind that came in bulk. The vehicles did not leave, so they were responsible for pulling them back. However, there was an extra cloth on the vehicles to cover the cement, so as to prevent the wind from blowing it everywhere. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not know that cement could not be in contact with the air often. Otherwise, it would absorb the moisture in the air and condense. They were very happy, especially the Japanese. They felt that by transporting the cement back, they could figure out something useful. Xiaobei also wanted to take a look at the ores. It would be even better if they could climb the ore mountain. However, they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were not allowed to approach and immediately sent people to transport the ores away, worried that there would be radiation in the ores that was not good for the human body. Xiaobei, who could not climb the mountain, did not make a fuss. He began to fold paper planes for his brother and sister. The planes that he folded kept spinning around his body, indicating that the balance was not good. Xiaobao, what do you think is needed to make a plane? Seeing Xiaobei's persistence, Wang Wan wanted to make a plane. That depends on what it's used for. If it can really fly very far, carry goods and carry people, it's probably better to dream together with Xiaobei. That requires the technological advancement of the entire society at the same time to be completed. If it's like the glider plane that was first made, it can still be realized after a lot of experiments. But if it involves the engine, then it's not easy to do. There's the problem of fuel and sealing. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to fly from the ground to the sky at once. A hot air balloon was already a pretty good thing now. If he really wanted to make a plane, it would involve too much knowledge in all aspects. Wang Wan also carefully recalled the knowledge she had learned before and said, "In fact, it is very simple to make a glider specifically for carrying people. It is said that in another 100 years, someone will be able to make it in other places. But to be able to glide like an airplane, you have to work hard in all aspects. The Industrial Revolution is really a great revolution." Yes, after the Industrial Revolution, the development of human civilization accelerated in a short period of time. After thousands of years of development, only after the Industrial Revolution started did the development of human civilization reach a flying speed in the first 100 years of the Industrial Revolution. You have learned a lot. Why don't the two of us focus on imitating the Industrial Revolution and avoid detours, develop science and technology, find various good craftsmen, and provide them with the ideas of the Industrial Revolution? I believe that they will definitely be able to develop faster than the original Industrial Revolution. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much himself. He could only hope that Wang Wan could provide more theoretical support. As long as they avoided detours and imitated the things that had appeared in the Industrial Revolution, the speed of development would definitely be much faster than the Industrial Revolution. It was like a quadratic equation. It was not easy to solve, but later on, any junior high school student could easily solve it. Even some elementary school students could do it as long as they had some experience with it. This was the greatness of inheritance. Wang Wan had actually thought of this a long time ago, but sometimes the most important thing was not the theory, but the people's attitude towards new things. If their thinking could not change, the craftsmen might not be willing to learn.
Right now, all the craftsmen could not be fully immersed in research because they could not realize the greatness of what they could do.
Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt very sad.
She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobei and the others are very happy compared to the children of today, but compared to the children of our time, there is no happiness to speak of at all.
This is because they know too little, and we know clearly, but we can't prove it to them. Yes, the Earth is round, and there are many planets high in the sky. They don't understand what the universe is. In fact, we don't understand either.
Perhaps to the people of the more distant future at that time, we are like the people of today in their eyes.
And we are considered to be happy. Then do you think Xiaobei and the others are the same?
In the vast universe, the more we study it, the more we feel insignificant.
Whether it is microscopic or macroscopic, let's start with our own home. If others can do the steam engine, we can do it too. It's not something too complicated. At most, the craftsmanship can't keep up with the production at the beginning, so we can't mass produce it. Gather the best craftsmen in the country and let them study it and provide them with ideas. I don't believe that if others have hands and feet, can we be worse than them? Zhang Xiaobao finally made up his mind to make a big change this time. Of course, the premise was that they had to get rubber. This was very important. During the Industrial Revolution, rubber played an unimaginable role, and many things needed it. Wang Wan also gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you take care of the political matters. I will be in charge of organizing what I have learned in the past and then teach the craftsmen who are active enough. As for the inactive craftsmen, no matter how good their skills are, they can't be allowed to lead something. They can only be used as support." While the two of them were talking, Xiao Bei was still seriously folding her own plane, fantasizing that one day, she would be able to fly freely in the sky like her brother and sister had said. She didn't understand what her brother and sister were saying at all. Similarly, she didn't know that her brother and sister were only using someone else's model because of her persistence. They didn't want her and the other children to continue living like this. They wanted to let them know more and understand more. Even if they were still insignificant after understanding more, they would be much better than the people now. Loneliness always came from the heart. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the same idea and worked hard for the same goal, Wang Maozhong still thought that he was no worse than the Zhang family and Wang family in terms of horse breeding skills. He also learned from the Zhang family and Wang family and formed a research team. Today, he came to take a look. 1,000 horses had been sent away. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had guessed, he didn't choose 1,000 good stallions at all. Instead, he sent the worst horses to Fengzhou. You all have to think carefully about how to raise horses better. In this world, except for the birds flying in the sky, only horses are the fastest. They can avoid wild beasts and can also carry people to other places in a very short time. Zhang family and Wang family have good skills in other aspects, but they are definitely not as fast as us. What we need to do is to give the people of Tang faster speed. Thinking about it makes me feel lonely. No one can understand my loneliness. I don't think I can find anyone else who has mastered this aspect of technology. Wang Maozhong suddenly felt like he had never seen anyone before and never seen anyone after. Thinking about the loneliness of the world, he felt lonely and thought that the technology he had mastered was the best. However, he didn't know that the opponent in his heart had never taken him seriously. Now, he was ready to carry out a more systematic plan for Xiaobei and other children. "Sir, you are indeed lonely. No one knows what you are thinking. For example, if you want every mare to give birth to 2 cubs at the same time, since other horses have done this before, then it must be possible. No one dares to even think about it." The person beside him immediately followed up with flattery. Because of the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many people now tried to add as many words as possible to show that they were not bad and that they could understand everything. Wang Maozhong was indeed happy to hear people talking about him. He said to the people next to him, "I am going to write a plan and send it to the palace for His Majesty and the other officials to see. I want everyone to know that I am not bad in terms of technology, especially when the horses can be fitted with light wings. Perhaps when the horses reach a certain speed, they can fly. Sir, you are indeed amazing. I will wait for your plan to succeed and then congratulate you." The people next to him were still flattering him. Wang Maozhong said that he was going to write a plan and really went to work. One day later, the plan was written and sent to the capital by pigeons. Not long after his pigeon flew, 2 pigeons also flew to the sky from Baoxin County. They carried Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ideals and flew to the capital. Li Longji was in a good mood today. The news reported from all over the country said that the spring plowing was very smooth. He estimated that this year would be another year of harvest. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Maozhong helped the places that were hit by the snow in the name of the imperial court. They also sent the gratitude of the local people. While he was in a good mood, Wang Maozhong's pigeon arrived first. As usual, Gao Lishur personally went to take it. It was sealed with wax.
Gao Lishur did not care so much and directly opened it. He had the authority to see whether the matter was big or small. If it was a small matter, he would take care of it himself.
If it was a big matter, he would look for Li Longji. When he saw the contents of Wang Maozhong's letter, Gao Lishur frowned.
There were 3 things in the letter.
The first was to find a way to let every mare give birth to 2 cubs at a time. The second was to find a way to ask the craftsman to make a pair of wings for the horses. This way, it would be easier for the horses to run. The third thing was to collect the feathers of domestic animals from all over the country and make a pair of wings for the people. When riding on a horse, it might be able to run faster. Gao Lishur frowned not because he knew that this matter could not be done, but because he was worried that if it was done, it would affect Xiao Bao and Wang Wan's status. If Wang Maozhong really succeeded, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's technological advantage would be reduced. After hesitating for a while, Gao Lishur still sent the letter to Li Longji. If it was another official, he might have suppressed them and questioned them to see if they were confident that they would succeed. However, this method would not work on Wang Maozhong. They were all close officials, so he could not stop him. At this time, Li Longji was listening to a song. Ever since he built the pear garden, the development of folk art had also sped up. At the same time, because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work, folk art had been enriched by a lot. The 2 of them had taken out songs that would only appear many years later to try. Therefore, the current pear garden was much more impressive than the normal pear garden. The artistic forms in it were also more comprehensive. The song Li Longji was currently listening to was one of them. Huangmei Opera. The most classic pair of immortals was singing along as they listened to the song. The birds on the tree become Abe pear, green water, green mountain with smiling faces. You and I are like. Li Longji was humming along with the song. When he saw Gao Lishur coming over, he nodded to Gao Lishur and told him to wait for a while. When Gao Lishur saw the song Li Longji was listening to, he became happy again. This song was from Huayuan County. Naturally, it was the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge. They were always able to come up with new things that made people feel good. After singing along for a while, Li Longji finally calmed down and gestured to Gao Lishur to talk about something. Your Majesty, Wang Maozhong wrote a letter. It was delivered by pigeon. Your subject has checked it and found that no one has touched it. Gao Lishur opened the letter and handed it to Li Longji. What did he say? Li Longji didn't take the letter. Instead, he asked Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur nodded. Your Majesty, he said. He said 3 things. He also made a plan for the last thing. It's called the emergency plan. In other words, Gao Lishur explained the contents of the letter to Li Longji bit by bit. He didn't include any of his own opinions. He just followed how it should be. Li Longji listened patiently. He pondered as he listened. When Gao Lishur finished, he asked, Lishur, do you think it's feasible? If it's feasible, send some good craftsmen to him. Also, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have a lot of poultry feathers. Just send them directly from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This can save a lot of trouble. I don't know. I think it's better to listen to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have to say about this. Gao Lishur wasn't sure if Wang Maozhong's plan would succeed, but he didn't want it to succeed. It would be best if he could stop this plan before it was even tried. Since Wang Maozhong's people went to cause trouble last time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must have a lot of opinions about Wang Maozhong and wouldn't support him. In fact, he didn't know much about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, he didn't know much about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't stop it. They might even support it. For the 2 of them, private matters were not worth mentioning. If they wanted to deal with someone, they could do it at any time. When an ant offended a person, it depended on the person's mood. If the person was in a good mood, he would let it go. If the person was in a bad mood, he could kill it with a finger. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hearts, Wang Maozhong was that ant. If the ant suddenly said that he could do something good one day, they would let it go. Li Longji also knew that Gao Lishur didn't like Wang Maozhong. If he really let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan consider this matter, the result would probably be no. Thinking of this, Li Longji hesitated. Should he let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate? He looked at Gao Lishur and thought for a while. Finally he nodded and said, "Okay, we will do as Lishur said. Tell the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about the letter." Li Longji already had a plan in mind. It was a good opportunity to test the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whether they agreed or not, Wang Maozhong's plan had to go ahead. If it didn't succeed and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opposed, it would mean that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did the right thing. If it succeeded and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still opposed, it would be a different matter. Of course, if the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly agreed, it would mean that Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible. Also, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't bring their own opinions into this matter. Not bad. Go ahead. Just listen to the rapid plan, Li Longji said at last. Gao Lishur didn't want to hear Li Longji praise Wang Maozhong, but he still left and prepared to write a letter. Before he could write, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's pigeons flew over. They also brought a letter. The letter also contained a plan, but it wasn't detailed enough. It only gave a general idea. When Gao Lishur saw the letter, he didn't continue writing. He hurried over to Li Longji with the letter. Li Longji didn't expect Gao Lishur to come back so quickly. He asked, "Is it done?" "Your Majesty, it's not done yet. There's news from Baoxin County. Please take a look," Gao Lishur said as he passed the letter over. Li Longji didn't read it either. "What's it about?" "Your Majesty, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also wrote a plan called Operation Soaring. It's part of the soaring plan. They need to recruit the best craftsmen in the country to be selected." Gao Lishur couldn't help but raise his voice when he said this. What's soaring? What's soaring? Li Longji was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Wang Maozhong had sent over a letter describing an urgent plan. Immediately after that, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent over a plan. It sounded even more impressive than Wang Maozhong's. Replying to Your Majesty, soaring refers to soaring in Great Tang. Soaring is more specific. It said that it's more powerful than a hot air balloon. It allows people to fly freely in the sky. It's very fast and can even adjust their direction. It's all written in the letter. Gao Lishur wasn't worried that Wang Maozhong's plan could be realized. Even if it was, the best craftsman wouldn't be given to him. After all, he didn't have a successful precedent. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had never done badly. This time, Li Longji opened the letter and began to read it. He started from the beginning, then moved from top to bottom, right to left. When he was halfway through, he stood up from his chair with a look of disbelief on his face. His hands were trembling. Can a person really fly into the sky? That's much better than riding on a horse. Li Longji seemed to be asking Gao Lishur, but also speaking to himself. Your Majesty, it's not that this subject is biased toward Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's projects have all been successful. There's also the hot air balloon that they sent over a while ago. That thing can fly into the sky. Even if it gives a person a pair of wings, it won't be a big deal. Right now, Gao Lishur wanted to fly to Baoxin County and give his son a good kiss. The letter had come at just the right time. Wang Maozhong's plan had come at just the right time. Compared to Wang Maozhong's uncertain plan that could only speed things up a little, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan was truly formidable. Li Longji truly didn't care about the flight this time. What he cared about was the soaring plan. The letter said that in 5 years, the Great Tang's national strength would double. This was the truly shocking part. If anyone else had said this, Li Longji would have slapped them across the face. Why didn't they take a look at the current state of the Great Tang? Doubling its national strength in 5 years? Dream on! But this plan was proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and the first step, the soaring plan, required an order from the imperial court to mobilize the best craftsmen in the country. There was another aspect that required an order from the imperial court, and that was that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were preparing to form a large fleet for a long-distance journey. He hoped that the imperial court could provide official support so that the fleet could represent the entire Great Tang. He hoped that the imperial court could give them more freedom in their actions. He even hoped that the imperial court could pardon some of the officials who might pass by. After all, it was too far away. If he didn't do this, it would be too late to send the letter. Li Longji pondered for a moment and said to Gao Lishur, "It's easy to recruit craftsmen. In a month's time, there will be many outstanding craftsmen competing in the capital. After they are done, they will be sent to Baoxin County for Xiaobao and Cuckoo to choose from." "Yes, Your Majesty. If we don't provide the craftsmen that Wang Maozhong needs and fail, will it be because the craftsmen are not good enough?" Gao Lishur was very happy, but he still brought up the matter of Wang Maozhong. "Transfer the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Wang Maozhong. This way he won't say anything. Is the craftsman from the Ministry of Works not good enough?" Li Longji had his own plans for this matter. Gao Lishur continued, "What if Wang Maozhong insists that the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works are not good enough and wants the craftsmen from the inner court of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? What else does he want? Does he need me to help him personally?" The craftsmen from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't appear out of thin air. Didn't they nurture them bit by bit? Since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family can nurture them, why can't Wang Maozhong do the same? Does he want to wait for the craftsmen that are already available? Li Longji couldn't possibly care less about this matter. Ever since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family started nurturing craftsmen, the current trend in Great Tang was to nurture the craftsmen themselves instead of snatching from others. After all, what was given to others was given to others. Chapter 696. Faced with such a question, Gao Lishur didn't know how to answer. If he said that he didn't agree, what should he do? If he said that he agreed, wouldn't that be too much? Seeing that the emperor was waiting for a reply, he could only say, "It depends on the matter. If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, it's fine to let the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court. However, if it's a place that has relations with Great Tang, it's definitely not allowed." And that's right. I've decided to let them use the name of the imperial court to do things outside. I can even give them blank imperial edicts for them to fill in the rewards. After hearing Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji made a decision. "Your Majesty, isn't it inappropriate to give empty imperial edicts? If the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court to do bad things or do things that are only beneficial to them, wouldn't that be?" Gao Lishur advised. "Wouldn't that be what? If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, what can it do to Great Tang?" The Zhang family and Wang family's intentions were clear. Even if they sent people out, they would be doing things for the imperial court. Otherwise, if they didn't use the imperial court's name, who would know? Who can stop them? Having a name is always better than not having one. This is what it means to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Furthermore, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't say that they would go personally. They are still in their respective places, so how can they fake the imperial edicts? Even if what they spread is true, I can't do anything about the rewards and official positions that they give. Those who know Great Tang will naturally obey when they see the fleet that represents the imperial court. What's the use of the name if they don't know Great Tang? Isn't it still the fleet that shows off its prestige? It's better to use the name of Great Tang than to use the names of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji had already thought it through. There were many places outside that didn't know about Great Tang, especially the various islands. They didn't care where Great Tang was. If they went over to trade, they might attack. The Zhang family and Wang family could use their names to defeat the enemy and casually give them an identity. If that was really the case, they might as well use the name of Great Tang. Gao Lishur thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he replied, "In that case, how many sealed edicts does Your Majesty want to send?" "That'll depend on their ability. If they really manage to control a place, they'll need at least 20 rewards, as well as the various officials. Send 200 over first, but make it clear that they're not allowed to use them in the Great Tang. If they're discovered, have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo called over and flogged them." Li Longji was really considerate of others, and his threat was also very light. He really didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would use Kong's imperial edict to cause trouble. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would have done it long ago. "I'll arrange it right away." Gao Lishur went to do it happily. On the other hand, Li Longji was no longer in the mood to continue listening to the play. He muttered, "Take up more space. When the time comes, it will all belong to Great Tang. If there's anything good, bring it back."
Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Wang Maozhong had been agitated and actually came up with a hasty plan. If they knew, they would definitely curse. With wings, they would provide an upward force, but this was done by relying on resistance. The speed could only be slower, not faster. The two of them were still bringing their younger brother and sister around, looking at the scenery of the fields and introducing them to the construction site. Their days were pretty good. 5 days after Zhang Zhong's arrival, they were almost done with the viewing and were preparing to bring back the officials from Luoyang this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families couldn't bear to part with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother had been preparing good food for the two of them for the past few days. Even though they knew that they couldn't continue staying, they still hoped to see their children more. Xiaobei and the rest didn't follow them back this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had wasted a lot of time educating their children, so they wanted to stay in the county to continue teaching them personally. When the two families and the officials left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the group out of the county. As they rode on their horses, they watched the group disappear from sight bit by bit. At the same time they sighed. Wang Wan looked in the direction where the group had left and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "We'll have to part eventually. In life, the time of parting is different, but perhaps the feelings of parting are the same. It's fine once you get used to it. It's not like we'll never meet again. Many times, it's a life and death parting. Even if you're reluctant to part, time will pass. When the construction here is done next year, we can be together again. Besides, it's fine to leave. Many people have jobs, but they might not be able to return home even once a year. Isn't life still the same?" Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't want to leave. He was the one who cherished his family the most, but sometimes, he had no choice but to do it. Wang Wan nodded and said, "That's right. It's not a life and death parting. We can see each other whenever we want. Many soldiers who went to war never came back. That kind of pain really tugged at one's heartstrings. Many people who followed me in Tubo also died. It's enough to stay strong and live on. Cherish the time we can be together. This is what a real person is. Let's go back." Xiaobei and the rest should have fallen behind in their education. We have to catch them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and didn't want to continue speaking. He called out and left first. Wang Wan followed behind. As they walked, she said, "What do you think we should do with the many orphans? Even now, I can't really understand the thoughts of orphans. I just feel that they are pitiful. They don't need to be pitied, but they know how to be grateful. They will remember the people who helped them, and they will not forget the people who harmed them. Of course, human nature is very complicated. A portion of orphans will forget their past after they grow up and become capable. Or it could be said that they don't want to deliberately think about it and escape. They only have themselves in their hearts and lost their original companions. Who asked this world to have no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Orphans are actually more willing to become strong. A portion of them want to live a peaceful life, a portion of them succeed, and a portion of them want to take revenge on the society. This is also the reason why humans are strong." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to mention orphans. He had a home now, a warm home. He also had a mentality of escape. Wang Wan rushed to Zhang Xiaobao's side and said, "I don't care about whether human nature is good or bad. I just want to achieve my own goal. I have decided that in the future, a portion of the money earned by the clothing industry will be used to help others. If there is one Zhang Xiaobao among 10,000 orphans, my money will not be wasted. Then the world will be in chaos. Do you know how many orphans there are? With so many of me, I don't think anyone will have it easy." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was praising him. He smiled and waved the whip. The horse's speed increased. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Xiaobei and the others had already started to learn. They had their own learning tasks every day. Of course, even if they didn't want to learn, no one forced them. However, when they listened to the stories, they couldn't keep up because the stories told them what they were supposed to learn every day. For example, in the story of Alibaba, the incantation to open the door was not "Open Sesame," but the content of the 1,000-word poem. If you didn't know, you could only be anxious, but there was nothing you could do. As long as you didn't say the incantation, the plot of the story wouldn't continue. Luo Xianxia didn't go home this time. She stayed in the county and learned with them. She wanted to learn some skills before going back. There were 2 people at home to take care of each other. If anything happened, someone would come to report.
Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly came to the courtyard where the younger brother and sister were learning. They first listened to what they were reading, then they could make up a story according to the content. Xiao Yuan's memory is the best. He has almost reached the level of a retentive memory. The previous stories are not suitable for him to tell. We have to design a special one for him. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and found that Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was reciting Er Ya, which was a dictionary. This was what he and Wang Wan had learned in the past. He was much better than the others in this aspect. Then what story are you going to tell Xiao Yuan? Wang Wan also found that her younger brother was very good. This was a talent that was discovered in advance. It couldn't be wasted. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Tell him some stories with philosophical ideas, or stories with mathematical problems. For example, the tortoise and the hare can be expressed in numerical terms. How fast is the tortoise swimming in the water? How fast is the current? How far is the rabbit on land? What's the frequency of each breath?" Look at Xiao Yuan's calculation ability. If he is still so good in this aspect, we can only let him write a thesis. It's probably impossible. His memory method is not suitable for abstract logic. Xiaobao, you're right. We should give them mathematics lessons. How should real mathematics lessons be done? We can't ask what 1 + 1 equals, right? Wang Wan was also very attentive to the education of her younger siblings. She hoped to teach all her skills to her younger siblings, but she was afraid that they would become another her. That kind of education method is boring. The two of us don't have many people to teach. Let's change the method. Give them money and let them buy what they like. We'll do this in the early stages. First, we'll learn addition and subtraction. When the time comes, we'll let them buy things one by one and learn multiplication and division. Zhang Xiaobao decided to use practical actions to let his younger siblings understand calculation. Wang Wan shook her head. Real mathematics is actually addition. All the rules are based on this. But real education is not the education of addition. Life's failure and success are not as simple as adding positive and negative numbers. Teaching them knowledge is also teaching them survival skills. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to nurture younger siblings who were very good at education. Then you'll design the curriculum. Ask me if you don't know. I'll discuss with Pomegranate and the others about their marriage. We'll be doing it together next year. We have to prepare now. Don't let them feel that they're not being valued. Wang Wan handed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao could do it well. Go, I'll make up a story. Let's see which one is better. I'll teach them finance. I'll teach them the orthodox ones first. Then I'll teach them calculation. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to disturb his younger siblings. He turned around and returned to his room to make up a story. 2 days later, the letter from Luzhou to the capital arrived in Baoxian County. Sure enough, it's the Japanese. They've messed up Luzon Island and want to benefit from it. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao was convinced of his original guess. Only the Japanese had such ideas and abilities. It was not that he looked down on the people of other places. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to do so. The people of other places had ideas but did not know what to do. The Japanese were different. They were not lacking in anything. They were also very smart. They worked hard to learn the good things of others and then turned them into their own. It had always been like this. Yes, it's really the Japanese. We met by chance, but the result was different. I'm not looking down on the Japanese. Compared to Silla, the Japanese are much better. At the very least, the Japanese at that time still admitted that they inherited a lot of Chinese writing and culture. At that time, Silla insisted that they were the ones who created it and that what others had was also theirs. Only by facing yourself can you develop. What are you going to do? Send troops to fight. Now, there's no need to really send troops. Even if you scare them, they will immediately come over and admit their mistakes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had the same attitude when it came to their evaluation of the surrounding countries. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Economic matters have to be solved through economic means. Unless there's really no other way, then it can be solved through administration and military force. Although this is the most direct method, when there's a day when military force can't be used to solve the problem, won't it be over? This time, the method the Japanese used was not direct military force, nor was it economic. It was deceit, Just like how I deceived Yamamoto and the others. It was just a little different, but in the end, it couldn't be separated from the word deceit. Then we'll use the same method to deal with it. Continue to suspend trade and let the merchants in Zhujiang cooperate with us. Go to other places to look for rubber, build more boats, and surround the island more tightly. Yes, you finally used your deceit this time. You tricked people into buying radishes, tricked them into buying a lot of thermometers, and even tricked them in the cement. Do you really think you're the best in the world? Aren't you afraid that they will react? This time, when Zhang Xiaobao used his deceit, Wang Wan did not object because it was not targeted at the people of Tang. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Even if I'm the best in the world, it's too late to react. When that kid attacked the pound sterling, how could the British not know? But there was nothing they could do. When that kid attacked the Thai baht, how could the Thai not know? How did the Star Wars plan come out? How was the former Soviet Union divided? After the deceit was exposed, as long as people are not stupid, they will understand the reason. But in the process of deceit, how many people can understand? How many people who thought they were smart were deceived? How many countries were deceived? As long as it's done well, it's half the battle. I don't believe that there's anyone in Japan who can see through it. Besides, even if there are some people who can see through it, it's useless. No one will listen to them. They can only grieve by themselves. That's right. It's the same on the battlefield. Sometimes, other people's opinions may not be accepted. Power, this is the charm of power. You don't listen to me either. How many times have we lost because people were too confident? But how many times have we won because of that? Tell me, what are you going to do next? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. When a deceit was exposed, people would laugh at the person who was deceived for being stupid. But who knew that the person who laughed at others would also be stupid one day? You really want to hear it? You don't want to guess it yourself? You admit defeat? Zhang Xiaobao did not directly talk about the plan. Instead, he began to talk to Wang Wan about winning and losing. Can't you let me win a little? I already told you the plan when we were fighting. You don't want to tell me now. This is not fair. Wang Wan reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face. Stop. With this move of yours, I'll give you fairness. There are times when strength truly is useful. Between countries, without strength, there is no fairness. In truth, my method is very simple. I'll go and explain to the people of Luzon how good our great Tang is, but it's useless. Because there was a Japanese who had an accident on a boat and drifted to the island. He was rescued by the locals. Later, he contacted the Japanese and was able to carry out the plan. Similarly, people who do favors are more willing to believe the person who is being helped. So, any explanation is useless. Then there is no need to explain. We will smuggle. Every once in a while, we will send people to pretend to be Japanese to smuggle. We will only give this treatment to a small portion of the tribes. We will not care about the rest who are allied with the Japanese. During the smuggling process, we will give more benefits to the other party to make them feel more comfortable. This way they will not be worried about poverty, but they will be worried about inequality. This will turn their external unity into internal conflicts. When the time comes, we don't need to send troops to fight. They will be in chaos themselves. Anyway, we are very strict now. No one can enter. Without the support of accurate information, what do you think they will do? Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. You want them to kill each other? Wang Wan finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. She continued, Then, are you going to support the local people and form a group of independent people? When the time comes, you will pull people close to you and attack people far away. You will let them sink into endless war? That's right. Isn't it simple? It is practical and convenient. Many countries have used it. We have also used it a lot in ancient times. As long as we don't make any internal mistakes and deal with the ambitious people of the other party as soon as possible, we will be able to maintain it. The longer it lasts, the more benefits it will bring to us. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much about this method. It was very simple. As long as the military force could be guaranteed, there was no need to directly use military force to solve the problem when it came to real work. Those who should be pulled, those who should be beaten, will be beaten. When the time comes, if they want to get any benefits, they will do it under the situation. What about Japan? Should we send a letter to them and ask them not to send people over? Wang Wan meant whether to use military force to threaten Japan or not. They will not admit it. That is a personal action. The people who were caught said it. The Japanese government doesn't know about this. Our Tang Empire can't fight a landing battle. We should leave a gap and let the Japanese on the island feel hopeful. They will continue to ask for domestic support. When the time comes, we will specially attack their ships and let them talk about this matter first. Chapter 697. Green grass covered the houses, the willows swayed, and the breeze blew gently. Soft chirps returned to the swallows, and Bei Shui Nuan was anxious. The weather was getting warmer. The swallows returned home, and the streams were soft. Following the heavy rain, the people who were plowing in the spring heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the capital had become more prosperous. Some people who wanted to go out for a walk were choosing the tour groups they wanted to join. Those who wanted to participate in this year's spring examinations were busy sending invitations. Similarly, new songs and poems were sung from time to time in the brothels. Some were flattered by others, while others were secretly criticized. Those at home who wanted to save rations brought their children to pick wild vegetables. After the rain, there were more people picking mushrooms. Storytellers were still looking for suitable subjects. The new animals in the zoo attracted many curious people. Flowers were placed in the east and west markets. Carriages and horses came and went. The fragrance of wine and food wafted through the air. It gave people a feeling of prosperity. But today these things were not the most important. The most important thing was that the outstanding craftsmen who had come to the capital from all over the country would participate in a month-long competition. The craftsmen, who were usually not valued, had finally ushered in the spring of their own industry. The court had arranged a large enough place for the competition. The Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water took out 20,000 strings of cash to buy materials and reward the best craftsmen in each industry. The craftsmen had fought their way up from all over the country. They all thought that their skills were good. Every one of them had at least one small invention or improved some kind of utensil. Their travel expenses were the money they earned from the government or local merchants after their inventions and improvements. It wasn't that the government and merchants didn't want to monopolize the money, but this time, the matter was too big. If they didn't send good craftsmen to the capital for the competition, they would lose a chance to make a name for themselves. This was especially true for the local officials, who grasped the opportunity the most. They hoped that they would be noticed by the court and be promoted. Some of the craftsmen from all over the country had set off last year. They pondered along the way and should be able to improve or create something new. They arrived at the capital one after another and were placed in the place provided by the Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water, waiting for the official start of the competition today. Many merchants with discerning eyes had set their sights on the craftsman competition, hoping to find good craftsmen to recruit into their respective businesses. Unfortunately, after they found out that they had to choose between the clouds and the water first, they could only give up on the best craftsmen and turn their attention to those who were a little less skilled. They couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Not to mention that the wages given during recruitment couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Even if it was the same amount of money, or even a little more, the craftsmen would still choose between the clouds and the water. Everyone knew that between the clouds and the water had plenty of infrastructure and resources for research. In addition, between the clouds and the water was famous enough, so there was no need to worry about being cheated. All the craftsmen who came to the capital, as long as they thought they were skilled enough, would aim to enter between the clouds and the water. The people who saw the craftsmen taking the imperial examination for the first time were curious and also gathered in the east side of the capital. This was the venue for the competition. The imperial court had sent officials to take charge. At this time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights He Zhizhang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works Wei Shu, and the little eunuch Luo Bin sent by Gao Lishur all led their subordinates to announce the start of today's competition. Because there were many craftsmen involved in various aspects, it couldn't be done at the same time. In order to attract more people, the first day of the competition was just a warm-up. The content was to make ingenious objects that could make people feel novel and fun. Tool tables were set up one by one, and all kinds of materials were placed in fixed places according to their categories. The craftsmen who participated in this project looked around nervously and confidently, and one after another, they ordered their disciples to get all kinds of materials. Some used wood, some used copper and iron, and some even used animal fur and bones. The competition started in the morning and lasted until noon. At that time, everyone would be able to eat. The craftsmen's meals were provided by Savant's restaurant, and the people in and around the capital who didn't live a good life were given a chance to make money. First, the Prosperity House lent them materials to make lunchboxes, buns, and wontons, and allowed them to sell them to the onlookers.
After a month, they should be able to make a lot of money.
When the time came, they would return the money to the Prosperity House. Of course, it also attracted a lot of complaints from the restaurants that didn't allow them to enter. In the east side of the market, in addition to the place for the people to watch, there were also specially built stands for officials and people from aristocratic families. The privileged always had to be treated differently. Of course, enjoyment was enjoyment, but the money that should be spent was not a copper coin less. The stands were divided into A, B, and C positions. The height was different, and the provided binoculars were also different. There were also differences in the food and drinks. The best seat at the top was empty, reserved for Li Longji. No matter whether he came or not, the seat was indispensable. In case he had a sudden impulse to come to the east side of the market and take a look. The craftsmen were busy, and the little eunuch Luo Bin was walking back and forth, his eyes darting around, afraid that someone would cheat. He had been repeatedly warned by Gao Lishur not to make any mistakes, because the competition not only made the capital more lively, but more importantly, it was to select talents for the Zhang family and Wang family. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, He Zhizhang, didn't seem to be paying attention to the competition.
He sat in a good position in the stands, holding a binoculars and looking at the prosperity of the east side of the market. It seemed that he was preparing to write a poem. Listening to the screeching of wood and the clanking of iron, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, also yawned in boredom. He really couldn't understand why an assistant minister like him was sent to host a competition for craftsmen. It felt like a waste of talent. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to take a nap, a group of people came to the bottom of the stage. Each of them had a blade in their hand, and in the middle, there were two people.
They didn't greet others and went in through a specially sealed staircase. Then, he heard footsteps going all the way up to the top. Wei Shu quivered and was no longer sleepy. Just now, he felt that the people with the blades looked familiar. It was actually the Jianghu guards. The people who followed the two people up were the imperial bodyguards. Mother the emperor actually came. Needless to say, one of the two people was the emperor, and the other was Gao Lishur. It seems that it wasn't a waste of talent. No, I have to go down and take a look. If I continue to sit on the stage, it will be troublesome if the emperor thinks that I didn't do my best. Before going down, Wei Shu kindly nudged He Zhizhang beside him. Assistant Minister He, do you want to go down and take a look? Oh, okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. He Zhizhang replied happily. With such a big movement just now, it was impossible for him not to hear it. The poetic feeling in his heart suddenly sublimated, and he began to do practical things. Just like art, it was higher than life, but it also originated from life. Li Longji sat on the best and highest position and looked down with a telescope. He said to Gao Lishur, "Lishur, the craftsman below will be a big help for Project Soaring. Help us see which one is the best." How could Gao Lishur know who was the best? The competition hadn't been decided yet. Everyone seemed to make different things. He didn't know what kind of rules the judges would use. While he was anxious, he suddenly saw a craftsman below. He seemed to have seen him before. After thinking carefully, he remembered. It was Lu Jiro's distant relative. He heard that he had been with the Zhang family for a long time. He didn't know why he came to participate in the competition this time. Looking at the place written on the competition plate, he actually represented Feng Province. Seeing this person, Gao Lishur had an idea.
He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the person sitting over there might be the best in this competition."
"Your Majesty, please take a look." Li Longji followed Gao Lishur's finger and looked over.
He asked puzzledly, "Could it be that Lishur can foresee things?"
"This subject doesn't have that ability. This subject has seen this person before. He is a distant relative of Lu Jiro, who recently left her position as the Minister of Works. He has always been with the Zhang family.
This subject believes that he has learned a lot of skills.
I just don't know why he is representing Feng Province," Gao Lishur explained. "Oh, so he is Lu Qing's relative. He is with the Zhang family. Not bad. How is Lu Qing recently?" Li Longji felt that since this person was from the Zhang family, he must be very powerful. He suddenly thought of Lu Jiro, who was no longer in office, and asked. Hearing Li Longji's question, Gao Lishur laughed before answering. Haha, Your Majesty. Lu Jiro is busy with moving. She keeps saying that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are ingrates. Why? Did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo not give her enough gifts? Where does she want to move to? Li Longji's curiosity was aroused. She wants to move to Baoxin County first. She wrote a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but they didn't agree. They said that the weather was warm, so they didn't send a boat to pick her up. In the end, Lu Jiro couldn't help but stroll around the recuperation area behind Dei Hospital. She would mention it to anyone she knew. Many of the officials who went to check on her body avoided her. Gao Lishur laughed after saying this. Li Longji understood and laughed as well. So there is such a thing. It seems that her body hasn't recovered yet. Fortunately, there is Dei Hospital. Otherwise, when she had a relapse last time, the palace couldn't have taken out good things to save her life. She probably wants to live a few more years, so she insists on going to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. That's right. Many officials are preparing to leave their posts and live with the Zhang and Wang families. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already written a letter to this subject. They want to build a large villa area in Sanshui County, and they are preparing to settle in people who want to join in the fun. This subject is also worried. I can't let all the officials live in Sanshui County in the end. Gao Lishur continued to explain the situation.
Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment, then said, This matter is easy to handle.
Everyone thinks that the Zhang family's medical facilities are good, and the food is good, so we can't let everyone go. Officials of the 5th rank and above can go after leaving their posts. Those below the 5th rank have to see what they have done. Only those who have made great contributions to the court can go. As for officials of the 5th rank and above, we also have to see how they left their posts. If they did well in their posts, we'll allow them. As for the expenses, when it came to money, Li Longji didn't know who should pay. The entire court would pay, so he was reluctant. If he let the officials pay themselves, they might not be able to afford to live there. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao mentioned this point in his letter. He said that money is a small matter, and he wants to gather all the officials who are leaving their posts together. In their free time, they can discuss the important matters of the country together. They are called a think tank, but they can make contributions to the people, so the Zhang and Wang family's investment will not be in vain.
Money is a small matter.
Only those two families can say such things. Fine, you can take a look at this matter. When Zhang Zhong returns to the capital, we'll talk about it again. Li Longji was in a good mood. He let Gao Lishur take care of it. When the time came, he would give the Zhang family and Wang family policy compensation. In any case, the money must not be taken out. While the two of them were talking, the craftsmen in the competition also finished their work one by one. The outstanding craftsmen from all over the country were indeed better than the average craftsmen. There were craftsmen who specialized in making carriages, and now they had developed a small gadget. It was divided into two parts. The first part was placed under the axle, like a small trough. The other part was placed on top of the carriage, like a tank. The tank was filled with oil, and as the wheels turned, a drop of oil would drip from the tank every once in a while. If there was too much oil, the small trough below would catch it, making it much more convenient for the driver. This small gadget was very practical, especially for people who had carriages and horses. If they traveled a little further, the driver couldn't always be busy with oiling the axle while driving the carriage. Even if the quality and speed of the bearings were very poor, this gadget was still very useful. Moreover, not everyone could afford to use bearings. There were also people who made automatic feeding devices for livestock owners. Using the change of buoyancy and gravity, the boxes containing feed and water would be moved. As long as the livestock had almost finished the water and feed, the boxes would be opened and the food inside would be taken out. The invention was good, but the people in the crowd who were feeding the livestock did not appreciate it at all. It was not easy to have livestock at home, and they all treated them like treasures. How could they use such a gadget to feed the animals instead of themselves? While feeding them, they could also talk to the animals and see if they were feeling uncomfortable. Another craftsman developed an anti-theft gadget. Under normal circumstances, thieves would enter a house at night through the window or through the door. However, not all houses had windows, so they could only enter through the door. The door had a latch, so they had to use a thin object to enter through the door and pull it open bit by bit. This anti-theft gadget was designed by connecting a rope to the back of the latch and tying a bell to the other end of the rope. When the latch was pulled open to a certain extent, one reason was that it would be difficult for the thief to pull it open, and the other reason was that the bell would ring. This design had 6 links, and the cost of the gadget was not too high. If it was mass-produced, a set would only cost 40 copper coins, and the bell could be chosen by oneself. However, it was given a 0. The idea was good, but it was not very useful. If they really wanted to lock the door, they could just add a card to the back of the latch, or directly tie the bell to the door. Anyway, there were all kinds of strange things. The judges were sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. They were very humorous, and from time to time, the onlookers would laugh out loud. One by one, they came to let the judges evaluate their gadgets. At this time, it was Lu Feitong's turn. This time, he represented Fengzhou, which was his hometown. Because of Lu Jiro, he had not been able to enter the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was like selling oneself. Moreover, Lu Jiro was the Minister of Works before she left, so it was easy for her to leak secrets. He was not allowed to participate in the real experiment, but a lot of theories were taught to him. He could use the materials to complete his ideas, and if he wanted to ask for help, he could also ask for help. As soon as he came to the front, one of the judges said to him, "Feitong, why did you come here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? Young master and young lady have a new plan, and this time they can let you participate. Since you came here to compete, then we will be stricter with you than the others. After all, you have learned so many theories, and you are not at the same level as others. As long as someone has the same score as you will lose and your ranking will be delayed." When this person spoke, he did not hide it at all, and his voice was also heard. When the onlookers heard, they felt that it was unfair. How could the craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family participate in the competition? If they could perform, then what about others? The craftsmen who participated in the competition were also disappointed. The judges were from the Zhang family and Wang family. Who would believe that they would say that there would definitely be people who cheated? Unexpectedly, the first person to object was Lu Feitong. This is a craftsman competition, not a level competition. Should we deliberately suppress people just because they have learned more? I don't agree. If it is a battle on the battlefield, should we not allow one side to use better weapons just because they are better trained? When the judges heard this, they also felt that this was not right. They should not avoid family members. They nodded and said, "That's fine. Regardless of the level, we will only look at the object." Only then did Lu Feitong take out his item amidst the noisy discussion. It was a small box with 7 rows of numbers that could be moved up and down. He asked someone to find a carriage and connect one end of the box to the wheels of the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, the support of the wheels would constantly hit a small piece of the box. Every time the second piece was hit, the last row of numbers on the box would change. When the last row returned to 0, the second to last number would jump forward and become 1, and so on. It was a very interesting object. The onlookers had never seen it before and did not know what it was used for. The content of the discussion changed from whether it was fair or not to what this object could be used for. Lu Feitong listened to the onlookers' questions and felt very proud. Wei Wei raised his head and puffed out his chest. He did not explain what his object was used for. He did not even tell the judges. This attracted the attention of Li Longji, who was on the viewing platform. He asked Gao Lishur, "Do you know what that object is?" "This subject does not know. Why don't we order him to tell us?" Gao Lishur was not a deity, so how could he know what this object was used for? However, he did not like Lu Feitong. "Just tell us quickly." There was no need to make people guess. There is no need. It seems that he is not convinced by the Zhang family's craftsmen. Li Longji waved his hand to stop him. The judges were still waiting for Lu Feitong to speak so that they could evaluate the object according to the normal procedures. However, when they saw that Lu Feitong did not speak, their expressions turned ugly. They signaled to each other and gave a score of 6. The previous person who made an alarm clock with the weight of the hourglass gave it 8. 5 points. However, this object was actually given a score of 6. When Lu Feitong saw the score, he was stunned. He then said unhappily, "You are deliberately suppressing me. Why is my object given a score of 6? Do you know what it is used for?" When the onlookers saw this, They felt that there was going to be a commotion. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family actually did not get a high score. Could it be that they were worried about each other? Or was it really because their object was not as good as others? The craftsmen also felt hope. As long as this person did not get 10 points, others would have a chance to get first place. Chapter 698. Lu Feitong was stunned by the question. He replied, "Aren't you the judges? I'm asking you why you gave me such a low score. Do you know what the thing I made is used for?" "Yes, we are the judges, but we also represent the highest level of craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you think you can get 10 points for making a counting device for a carriage? If you didn't use it directly on the carriage or connect it to other things, we might have given you 9 points. Because it can also measure the speed of flowing water and wind, but you only used it on the carriage. Do you want all the carriages in Tang to have the same size of wheels and the same spacing between the supporting ribs? All the people riding the carriage don't directly ask how much it costs to travel from the east to the west. Instead, they look at how many times the wheels turn and the price is different every time. Do you think that if you don't say it, no one can tell? We gave you 6 points because your theory is not bad and you came up with it yourself. But this thing of yours has been around for a long time." When the young master and young lady tested the speed of the washing machine and the generator, they got someone to make a more precise device than this. "It's just that no one has seen it. You're always at home. Didn't you notice that young lady Xiaobei always carries a box and jumps around? Sometimes, she even shakes the box vigorously. That's called a pedometer. You're not one of the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, we'll give you 0 points." When did the Zhang family and Wang family become so arrogant in their research? The judge said to Lu Feitong in exasperation. Lu Feitong had just raised his head and puffed out his chest. His words were getting louder and louder. He really didn't expect that the design that he thought would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat was not only seen through by others, but it had been around for a long time. He was criticized as worthless. "Go down. Remember, you can't be arrogant on the path of scientific research. You have to be cautious, cautious, and cautious." Next, the judge advised Lu Feitong again and looked at another person who was about to come over. Lu Feitong didn't say anything. He lowered his head and stood to the side. The other craftsmen also lowered their heads. They didn't know what it was just now, but the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family knew more about it. Looking at their temperament, it was indeed different. He Zhang also heard it. He sighed and said, "No wonder the Zhang family and the Wang family make the best things. This kind of attitude is not something an ordinary person can have. Just like learning, one has to be cautious and cautious. One can't be arrogant." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu felt the same way. "When we go back, we have to have a good talk with the craftsmen. We have to have good ideas, but we can't forget to think about the specific application of the materials. We have to do it step by step to lay down a good foundation." One by one, the craftsmen came forward to be evaluated. When almost all of the craftsmen were done, there was still one craftsman who was still working. Seeing that the time was almost up, he still looked calm and unhurried. The 2 apprentices beside him also didn't show the slightest bit of anxiety. The 3 craftsmen made wooden birds with wings one by one. After a while, they threw them out. After throwing them out, if they were not satisfied, they would either fix them or remake them. Just when there was still a few minutes left and everyone was anxious for them, the craftsman finally put down his tools in satisfaction and took out the last bird he made. Although it was a bird, it didn't look like a bird. The 2 wings looked flat at first, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was a slight curve in the shape of a weiwei. The body was straight, and there was no hair on the tail. It was also a small wing, and there was a piece of wood on it. At the very front, there was an object made of 2 pieces of wood connected to the body by a wooden shaft. There were also 2 cow tendons. When the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family saw this, they immediately stood up from their chairs and looked at each other nervously. Their eyes were full of suspicion, as if they were questioning, "Did you pass on the technology?" This thing had just been made by the young master and young lady, and it had only been flown by Xiaobei and the others in the inner courtyard. How did an outsider learn it? This craftsman didn't know. He thought that the judges were waiting anxiously and wanted to quickly look at the thing he made before going to eat. He straightened his clothes and walked while spinning the thing in his hand and winding it. When he got close to the judging table, he held the thing in his hand and closed the buckle. He said to the judging craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family, "This thing I made is called the burning firebird. As long as the tendons are twisted, when the buckle is loosened, it will fly out. The thing in front will rotate, and it will fly further and faster with the burning firebird. Even if there is wind, as long as the wind is not too strong, the deviation will be small. Moreover, if the wind comes from the front, it can make the burning firebird fly a little higher. When the thing in front rotates for a long time, or when the small thing in the back rotates for a long time, the phosphorus placed inside will burn. The burning firebird can carry fireworks. As long as you make thousands of burning firebirds and find a good wind direction, you can send the burning firebird to the enemy camp, either burning the tents or the provisions."
"What's your name?" the judge who spoke to Lu Feitong just now asked.
"Zhang Tianyu. I represent Su province in the competition."
The craftsman holding the work in his hand respectfully answered.
"How did you think of the thing in front that can rotate?"
The judge asked again.
"Bamboo dragonfly. I found that the bamboo dragonfly can fly because it rotates upwards. I first wanted to make a burning firebird that could fly upwards, but after making a few, I found that the strength of the ox tendon couldn't lift the burning firebird at all. Even if it was lighter, it would fall down immediately. Then I thought of the paper duck. When the wind blows, as long as there is a connecting line, the paper duck can fly continuously in the sky. I thought of a way to make the burning firebird like the paper duck when the wind blows, flying higher and higher. In the end, the burning firebird was too heavy, so I could only add something like a bamboo dragonfly in front. Although it can't fly continuously in the sky, it can fly very far. It's a very good thing to use in battle. It's also not troublesome to make. Any carpenter can learn after looking at it a few times. After making a lot of them, even if a few fly off the mark, there's no need to be afraid." Zhang Tianyu explained his thoughts when making the burning firebird. He looked at the judges, hoping to give a high score. At this time, the judges didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and one of them left. After a while, he came back with a big box in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box and took out the items one by one. The other judge helped to assemble the burning firebird. There were also 2 pieces in front that were connected to a shaft. They were made of ox tendon of better quality. The most important thing was that this thing was bigger. It was 4 feet long, and its wings were 6 feet wide. After assembling the burning firebird and placing it on the ground, the judges looked at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard to figure out this thing, but he didn't expect that other people already had it. He still had to give a 0. The surrounding people also felt sorry for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they were also a little dissatisfied with the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they were so powerful and could do anything, why did they still need to find craftsmen?
"Zhang Tianyu, right? Full marks.
If there's nothing else, you can take the ship from Beijing to Luoyang tomorrow. After that, you can transfer to Buxin County. Little Master and Little Miss will happily wait for your arrival." The leading judge nodded at Zhang Tianyu and said,
"What? Full marks?
"But didn't you guys already make it?" Zhang Tianyu asked in disbelief. His 2 disciples also didn't have the calm expression from before. "What we made is what we made, and what you made is yours. What we care about is not the quality of the thing you made, but the thought process when making this thing. Craftsmanship can be practiced, but not everyone has the thought process when making this thing. I hope that in the future, we can jointly make better things. Go, find Little Master and Little Miss, and you will see even more good things." The judge sincerely congratulated Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu suspected that he was dreaming. He looked at the judge, then looked at his 2 disciples, and then looked at the people around him who were also happy for him. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. The emperor has decreed that Zhang Tianyu will be registered in the Ministry of Works as a supervisor of military equipment. He will be rewarded 100,000 yuan and 50 bolts of silk. Go to Buxin County's deputy county magistrate and the registrar to receive it. At this time, Gao Lisher loudly shouted to the people below the stage. He shouted 3 times in a row. When he was sure that the people below heard it, he stopped and turned his head away in embarrassment. The emperor was really too AI. He even wanted Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to pay for the rewards. He was working for the 2 of them, but he couldn't do this. The judges all curled their lips at the same time. 100 strings of silk and 50 bolts of silk were not a lot. How could the emperor be stingy to this extent? When Little Master and Little Miss found out, they would scold him again. Zhang Tianyu didn't know who paid for the money in the end.
When he heard that he was an official and was rewarded by the emperor, he forcefully pinched his thigh.
He suddenly knelt on the ground and cried loudly.
He cried as if he had been wronged.
As he cried, he said, "Who said that I can't be an official? Who said that the things I studied were useless? I want to go back. I want to go back to Shuzhou and see if they will let me return to the sect."
After muttering for a long time, he finally remembered to thank the emperor. After thanking him, he worriedly asked the judge, "Will there be a ship to Luoyang tomorrow?"
"Yes, there will be one when you get there. The ship association will give you one. When you arrive at Buixin County, you have to clearly report your place of origin. Naturally, someone will go and check. As for the specifics, you will know when you get there."
The judge put away Zhang Tianyou's small plane and had someone take the big plane to see Gao Lishir.
This was specially sent for Gao Lishir to play with. He wanted to let him see how to fly and keep it as a souvenir. The surrounding commoners cheered for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they didn't forget to praise the Zhang family and Wang family. As expected, they weren't biased and acted fairly. The craftsmen also heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to worry about cheating in other competitions. After everyone was happy for a while, it was time to eat. Li Longji also walked down the stairs. As he walked, he said to Gao Lishir, "When we go back, take a look at this plane and make it bigger. I reckon that it won't be a problem for people to fly on it. I also sent a talent to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Don't you think that they should accept this kindness?"
Yes, they should.
Gao Lishir naturally followed along. As for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. He looked at the big plane again. "Your Majesty, this subject guesses that even if this plane is made bigger, it won't be able to fly. How many ox tendons would it take? How long would it be able to fly for? Perhaps there is another way."
"Oh, there is always a way.
Let's go to Savant's restaurant to eat." Li Longji came out once and didn't want to go back immediately. Thus, he went to Savant's restaurant to eat. The food there was no worse than the food in the palace. Perhaps there would be new dishes. Those who were looking for a place to eat did so. Those who were willing to sell snacks waited for the competition in the afternoon. When most of the people had left, Lu Feitong lowered his head and walked toward Savant's restaurant alone.
He didn't want to go to Savant's restaurant in a fit of pique, but he didn't have any money on him.
Since his uncle wasn't in the capital, he could only go to his own restaurant to fill his stomach. As he walked, he muttered, 6 points, just give me 6 points. If they have good skills, they won't teach me. They even said that I'm part of the Zhang family and Wang family. They must be doing this on purpose. Sigh. I didn't expect that the Zhang family and Wang family would actually oppress their own people. What a pity, what a pity.
Just as Lu Feitong was muttering to himself, a person beside him, who seemed to be going the same way as him, also sighed and spoke up for him.
Lu Feitong heard the voice and turned his head. He didn't know who it was. That person didn't look at him and continued walking with his head down. Seeing that he didn't know who it was, Lu Feitong continued walking. That person started talking again. If it were my family, I wouldn't deliberately oppress my own people. I would teach him the best skills and let him show off in front of everyone. What a pity, what a pity. Many people are deceived by the name of the Zhang family and Wang family. Lu Feitong still didn't reply and walked faster. That person finally raised his head and said as if he had just seen Lu Feitong, "Isn't this Brother Lu? I didn't expect to meet you while walking." "You are?" Lu Feitong was puzzled and asked curiously. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I feel wronged for Brother Lu. You are part of their family. Why would they deliberately give you 6 points just to put on a show for others? That's too much of a bully. Too much of a bully. Brother Lu, don't take it to heart. Today it's my treat. There's a shop nearby. The duck there is not bad. It's roasted and cut into pieces. There's some skin, some fat, and some lean. Put some sauce on it and eat it. That taste. TSK, TSK. Let's go and eat it. It's my treat." As the person spoke, he pulled Lu Feitong. "Isn't it just roast duck? I'm not going. I'm going back to Savant's restaurant. There's also wine and food there. Why don't I treat you? Lu Feitong didn't plan to go with others.
This person had a helpless expression and said, "You still want to go back to Savant's restaurant?
Do you want everyone to laugh at you?
The waiters there must know about what happened today.
Tell me, what will they think of you? Then I have to eat roast duck? Fine. I'm not going back to Savant's restaurant. I'm going to eat roast duck."
Lu Feitong suddenly changed his mind and followed this person to the nearby roast duck shop. When the two of them arrived outside the shop, there were already many people waiting in line.
"Brother Lu, I'm a student of the Four Seas Academy. My surname is Jiang. My name is Jiangyang. I just arrived yesterday and ate at this big mountain roast duck shop once. The taste was extraordinary. Brother Lu hasn't eaten here before, right?"
The person who pulled Lu Feitong over also lined up and talked to Lu Feitong with nothing to do.
Shaking his head, Lu Feitong replied, "I haven't eaten here before. How can it be better than Savant's restaurant? It's not the same. Savant's restaurant doesn't sell roast ducks. Each has its own strengths," the person who called himself Jiang Yang commented. Lu Feitong didn't say anything this time. He followed behind the line and moved forward bit by bit. The ducks in the shop were served very quickly. Some people wrapped the ducks in oil paper and walked back to eat, while others waited for others to finish eating before sitting in the shop to eat.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Yang said to him, "Brother Lu, are you afraid that I will harm others?"
Lu Feitong's eyes looked at the waiters who were wrapping ducks for others. He suddenly shook his head and felt that something was wrong. He nodded at Jiang Yang and said very honestly, "I don't know you. I only drank a little wine." Since Brother Lu shook his head first, it means that you aren't afraid.
Are you worried that the Zhang family and Wang family will find you and think that you are casually interacting with outsiders and leaking secrets?
To be honest, I don't think that Brother Lu can learn real skills. Even if they are leaked, it won't be a big deal. Jiang Yang observed very carefully. When he saw Lu Feitong shake his head first, he thought that he was not worried about interacting with strangers.
As he spoke, he stared into Lu Feitong's eyes and revealed an expression that said that he didn't believe that Lu Feitong could learn real skills.
"Who said that? I learned." "Yes, I didn't learn real skills." Lu Feitong was about to refute angrily when he suddenly lowered his head and admitted it. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "As expected, I was right. Actually, with Brother Lu's ability, even if you are not in the Zhang family and Wang family, it won't be a big deal. Maybe you will become even more powerful in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. There are more than 10 people in front of us." When he said that he wouldn't talk about it, Lu Feitong really stopped talking. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. After asking around, they found that there were no seats on the first floor, but there were seats on the second floor, but the price was expensive. Jiang Yang didn't seem to care about money. He pulled Lu Feitong upstairs. As they walked, the rooms on the side were all taken. Finally they came to a room with the best location. The waiter flipped the sign that said, "Occupied," and changed it to "Empty." He then brought the two of them in and flipped the sign back to "Occupied." Jiang Yang looked at the waiter in puzzlement. In the end he smiled and asked, "How much do you want?" "Sir, you can decide." The waiter seemed to have been seen through. He blinked his eyes like a mouse. He took out a small string of coins, which should be 100 copper coins, and threw it to the waiter. Then Jiang Yang said to the waiter, "Bring up the best wine and duck signature dish." The waiter left happily. Jiang Yang invited Lu Feitong to sit in front of him and opened the window to look downstairs. He said, "It's better to be high up. It's bright and spacious. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Ran, I said that you'd treat me. I didn't bring any money. If you don't have money, why don't we go to Savant's restaurant? I don't need to spend money there." Lu Feitong seemed to be a little nervous. He first told Jiang Yang that he didn't have money. "Brother Lu, with your skills, do you really lack money? They don't have a single copper coin on them. They shouldn't do this." "I'm not lying to Brother Lu. If Brother Lu wanted to go to another place, there would be many people waiting on you. How could you be like this? What a pity, what a pity. If you just leave it here. You don't have to come back if you don't tell me." As they were talking, the waiter came in with food. A few cold dishes made with duck and warm wine were placed on the table. The waiter turned around and left. Brother Lu, try the wine here. It's different from the wine between the clouds and the water. It has a different taste. Try the duck head. Jianghu began to pour wine and pick up food for him. Lu Feitong couldn't do it either. He ate and nodded. When the waiter served him wine, he drank it. When the waiter served him food, he ate it. Jianghu looked down from time to time and kept toasting him. However, he was a little absent-minded when he ate. As he ate, Lu Feitong's eyes started to blur. He looked at the people coming and going below in a daze. He also started to talk to Jianghu. It's all my uncle's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Zhang family. He said that he wanted me to learn some useful skills, so I went. In the end, they didn't teach me any skills. They just made me memorize the books they wrote. I memorized them, but I didn't know what they meant. When my uncle asked me, I memorized a part of the book for him. He was very happy. In fact, he didn't know that the Zhang family never really taught me anything. Let me count. How many books did I learn? 5. No, it should be 6 books. If not, it should be 7 books. I can only know how many books I memorized from the beginning. Tell me, with someone like me, how could they possibly teach me their true skills? I heard that they had 10 books, but they wouldn't tell me the other 3 books no matter what, insisting that I learn the first 7 books. I don't believe their lies. What do you mean by learning the first 5 books? The other craftsmen of the great Tang can't compare to you. Look at me, I've already learned the first 7 books, but didn't I get 6 points? This time, Lu Feitong started to take the initiative to pour wine for Jianghu. As long as Jiangyang's cup was empty, he would pour it. When it was his turn, he would drink 1 cup after another. When he finished, he would pour the wine again. When Jianghu heard Lu Feitong's words, he swallowed his saliva and whispered, Brother Lu, I think you don't need to continue learning from the Zhang family and Wang family. You can go elsewhere to teach people. As long as you say that you learned from the Zhang family and Wang family, people will be willing to believe you even if it's a lie. Brother Lu, I also want to know what they teach. If Brother Lu can still remember it, why don't you recite it for me? Recite it? No, I can't recite it. What's that horse down there? Why does it have 2 heads? I'll go take a look. You sit here. Lu Feitong looked down and suddenly pointed at a horse that was pulling a carriage. Brother Lu, you drank too much. Don't drink anymore. Why can't you recite it? Did you not memorize it? Jianghu poured more wine for Lu Feitong. I didn't drink too much. It's just that my eyes are playing tricks on me. Who said that we memorized it? It's just that there are too many books. I can't recite them all. I studied for many years and only learned 7 books. Those books are so thick. I'm so tired. One of my heads is missing. Come, drink. Lu Feitong shook his head vigorously. He raised his cup and downed the wine. He took off his shirt and was shirtless. He was sweating all over. He put down the empty cup and hummed a tune. Jianghu continued to pour wine. Brother Lu, why don't you let me listen to it when you have time? Since there isn't enough time, why don't you recite the 7th book first so that I can broaden my horizons? The 7th book? What's the 7th book again? I've been memorizing it since the 1st book. Let me tell you, the 1st book, the 1st volume, the 1st chapter, the way of smelting. Every smelter should know how to control the heat and understand how to be flexible. First of all, turning iron into steel. Aya, whose family is that little girl? Why is she so fat? She even swayed when she walked. Lu Feitong started to recite from the 1st book. After reciting a few sentences, he pointed at a woman who just got out of the carriage and said, Brother Lu, don't worry about her. We'll carry our own things. Jianghu couldn't tell that the woman was fat, let alone swaying. He closed the window beside Lu Feitong and let him continue to carry her. When he sat down, he saw someone downstairs making a gesture to him. He could only sigh regretfully and say, Brother Lu, I'm so happy today that I forgot to do something important. Why don't we drink another day? I'll leave first. Here's the money for the wine and dishes. Jianghu took out 2 pieces of silver worth about 3 coins and stood up to leave. Lu Feitong was still behind him. Take care. Look at how swaying you are. You must have drunk too much. Jianghu quickly agreed and left in a hurry. As soon as he left, the waiter came in and said to Lu Feitong, Do you want some hangover soup? No, I used to be a blacksmith. This little bit of wine is nothing. Did you send someone to follow him? This is the money he left. Lu Feitong opened the window again, picked up the wine and took a sip. The waiter looked at the money and said, "It's not even enough. The wine is expensive. Do you want to pay for it or the other one?" "Of course I want to pay for the other one. I don't have money. Is Dashan in the shop? What is he busy with?
If not, I'll go find him to drink.
This time I'll let him have it." Lu Feitong put away the 2 pieces of silver on the table and asked the waiter. The waiter was going to get the money, but seeing that Lu Feitong had taken it, he gave up and replied, "He's right next door. He's afraid that you won't be able to handle him if he suddenly does something bad. So he brought 2 people with him. If something really happens, he'll come over. Go find him yourself. You know it's from your shop, but you still eat it. Look at the duck head. You dare to sell it without biting it? I'll go find Dashan. You take your time to clean it up. I'm drunk, I won't help you."
Lu Feitong picked up the remaining half of the wine jar and went to the room next door, leaving the waiter to work alone. He muttered, "You're bullying me.
I'm just a little short of stars."
When Lu Feitong came over, Zhang Dashan and the other 2 people had already sat down at the table and started eating.
Just now, they had been very worried.
It was supposed to be lunchtime, but the waiter outside saw Lu Feitong and another person coming to line up. The waiter asked with his eyes if he wanted to come up directly.
At that time, Lu Feitong shook his head.
The waiter immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly came to report. Under surveillance, he led them all the way to the reserved room on the 2nd floor.
Otherwise, Jianghu would be dreaming if he wanted to get a seat.
When Zhang Dashan saw Lu Feitong come in, he congratulated him. "Congratulations, today's meal is on you.
Didn't you bring 2 pieces of silver with you? It's just enough." "No, I'll keep it. I have to bring some money with me. This time, he happened to choose your shop. If he changes places, what should I do? I think this person has big plans. Don't lose him."
Lu Feitong touched the place where he kept the silver.
"How can that be? We've infiltrated most of the people in the capital. Even if we don't own the shop, we should have our people in the shop. It's just a spy battle.
The young master and the young lady have already arranged it.
In the capital, except for the palace, who else can escape?"
Zhang Dashan took half a jar of wine and put it on the table. He usually couldn't bear to drink this wine.
Of course, it was different from the wine sold at Savant's restaurant.
The craftsmanship was also different. Savant's restaurant and Between the Clouds and the Water sold sauce-flavored and distilled spirits and fruit wines.
This was the full-flavored type. He came to sell roast duck to avoid suspicion.
The young master had specially prepared a recipe for him.
Half a jar was not a small amount, and he could drink as much as he could. He poured a bowl for himself and took 2 big gulps.
Zhang Dashan said to Lu Feitong, "When you go back, you can participate in other design and production projects.
Congratulations on passing the organization's test. Drink your wine. Even if this didn't happen, I would still participate when I go back. My uncle is no longer an official in the Ministry of Works, so naturally, there is one less layer of concern. Do you still need me to continue to interact with the other party? And teach them the contents of the 7 books?" Lu Feitong laughed. There were no 7 books. There were only 2.
One was called physics and the other was called chemistry.
As for the other derived books, he had to do his own research. He could only ask others when he didn't understand them.
After drinking the rest of the wine in the bowl, Zhang Dashan exhaled comfortably and said, "There is no need.
Someone will take over the rest. We don't need to use too many tricks to deal with them. It's just the 4 Seas Academy. When we first established this academy, we thought that this day would come. Give me a bowl of noodle soup. I still have to continue participating in the competition in the afternoon. I can't go hungry. The chef can't handle it, so he ordered a bowl from our other shop. Oh, I'm hungry." Lu Feitong suddenly felt sorry for Jianghu. He wanted to drive a wedge between the Zhang family and the Wang family. Only he could think of such a thing. The unity between the Zhang family and the Wang family was not guaranteed by money or skills. There was a faint but strong connection between them, just like the canned food that was specially made for the inner courtyard. They didn't expect to achieve much outside, just take care of themselves. Jianghu, who felt that he had tricked someone, looked around vigilantly as soon as he left the Dashan roast duck restaurant.
He stopped an empty carriage that happened to be coming, entered the carriage and said to the coachman, "Let's go out of the city."
The coachman didn't ask for the specific location and drove the carriage in the direction of the Cheng gate. But before they could walk out of the gate, Jianghu said to the coachman, "Stop the carriage. Get off here." After getting out of the carriage, Jianghu threw 3 copper coins to the coachman and slipped into an alley. He went straight through it to another road, stopped another carriage, and ordered, "Go to the west gate." After more than 2 hours, Jianghu finally arrived at a field outside the south gate. He had changed his clothes. He didn't look like a scholar, a farmer, or a businessman. In any case, he just gave people the feeling that he was a little awkward. There were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few would pass by, but they just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him anymore.
If it weren't for the peddler behind him, who was carrying a pole and hawking all the way, it would be even quieter.
Finally, the peddler was stopped by others. Jianghu seemed to have no purpose. He walked alone to a small river beside the field. There was a man wearing a bamboo hat fishing by the river. Jianghu came to the side and looked at the fish in the basket. He said casually, "It's not easy to catch. How long have you been fishing?"
"You've only caught 3 fish, and they're so small."
"That depends on what kind of fish they are. Ordinary fish are worthless even if they're big. Although the fish in the basket are small, they're very good. You should be satisfied with 3. Didn't you bring a fishing rod? Why don't I lend you one?" The fisherman said to Jianghu without turning his head. Jianghu took out a ball of string and a few hooks from his bosom. He broke off a branch from a nearby tree and casually tied it to a float before throwing it into the water. After a while, he saw the float move.
He lifted the branch and caught a small fish. Only then did he say, "Brother Li, you've been waiting for a long time."
He said, "I was about to catch a big fish, but someone asked me because he didn't know how to fish. So I can only keep the big fish for now. I wonder where the fish are not easy to catch? Where else? Of course it's the fish in the Xianxia temple. There are only farms and the fish are abandoned. The people below don't know why the radishes by the pond are planted there. They're obviously not good, but they don't sell them." The fisherman pulled back the hook and put the bait again. He then said to Jianghu, "Not selling? Is the price too low? Those radishes are not good radishes. Is 1 kilogram of radish seeds cheap for 10 coins? 1 small radish is worth 3 coins, isn't it?" Jianghu didn't believe that someone wouldn't be tempted by such a price. He stopped and asked. The fisherman put the hook in again. "It's not about the money. It's that no one is selling them. The people in the Xianxia temple don't know anything. They only said that all the radish seeds and radishes are under the charge of the Shaoqing. They haven't contacted the Shaoqing Jianghu yet." "Why is that? If it doesn't work, I'll go and take a look. I don't believe that I can't catch any fish." Jianghu couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the people in the capital should have done this long ago. A radish was not worth much. Why did it take so much effort? "That's not necessary. Before you came, a person who also liked to fish just left. He said that he would think of a way." The fisherman replied. "Then why did you call me here? I'm about to get some useful technology." "Sigh. Why is it so awkward to do things the moment you enter the capital?" Jianghu complained. He didn't have the mood to fish anymore.
He threw away the branch in his hand and sat there sulking.
After all, the capital is different from other places. If everything is done according to us, would it still be the capital? Not to mention the capital, even in Wuxia County, would it be comfortable to do things? The fisherman caught another fish and put it in the basket. After saying this, he put away the tools, picked up the basket and left without looking back. Jianghu picked up a stone and threw it into the water angrily. He scolded, "A bunch of incompetent people. They even delayed my business." The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and the wind was so gentle. Walking on the road, it felt like the whole world was alive. Jianghu had a good time recently. After coming back that day, he asked people to collect all the failed radish seeds and didn't allow anyone to take away any radish that was still planted in the field. The people in the Xianxia temple didn't know the reason, but they all knew that the Xianxia temple was no longer the Xianxia temple of the past. The person who could really make decisions was not the Shaoqing. Nor was it the people of the various departments. Even the people of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't do anything.
If they wanted to do something, they had to get the consent of others first.
This others was Jianghu.
After all the things were sent by him.
The Xiaoqing was called by the emperor once, and when he came back, he issued an order. It seemed that it had something to do with the people on the other side. If they didn't want to touch the radish, they wouldn't touch it. Anyway, the radish was not a good thing. The people in the Xianxia temple thought so, but who knew that in the past few days, some people came to them one after another and offered them a very high price. If Jianghu hadn't issued an order, they could have sold the radish to themselves or to the Xianxia temple to make more money and reduce the loss. But now that there was an order, they couldn't touch the radish. Even if the price had been raised to 10 copper coins per caddy, they couldn't touch the radish for 3 copper coins. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be caught for secretly selling something. When that time came, it would be difficult to deal with the emperor. It was precisely because he saw that his subordinates were so obedient that Jianghu's mood was very good.
He had already heard of the price that others offered, but it was still too little compared to the price that he wanted to sell the radish for, and the price that the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to sell it for.
How could the seeds be sold by caddy? It had to be sold by the grain. As for the radish, the price that was offered was really too low. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that this was a good thing to use as ginseng. Ginseng, not to mention 100-year-old ginseng. How much would an ordinary 6- or 7-year-old ginseng cost? Pharmacies sold it in slices, and one slice cost several copper coins. Although it was impossible for this radish to become ginseng, it was Xiao Bao's great ability that made people believe him.
He reckoned that the people who came to buy radishes and seeds from his subordinates this time were people from the Four Seas Academy.
To be precise, they were Japanese. He definitely couldn't sell them. He would only sell them when the price was set by Xiao Bao, or when it was higher. Thinking like this, Jianghu prepared to go to the East Market to watch the craftsman competition in the afternoon. It was very interesting. He had watched it in the morning and saw that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family did things fairly. He also saw a lucky person being recruited by the Zhang family and Wang family before all the competitions were completed. There were also all kinds of strange things. He didn't know what kind of situation would appear in the competition in the afternoon. "Master, don't you have to work in the afternoon?" Jianghu was followed by a servant sent by his family. Normally speaking, the servant had to wait patiently outside the Xinong temple and wait until everyone else had returned home before the master could appear. He didn't expect that he didn't have to stay so long starting from this morning. The master insisted on coming out for a stroll. Could it be that there was no work in the Xinong temple now? Did the master just become idle? With such doubts, and also afraid that the master wouldn't work, Jianghu's servant asked Jianghu, "What do you know?" "I am working right now. If I do well, the Xinong temple won't lack money for the next 10 years. And at least 5 years. The main thing is to see what kind of new experiments there are." Jianghu really wasn't in a hurry now. For the sake of the big money in the future, he would first stop working. Chapter 699. The two of them talked as they walked. However, before they reached the competition venue in Dong City, the two of them were stopped by someone. "Are you Minister Jiang of the Sea Agriculture Temple?" the person asked respectfully. Jianghu didn't care if other people were respectful or not. He was the Xiaoqing, so he couldn't just talk to anyone who blocked his way. He didn't say anything and continued to walk forward.
The servant beside him looked at the person blocking his way with dissatisfaction and asked, "What's the matter?"
"What are you doing? This is an important place in the capital. You have to think carefully about what you want to do. My master doesn't have time to talk to you." I know this is the capital. I don't want to do anything. I just came to give you money." Seeing Jianghu go around, the person in front of him didn't dare to stop him again. He just followed him and said with a smile. Jianghu's servant didn't know the situation and thought that someone wanted to bribe his master in public. He quickly pushed the person aside and said, "My master doesn't accept any bribes and has nothing to give you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone." Unexpectedly, Jianghu stopped and turned around to ask, "How do you want to give me money? How much? What do you want?" Seeing that Jianghu didn't continue to walk, the person finally let out a sigh of relief and said, 5,000 strings of coins.
"As long as Minister Jiang can give me the recently planted radishes and the seeds used to plant them, 5,000 strings of coins will be yours."
5,000 strings of coins? That's a lot. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't have the life to spend it. The seeds and radishes belong to the Sea Agriculture Temple, not me. How can I give them to you? Hearing the price, Jianghu was very dissatisfied. It was too little. There were so many seeds and so many radishes. The loss this time was more than 5,000 strings of coins. Others didn't know who came to buy radishes and seeds, but he didn't know. It was a country behind it. It was impossible to give such a small amount of money. Hearing Jianghu's refusal, the person didn't seem to give up. He said, "Can't the Sea Agriculture Temple make the decision? You're the minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple. You have the final say in the Sea Agriculture Temple. Is there anyone who is not better than you?" If Jianghu hadn't received specific information and orders, she might have sold the worthless items on impulse. However, it was impossible for her to do so now. After staring at the man for a while, Jianghu smiled and said, "The Xianxia temple doesn't belong to me alone. I can't make the decision. Why don't you go and talk to His Majesty? As long as His Majesty gives the order, even if you don't take out a single copper coin, I'll give you everything." That's right. Don't even think about getting any benefits from my master. My master is not the kind of corrupt official you think he is. If you want something, go find someone else. Jianghu's servant didn't know why someone would take the initiative to look for his master, but he had to speak up for him. As for whether or not he was a corrupt official, he knew clearly in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud right now. When the person heard the other party's refusal, he had no choice but to continue increasing the price. "Lord Jiang, let's talk things over. 7,000 strings of cash. I can't go any higher. After all, that radish is bitter and small. It's really not worth this price. I'm buying it to use elsewhere. It's already not bad if I can earn 1,000 strings of cash." "Oh, you're going to lose? Then I advise you not to buy it. I just don't want to see others lose because of me. I won't sell it. For you, I won't sell it." Jianghu didn't buy it at all. "I was joking just now. In fact, it's not that I can only earn 1,000 strings of cash. If you sell it to me, I can actually earn 4,000 strings of cash. How about this? I'll give you 8 strings of cash first. If I earn more than 3,000 strings of cash, the rest of the money will be yours. What do you think?" The person immediately came up with an idea. He didn't feel that he gave people the impression that he was changing back and forth. He should have practiced it. Jianghu's servant looked at the person in disbelief, then looked at his master. Seeing that his master still had that calm expression, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Jianghu naturally couldn't agree to such a price. If he really sold it, he would easily die without a burial place. Not to mention the Zhang family and Wang family, the emperor wouldn't spare him. After hearing what the person said, he didn't even want to talk and directly walked to the destination. The person followed closely behind. Master, if there's anything we can discuss, why don't you say a price? As long as I can take it out, I'm willing." "Really?" Jianghu stopped again and asked. "Really?" The person nodded. "Okay, the radish seeds are worth 100 strings of cash. The radishes that haven't been dug out are worth 400 strings of cash. Are you willing? If you are willing, give me the money. I'll have someone send the seeds and radishes to you. If you aren't willing, then forget it." Jianghu doubled the price set by Zhang Xiaobao. Asking for a sky-high price, he was waiting for the other party to sit on the ground and pay back the money. This time, not only was the person surprised, even Jianghu's servant showed an expression of disbelief. He really wanted to use his hand to touch his master's forehead to see if he was sick. If he was hot, he should quickly go to the palace to find a doctor. If the palace couldn't treat him, he could rush to Dei Hospital. It seemed that it was a slow illness. If it was a fast illness, the palace could control it. "Master, you must be joking, right?" The person asked Jianghu with an ugly expression. "Then why are you still talking to me? With this price, I still haven't asked what you're doing. You dare to speak to me like this?" Jianghu's expression also darkened. He looked at the person without blinking. The person's expression changed several times. In the end, he didn't dare to look at Xianxia. After hesitating, he said, "Master, do you know how much money that is? Money moves people's hearts. Not to mention that much money, even if it was half, No one would be willing to take it out. Besides, I don't have that kind of money.
Master, you may feel that it is a rare opportunity to ask for more money, but many people, such as the Prime Minister and the Minister, may feel that 10 or 20,000 strings of cash is already a lot.
Master, you must think carefully. This was a threat, a blatant threat. The meaning was to tell Jianghu that if he didn't agree, he would take out 20,000 strings of cash and directly bribe his superiors. When the time came, he would get what he wanted. Not only would he not benefit at all, he would also easily lose his position. This time, Jianghu didn't leave and didn't make a sound.
He stood there with his head lowered and looked at his shoes as if there was something strange on them. His servants nervously protected him and glared at the person.
The person revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that his words had touched Jianghu's heart. Just as he was waiting for Jianghu to comply, Jianghu raised his head and sighed. There's no need to find the Prime Minister or Minister. The Emperor is also in front. How about I take you to see the Emperor? You can talk to him.
If the Emperor listens to you, I will immediately retire and return to my hometown.
It just so happens that I can live a peaceful life. Although I am still young, I am already tired of officialdom. Thank you very much. After saying this, Jianghu walked forward with large strides. His servants followed closely behind, leaving the person who suddenly appeared stunned. He didn't know what to do.
He naturally didn't dare to see the Emperor.
Otherwise, no matter what, he wouldn't have a good life. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Looking at the two people walking away, the person gritted his teeth and chased after them. He ran to Jianghu's side and said again, Darren, the price you gave is really too high. Can you lower it? Go find the Minister or the Prime Minister. Don't talk to me. My position is small and I'm afraid. Jianghu didn't relent at all.
The servant next to him pushed the person with all his strength.
If you come looking for trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Is my Darren someone you can casually threaten? You're courting death. This time, it wasn't as simple as being pushed by Jianghu's servant. There were also people patrolling nearby. When they saw someone arguing, they immediately rushed over. When they saw Jianghu, they recognized him and didn't recognize the other person. They immediately asked, Who are you, daring to offend an official of the imperial court? Men, come and arrest him. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't offend him. I just met him and casually said a few words.
The person wanted to leave, explaining as he retreated.
Arrest this official. He actually dared to bribe this official. When the bribe failed, he even threatened me. He said that the Minister and Prime Minister were bribed. Bring them back and interrogate them severely. At this time, Jianghu spoke. The patrolling people rushed up and pressed the person to the ground. They tied him up firmly with rope and brought him back. I'm innocent. Innocent. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. The person didn't dare to struggle, but shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing that there were more people, he said, I'm from Japan. The great Tang can't do this. He thought that if he revealed his identity, the surrounding people would want to save face and use a haughty attitude to ask for him to be released. After all, bullying someone from another country was too shameful for the great Tang, who knew that it would have been better if he didn't shout. After he shouted, the people fell silent and looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. The status of the great Tang was very high. How could the people look up to people from other places? When people from other places came, the people didn't take the initiative to provoke them because they looked down on them. Now that someone had committed a crime, they just wanted to watch the show. When the patrolling guards escorted the man who claimed to be an outsider out, Jianghu moved closer to him and whispered, This official hates being threatened the most. Go in and enjoy yourself. When someone comes to see you, remember to tell him not to speak like you do in front of this official. After saying this, Jianghu happily left with the servant. The person was dragged to the yamen. As for what kind of treatment he would receive, it was hard to say. After Jianghu took care of the person, he felt that if someone came to look for him in the future, he would be more proactive in negotiating the price. He shook his head happily and recited a poem from time to time. His servant still didn't understand what was going on. What he did just now was just a servant's duty.
After thinking for a while, he plucked up his courage and asked, Master, can you tell me why those small and bitter radishes are sold at such a high price?
Those who know it is a radish, but those who don't know it will think that it is a cheap ginseng.
Why is it bitter?
Didn't you eat the fish I made for you a few days ago? I added this kind of radish to the fish.
It is the recipe of the savant's restaurant. Jianghu was in a good mood and said a few more words to his servant.
The servant nodded. Yes, it is delicious. So that's the reason. But it can't be sold at the price you said. Do you think I want to sell it at such a high price? It is the emperor's order. Don't ask. You will know later. Hurry up, or you will miss it. Jianghu really wanted to talk to his servant, but he couldn't. Not to mention his family. Even the other officials in the Sea Agriculture Temple didn't know why. They had to keep it a secret.
Whether they could make money depended on this competition.
The first day of the craftsman competition passed in a lively atmosphere. Some people were happy, while others suffered in prison. At noon the next day, the craftsmen in the competition and the onlookers continued to eat and rest. Jianghu didn't come out today. He stayed in the Sea Agriculture Temple and held a meeting with the officials. The first point was to emphasize that in the current situation, they couldn't relax the research and development of agricultural products. The second point was about grasping the vegetable basket and the rice bag together. The third point was to increase the output of agricultural products in a reasonable and scientific way. They should go deep into the grassroots and improve their consciousness. They should continue to perfect the theoretical basis and deepen their understanding in the middle school stage of the Kaiyuan age. The first 3 points were nonsense and didn't have any practical effect. The fourth point was the most important one, which was to follow the special construction of the Kaiyuan age. According to the emperor's ideology and theory, a caddy of radish should be sold at the price. They couldn't relax even a single seed. The officials of the Xinong Temple understood, and thereupon they began a heated discussion about the historical role of the bitter, astringent, and small new radish in the current situation. Each and every one of them had a deep understanding of the impact the radish, this crop had on the entire society, understood the emperor's thinking spirit, and continued to carry forward on this foundation. They firmly stood on the side of the emperor's ideology and theory, the assistant minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple as the foundation, and the steady development of the Sea Agriculture Temple. They didn't embezzle, didn't accept bribes, didn't fear the enemy's threats, and could distinguish sugar-coated fireworks. They should be on guard against the impact of foreign capital on the country's agriculture. When they had nothing to do, they should hide at home and not let others find them. Even if others found them and offered them a lot of money, they would never compromise for their family and their lives.
Oh no, for the Tang Empire, for the prosperity of the world.
In a harmonious atmosphere, Jianghu finished the meeting. Then, everyone went to the top of the third floor of the savant's restaurant to eat together. They ate very frugally. As long as they hadn't reached level 1, they would eat 4 dishes and 1 soup, according to the number of people. They didn't eat expensive venison, nor did they eat beef or mutton. They only ate cheap fish, the kind in the sea, abalone, and shark fins. The soup was turtle soup. They didn't drink highly distilled wine, so as not to affect their work. They only drank low-alcohol wine. During the meal, the people in the Sea Agriculture Temple learned the importance of hard work and simplicity. They were very happy and their awareness was also improved. They took the wood ear and went home. No one mentioned the radish again. Everything was decided by the assistant minister. 3 days later, the craftsman's competition was still going on. The Japanese who stopped Jianghu on the street that day was released in a trance. He met Yamamoto, who was supposed to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Buxin County. Yamamoto, can't you save us some trouble? This time, we spent 2,000 strings of cash to save you. We didn't get the money for nothing. Yamamoto said to the person who was released in disappointment. Hey, what else could Yamamoto say? In fact, he didn't do anything, but he was arrested. The most important thing was that he didn't fulfill the instructions of others. Go back to Buxin County immediately and watch the others. Don't let them act rashly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not easy to deal with. Yamamoto was really unwilling to enter the capital. A few days ago, he heard that the progress here was very bad, so he came by boat. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived in the capital, the first news he received was that Yamamoto was arrested. After asking for the reason, he fiercely scolded Yamamoto in his heart. How could it be good to go against an official? What's more, he was not a small official. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble, and he even threatened him. Now the threat was not successful, and he even spent a lot of money. Hey! Yamamoto still answered very respectfully. He really couldn't say anything. As for grievances and misunderstandings, it was useless. Everyone looked at the result, and the process was the matter of the person who did it. Yamamoto found a boat and left. Yamamoto planned to personally take away all the radishes here and plant them into ginseng. The price of ginseng and radishes were not the same. Moreover, even if they were not sold back to Tang, they were very useful in China. Therefore, on the second day after Yamamoto was released, Yamamoto, who thought that he had learned a lot of economic warfare skills, began his plan. For a time, a rumor spread in various restaurants and tea houses in the capital. That was, after spending a lot of money, the radishes cultivated by the Xianxia were bitter and small, and if eaten too much, they would be poisoned. The speed of the rumor was very fast. It didn't take long for the whole capital to know. Of course, the common people didn't dare to say that they had kicked someone off the stage, but the voices of the discussion were very loud. It was so loud that Li Longji, who was watching today's craftsman competition, heard it. Sitting on the stage, Li Longji listened to the report of the people below and frowned again and again. He looked at Gao Lishur and ordered, "Get He Zhizhang and Wei Shu here." Soon, the two assistant ministers came up together. They were familiar with each other and often met each other. Before coming here today, they even saw each other in the court. They didn't know why they were called here when they had just separated, but they knew that it definitely had nothing to do with missing each other. Li Longji finally had some private time, and suddenly such a thing happened. He was in a bad mood and asked He Zhizhang first, "Minister He, have you heard the recent rumor? It said that the Xianxia spent a lot of money to cultivate radishes that are bitter, astringent, and small?" He Zhizhang thought that the emperor asked him to come here to ask about the Ministry of Rights or the craftsman competition. He didn't expect that it would suddenly involve the Xianxia temple that the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were fighting over. How could he know? He could not answer, so he could only think for a while and say, "Your Majesty, this official thinks that the Xianxia temple has indeed wasted a lot of opportunities. The Zhang family and Wang family gave them so much help, but they actually planted a lot of radishes without any evidence, so the radishes grew small and bitter. Then what should we do?" Li Longji asked again. Obviously, he was not satisfied with what He Zhizhang said just now. "Some people should be held accountable," He Zhizhang replied. "Then what?" Li Longji asked again. "Then let the people of the Xianxia temple carry out a deep self-examination and correct their behavior," He Zhizhang replied again. Li Longji was so angry that he laughed. "In that case, why did I ask you to come here? If I let you do it, what would you do? This official is guilty, but this official doesn't know." He Zhizhang finally didn't dare to say casually. Seeing that He Zhizhang had lowered his head, Li Longji asked Wei Shu again, "Assistant Minister Wei, do you have a solution? Recently, you have been fighting with the Ministry of Revenue for the Xianxia temple. Why don't we hand the Xianxia temple over to the Ministry of Works today, and you can accept this matter?" Wei Shu didn't dare to say anything like He Zhizhang. If he was the first to be asked, he would also come up with a plan. However, he couldn't do that now. The emperor was angry. If he said something like that again, he would be the unlucky one. After thinking for a while, Wei Shu said, "Your Majesty, this official thinks that someone must be spreading rumors. Why don't we arrest the person who spread the rumors? Arrest all of them." "Just now, Strongman told me about this matter. Don't tell me that you want to arrest him? I also told the two of you, who is going to arrest me?" Li Longji asked. "Your Majesty, this official doesn't mean that. This official wants to find the source and find the person who spread this rumor first." Wei Shu was shocked and quickly added on. "This official thinks that you can't do that. If you send troops to arrest him, the person who spread the rumor must have already gone into hiding. When the people see the imperial army going to arrest him, they will be more convinced that this matter is true." He Zhizhang felt that he had found a reason to redeem himself and quickly refuted Wei Shu. Li Longji looked at the two of them left and right and said, "These are my assistant ministers. Now, I will ask the two of you, do you have a way to settle this matter immediately?" The two of them didn't say anything. They obediently knelt down and waited. The two of them also understood that if they didn't say anything, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. In any case, the emperor couldn't do anything to them because of this matter. This matter wasn't their business. The two of them were in charge of the craftsman competition, so they should find someone else. Have someone send a glass of wine with ice. Li Longji was angry in his heart, but he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with the two people in front of him. If there was a person who had something to do with this matter, then it was Jiang Xian. How did he deal with this matter? Why did he have someone bring the wine and ice over? Gao Lishur looked at the person who delivered the wine. It was the old man from the savant's restaurant, Xianxia Zhuangzi. He first prepared a portion and drank a few mouthfuls.
He felt that it was nothing and nodded his head in relief.
He also prepared a portion for Li Longji. The steps of this test were too simple, but Li Longji dared to drink it. After taking a sip of wine, he sighed and said, "If everyone can make me feel relieved like the Zhang family and Wang family, then I won't need to be so worried. This official deserves to die." He Zhizhang and Wei Shu said at the same time. Just as the air was about to condense, a new piece of news suddenly came. The Zhang family and Wang family suddenly put up notices in front of all the shops in the capital. They were buying the Sinong Temple's new breed of radish at a high price. Even the seeds were included. It seemed like a very ordinary matter, but it immediately changed the minds of the people. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking that the Sinong Temple was wasting money. Now, they were immediately praising the Sinong Temple. The reason was very simple. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't make a move easily. Once they did, it meant that the radish was good. When he heard this news, Li Longji was stunned. He didn't know who took the lead. He ordered Gao Lishur, "Go and ask around. Who is the Zhang family's buyer?" Gao Lishur received the order and was about to go ask around. Before he could do anything, someone reported, "Song Jinggong from Sanshui County is here to deliver delicious food." Announce. As soon as Li Longji heard the name of the person who came, he knew what was going on. Song Jinggong was in charge of everything here. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't have the time to care about the details here. Since he was here, he must be the one who put up the notice. After he finished speaking, he asked Song Jinggong to come up. Li Longji sighed and said, "Everyone says that I am biased towards the Zhang family and Wang family. They say that I am unfair. But at the crucial moment, they really do things well. When I asked you guys for a solution, you guys only know how to ask for forgiveness. They just casually dealt with it. If I am not biased towards them, do you think that I will be fair? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Zhang family and Wang family are just good at using people. They are a little more cautious. Actually, the officials here are not bad. How could Gao Lishur miss such a good opportunity?"
As soon as he heard what the emperor said, he immediately tried to persuade him.
It would have been better if he didn't try to persuade him. But once he did, Li Longji got even angrier. With so many people, the two assistant ministers couldn't think of a solution. There were also the other officials. He didn't believe that they wouldn't come up with a solution after hearing the news. They wouldn't even come to see him. Hide. They could really hide. They could hide from him now, but when the time came, would they be able to hide from the enemy as well? Song Jinggong didn't know what was going on with the higher-ups. He had indeed just rushed over. He also had some matters to attend to at Sanshui County, so he delegated the tasks to others and asked them to help him out. He just came here to check on the situation of the competition. But as soon as he arrived in the capital, he heard such rumors. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. But the person in charge of Savant's restaurant was already writing a notice. The better people in the other shops also immediately sent people to spread the word about the competition. Everyone was working hard. He immediately gave an order to post the notice and used the reputation of the Zhang family and Wang family to salvage the situation. Bringing along a few snacks from Sanshui County, he came to the viewing platform. Although he was only a high scholar, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary high scholar. What kind of high scholar would be able to hold down the fort for the Zhang family and Wang family? He wasn't in charge of anything else but the two Zhuangzi counties in Sanshui County.
He was in charge of a hospital and a medical school, as well as 2 docks, as well as matters in the capital.
If these were considered normal, then there was nothing abnormal in this world. Song Jinggong went up to the highest point of the viewing platform under the friendly gazes of others.
When he saw the emperor, he bowed and said, "This commoner pays his respects to your majesty."
This commoner has come from Sanshui County and brought some food along with me. Your Majesty, please have a taste. Yes, dispense with the formalities. Why don't I bestow you an official position? Li Longji was very happy when he saw Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was in charge of a lot of things, and he even represented the Zhang family and Wang family's words and actions here. Song Jinggong didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. Why was the emperor talking about giving him an official position the moment they met? Last time, the emperor also said that he would give him an official position, but in the end, the official position was too small, and he didn't want it. Then what official position was he going to give him today? No, what official was he going to give him? He had to ask the young master if he wanted to be an official. If the young master agreed, then he would be an official. If he didn't agree, then he definitely couldn't be an official. When he thought of this, Song Jinggong said, "In reply to your majesty, this commoner will have to ask the young master and young madam about this matter." Li Longji wasn't angry. Everyone liked loyal people. Song Jinggong was loyal to the Zhang family and Wang family, and the Zhang family and Wang family were loyal to him. That was enough. He gestured for Gao Lishir to take the food and asked Song Jinggong, "Was it you who ordered the notice that was just posted?" It was this commoner who gave the order, but it wasn't this commoner's idea. The savant's restaurant had already started posting notices, and all the shops of the Zhang family and Wang family had already started advertising. This commoner just happened to be in time. Song Jinggong wasn't lying. The situation was as it was, and he couldn't steal other people's credit. Li Longji liked to hear such words, so he asked, "Then what do you think of this matter this time?" In reply to your majesty, it's not a big deal. It's just a battle of public opinion. It's simple, it won't cause any waves. Needless to say, even if this commoner came, any random person from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to handle it very well. It's too easy. What we do is to spread public opinion. Fighting this kind of war is really interesting. Who knows who the opponent is? As Song Jinggong spoke, he was about to laugh out loud. If the Zhang family and Wang family were good in other aspects, then this kind of propaganda was the best. There was actually someone who was playing this game with the Zhang family and Wang family. It was too funny. He didn't laugh out loud, but Li Longji laughed heartily. Haha, good, that's right. Assistant Minister He and Assistant Minister Jiang heard it. This is called a battle of public opinion. The next time you encounter such a situation, do you know what to do? Your Majesty, I understand. He Zhizhang thought about it and figured out the key point. He spoke first and then continued, "I will speak in the name of the Ministry of Rights first, and then find other people to help. In this way, the other side's rumors will be dispelled." Wei Shu also didn't want to fall behind, so he said, "I also understand. This matter is just nonsense from the person who spread the rumors. I will find all the restaurants in the capital to let people taste the radish." Nonsense? No, this matter is true. The Xianxia temple's research failed and lost a lot of money. This is true, but what I want to say is not true or false, but that there is a problem. Don't always shirk the responsibility, but how to solve the problem. This is what I want. Li Longji admitted to the matter of the Xianxia temple, but he didn't intend to hold anyone accountable. He said this to the two people who were still kneeling in front of him. He then looked at Song Jinggong and asked, "What if the Zhang family and Wang family did something wrong?" Your Majesty, if something happens to our family, then the person who is responsible for this matter will take responsibility. However, taking responsibility doesn't necessarily mean that they will be punished. If they can figure out the reason and solve the problem, then they won't be punished. If they can't solve the problem, then they need to report it. The higher-ups will evaluate the degree of loss and their own ability. Whether or not they can't do it in the end, they won't chase them out. They will just let them continue to study. The higher-ups will take over their responsibility and solve the problem. For example, if this commoner doesn't command well, the main family will come to question me. This commoner needs to give an explanation. What should be done is done, and there is no need to hide it. It is impossible to lie. This commoner has good luck and hasn't made any big mistakes, so the main family doesn't care. This commoner will report the small mistakes I make every time to the main family. The main family will send a letter to this commoner and tell this commoner how to solve such a problem in the future. The main family said that the person who is responsible needs to be summed up after the incident. The main thing is how to solve the problem. The person who can solve the problem is the real talent. Therefore, this commoner is used to taking the initiative to solve problems instead of shirking the responsibility. The main family that Song Jinggong was talking about was actually Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After hearing Song Jinggong's words, Li Longji thought for a while and then asked, if the person sent out has a problem, who will take more responsibility? We can't just let it go, right? The person who will take the most responsibility is not the person sent out, but the people in the organization department and the supervision department. The person is chosen by the organization department, and the supervision department is responsible for supervision. If the person is chosen well, then there won't be a problem. If the person is supervised well, then there won't be a problem. Song Jinggong thought for a while and replied. This time, Li Longji had nothing to say. The appointment of an official, such as assistant minister, had to be approved by him. If he didn't agree, then no one could expect to be appointed. According to Song Jinggong's words, if the investigation was carried out, he would also take a lot of responsibility. The two of you can get up. Go ask Zhang Shua, the people from the Ministry of Personnel, and the censorate. Li Longji said to He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang. He wouldn't admit that he was wrong. Since there were other people who could take responsibility, then he would find trouble with them. Especially the censorate. They were from the supervision department, so why didn't they look after them? There was also the Ministry of Personnel. They were in charge of officials. Even Zhang Shua couldn't escape. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were very grateful to Song Jinggong. It was because of his arrival that the two of them could stand up and didn't have to worry about being punished. In fact, it had nothing to do with them. If they really wanted to take responsibility, Song Jinggong didn't say that the real person in charge wasn't the two places he mentioned, but the intelligence department. What did the intelligence department care about when there was a public opinion attack? The hope was that they would know in advance when others were scheming and make corresponding countermeasures. Once something happened, it would be the fault of the intelligence department. However, he couldn't say such things. The Zhang Shua and Wang families didn't have an intelligence department on the surface, so they were just doing business. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were fine now, so Li Longji was relieved. He ate the few snacks that Song Jinggong had sent over, and they tasted pretty good. He told Song Jinggong to go back and ask if he could be an official. However, some people felt uncomfortable. Yamamoto had just created public opinion, and before he could make use of this public opinion, it was suddenly gone. Who could he reason with? At this moment, he realized that the capital was too complicated, and it was not easy to do something. After thinking about it, he could only think of a way to find Xianxia, and Jianghu was even happier now. This morning, she was almost unable to raise her head after being criticized by others. What she didn't expect was that the situation would change so quickly. In the afternoon, the situation changed, and no one said anything bad about the Xianxia anymore. She was bored in the office. When she was thinking about going out for a walk, someone came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see her. The first person Jianghu thought of was the person who was going to buy carrots. She didn't know what method the other party used to go directly to the Xianxia. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. No, I have to mention to His Majesty that the Xianxia is an important place. Not just anyone can enter through connections. Jianghu muttered and said to the person who reported, "Let him in. Everyone else, do your own thing and don't worry about anything else." Even if she didn't say it, others didn't want to get involved. Everyone understood that the things that happened in this situation couldn't be handled by ordinary people. It couldn't be better if someone took the lead. Yamamoto walked in quickly. He came in quickly and walked very slowly. He wanted to take a good look at the Xianxia. Of course, it was not because he wanted to find more secrets from this corridor. He just wanted to see more. It was because he had spent too much money. Just to come in, he had spent 500 strings of coins. If he didn't take a good look, it would be a waste of money. How much could a tour cost? When he came to Luzhou, it only cost him 200 strings of coins, including the place to eat and sleep. He had not even seen the owner of the Xianxia, but he had already spent 500 strings of coins. He didn't know how much he would have to pay after seeing the owner. He walked around one place after another. The Xianxia also had a lot of land here. In order to make it convenient to check, the cloister was built everywhere, so that he could jump down to the ground to have a look at any time. Yamamoto felt much better after walking around like this. If he could walk around for a day, he would feel that the 500 strings of coins were worth it. However, before he could go further, Jianghu personally led people to welcome him, which made him feel very regretful. He still wanted to see if there was any secret species. As soon as Yamamoto saw Jianghu, he said very warmly and respectfully, "Lord Jiang, why did you come out in person? Just wait for me to see you." "I don't want to, but the Xianxia is under my management. Since someone can come in directly, no matter how bold I am, I have to come and welcome him. Besides, a few days ago, someone said that he would find some minister of the ministry or the prime minister to take me down. I'm really scared. What should I do when I can't make my own decisions in my own place? I can only welcome him." Just like what the Zhang family and the Wang family said, raising cats is like raising dogs. When you raise cats, they also think that they are raising you. There is no hierarchy. But raising dogs is different. If the dog thinks that it can't beat people, it can only submit and listen to people. I feel like a dog now. I have to know how to submit to people. If others can enter my place as they please, it means that they are more capable than me. Chapter 700. Hearing Jianghu's words, Yamamoto knew that the other party was definitely not showing weakness, but another kind of strong performance. He suddenly regretted it. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have spent money to come in. He had spent some money but did not achieve his goal. So he said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang is too polite. It's not like what you said. In fact, it's really not easy to enter here." "Yes, it's not easy to enter that you came in. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'm busy now. If you have something to say it quickly. If you want to chat, I don't have time to accompany you." Jianghu did not give him any face at all, as if the weak complaint just now had not come out of his mouth. The surrounding officials, whether they came out to watch the fun or just happened to pass by, were very sensible to avoid it. No one dared to come near to cause trouble at this time. Yamamoto did not expect the other party to be so tough. He had learned a lot from Yamamoto, but he never expected that this guy named Jianghu would be so stubborn. Even if he came to find him, he had no intention of compromising at all. Thinking of this, Yamamoto decided to change his approach. Since his peace could not make the other party calm down, he could only change his attitude to be neither servile nor overbearing. Threats would not work. That would be like Yamamoto, who was unlucky to be dealt with. So Yamamoto put away the smile on his face and said to Jianghu, "I know you have been having a hard time recently. There are problems with the radish seeds, so I came to help you. I'm willing to pay a high price to buy your radishes and seeds, higher than others." The others he was talking about were the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought that such an attitude could move the other party, because such an attitude was very useful in China. However, the result disappointed him. This was the Tang Empire. The officials of the Tang Empire usually did not express hostility and kindness so obviously, unlike the Japanese, who were either respectful or bullied. No one in the Tang Empire dared to say that they knew the human nature of the people of the Tang Empire, let alone him. Jianghu was like this now. When Yamamoto changed his attitude, he also changed his attitude. His eyes became blank, as if he did not know what the other party was talking about. After a while, he imitated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's way of speaking and said to Yamamoto, "I didn't know you were coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. You must be the Japanese with the person who offended me last time, right? Well, the Tang Empire likes to make friends with other countries very much. In the spirit of internationalism, I am willing to talk with you on the same level." "What did you just say?" "I said your radishes are not good, so we are willing to take them." Yamamoto really wanted to ask them if they were idiots. Did they understand what he said just now? What? Where are the radishes not grown well? Jianghu was still at a loss. "It's the radish from your Xianxia temple. Did the experiment this year fail? Are you guys in a hurry?" Yamamoto had to be more direct. He was really afraid that the other party was really stupid and did not know what he was talking about. After thinking for a while, Jianghu said, "We haven't learned from the relevant departments about what you asked. If necessary, we will try our best to learn it within 24 hours. As for your second question, we, the Xianxia temple, have always adhered to the principle that we should be patient and careful in the process of farming. We can't do things in a hurry. Therefore, there is nothing urgent as you said." After Jianghu finished speaking, he was in a very good mood. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were really good. They could say such profound words. Well, he would learn to say it in the future. Yamamoto was dumbfounded. What a mess. Was he talking about this question? After thinking for a while, Yamamoto had to admit that what he had just asked could be combined with what the other party said. But this was not good. He had to ask clearly. His purpose was to create a certain pressure on the other party by asking questions. Now it seemed that there was no pressure. So Yamamoto said again, "Many people who have eaten the radish you planted say that your radish is bitter and astringent, and they are small. Also, the process of your planting this time is not so smooth. Shouldn't the radish be sold at a cheaper price? As for the first thing you said, we have no information from the relevant departments at present, so we are not very clear. As for the situation during the planting, the Yamamoto has been diligently doing it according to the emperor's request and has achieved certain results. We believe that the Yamamoto will go further on the road of planting in the future. As for the third thing you said, we have not received any information about the business coming to talk about business. As for the sales, we adhere to the policy of sincere trading, not cheating, and firmly protect the interests of all parties. Any behavior that intends to break the existing price pattern will be despised by us." Jianghu thought for a while and knew what to say. The people next to him were confused. They did not know where Xiaoqing learned it. What he said was as good as not saying anything. But if he said that Xiaoqing did not say anything, this could become an excuse to attack or defend at any time. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Since Xiaoqing went to see the emperor last time, he had been different when he came back.
According to the words of many people now, his theoretical thinking had strengthened.
Yamamoto put his hand on his leg. After hearing Jianghu's words, he pinched himself hard twice to wake himself up as much as possible. Then he shook his head, racked his brains for a moment, and said, "Is Mr. Jiang still thinking about what the Yamamoto temple did to you last time? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We have taught him a lesson when we went back. He will not dare to do it again. How much is Mr. Jiang willing to sell this radish? As for what happened last time, I can understand the difficulties of the other party. At the same time, I also hope that the other party can understand the inconvenience of our side. Japan and the Tang Empire have always been friendly neighbors that coexist peacefully. We can sit down and talk about any problem. As for my loss, I think it is caused by a difference in international philosophy. In the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, I will not continue to hold the other party responsible, but I reserve the right to further ask the other party to make reasonable ideological and material compensation. The radish trading problem is the problem of the entire Xianxia, and it is not up to me to decide alone. If the other party wants to buy radishes or seeds, they can come up with a feasible purchase plan. The officials of the Xianxia will discuss it very seriously to give the other party a reasonable answer, so as to avoid unnecessary losses on either side." Jianghu was a little addicted to talking about it. If it were someone other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who heard it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. But this was the correct diplomatic language. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very proficient in it. If they heard it, they would definitely understand that the price paid was not enough. So the Xianxia was playing Tai Chi, of course. If someone foolishly tried to show his trump card, he would definitely hear such words. Listening to the diplomatic language was not about the content, but an ambiguous attitude. If you wanted the other party to express their attitude as much as possible, you had to use strength to speak. The most terrible thing was that if you clearly showed your strength, as long as you did not occupy it by force, the other party would still not express their attitude clearly. It was very disgusting. This was the characteristic of China. Even when fighting a war, if you asked him what he meant, he could still give you such diplomatic language. The person who said it might be heartless, but the person who heard it would definitely be depressed to death. Yamamoto wanted to die now. He could not breathe and suffocate to death. He suddenly thought of the matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had interfered when he was creating public opinion. He asked again, "How much did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan give you?" The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan I'm talking about are not these two random families, but between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. How much did they give you? I want to hear it. If possible, we are willing to pay a higher price. I'm sorry, we haven't received any information in this regard. If there is definite information, we are willing to let more people know and guarantee fair and reasonable trade. If you have a definite price, you can give it to us. After we discuss it, we will discuss whether to trade with you. Jianghu did not want to change the way he said it today. The officials next to him wanted to beat him up when they heard it, let alone Yamamoto.
Yamamoto thought about it and finally thought of the problem. The Xianxia must have found out that radishes could be turned into ginseng through some means, but they definitely did not have that kind of technology. Otherwise, they would have started to grow ginseng instead of still wanting to sell radishes and raising the price.
Who leaked the secret?
Was it Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or his own people? If it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it meant that they were not monolithic and could still find a way to break through.
This was good news for him.
In the future, he could come up with more technologies. If it was his own side, who was it? Although he was doing things in the name of the Four Seas Academy, the people who really knew the news were all people from Japan. Could it be that someone was attached to the Tang Empire and sold him out?
Thinking of this, Yamamoto sweated. Just like everyone else, what he was most afraid of was not encountering a strong opponent, but that someone on his side would betray him. That was the most helpless and infuriating thing. A member of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? A person from his own country? Yamamoto kept thinking about what went wrong. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the other side. You're finished. You won't hear anything from me. I won't say anything. I'm a member of the inner court of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Just you wait. Once my main family finds out, none of you will live. Go ahead and beat me. Come on, beat me with all your strength. My family is living well in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. You want me to betray my main family? No way. Do you really think I'm Japanese? Just give me 2 whips and lock me up for 3 days and I'll tell you everything? Do you think that no one will know if you catch me?
Humph. Wait for the revenge of the young master and young lady. I'll see which one of you has the ability to resist the young lady's cavalry charge.
Aya, beat me again. The voice sounded miserable, but no matter how miserable it was, it always gave people a feeling of fear. This feeling didn't come from the voice, but from the words that the voice said. Yes, the young lady's cavalry charge. These few words made a scene appear in Yamamoto's mind. The wails of the Tibetans, the screams of the cavalry as they were burned, and the desperate gazes of many Tibetans when they weren't being slaughtered.
3 days? Japan. Could it be that Yamamoto had told him about this matter? Yamamoto obtained this information from the voice, and his expression immediately changed. He didn't blame Yamamoto. It seemed that the other party's torture was extraordinary. No wonder when he saw Yamamoto, Yamamoto agreed no matter what he said. Could it be that it was because he had betrayed them? Jianghu had been learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teachings in the letters and saying diplomatic words, but her eyes didn't leave Yamamoto. When she saw Yamamoto's expression change, she shook her head with emotion and mourned for Yamamoto. Of all people, why did he have to run to Buishin County? Did he really not take Xiaobao and Cuckoo seriously? That was proven with the blood of countless people. Well, since that was the case, let's continue. Jianghu didn't say anything. When she heard the screams coming from the other side, she gave a look to a person beside her. The person beside her was considered smart and immediately understood what Xiaoqing meant. He said to Jianghu and Yamamoto, "Why don't we talk somewhere else? It's really too chaotic here. In fact, it's mainly because a person from the hospital has a problem here and can't be treated. She's just spouting nonsense." After hearing this person's words, how could Yamamoto believe it? This was called trying to hide something only made it more conspicuous. However, he still had to follow the other party's words and walk to another place accompanied by others. Jianghu looked at the person beside her in surprise and took a few steps back. She whispered to the person, "You're not bad. How did you know what I wanted to say?" "I used to stay with the young master and young lady, so I've long been used to it. This time, I took the imperial examination and was assigned here. How could I not understand the meaning in your words and the meaning in your eyes?" The person also whispered back. Jianghu was speechless. Could it be that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, and even the villagers were so powerful? They could understand with just one look. What kind of environment did they live in? Good, you have a bright future. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll find a way to promote you. Forget it, I don't think you need me. Since you're from the Xianxia Zhuangzi, you can look for your young master and young lady for promotion in the future. Jianghu was still thinking that this person was not bad and could be promoted to do things with her in the future. Halfway through her words, she realized that the other party did not need her. The main family's ability was there for all to see. No matter how much she promoted,
It would not be as good as a word from the other party. Who didn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family didn't want to be an official? It was said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had wanted to enter the capital, but because the two of them disagreed, they insisted on going to a place that was slightly worse. Furthermore, it could not be too far from Luoyang. In the end, they could only be arranged to go to Buxin County because it was the county closest to Luoyang. The remaining places were either important or bustling places. They did not live in vain. If they wanted to be an official, they could choose themselves. As an assistant minister, she did not dare to say such a thing. Her son's official position was still waiting to be arranged. Whether it would be in the county or in the capital, it would depend on how much effort she put in. Furthermore, even if it was in the capital, the position would not be decided by her. The Zhang family of Sanshui County, who had just taken the imperial examinations last year, could understand Jianghu's thoughts. Indeed, if she really relied on her literary skills, she would not be able to pass the examinations. Even if it was arithmetic, she would not be able to pass the examinations. After all, the tests were very complicated. The reason she could pass the examinations was all because of the prestige of the main family. Although she no longer belonged to the main family, her household registration had been separated. But whether it was herself or the other villagers who passed the examinations, she did not admit that she was free. Without the main family, there would be no self. No matter where she went, as long as the main family gave her an order, she would have to do it. The main family not only gave her an official position, but also taught her many ways to do things. Otherwise, how could she follow Shaoqing at all times in the agriculture temple? Sigh. The Japanese, of all places, why did they have to go to the county where the young master and the young lady lived first? In the end, they failed repeatedly, but they still did not give up. Now that they fell into the trap, perhaps they would understand in the future. Yamamoto was still wondering whether the mountain temple had betrayed them. How could he know what others were thinking? His ears kept echoing that person's screams. While feeling sad, he had to admire the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were really unusual. Fortunately, he did not think of kidnapping one of the other side's people. Otherwise, not only would he not get any benefits, but it would also be easy to be exposed. He did not believe that the people of the agriculture temple were so united that no one would say anything about what they saw today. Once the Zhang family and the Wang family knew about it, the consequences would be. It was their fault for not selling the radishes and seeds to him at a low price. As he was thinking, Yamamoto was led to another place. There were many connected houses here. Yamamoto inadvertently, or perhaps he deliberately looked at them, found that in the cracks of the wooden boards of the next house, someone was planting radishes on them while digging soil. Yamamoto immediately knew that the agriculture temple had gotten the news, but the news was not confirmed, so they had to figure it out by themselves. Using soil? Dream on. The Zhang family used sand. How could soil work? Besides, there were other things. Without seeing the result in person, he knew that they would definitely fail. Thinking like this, Yamamoto felt a little better. As long as the agriculture temple did not figure it out by themselves, he still had hope. As soon as he saw the house arranged for him, he said to Jianghu, "Mr. Jiang, now I want to raise the price to buy the radishes." "The price is very high." Jianghu immediately asked, "How much?" "Higher than the price of the Zhang family and the Wang family," Yamamoto replied, but was unwilling to say his price. At this time, suddenly someone shouted outside, "Mr. Jiang, my master said that he is willing to buy the seeds and radishes at a high price." A seed is 35 copper coins, and a radish is 170 copper coins. Chapter 701. While the people with the heaven seed were busy with the spring plowing, a large group of people came out of Pengzhou Pass. The horses that pulled the carriages were slightly weaker than the military horses. The people in the group all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The people sitting in the carriages pulled up the curtains and talked to each other. From time to time, there would be carefree laughter coming out from the group. If someone who had just arrived at Pengzhou Pass saw this, they would be very curious. Looking at the clothes of the people in the group, they knew that they were from Great Tang. After entering the territory of Tubo, only a small portion of people had weapons on them. The others did not seem to be vigilant at all. The most appropriate description was that the people of Great Tang came out to travel. Perhaps they could even find wild beasts to hunt. This was because there were women singing and music coming out from the carriages. If one listened carefully, There was a desolate Huqin and a whimpering Hujia. After leaving Pengzhou, the group continued to move forward. When it was almost night time, they set up camp near the carriages. Bonfires were lit and everyone gathered around the bonfires to eat, drink, sing, and dance. The commotion was not small. Suddenly, some great Tang riders were attracted by the noise. They used the light of the bonfires to look at the flag in the group that was deliberately raised.
They turned their horses around and did not stop at all.
On the flag, there was a rice seedling that was pulling the carriage forward. It looked very interesting and funny.
But it was this flag that, as long as someone raised it, they would be able to safely move along the road to the desert on the east side of the Ruoshui River. Even if many Tubo soldiers wanted to bully the people of their own country, they would not dare to have any ideas about this group. It was easy to kill this group of merchants, but they would not be able to face the anger of the people behind the flag. The merchants around the bonfires did not care about the Tubo riders that passed by. They sang and danced as they wished without any fear. Listening to Huqin's voice and watching the dancers' skirts fluttering in the wind, there were two people sitting next to each other, eating meat and drinking wine while talking about their own topics. Little Worm, help me analyze why there are people buying eggs in large quantities recently, causing the price of eggs to increase by 20%. Luckily, there are people selling meat at a low price. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to eat good food. One person drank half of the wine in his bowl and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve as he asked the other person,
I don't know. The price of salt did not change, but the price of grain increased slightly. The price of oil also increased by less than 5%. I think there is no problem. It is still the same in this season. Zhonggang, you should drink less. If you drink too much, it will be troublesome. Little Worm's alcohol tolerance was not high, so he only took a sip. Could it be an economic war? Someone else has come over with designs on Jiannan circuit, and they're secretly setting up a trap. Now that you've entered the game, you've become smarter. Think about it carefully. Zhonggang asked again. He imitated the way Little Worm drank and took a sip. This time, he finished half of the remaining wine in the bowl. A modest smile appeared on Xiao Chong's face as he said, I've told you many times, don't mention top-level games anymore. I'm far from it. That day, you were right beside me when I played against the young master of the Zhang family. You also saw how badly I lost. I really couldn't even last 2 hours. Every quarter of an hour represented 5 days. And I couldn't even last 1.5 months.
I lost the same 1,000 strings of coins and only had a little more than 100 strings of coins left.
I saw it, but that's because you haven't competed at such a fast speed before, so you're not used to it. If you were to compete with the young master of the Zhang family again, you'd definitely be able to last for 2 hours, or even up to 3. You're much better than before. Zhonggang consoled and encouraged Little Worm, but his thoughts couldn't help but wander back to the time when Little Worm and the young master of the Zhang family were playing games. The two of them were in separate rooms, unable to see each other, and each of them played 1,000 strings of coins. The terrain Little Worm had chosen was none other than Pengzhou, a place he was most familiar with. In the first half of an hour, Little Worm's arrangements were very smooth, and the other party didn't seem to have made a move.
However, after another quarter of an hour, Little Worm began to sweat incessantly, and it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the other party. From then on, Little Worm was no longer as smooth as before. He struggled with all his might, retreating step by step in the face of the other party's storm-like attacks. Only in the middle did he manage to organize 2 counterattacks, but each time, he lost more and more money at a faster pace. 75 minutes. He only managed to last for 7 minutes. He didn't reach the 6 hours the young master of the Zhang family had said, nor did he reach the 2 hours official Bai and the others had said. However, what made him happy was that in the end, Little Worm was still allowed to enter the ranks of the top-level games. There was only one reason for this, and that was that in the end, Little Worm clearly could have deceived the common people once more to raise money for himself, but he didn't. It was because of this that the young master of the Zhang family had Little Worm's name recorded in the top-level games. He still remembered what the young master of the Zhang family had said to Little Worm that day. You're not bad. You remember what happened today. Businessmen also have integrity, and you should do the same in the future. When the time comes, there will be another kind of rule, and that is, if you really can't do it, you can tell the common people about it.
The common people will support you. Only people with roots are invincible. From that moment on,
He no longer doubted that the young master of the Jianghu family had led the army to victory in the economic war started by the Tibetans in Jiangnan province. He no longer doubted that the young lady Cuckoo had personally led the army to cause a storm of blood in Tubo. He really wanted to tell everyone he knew that the most powerful person in Great Tang wasn't the top 10 on the top-level games, but rather the young master of the Jianghu family who had never shown his name on the games. Unfortunately, he had been given a gag order, so he could only discuss this with Little Worm in secret and not tell anyone else. In fact, even if he told this to others, they wouldn't believe him, unless they saw the young master of the Jianghu family defeating the top 10 rankers with their own eyes. The crackling of the bonfire woke Xianxia up from his reminiscing. When he looked at Little Worm again, he said, "Are you really going to explore other places in the coming days? You don't care about the business here anymore?"
"Yes, I'm going to explore more. Every place is different, so I'll learn as I go. I'll leave the business to you. I'll take a portion of the money and leave. I can do business anywhere."
For the sake of his dreams, Little Worm was prepared to explore the outside world and learn more skills. When the time came, if anyone dared to lay their hands on Great Tang, he would learn from the young master of the Jianghu family and deal with them.
"I'll go with you too. Where are you going?"
Xianxia couldn't bear to leave the little worm he had played with since he was young, so he wanted to leave as well.
"Go to the capital. I still want to meet the young master of the Jianghu family and demon fiend Cuckoo." Cuckoo's revenge against the Tibetans was truly satisfying.
It was as if they had never suffered a loss before. As long as others made the first move, they would definitely retaliate, and their methods would be even more ruthless. Little Worm had already chosen a place for himself. The capital was bustling, so he might be able to see more and learn more there.
Xianxia asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't the young master of the Jianghu family retaliate? Why did he only fight a defensive battle?" "That's right, why didn't he retaliate? This doesn't seem like their personalities." "Retaliate? Eggs going up in price? Meat going down in price, grains and other aspects are all stable. I know, Xianxia, I know, the young master of the Jianghu family is going to make a move. Yes, that must be it."
Little Worm heard Xianxia's words and was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly thought of a certain situation and said to Xianxia in shock.
Chapter 702.
Xianxia was even more confused after hearing Xiao Chong's explanation.
"Xiao Chong, where did this come from? Why can't I tell?" "I can't tell either.
If you want to know, you have to investigate all the caravans in Pengzhou, or find out about the grain stores, oil stores, salt stalls, as well as the places where livestock are killed and eggs are laid. Last year, when the Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, they started letting the people in the surrounding prefectures raise chickens according to their conditions.
Now is the time for laying eggs.
Last month, there were even people who sold pancakes complaining that the eggs were too small when they were just hatched. If they put in 2 eggs, they would earn less, but if they put in 1, people wouldn't be willing to buy them. Now should be the time when the chickens lay the most eggs, so why did they raise the price? The price of eggs and meat is definitely not coincidental. It's because the young master of the Jianghu family doesn't want his actions to cause too much damage to the local area. Can't you see that the price of salt is still at its original position? The price of oil and grain is still the same as before. Xiao Chong now had the same sentiments as number 1 back then. As long as they encountered something special, it was like a thick fog had appeared in front of them. When they finally managed to blow away a piece of land, they couldn't even find their way back. The unknown was the scariest. Xianxia finished the wine in his bowl, half understanding. He reached for the wine jar. "That's not right. How can there be no damage? People who raise chickens make money, but those who kill livestock and sell meat lose money. Are you stupid? If the price of meat can be lowered, then the price of livestock will be lower. How much meat sellers made before, they're still making the same amount now," Xiao Chong explained to Xianxia. "That's still not right. Won't those who sell livestock lose money?" Xianxia's brain started working again. Xiao Chong nodded. "That's right. The price of livestock will be lowered. Who sold the livestock? Where did the livestock come from?" "Tubo." The two of them got the same answer. "Then what about the eggs?" Xianxia asked again. Before Xiao Chong could answer, he said, "Could it be that they were sold to Tubo?" "Probably. But why would Tubo need so many eggs? How are they sold?" Xiao Chong, who thought he could guess the methods of the young master of the Zhang family, was shocked again.
The two of them looked at each other and stopped talking about this matter. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It was tiring. Xiao Chong drank his wine with a load on his mind. He no longer sipped his wine like before. Instead, he drank a big mouthful of wine and ate a big mouthful of meat.
The other merchants in the group did not have as many thoughts as the two of them.
As long as they reached the desert, they could find what the Chamber of Commerce needed there, especially herbs and plant seeds. Things that could grow desert cistanch were very suitable for growing in the sand. Some rivers had too much sand, so it was just right to plant such things. At the same time, they could also use salt and other things to trade with the local people for local specialties, such as furs, the bones of wild beasts that could be used to make medicine, and even live venomous snakes. Bringing these back to the Great Tang would be another source of income. Today, there were more people living on the east side of Ruoxue than before. Last year, because of the lack of food, the people of Tubo did not have a good life. There were also cases of people starving to death. Those who did not have animals found a big problem during the spring plowing this year. They could not farm like before. There was a lack of farming tools and seeds. After surviving the winter, there was no food left. If they continued to stay on the west bank of the Ruoxue River, they would not be able to find a way to survive. Thus, many people wanted to bring their families from Pengzhou to the Great Tang and become a citizen of the Great Tang. However, both the Great Tang and Tubo did not allow them to do so. The Great Tang was afraid that this portion of the people would not be easy to manage and would cause chaos. Tubo's reason was simple. If all the people left, Tubo would only have this piece of land left. Thus they might as well give it to others. As long as a portion of the people could live a comfortable life in the Great Tang, the rest of the Tubo people would naturally follow behind. The pass of Pengzhou was tightly shut. The Tubo cavalry threatened and threatened, not allowing the people to move forward. The people had no choice but to kneel outside the pass of Pengzhou.
The pleas of the adults and the cries of the children caused the ears of the people at the pass to buzz.
The officials of Pengzhou could not think of a solution, and the provincial governor of Jiannan was not prepared to find trouble. He could only watch as the Tubo people ate the food they brought with them bit by bit. He also prepared his troops to prevent the people from charging through the pass. At this crucial moment, the inner court of the Zhang family, who had stayed behind in Yizhou, took action. It was a small matter, and they did not even need to ask the main family. They directly brought out the food, utensils, and salt and placed them down from the city walls. They told the Tubo people to cook their own porridge and not to rob. The flag of the logistics camp of Yizhou, which had already been disbanded, was still very intimidating. The Tubo people obediently started to eat aozhou. They also ate the wild vegetables that appeared in spring together. After eating for 3 days, they calmed down and were no longer as chaotic as when they first arrived. Only then did the inner court of the Zhang family discuss this matter with them. The Zhang family and Wang family would provide the food, and the Tubo people would take the white fold seeds and plant them on the east side of the Ruoxue River. Before the white fold seeds could be harvested, the food and other daily necessities would be the responsibility of the Zhang family and Wang family. After the white fold seeds were harvested, a portion of the daily necessities would be deducted according to the amount. The rest would be exchanged with the Zhang family and Wang family for survival supplies. In the future, they would plant every year and exchange like this every year. The Tubo people were about to run out of food. They did not even ask about the specific details of the exchange and agreed. They brought a lot of food, seeds, and tools to rebuild the village on the east side of the Ruoxue River. They were prepared to use their own hands to create a happy life. They were not afraid of people coming into the village to bully the people like in the past. They were planting white fold seeds for the devilish cuckoo. Whoever dared to come over could try. As expected, the Tubo soldiers who occasionally came over were very envious. However, they did not dare to make a move. When they saw the meat and bones that the Zhang family and Wang family gave to the people from Pengzhou, they could only stare helplessly. None of them had the courage to snatch it and try it themselves. While the Tubo people were planting cotton, they also did some chores. They weaved last year's hay into curtains, put hemp in water, and then used it to make ropes. They also hunted and prepared these things. When the Tang Empire's caravan came over, they would use them to exchange. The people did not know which side they belonged to. If they said they belonged to the Tang Empire would not admit it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, the Tang Empire would not accept it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, they would not be controlled by the Tubo Empire.
This kind of final question was too profound. The people did not understand and did not think too much about it. As long as they could live a good life, it was fine. This was the second time the caravan came over this year. The last time, because the Tubo people had just settled down, they did not exchange too many things. This time, the merchants felt that the goods in the hands of the Tubo people would be much more than last time. At this time, they gathered around the bonfire to discuss what kind of price to give. Some people said that they could give a slightly higher price than last time. After all, the things they exchanged were very valuable. The straw curtains and hemp ropes were bought by the Zhang family and Wang family in Yizhou. They gave a high price. The medicinal herbs were bought by the local medicine shops. They were not cheap either, not to mention the fur. Therefore, they gave a little more money to make the Tubo people work harder. Some people said that they should lower the price a little more. They said that the goods were not easy to sell and that they could make more money. At the beginning, those who had different opinions were still discussing calmly. But as they talked and drank too much, they began to quarrel loudly. Some people even prepared to fight. At this time, Xiao Chong, who had been unwilling to guess the specific actions of the Zhang family's young master but could not let it go, was unhappy. He shouted loudly, "What are you shouting about? Do you really think that this place is yours? Even if I give it to you, which one of you can hold on? When you do things, don't you think about what the Zhang family and Wang family want?" The merchants who were still arguing quieted down after being shouted at by Xiao Chong. They knew that Xiao Chong had personally met the two young masters of the Zhang family and Wang family and could talk to them. Just now they had been thinking too much about money. Now that they were reminded, they realized that this road belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. To be more precise, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used their blood to pave this road. The money earned from this road had to be taken out every year to specially give to the families of the great Tang warriors buried here. It was not something that merchants like them could control. Xiao Chong, then tell us, what kind of price should we give? A merchant did not want to appear weak and asked loudly. Then you have to first understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are planning. Why did they leave the Tubo people here? Why did they only let them plant by daisy and not grain? Xiao Chong raised two questions. The merchants also wanted to know why. They all looked at Xiao Chong, waiting for him to continue. However, Xiao Chong did not dare to say anything. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to directly incorporate the east side of the Ruoshui River into the Great Tang one day. As long as the local people were used to the current life, they could do so in the future. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Chong thought for a moment and said, "Because this road is very profitable. If we scare the Tubo people away, who will plant by daisy in the future? My idea is to tell them how much they can sell their things for, and also tell them the price we are willing to pay. If they feel that we are not offering enough, they can sell it themselves. If they feel that it is a waste of time and it is not easy to enter Pingzhou, then they can sell it to us. Don't always set your eyes on the small amount of money. Money in the desert is the real money. The fish and prawns in the lakes there taste good and there are many medicinal herbs. There is also desert sistanch. We won't make less money. If we really do something wrong and make Xiao Bao and Cuckoo angry, think carefully about the consequences. Do you really plan to let them personally come from the capital to solve this?" Xiao Chong's words were effective. Many of the merchants shrank their heads, feeling a chill run down their necks. Just as the merchants decided to follow Xiao Chong's words, two fast horses came from the direction of Pengzhou. There was a person on each horse. When they reached the front of the group, they flipped over and landed. One of them said to the crowd, "The Chamber of Commerce has decided that when we meet Tubo people, we will let them personally come to Pengzhou to sell their goods. We will also tell them the approximate price." The merchants were a little unhappy. If they really followed this, wouldn't they be making less money? Could it be that after joining the Chamber of Commerce, they could not do additional business? As for your losses, the person who came seemed to have guessed what the merchants were thinking. He continued, "Your losses in this area will be reported to the young master and young lady. The young master will think of a way to compensate you. When the Zhang family and Wang family do business, they will not let their partners suffer losses." The merchants were happy now. They all said harmless things. The person who came did not want to stay outside for long. He got back on his horse and prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Chong suddenly said, "Can you help me pass on a message? Just tell them if I can help." There are more words below. but they don't count the number of words in the main text.
It feels good to change places.
This is actually the village I lived in when I was young.
I haven't come back for 20 years.
This morning, I walked around and felt a special feeling. The original river, the original trees, the original fields, and the original roads are all gone. After walking around in a big circle, I finally found some vague memories of the past.
I climbed up the mountain behind a school. This place hasn't changed much. The pine trees from 20 years ago are still alive. It's just that someone has put a label on them. There are a lot of weeds growing on the mountain path. It's probably because there are fewer people. But when I was young, it got dark early. When I was leaving school, I always felt like there was something following me. The tombs on that part of the road are still there. When I was young, I could see the trenches left behind by the war between Japan and Russia.
The things called thorny plums that grew on the side of the road are actually not eaten by people.
I plucked a few from the side of one of the tombs. I didn't wash them, just wiped them and ate them. They don't taste good. They're not as sweet as the fruits I ate as a snack when I was young. A lot of the mountains have been dug up to build buildings. There are no traces of my old home on the hillside. But there are still a lot of mountains that have not been touched. They've probably been contracted out. When spring comes next year, I can go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables again. Yes, I can also pick mushrooms, because the people who tend the sheep are gone. Chapter 703.
While Jianghu was at ease with the merchants doing business, Yamamoto in the capital was facing the biggest problem in his life.
Yes, at least that was what he thought.
When he was trying his best to lower the price of the radish seeds and radishes, he accidentally received a piece of news. That was, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in Baoxin County, sent people to the Sinology Temple to buy all the radish seeds and radishes.
Not a single one was allowed to be left behind. The price given was frightening.
A seed was 30 copper coins, and a radish, regardless of its size, was 150 copper coins.
How could this be considered buying radishes? How many seeds and radishes did the Sinology Temple have?
Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could really take out such a large sum of money?
Yamamoto didn't believe it.
He felt that if everything was sold at the price given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it would be impossible to get at least 500,000 strings of coins.
Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could take out so much money immediately? Unless they were willing to sell between the clouds and the water. Therefore, Yamamoto waited. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family couldn't take out the money, he could continue to talk to the Sinology Temple's Shaoqing Jiangtsin, hoping to buy more radishes and seeds at a lower price. But today, when he spent money to come here again, he heard other people talking in a low voice. As soon as he heard a sentence, he felt that it was very difficult. Did you hear?
Shaoqing is going to sell the seeds and radishes to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If they can't sell them, they will destroy them, so as to avoid someone who can't hold back and steals them to sell to other people, and at a very low price.
Yamamoto had just entered the Sinology Temple's territory when he heard the words of the two people under the tree next to him. Shocked, Yamamoto didn't care whether he would be discovered eavesdropping or not.
He quietly went around to the other side of the tree and stood under it, motionless, for fear that others would see him.
I've heard. I don't know if they're crazy, spending a lot of money to buy useless radishes. Even if they can use them to make fish, they don't need so many. This was another person's voice. It was more nasal and could be distinguished immediately. When Yamamoto heard this, he really wanted to tell the two of them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't crazy. The two of them were shrewd. If this radish could be planted into ginseng, how much would a ginseng cost? If they really took away all the radishes and seeds, their family wouldn't have to do anything else but sell ginseng. The two people who were talking couldn't hear Yamamoto's thoughts, so they continued to talk. The first one said to the other, in fact, they can't take out so much cash now. Instead, they have an agreement with Shaoqing that they will send the radishes to him first. They will use between the clouds and the water as collateral. If they can't pay back the money, between the clouds and the water will be given to the Xianxia temple, and it will be settled by this time next year. Really? They actually put between the clouds and the water as collateral? No wonder Shaoqing didn't let people without official positions go to see the radishes today.
It turns out that they have the idea of between the clouds and the water. Do you think that if between the clouds and the water is given to the Xianxia temple, we can eat good food every day in the future?
The other person said longingly.
The more Yamamoto listened behind the tree, the colder his heart became because he knew that it was impossible that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't pay back the money. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no hope at all? Wouldn't the skills he learned secretly be useless? No, he had to think of something. Thinking like this, Yamamoto quietly moved to the side to find Xianxia. The two people seemed to not know that he had come, and they were still talking about the secrets of the Xianxia temple under the tree. When Yamamoto spent a lot of effort to find Jianghu was having lunch or dinner. At this time, it was impossible to judge specifically. Anyway, it was not a normal time to eat. You're here. Jianghu put down his chopsticks and looked at Yamamoto. He greeted him casually as if he was very familiar with him. Yamamoto felt like vomiting blood. If he was so familiar with him, he wouldn't have to spend so much money to come here. Seeing that he had greeted him, he smiled and replied, "I'm here." After that, he quickly entered his identity and found a place to sit down. He watched Jianghu eat there. It was not too late to talk about it after he finished eating. It was still early to be dark. Jianghu had just received a letter from Zhang Xiaobao this morning. In the letter, he was asked to act in a play, just like the play in the pear garden. However, the requirements were very high. He had to act until he left the script and entered real life. If he couldn't do it, he could change to another person. Jianghu did not think that she was any worse than others. To be able to become a high-ranking official, which one of them did not have some talent? Thus, she decided that she would act out the role herself. She did not even eat breakfast and rehearsed over and over again. Under the situation where many people found fault with her, she finally passed. It was now 4:45 p.m. today. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding of the time, it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and 16 p.m. internationally. Eating at this time was indeed not lunch, but it had nothing to do with dinner. Otherwise, he would be hungry in the middle of the night. Yamamoto spent money and waited while he rehearsed. Finally it was time. He had to thank him for being smart enough. Otherwise, it would have taken a few days for a stupid person to rehearse. After repeating twice in his heart, Jianghu calmed down. He looked at Yamamoto and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast, right?" "I haven't eaten either. I'm eating now. Let's eat together?" With a smile on his face, Yamamoto turned his head to look at the window and found that it would be dark in another 2 hours. He pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he wasn't thinking. He said, "Not yet. I just woke up and came over after washing up in a hurry. I didn't have time to eat breakfast. Okay, let's eat together." When he said this, Yamamoto felt that he had improved. He could actually tell the truth to others. He really didn't eat breakfast or lunch. It wasn't that he didn't have time to eat, but he really couldn't eat. He had something on his mind, so he felt uncomfortable when he saw food. He didn't even drink 2 mouthfuls of water. Jianghu gestured, and someone immediately brought another set of tableware. Yamamoto also sat opposite Jianghu and picked up his chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. "Good stuff. It's actually... What is this?" Yamamoto wanted to praise, but found that there were many things that he didn't know, so he had to ask. "Come, let me introduce it to you. This is a salted radish. You don't look like it because it doesn't look like a radish when it's cut. Instead, it's cut like an eggplant. In fact, it's a radish. Look carefully, because there's an extra layer of sesame oil on it, the texture is covered. This is a pickled radish. Like the salted radish, it's also cut like an eggplant. The person who cut it is pretty good. I'll praise him later. This is a boiled radish. Although it looks thin, in fact, it's because it's specially cut with a small knife before cooking. The advantage is that it's cooked quickly. Just look at one plate and you'll know. It doesn't change its appearance. It's steamed radish and dipped in sauce. This is stir-fried radish with radish skin. This is stewed radish with radish skin, and this is... Jianghu tirelessly introduced it to Yamamoto. Some of the radishes were hard to recognize because the person who cooked them was skilled, while the other part was easy to recognize. Yamamoto finally knew what the table was. It turned out to be a full radish banquet. The most annoying thing for Yamamoto now was radishes. Seeing the table full of radishes with various cooking methods, as well as the stir-fried radish with radish skin that he had never heard of before, he was in a daze and asked, "Why are they all radishes? Does Xiaoqing like to eat them? There's also a kind called carrot now. It's actually not bad."
It tastes better when it's fried. Yamamoto had never eaten fried carrots before, so he blurted it out. Jianghu didn't care. She drank a mouthful of radish soup and said to Yamamoto, "Radishes are good. Haven't you heard that radishes are small ginseng? It's very nutritious." When he heard the word ginseng, Yamamoto trembled. He was now afraid of the words radish and ginseng because there was a connection between them. He couldn't let others know. Seeing that Jianghu didn't seem to know the relationship between them, Yamamoto heaved a sigh of relief. He also picked up a piece of steamed radish and put it in his mouth to slowly chew. It was a little bitter and a little spicy, but it was mostly sweet. The radish was steamed very smoothly. He didn't know how it was steamed, but it was the kind with the skin. A round piece was cut from the middle. When he ate the skin, he realized that the skin was crisp. He didn't know how it was steamed. Jianghu seemed to have the same idea about why the radish skin was crisp. She took another bite and said, "How is it? Isn't it good? The skin is actually crisp. This is the ability of Savant's restaurant. It's too early and there's no time to cook, so I got Savant's restaurant to send a table of radishes. Don't underestimate a table of radishes. The price isn't low. If I count it, I'll get someone to send me money later. I'm so poor. I can't even afford a radish. Others don't know and always think that I'm glorious as a Xiaoqing. In fact, I'm sullen in my heart. Who doesn't know that the food at Savant's restaurant is delicious, but I can't afford it. I can only occasionally choose the cheap ones to try. If they are slightly more expensive, I don't dare to buy them. Tell me, what's the point of living like this?" After Jianghu finished speaking, she stopped eating. She shook her head and sighed, looking very miserable. However, Jianghu didn't agree with her at all. She thought to herself, "I still want to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every day, but is the good food there for ordinary people?" However, Jianghu's words made Yamamoto's heart move. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of fragrant radish soup, he said, "Could it be that Xiaoqing wants to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every meal? Actually, this isn't difficult." "Not difficult? How is it not difficult? Do you think that Savant's restaurant won't take my money just because I'm a Xiaoqing?" Jianghu raised her head and asked in puzzlement. "Xiaoqing, don't you know that the Xianxia temple still has that kind of bitter radish? As long as Xiaoqing is willing to sell it to me at a cheap price, I'll save the money for Xiaoqing to eat at Savant's restaurant." Yamamoto mustered up his courage and said. He felt that this was his last chance. If he left like last time, he probably wouldn't be able to buy radishes in the future. Jianghu's face sank. "Could it be that you want to bribe me? I'm wholeheartedly serving the country, so how can I accept your money? The Xianxia temple is open to business." "Oh no, it's open to let the people live better lives. How can I be the kind of person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? There are other officials who want to see me set an example." Yamamoto was shocked at first, but when he heard Jianghu's words, he finally understood. He said, "Sir, you're right. I was rude. It's not a bribe. It's to let the Xianxia temple have more money to do things for the people. Sir, how about 5 copper coins per seed? You'll still have 5 copper coins left." Yamamoto instinctively understood why Jianghu said this. There were other people around, and it wouldn't be good if they used this matter to impeach him. He didn't offer a high price, and it couldn't be compared to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan offered. However, he had other thoughts in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money was given to the Xianxia temple, but his money was given to Yamamoto personally. 30 copper coins per seed seemed to be a lot, but how much could you earn? I'm offering 5 questions. If you sell 1 seed, you can keep 5 copper coins for yourself. This is the difference, not to mention the radishes. At this time, the 2 people standing at the side turned their heads and didn't say anything. They just looked at Jianghu and Yamamoto, as if they wanted to hear more from the 2 of them. Jianghu's eyes swayed left and right. He coughed and said, "You said that the radish seeds are delicious when steamed. Even if it's 5 copper coins per seed, you're willing to buy it?" "Yes." Yamamoto was very cooperative. "That's fine. I'll sell you 1,000 seeds first. Yang, I'll leave this matter to you." Jianghu agreed. The person he was talking about was standing on his left. When he was listening just now, his ears moved a few times. Yang was obviously unwilling to sell. He said to Jianghu, "Sir,
The radish seeds and radishes were all bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The price was not low. If you sell them to others at a low price, it will be difficult if they know. There are also people in the Xianxia temple. They are all waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money at this time next year so that they can use it to do big things. The meaning of Yang Yang's words was very clear. That is, if you get benefits, what about others? This others is me. You can't let me do things for free, right? This. Brother Yamamoto, what do you think should be done? Jianghu couldn't continue to ask, so he asked Yamamoto. Yamamoto couldn't wait to strangle this person called Yang Yang to death. You, a small official, also want to join in the fun. He secretly regretted. If he had known, he would have chosen a time when there was no one around to tell Jiangxian. Looking at Jianghu and the two people standing next to him, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said, I estimate that 5 copper coins per seed can be bought. If it's steamed, there will be 10 copper coins left. However, 1,000 seeds is too little. How about 1,000,000 seeds? Give me the money first and then get the seeds. I like this. Yamamoto raised the price to 15 copper coins. The money needed to buy 1,000,000 seeds was 15,000 strings of coins. It was not a small amount. He was also prepared to only do one business. He would go back and turn 1,000,000 seeds into ginseng as soon as possible. He would not accept radishes. Unexpectedly, when he said the price, Yang Yang disagreed and said, there were few people in the Xianxia in the past. After all, there were not many things to do. But now there are many. I estimate that there are 500 people registered. It's not easy on weekdays. They have to do things in the wind and rain. It's difficult. Another official, who was also from the Xianxia, echoed at this time, that's right. There are too many people now. Sometimes even the people who cook complain. Looking at the big cart of vegetables bought, it's not enough to cook a meal. Money, it's all because of money. Yamamoto's face showed a difficult expression at this time. He wanted to agree, but he felt that if he added more money, he would be under too much pressure. He didn't want to take it, but he was afraid that the two people would leak the matter. At that time, he wouldn't be able to buy anything at this price. Just as he was hesitating whether to add a little more, Jianghu put down his chopsticks and said to him, Brother Yamamoto, how about this? You can save 20 copper coins. But this year's radishes are not growing well. 5,000 died. How about steaming them for Brother Yamamoto? This was the combination. Giving away 5,000 radishes for free, but the price was still high. What should be earned should be earned. Yamamoto calculated that if 25 copper coins were to buy a radish seed, the extra cost would be 10,000 strings of coins. According to the money given by the Zhang family and Wang family, 150 copper coins for a radish. If he wanted to make a profit, it would be worth at least 100,000 radishes, which was 15,000 strings of coins. But this money couldn't be calculated like that. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 dead radishes, I want to steam them to eat. Okay. 20,000. Jianghu also agreed, and then looked at Yamamoto without saying anything. Yamamoto understood that the other party was waiting to see the money, so he immediately said goodbye and left. Yamamoto had made a lot of arrangements in the capital. He took out 25,000 strings of coins without hesitation. This time, he didn't even have silk, only copper coins. Carts of them were sent to the Xianxia the next day. This time, the person who received him was not Jianghu, nor was it the two people he saw yesterday, but another small official of the Xianxia temple. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he greeted him with a smile and instructed him to count the money. In fact, there was no need to check them one by one, as long as they weighed them. After weighing them, they were slightly heavier than normal. Normally, the rope used to string the copper coins also had weight. It was light, but it couldn't withstand too much. Young Master Yamamoto, please follow me. The official who received Yamamoto happily led Yamamoto to the back. After turning 2 places, they came to a big courtyard. To be able to occupy a courtyard in the capital, the Xianxia temple's ability could be seen. As soon as the two people arrived, the person who received them shouted to the house next to them. Someone, bring up the radish seeds and radishes that young Master Yamamoto wanted. Are they all done? The other side immediately replied, don't worry, I've already finished for young Master Yamamoto. A piece of my hair was burned off. I'm suffering.
Hearing the words coming from the house, Yamamoto, who should have been happy, felt that something was wrong.
Looking at the next row of houses that were smoking, he became more and more uneasy.
Not long after, the first few pots of radishes were carried out. It was just the first few pots. There was no difference. There was still the smell of radishes, the kind that was steamed. The smell of radish seeds also came, which was a little pungent. Pots of radishes were carried to the courtyard like this. Some of them were still steaming. The person who delivered the radishes said politely to Yamamoto, "I don't think this courtyard can hold all of them. Some of them have to be transported away first. There are people elsewhere who will help to steam them." "Young Master Yamamoto, don't worry. They are almost done steaming. It won't take too long." The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the day turned into night. Yamamoto's eyes were full of little stars, the kind that twinkled. When he opened his mouth, his smile disappeared. "Young Master Yamamoto, young Master Yamamoto, do you feel that we have done too well and feel bad?" "It's okay." The higher-up said that young Master Yamamoto likes to eat radishes. They are very nutritious, just like ginseng. It's just that it's not the right time to eat them yet. "It's okay. When we steam them, we leave a gap in the middle of each radish. When the time comes, we can dry them in the sun. It can guarantee that they won't spoil for a long time. It's just like making red ginseng. It's very useful. Young Master Yamamoto can't finish them all at once, but you can keep them and eat them slowly. With so many radishes, even if young Master Yamamoto finds 100 people to eat them, it will take a few days." The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto praised himself. The person who carried the radishes also showed an expression of, "We have done a good job." Yamamoto stood in front of the cooked radishes, motionless. He didn't even blink.
If it weren't for the violent rise and fall of his chest and the 2 streams of blood coming out of his nose, it would be easy to think that he was a wooden man.
"Why did you steam them?" "I want raw radishes, not cooked ones. I will steam them slowly when I go back." Yamamoto began to mumble incoherently. "Young Master, you can't steam them slowly. After a period of time, the radishes can't be eaten. Biting them in the mouth is like chewing white rice. Young Master Yamamoto, do you want to find a carriage yourself, or do we send a carriage to transport them to the place?" The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto asked kindly. "Where is Jianghu Shaoqing? I want to see him." Yamamoto didn't intend to accept so many cooked radishes and radish seeds. He wanted to plant them into ginseng. How could he plant them when they were cooked? In reply to young Master Yamamoto, His Excellency went to meet the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. The people sent by the 2 families said that they wanted to take away all the radishes and radish seeds. They should be arranging people to count them. Fortunately, young Master Yamamoto said it in time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take out so many radishes and radish seeds. "We are also not sure. We are afraid that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family will know." "Young Master Yamamoto, shouldn't you ask people to transport these 2 things away quickly? Otherwise, if other people see them, it will be hard to explain. The people of the Zhang family and Wang family can walk freely in the Xianxia temple." The person in charge seemed a little anxious and urged. Yamamoto wanted to turn himself into a radish, then climb into the pot and steam himself.
Yamamoto wiped the nosebleed with his hand and said to the person in charge, "This is not what I want.
I can't transport it away. I want raw radishes. What's the use of cooked radishes?" "Young Master Yamamoto, don't you want to eat steamed radishes? Do you have other uses?" "Oh, why didn't young Master Yamamoto say so earlier? It's too late now. Most of the money has probably been deposited into the account. It can't be returned to young Master. The raw radishes and radish seeds are all under the care of the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. What should we do? What should we do?" The person in charge rubbed his hands and said anxiously. He also walked around Yamamoto. At this moment, Jianghu finally showed up. He looked very nervous. He came in from outside the yard. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he said, "Brother Yamamoto, hurry up and transport these things away." The people of the Zhang family and Wang family said that they want to have a look at the Xianxia temple and see where the money of the 2 families is spent. "I don't want so many cooked radishes. I want raw radishes. My money." Yamamoto saw the person in charge and put forward his request. Chapter 704. Yamamoto watched as the others hurriedly loaded the radishes and radish seeds that he didn't want onto the cart and then transported them out, forcibly claiming that he had bought them. Not long after they were transported away, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family members strolled into the courtyard. Yamamoto recognized the person when he saw him. It was Ernyu. He was the most valued person by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't expect that the two of them would send him here. The journey was not short. It seemed that they really valued the radishes. Now, he couldn't say anything and had to hide behind others to avoid being recognized. There were a few people following Ernyu. Yamamoto had never seen them before. He guessed that they hadn't followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Baoxin County. He tried his best to hide behind a person who had helped to carry the radishes out. This person was tall and strong, while Yamamoto was slightly shorter. He could hide behind this person and, as expected, he could hide behind him. Ernyu was like an inspection leader. With his hands behind his back, he casually glanced around and said to Jiangxin, "Jiang Shaoqing, why are you doing nothing here? You have to know that this place is also something that my master spent a lot of effort to get." Jiangxin didn't have the air of a Shaoqing at this time. He lowered his head and bent his waist, almost lying on the ground. When he heard Ernyu's question, he nervously rubbed the hand by his side on his clothes and replied, "I just used it. I specialize in the smell of radishes. If you don't believe me, smell it. There is still the smell of radishes here." Yamamoto listened to Jiangxin's words behind others. He couldn't help but admire Jiangxin for being extraordinary. He could even say such things. Ernyu really sniffed and nodded. "Well, there is indeed the smell of radishes. I don't know what kind of radishes they are. I'll try them too." Jiangxin's body trembled. Even Yamamoto secretly broke out in a sweat for Jiangxin, not knowing how Jiangxin would respond. At this time, the person who had just received Yamamoto suddenly said, "Jiang Shaoqing, there are radishes in the room. Why don't you take them out and try them?" As he spoke, he winked. Jiangxin was looking around anxiously. When he heard someone say that, he blinked and nodded in agreement. Soon, the person entered a room next door and came out with a plate of radishes. He walked past Yamamoto. Yamamoto glanced at it and was relieved. This plate was not the radishes he wanted to buy, but the one he had eaten with Jiangxin yesterday. He didn't know why he had such radishes, but Ernyu wouldn't continue to ask him. This radishes tastes taste. Now. S's tastes. This was the end of the inspection. Ernyu led the people to another place. When they were out of sight, Jiangxin exhaled as though he had collapsed. He wiped his sweat and asked, "Where did the radishes come from?" "I wanted to eat them, so I got someone to steam them. I didn't expect the Zhang family and the Wang family to come." The person in charge of receiving them didn't look relaxed. Yamamoto, who also heaved a sigh of relief, remembered that the radishes and seeds he bought were all ripe. He said to Jiangxin, "What should I do about my radishes?" "As for that radish, we can only eat it first." Jiangxin's humble attitude changed as she replied, "But I don't want to eat steamed radishes." Yamamoto had to fight for himself. "Didn't you prepare to steam them back then? Then you can't blame me for this. Do you want to get your money back? I can't take out the money I received. As for the rest, wait until the other accounts are sorted out. It's not good to take it out directly now." Jiangxin had gotten the money, so it wasn't easy to get him to take it out. His words were dignified, and there was no apologetic expression on his face. Yamamoto regretted it. He really wanted to grab Jiangxin and bite him a few times to vent his anger, but he knew he couldn't do that. The most important thing now wasn't losing 25,000 strings of cash, but how to get more seeds and radishes, not the ripe ones. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Jiangxin's words, he said with a smile, "How can we get the money back? That's what the Xianxia deserves. What I mean is, can we get some radishes and seeds? Raw ones, not steamed ones." "Oh, this is difficult. Now that the Zhang family and the Wang family have come, and the price is not low. What's more, they are still sending people to check. What should we do?" Jiangxin looked embarrassed. If he didn't say that, Yamamoto would really think there was no hope. But when he heard him mention money, he had a little fantasy in his heart and said, "I wonder if Jiang Shaoqing can think of another way. It's easy to talk about money. You can do the same as the Zhang family and the Wang family. And you don't have to worry about the money from the last transaction. The steamed radishes are also good. Yamamoto had always wanted to buy it at a lower price than the Zhang family and the Wang family. But he didn't expect that things would go wrong like this. In order to grow the ginseng, he had to bear the pain and pay a high price. Compared to the price of the ginseng, this money was still affordable. He didn't expect that when he specifically mentioned the 20,000 strings of cash, Jianghu didn't appreciate it and put on a helpless look. I don't think it's possible. It's difficult, really difficult, unless... Jiang Shaoqing, unless what? Yamamoto saw a chance and asked. Unless the price is higher, I can think of a way to get some from the people of the Zhang family, but not a lot. As for the seeds, 50 coins for one, and the radishes are 200 coins. In total, I can sell 1 million seeds and 100,000 radishes to brother Yamamoto. Do you want them? Jianghu took the initiative and began to act according to the script, with an attitude of, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. Yamamoto's nose was bleeding again. This time, it was not because he was scared, but because he was angry. There were so many seeds and radishes, but he said it was not a lot. If it was 50 coins, it would be 50,000 strings of cash for the seeds, plus 20,000 strings of cash for the radishes, a total of 70,000 strings of cash. Together with the gifts and the money for the steamed seeds and radishes, it was almost 100,000 strings of cash. Yamamoto pondered for a while. Just when Jianghu showed an impatient expression, he finally said, "Can you give it on credit first and give it to the Xianxia temple at this time next year? It's really difficult to raise money now." It was not that Yamamoto couldn't give it, but he didn't want to give it immediately. The capital was the capital of the Tang Empire. How could the Japanese not put more money here for emergencies? But once the other 70,000 strings of cash were taken out, the capital's money would be easily insufficient at a critical time. Therefore, Yamamoto also wanted to learn from the Zhang family and the Wang family. First, he took the radishes back, sold the ginseng, and then returned the money. Jianghu shook his head and smiled. "Yamamoto, I have to wait, but the Zhang family and the Wang family may not. I can't go over and tell them to quietly give out the radishes and seeds and give them the money at this time next year, right?" The people around the Xianxia temple also nodded. Indeed, they couldn't do this. Even if they said it, the other party would not agree. Yamamoto didn't believe that they really needed so much money, but he couldn't think of a better way. He hesitated and said, "Then can you buy less?" "It's good that you don't buy. You don't have to spend money." Jianghu replied. "Okay, I'll buy it. When I find someone to raise the money, you must leave the seeds and radishes." Yamamoto compromised and didn't delay any longer. He hurriedly left to get the money. This time, the money that the country put in the capital of the Tang Empire was basically gone. Yamamoto, who came back with the money, finally got his wish and shipped the radishes and seeds away. As for the steamed radishes, he would dry them and eat them as vegetables. They were very expensive, so he couldn't bear to throw them away. After buying the radishes and seeds, he still had to buy a thermometer and prepare other things. Yamamoto didn't stay in the capital for long. He hired a boat and got someone to load the things. He rushed to the Four Seas Academy. He estimated that he would still lose a lot of radishes when he arrived. The journey was not short. Jianghu, who had received 100,000 strings of cash, began to hold a celebratory banquet in the Xianxia temple. 100,000 strings of cash was enough to use for many years. Although he didn't sell all the seeds and radishes, it was still not bad. The news quickly spread to Li Longji, who had found time to watch the craftsman competition today. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, was even happier this time. He said to Zhang Shua, who had also come this time, "Minister Zhang, what do you think? Divine and supernatural abilities. In the next few years, there is no need to pay the Xianxia temple any more money. This official can't do that." Zhang Shua replied. It sounded good, but Gao Lishur, who was standing at the side, frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't he be praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? What did he mean by divine and supernatural abilities? Could it be that he was more powerful than the emperor? God. Thinking of this, Gao Lishur didn't say anything. Instead, he observed Li Longji. He wanted to see what the emperor was going to say and what kind of expression he would have. He wanted to think of a way to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo get away with it. Li Longji still had the same smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "Yes, Does he look like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Perhaps he's not inferior to Xia. Good. Hearing Li Longji's words, Gao Lisher was relieved. The emperor didn't see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as threats. Instead, he protected them and warned Zhang Shua.
The corners of Zhang Shua's mouth twitched as he flattered. It's precisely because of a wise emperor that they can have such talents.
Then Minister Zhang, when the two of them managed to make Buxin County prosperous, what position should we give them? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Shua really wanted to say that he should bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the capital, but he also knew that the emperor didn't intend to do so. If he really said it, it would easily cause the emperor to be unhappy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Why don't we see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan think? If they still want Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to stay in the county, then we'll do as they want. If they want to enter the capital, then it's not impossible." That was indeed the case. When the time came, it would depend on where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But when it came from Zhang Shua's mouth, the purpose was different. It was as if he was telling Li Longji that his words didn't count, and neither did Li Longji. The one who had the most say was the other party. Li Longji closed his eyes and let out a soft snort. He didn't say anything else. Gao Lisher stood at the side with his head lowered. He appeared very respectful, but in his heart, he was cursing Zhang Shua. He knew why Zhang Shua was targeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. It wasn't because of power. Recently, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had begun to interfere in the upcoming ceremony. They arranged for more than 10 people to enter the ceremony. They were all low-ranking officials, and they didn't have any relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They weren't people from Jianghu Academy, and they weren't from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Among them, there weren't any students from Zhuangzi's restaurant or Zhuangzi that were rescued by Zhuangzi's restaurant every year. Among the more than 10 officials, the highest rank was secondary class, rank 6. Once they were able to participate in the ceremony, they would be directly promoted to rank 5. This was a line, and many people couldn't even think of entering rank 5 in their lifetime. Zhang Shua seemed to want to arrange more of his own people. Although the name list hadn't been fixed, there were already signs of it. Now, there were many officials who wanted to get in touch with Zhang Shua. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family wanted to occupy more than 10 positions, so Zhang Shua couldn't allocate many positions. Gao Lisher thought so, but he didn't say it out loud. Even when he was alone with Li Longji, he didn't say it out loud. This was because there was still no final conclusion. Besides, all the civil and military officials were under Zhang Shua's control. Who wouldn't listen to him? After Zhang Shua finished speaking, Li Longji didn't say anything. He also didn't care about the craftsman competition below. He seemed to be tired and was preparing to take a good rest in the stands. After an hour, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go back." A group of people escorted Li Longji back to the palace. Gao Lisher helped Li Longji settle down and let him sleep. He immediately wrote a letter, truthfully writing down what Zhang Shua had said in the stands today. He had someone send it to Baoxin County as quickly as possible. In Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still busy building models, both sighed at the same time when they received Gao Lisher's letter. Wang Wan shook her head. "I originally thought that he was a pretty good head of the secretariat and wanted to help him. I didn't expect that as soon as someone touched his authority, he would start to attack. Fine, if he wants to die, then we don't have to worry about him. Withdraw all the people we have to arrange and let him put his own people in. This is truly a disaster brought on by the heavens. There are ways to go against it, but there is no escape from the evils brought on by oneself. The people we chose were all people who didn't get along with him. If he agreed, everyone would be happy and maintain the balance. If he didn't agree, then we just had to wait. There will always be a chance for revenge." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't familiar with history. He had only heard about Zhang Shua's matter from Wang Wan. At that time, he also wanted to help Zhang Shua. After all, Zhang Shua still had the ability. However, the most difficult thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Even though he had studied many kinds of psychology, there were times when it was still useless. Hearing Wang Wan's regretful words, he said, "In the end he didn't die, right? Who knows? Since we can get Feng Chan to come a year earlier, the ending might be different. Maybe he really is fine this time. Let's just wait and see. It's not that we don't want to just be bystanders, but we want to be participants. I guess there will be things to do in the future.
Wang Wan didn't have to help Zhang Xiaobao, but she and Zhang Xiaobao now liked to change the fate of others. Of course, in the process, they also had to move according to fate. She felt that it was a very interesting thing, just like what someone once said. Fighting with the heavens, endless joy. Fighting with the earth, endless joy. Fighting with people, endless joy. Although in the end, he still couldn't win against the heavens, and also couldn't win against people, and lost the most promising family member. After all, he had fought. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he couldn't change others this time, so he didn't think too much about it. Looking at the gradually increasing number of scholars and gentry in front of him, he said, "The effect is not bad.
The effect is pretty good. Ever since we started using the excuse of learning from officials, many people who aren't officials have come to join in the fun. They all want to have a chance to interact with Li Longji. If one day, Li Longji suddenly becomes interested and casually asks a random person while wandering around, they can tell him about what they saw here. Even if Li Longji and the others can't see it, they can go back and publicize it vigorously, thus attracting more people's attention. It seems that humans have never stopped pursuing benefits. Of course. Not to mention humans, even animals have to fight for territory. Yamamoto went to the Four Seas Academy. 100,000 strings of cash. I want to see what he will do after he fails. That's a lot of money." Wang Wan suddenly thought of Yamamoto again. Now she felt that Yamamoto was also a very interesting person. He believed everything and was too gullible. There was also a little respect. This respect was not because he was Japanese, but because he worked hard for his country. This kind of spirit was precious. I think he might commit suicide. Otherwise, where can he get so much money to compensate? 100,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. If it were any official, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a person who thinks for his country. Zhang Xiaobao was not so kind as to help anyone. Whether Yamamoto lived or died in the end had nothing to do with him. Not 100,000 strings of cash, and the money to buy a thermometer. I guess some of them will die. Crocodiles are easy to catch, but what about whales? The current Japan is not the Japan of the future. You can kill them however you want. Sending a ship is likely to be knocked over by a whale. If you make the wrong choice and encounter a killer whale, oh, it's troublesome. Do you think there are killer whales here? I don't know. There should be. After all, it's different from our time. Many creatures are still there. Did we have any at that time? Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He didn't pay attention to it. Who cares? Without killer whales, they won't be able to get anything good. Our family's boat won't help them. We don't even dare to touch it easily. Don't you think they killed too many whales at that time? There were also sharks. Wang Wan guessed that if it really didn't work, Yamamoto would hire her ship to help catch whales. Although this possibility was very small, because there was a material needed in the recipe, she still said it in advance. If I were them, I would kill them too. How can I get more money if I don't kill them? There are a lot of good things on whales and sharks. Their country doesn't have too many resources. This is why they always like to invade. There are many earthquakes and few resources. If they don't find ways to occupy other people's land, what will they do if one day the island is gone? I understand. Zhang Xiaobao said very rationally. While the two of them were talking, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also busy. They had nothing to do, so they wanted to teach Xiaobei and the others. In the end, Xiaobei and the others didn't like to listen to the two old men's boring stories at all. They couldn't stay idle, so they came here to be tour guides for others. Some things were right and some were wrong. The two of them were very happy. Old Man Chong also performed a dance with a legend. His body was not bad, and he could even pick up a few weapons to play with. This made the people who came over feel very satisfied. While they were talking and playing, a servant in Old Man Pai's house rushed over and whispered a few words in Old Man Pai's ear. After hearing the servant's words, Old Man Pai stared and scolded. Bullshit, what do you mean by not enough water? Did they use all the water in that river? Why can't they do something for the country and the people? What's wrong? Did something go wrong with luring the Ru River here? Old Man Yao asked when he heard Old Man Pai scolding him. The people we sent came back and said that they didn't use enough water in Xianxia County, so they couldn't bring it here. That's the Ru River. Not a small river. Not enough. Even if they flushed Xianxia County back and forth a few times, the Ru River wouldn't be much less. It seems like they made the wrong decision to discuss it first. Old Man Pai gasped for breath and was very angry. When Old Man Yao heard that it was really this matter, he smacked his lips and said, "There's nothing we can do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have informed them and just went to lure them. I don't believe they would dare to stop us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were worried about Grandpa Bai's health. When they saw him like this, they hurriedly ran over to ask and comfort Old Man Pai. After knowing the situation, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan curled her lips and said, "We were talking nicely, but they actually didn't agree. When the time comes, won't they also get benefits? Besides, the Ru River isn't a river in Xianxia County. It's just a river that flows through it. I can't lead the troops, otherwise, I would have attacked them." Wang Wan smiled after she finished speaking. She said that she wanted to lead the troops, but even if she had troops, she couldn't use such an excuse to attack others. She sighed and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think they want some extra benefits?" "It's possible. Their officials want to get benefits for themselves. Another possibility is that they are specifically targeting us. Some are afraid of us, some respect us, some like us, and some look down on us. We're not afraid of them wanting benefits, but we're afraid that they won't agree just to suppress us." Zhang Xiaobao analyzed, but his face didn't show any signs of annoyance. It was as if the situation was very simple and could be easily solved. Old Man Zhang, holding his broadsword, came up and said, "Yes, let's beat them up. Let's see if they can draw a river here." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and flattered, "Grandpa Zhang, you're still young. You don't have to do such a small thing yourself, right? Well, that's fine. I'll leave it to you juniors." Old Man Chong played with his knife a few more times and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said, "Go back and make some arrangements. When the time comes, I'll ask them to beg for peace and let us lure the river. It'll be bad if we can't deal with them." Chapter 705. The cause of the incident was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to turn Baoxin County into a Shang County. They needed to keep up with the population. If they wanted to increase the population, they needed to have a good economy. Furthermore, education and medical care could also play a big role. The two of them wanted to bring a river over. There was a small river here, but boats couldn't travel on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to dig a well to get water for irrigation. Not far from Baoxin County, there was a big river called Ru River. It was a very big river, but it wasn't in Baoxin County. Instead, it was in Xianxia County. Occasionally, there would be people fishing on the river when there weren't many boats coming and going. There were also many boats that specialized in transportation, so the flow of traffic was very large. After bringing the river over, there wouldn't be much of an impact on the downstream. It could even allow people who wanted to visit Baoxin County to come over by boat. Only by thinking of the customers would they be able to take the business away. The two of them originally wanted to use administrative means to solve the problem, which was to submit a report to the imperial court. Then, the imperial court would send someone over to talk about this matter. However, if that was the case, Xianxia County wouldn't get any credit. If they cooperated well, they would be following orders. If they didn't, they would have to bear the responsibility. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to do that. They planned to go to Xianxia County personally to talk to the officials of Xianxia County. They wanted to talk to each other and put the matter on the table. In the end, Old Man Pai took over the matter. He said that he would send his family to ask about the situation first. If the other party agreed, he would go over. He didn't want to embarrass the other party if they didn't give him face if he rushed over. After sending people over, they came back saying that they failed. Old Man Pai couldn't help but be angry. He thought that the other party didn't give him face. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to know what the officials of Xianxia County were thinking. Were they preparing to get benefits or were they just targeting the two of them? As soon as the two of them returned to the yamen, they applied for leave from Heiwei. They only needed to take 3 days off. They still had enough time to play in Xianxia County for 2 days. Now, the officials in the yamen had never taken a break. They wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the construction of Baoxin County. They vowed to turn Baoxin County from Zhongxian to Xianxia so that they could pay more tax to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also did not hide this matter from He Yiwei. He Yiwei very happily allowed the two of them to have a 3-day fight. The two of them then led the first unit of the seedling protection team, 100 people, and set off on horseback, heading towards the northeast direction at full speed. Cuckoo, don't you think we brought too many people? It's a bit of a nuisance. Zhang Xiaobao rode his horse and galloped on the road, stirring up clouds of dust. Although there were only 100 or so horses, their momentum was not small. The commoners in front all gave way and stood to the side to eat the dust. Not much. What are our identities now? If we brought too few people, it's very likely that a spy from another country hiding in Tang will have a chance to make a move. We are in the open while they are in the dark. It's very easy for something to happen. The commoners should bear with it for now. Once the water is brought over, their lives will be better. Wang Wan glanced at the commoners who avoided the dust and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Perhaps the commoners were already used to it, so they really did not care. They did not even cover their mouths to block the dust. Instead, they were very curious about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's trip. When the dust had settled, they still stood there and looked in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. There were others beside them who said a few words, guessing what Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing. Baoxin County and Xianxia County were very close to each other. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's cavalry only took 4 hours to reach the place, and they were still not fast enough. They walked forward and came to the Wuxia River.
Looking at the boats shuttling back and forth on the river, the two of them searched for a while but did not find a bridge.
Perhaps it was because it was not easy to build a bridge. The Wuxia River's current was not small, and a simple rope bridge could be built between the two banks. However, there were probably not many people coming and going, and the boats were constantly moving, so no one built it. When the boatman on the river saw the approaching group, he raised his voice and asked if they wanted a boat. There were many people and many horses. The boatman found another boat, and the two boats began to move back and forth. The trip was really not easy. 100 people and 100 horses? It took half an hour to reach the other side of the river. At this time, there were many commoners on the other side of the river who were watching the show. To be precise, they were waiting for the boats. Aya, this river is really good. When we reach Baoxin County, the place where the water is diverted will be more lively. When the time comes, we will think of a way to build a bridge so that people can comfortably watch the boats coming and going. Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to look back at the river and praise it as he urged his horse forward. Then you have to get them to agree to divert the water first. Have you thought about it carefully? Are you sure you don't want to use administrative means directly? As Wang Wan spoke, she slowed down when she passed by a woman who was carrying a child. She took out a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and bent down to stuff it into the mouth of the child who was curiously looking at her. When the child was drooling and staring at the candy, she caught up with Zhang Xiaobao. The child's mother was surprised for a moment, but she was not worried anymore. She felt that the little girl on the horse did not look like a bad person. Moreover, people who could lead such a large group would not hurt their own child. The current public security was still pretty good. She thanked them from afar and carried the child as she walked. She said that she had met a benefactor today and that something good would definitely happen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed for another hour and finally entered the county town of Xianxia County. They dismounted and pulled the reins as they walked and looked around. They looked at the shops on both sides of the main street, felt the ground under their feet, and observed the clothes and facial expressions of the people passing by. Xiaobao, it seems that Xianxia County is not bad. At least the people are doing well. It is much better than when we first arrived at Baoxin County. It is not a prosperous place, but it can still be like this. The officials must have worked hard. After looking around, Wang Wan praised the officials of Xianxia County. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disapproving. It is so close to such a big river, and it is also an important place. It would be strange if it is poor. Besides, it may not be the work of one official. It will naturally be prosperous after generations. The two talked and looked around as they walked. Asking for directions was done by others. In fact, they didn't need to ask much. Generally, the county yamen was beside the main street. As for whether it looked good or not, it depended on whether the officials repaired the yamen. This time, it didn't take long for the group to arrive at the yamen of Xianxia County. There was also a drum at the entrance of Xianxia County. The drum was very old, but it could still be beaten. The door of the yamen was open, but it was not broken. Two Yamen runners were standing on both sides of the door, chatting idly. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group arrived, the two Yamen runners glanced at them. When they saw that no one was wearing an official's uniform, they ignored them and continued chatting. Please help to inform them that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan are on vacation. They are passing by this place and would like to see Lord Feng. Zhang Xiaobao took out his and Wang Wan's name cards, walked in front of a Yamen runner, and handed them to him. He didn't ask his subordinates to give them to him to show the seriousness of the etiquette. The Yamen runner who was given the name cards by Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then said, "Wait," and turned to report. He didn't seem to have a good attitude. The other Yamen runner also looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything else. The look in his eyes showed that he believed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities. It was estimated that the two people's unique age advantage made it easy for others to believe them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood outside and watched the Yamen of Xianxia County. They waited for a quarter of an hour. Not only County Magistrate Feng Chonggong didn't come out, but the Yamen runner who just entered also seemed to have disappeared. Even the two officials didn't come to see them. Wang Wan was a little unhappy. If the master didn't come out and was busy, at least let the Yamen runner come out and say something. Or let them wait for a while or go to another place to rest. What was the meaning of this? At this time, the weather was very hot. The group and the horses were very uncomfortable standing under the sun. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and continued to watch the passers-by. He was also watched by others. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, there was still no one inside. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said to Wang Wan, "Why don't we find a place to rest first and wait for County Magistrate Feng to finish his work? Or we can wait until dusk, when he doesn't want to work." Wang Wan nodded helplessly. "Okay, I don't know if there's a better place here. Anyway, we'll be in Xianxia for 2 days. It's convenient to find a place to rest first." As they talked, the two were ready to pull their horses and lead the group to find a restaurant or inn to rest. At this time, the Yamen runner who just entered finally came out with Zhang Xiaobao's goods and Wang Wan's name tags in his hands. He said to the two of them, "The county magistrate isn't here. If there's anything, come back tomorrow. The county is short of water recently." The magistrate must have gone to see the river. Zhang Xiaobao calmly took back the name tags and said to the Yamen runner, "When you bring County Magistrate Feng back, tell him that there's a lucrative business coming." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not believe that County Magistrate Feng was not here. He just did not want to see the two of them, but they felt uncomfortable. If he did not want to see them, he should have told them earlier. Why did he make them wait for so long outside? Leading the horses, the group began to look for a place to rest. On the way here, there was a restaurant that looked good. If they continued to walk forward and could not find a better restaurant, they would turn back. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the two Yamen runners began to talk about what had just happened. The Yamen runner who stayed here asked the one who went in, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I went to the back to rest for a while. After a short nap, I went to find the master. The master said that he did not want to see me and asked me to say what I said just now. I would not let them leave so soon. If they want to rob our business, we have to let them suffer more. Just now when you were outside, they were very anxious, right?" The Yamen runner who went in said to the Yamen runner who stayed outside with a smile. The Yamen runner who stayed outside was obviously a little dissatisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have gone in and slept for a while. Now that others had taken advantage of him, he listened to the Yamen runner's question and said, "They did not look anxious. When they were waiting there, they were quite leisurely. If what you did today was known to them, you would be in trouble. You dared to play tricks on the officials. Today, you can treat me to a meal later, but I won't say it. They are now on holiday and have nothing important to do. Otherwise, why would they give me a name tags instead of an official card? They are not wearing their official robes, so I am not afraid. Last time, you still owe me 2 meals. Just right, I will treat you today. You can treat later." The Yamen runner who went in did not compromise at all. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he leaned against the door at the back and closed his eyes to continue sunbathing. Perhaps he did not sleep enough and was sleepy again. When the Yamen runner who stayed outside saw that his threat had failed and he had lost a meal, he said regretfully,
If I had known earlier, I would have asked them for some money. If they did not give it, I would not have helped to inform them. Don't you think you are becoming more and more foolish? You can't even do such a small thing well. Otherwise, why would I need to pay for it? Let's make a deal. The 2 debts in the past will be counted as one today. It is still the small shop from before. It cannot be changed. It is all your fault that you did not get the money. They are very powerful outside, but when they return to the Tang Empire, aren't they obedient? The master keeps saying that they will rob our business. What business do you think it is? They want to lead the water over. Of course, it is the ferry business. Why is there not a bridge here? Originally, there was a wooden bridge that had not been repaired for many years. In addition, someone probably destroyed it. Now, we can only rely on the ferry business. Last month, there were a total of 12 ferry boats, and the tax paid was 6 strings of coins. If we let people lead the water over, wouldn't it mean that there are people from other places rowing boats over here? Naturally, we can't let them ruin the business. As for asking for money, I don't dare. I was just informing them normally. If I took the money, they are likely to remember me when they are rejected. When the time comes, they will complain that I have taken the money. That is their best excuse. I am not stupid. The yamen runner who went in found an excuse for himself. After saying these words, he kept muttering about what he wanted to eat later. When he heard the names of 2 dishes, the yamen runner who stayed outside did not listen. I did not say that I would treat you to so much. In the past we ate what we ate. If you are not stupid, then there are no fools in this world. Do you want to rob a business just for 6 strings of coins? In my opinion, it must be a big business, a very big one. Let's wait and see. The yamen runner who stayed outside also wanted to lean against the door for a while like the other yamen runner, but he could not squeeze in the door. He swayed back and forth, which was very uncomfortable. He could only yawn and spread his legs to stand more comfortably. Yes, no. You keep watch. I will sleep for a while so that I have the energy to drink. The yamen runner who went in closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep while enjoying the warmth of the sun. It seemed that he had trained the ability to sleep often and could sleep like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were looking for a place to stay, walked forward. After walking for about 500 steps, they finally saw another inn. It was similar to the one they saw before. The 2 were not willing to walk back, so they chose to stay here. They asked people to arrange 2 big courtyards and looked after the horses. They went in and casually ordered a few dishes. As for the people who followed them, they would go and order their own food. Xiao Bao, do you see anything? Is it that Feng Chonggong does not like us? He is obviously inside, but he made us wait for such a long time. He is obviously looking down on us. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not order wine. She saw a plate with a lot of soup, so she poured it into her bowl and swallowed it. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, the sun was not weak outside, and they came all the way here. He was already tired, and now he was even more tired. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied, "We don't need to wait until tomorrow. We will sleep first. At night, we will ask people to prepare a gift to see if he likes money." I don't think so. If he really likes money, then he should have come out to welcome us. Who doesn't know that we are rich? He must think that he is only a 7th grade official. It is not easy for him to get such a position after living for so long, but us 2 children are already 9th grade officials. This is called jealousy. He is jealous of our future achievements, so he found a reason to not agree to let us use the river. Hurry up and use your idea. If I am not treated well this time, I will not let them have an easy time when they come to find us. Wang Wan was very vengeful. Today, she hated Feng Chonggong. She was determined to get back at him in the future instead of using people to do it now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Don't worry. It is useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. Besides, he does have a reason to not be afraid of us. After all, Xianxia County is an important place. In fact, in my opinion, it is the same as ours, a middle county. The population is obviously not enough. Isn't it just a river? Who says it isn't? In fact, if we check normally now, Xianxia County is written as a middle county in the book. It is a waste to let them use the Ru River. They have such a good resource, but they don't know how to develop it properly.
Wang Wan was really hungry. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, she stopped talking and ate with all her might. After a while, a bowl of rice was in her stomach. She felt that it was not full enough, so she asked the waiter to bring her another bowl. She put half of the rice into her bowl and poured the rest into Zhang Xiaobao's bowl. She said, "I think the best gift is money. Give him a cart full of money and see if he will accept it. If we can't reach an agreement with him, it'll be very easy for him to use this to impeach us. Zhang Shua might even use this as an excuse to attack us.
Even if Li Longji manages to suppress him in the end, he'll still write us a letter to let us know that he's helping us, and that he's been of great help."
Zhang Xiaobao said and began to eat faster. He didn't eat much and just stared at the food. When he was almost full, there were still 2 mouthfuls of rice left. He forced himself to eat it, rubbed his stomach, burped, and went back to the place where he slept. He directly lay on the bed. In the Yamen of Xianxia County, the county magistrate Feng Chonggong was discussing something with the secretary and the county magistrate. They were talking about the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. County magistrate Feng first told them what he had said today, and then said, "I guess they are waiting anxiously, so they came in person. Think about it. Do you really want them to lead the water to Xianxia County? I think we still can't agree."
It doesn't matter whether they lead the water or not, but once they do, the lives of the people in their county will be better, and the people in our county will easily go to their side. At that time, not to mention keeping the middle county, it is likely that we will fall to the lower county.
The population of the county will soon be enough. Once it is enough, this county will no longer be middle county, but upper county. Our class will also be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family is powerful, so we can't compromise with them. Otherwise, there will be no hope for us in this life.
The secretary picked up the tea and held it in his hand without drinking.
He talked about his opinion. The county magistrate next to him also supported this matter, and said, "I also don't think we can get the benefits we deserve by doing things with them, unless they are willing to send us to the capital to be officials. Otherwise, we will never agree to let them lead the water to Xianxia County. Once they lead the water to Xianxia County, it is also convenient for the people in our county to go there. I think the current situation is pretty good. The people coming from Rushui who want to go to Baoxin County must stop at this county first, and then they can change to the overland route. I think we should do as Darren suggested, build a pier by Yuha. When the time comes, we can build a beautiful restaurant on the pier. Just like what Zhang Zhong did in Wangjiang County of Suzhou. He built a bridge and then built a restaurant on an island that is not close to each other. He made a lot of money. When we also open a restaurant, even if we have to buy it with money, we must buy the population of less than 5,000 people. We can't just build a restaurant, but also let the people in our county set up stalls next to the restaurant. This way, we can collect more taxes and arrange for people we like to go there to make money. It can be said that Zhang Zhong is a local official. Didn't he let the people do things and find things for the people to make the county prosperous? If he can do it, so can we." The registrar official added again. Hearing the two people's words, County Magistrate Feng felt that it was very reasonable, but he always felt that something was going to happen. The most important thing now was to pull in hundreds of people from other places. As long as the number of people was enough, he could apply to make Zhong County online. Although it was an important place now, the official's expression did not change because of whether it was important or not.
He had inexplicable concerns in his heart, so he said to the two people, "I always feel that things are not that simple.
What if Zhang Xiaobao plays tricks? If we submit a memorial to the imperial court and insist on leading the current Rushui to Baoxin County, can we stop him? Don't underestimate them." "You're right, sir. We can't underestimate them. Last time, the people sent by Bigu's family may also find a chance to take revenge. Recently, nothing can happen. Be steady, we must be steady." The registrar official flattered County Magistrate Feng again, which made him very happy, but he said a little arrogantly, "Don't underestimate them, don't be afraid of them. At the same time, don't forget to be vigilant against them and don't be fooled in the end. If they come and say that they want to do business together, we can't agree. Even if they send money, we can't accept it casually. Otherwise, they will take advantage of us." The three people discussed together and soon reached an offensive and defensive alliance that they thought was beneficial to them. Once there was a bigger conflict, they had to unite together. They could not let one person bear it alone. Chapter 706. When night came, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just woken up, went out with 2 people, not forgetting to bring gifts. On the way, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What's your plan for bringing him food? It's okay if it's good stuff, but why do you have to buy food from ordinary people? Can he eat it? I want to see what kind of person he is and whether he's worth my efforts. If he's just not afraid of power, even you and I won't take a liking to him. I'll help him and get him to the censorate. He'll do something there. It's better to have a different voice in this country. If he's just putting on an act and doesn't really care about the people, then there's no need for him to stay in this position. First, he offended Grandpa Bai. Then he offended you and me. How can we let him go?" Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan opened the box next to her and said with a smile, "You're a powerful person. You're very unreasonable and not a good person. If someone offends you slightly, you'll make it difficult for them. If I have the ability to be powerful, why can't I be powerful? What's more, I don't have power over the people. Li Longji isn't powerful? Zhang Shuo isn't powerful. And our Yao Chong isn't powerful? According to what you said, no one in this world with a little ability is a good person. Why don't you talk to him nicely, and I'll wait for your good news outside." Zhang Xiaobao was really like what he thought. If Feng Changgong didn't satisfy him, he would get rid of him. Of course, he wouldn't directly find Li Longji to impeach him, but through other means. After all, he needed to find a good reason to impeach him. Wang Wan was just saying. She was a powerful person. She looked at the night and said, "The night here is really good. It's better than Suzhou. Of course, it's not as good as Sanshui County. If we can build a good restaurant near the Ru River and draw water to form a small lake, the night will be bright. In this kind of night, the stars are sparse, the moon is bright, and the lights of the ships are bright. It is really a beautiful scene. Find more craftsmen to help build a small bridge. I estimate that the tax collected in one night will not be small. Very soon, this place will become a county. Many people will break their heads to come here, and Feng Changgong will be promoted." Wang Wan said so. She really didn't expect that the most powerful of the 3 officials in Xianxia County really wanted to turn Zhongxian into Xianxia and be promoted. However, the 3 people didn't have the ability to accumulate experience like her and Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't know that many times, after seeing a certain situation, they could immediately find a feasible way to apply it. At this time, it was already night, and the front door was closed. Unless it was a very important matter, no one would go to the front door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the back door of the yamen and asked someone to knock on the door, saying that they wanted to see County Magistrate Feng. Feng Changgong didn't find an excuse to not see them this time, but he didn't come out to greet them. He sat in the study and asked someone to bring them in. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the study room, Feng Changgong was holding a book and reading it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know if he could read it. Anyway, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think he could read the contents of the book because there was only a small oil lamp. It was still far away, so he couldn't see the words in the book. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the box to the servant, and then he said to Feng Changgong, "Greetings, County Magistrate Feng. I didn't expect that County Magistrate Feng is still studying poetry. You are very respectable." He was younger than his biological age, but at this time, he had to learn to speak like an adult. This was not the case of a junior meeting an elder. They were on the same level, and they were all officials. At this time, Wang Wan also said, "I wonder if County Magistrate Feng has eaten dinner yet. We brought some side dishes for Lord Feng." Speaking of side dishes, Wang Wan wanted to laugh. The food Zhang Xiaobao bought at a high price was really good. Feng Changgong couldn't pretend that he didn't see them this time. He acted as if he had just found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He hurriedly put down the book and said, "I didn't expect that County Magistrate Wang and Registrar Zhang would come so late at night. When I finished my work outside, someone reported to me. I thought it was dark, so I planned to visit you tomorrow, but you two actually came. You even brought food. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Come on, please sit down. Come on, serve tea. Please." Although he said, "Please sit down," he didn't sit on the chairs that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually used, but on a futon. Feng Changgong didn't have a chair himself. He just put a small table in front of him. Soon, the servant served tea to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and also put a small table in front of them. They respectfully left and closed the door. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the tea bowl, but didn't drink it. He looked at Feng Changgong and said, County Magistrate Feng is really devoted to the people. When I came here in the daytime, I heard many people say good things about County Magistrate Feng. I wonder how County Magistrate Feng did when you looked at the water in the daytime. Oh, it's difficult. The county is short of water, and there is only one river. Obviously, it's not enough. I can't think of a good way at the moment. I can only look at the water every day and try to think as much as possible. If there is a little idea that can make the people's life better, I will be satisfied. I heard that Registrar Zhang is very resourceful. I wonder if you can help me think of a way? I'll wait for the people in the county to thank me first. Oh, and County Magistrate Wang, I also need to help a little. Feng Changgong heard the reproach in Zhang Xiaobao's words, but he didn't care. He emphasized that the county was short of water, and he was lying through his teeth. Zhang Xiaobao's impression of him suddenly became bad. What kind of reason was this? Was it because he looked down on him and Wang Wan that he was obviously making things up? Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan and saw that Wang Wan was staring at the tea bowl. He said, When I came here, I saw that the Rushui River was not bad. There shouldn't be a shortage of water. Is it possible that the Rushui River can't supply the entire Xianxia County? To be honest, the real shortage of water is in Baoxin County. This time, we came here to discuss with County Magistrate Feng about the diversion of water. Once the diversion is successful, not only will the people in Baoxin County have better lives, but the people in Xianxia County will also have better lives. What do you think, County Magistrate Feng? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He directly pointed out the purpose of his visit and wanted to see how Feng Changgong would answer. Wang Wan didn't look at the tea bowl this time. She added, County Magistrate Feng, you probably haven't thought of the benefits of diverting water to Baoxin County. I'll talk to County Magistrate Feng now. If you divert the river, you can let the model land in Baoxin County receive more guests. If people come from the Rushui River, they can directly go to the model land. If there are more guests, you can build a sightseeing land between the two counties, or at the place where the Rushui River is diverted, so that people who have finished visiting the model land can find a new sightseeing land. At that time, not only can it provide more income for the people in your county who can't find work, but it can also increase your county's tax revenue. You can even build a night market there for people to trade. You can also look for memorable handmade products in your county to buy and sell. It can also improve the economy of the two counties. If it's possible. County Magistrate Wang's idea is good, but many things can't be done with just a seemingly good idea. There are too many things involved. There are many people coming and going between the two counties, but with so many people coming and going, it's not easy to manage. We don't have enough yamen runners, and we can't let the yamen runners from Baoxin County work in our county. It's very, very difficult. County Magistrate Wang just said that he would bring me some food. Coincidentally, I'm a little hungry now. Why don't we try it together? When I go to Baoxin County next time, I'll definitely bring some food for you too. Before Wang Wan finished talking about the specific plan, Feng Changgong suddenly interrupted Wang Wan very rudely and changed the topic to food. Wang Wan was interrupted, so she didn't say anything. She signaled Zhang Xiaobao to do the talking, while she drank tea and chatted. Zhang Xiaobao's impression of Feng Changgong became worse. When Feng Changgong's servant brought the food to Feng Changgong's small table, he said, It's not delicious food. We just happened to pass by a family, so we bought it by the way. We just ate and didn't eat it. Then I'll monopolize it. Feng Changgong didn't know what was in the box. He first opened the first box, and there was a rice ball in it. To be exact, it was a vegetable ball. It was stuck in the pot with wild vegetables and noodles, and it was a little mushy. Seeing the rice ball, Feng Changgong was unhappy. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately came here to laugh at him, so he took off the top layer of the rice ball, revealing the soup of wild vegetables. It was really wild vegetables, and there was no oil at all. Feng Changgong glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but did not say anything. He continued to open the second box. This time, there were no wild vegetables inside, at least not on the top. Instead, there were two dishes. The first dish was 4 sparrows, which could be seen, especially the heads. The second dish was a worm that was not too big, the larvae of silkworms. They were green and a little black, which was disgusting to look at. He took off the top layer again, revealing the 2 dishes below.
One was a wild vegetable with a little fat, and the other was a kind of wild vegetable that could always be seen by the river.
There were a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup, plus the staple rice ball. Looking at these dishes, Feng Changgong asked with a sullen face, "I wonder what Registrar Zhang and County Magistrate Wang mean? Do you want to make fun of me with these dishes?" "County Magistrate Feng, just say that you don't like them. What do you mean by making fun of you? If you don't want to eat them, you can send them to us. We just came here in the evening and haven't eaten enough." Zhang Xiaobao had a 60% idea in his mind that he was going to punish Feng Changgong. He didn't want to eat these dishes, especially the sparrows and silkworms, which were all good things, and the wild vegetables were also green food. When he went to buy them, the family said that he was in a good time to eat so many good things. He gave Feng Changgong one last chance to see if he could grasp it. While talking, Zhang Xiaobao went to take the dishes himself. There was only a pair of chopsticks, so he picked up the food and fed it to Wang Wan. They ate happily in front of Feng Changgong. After a few mouthfuls, Zhang Xiaobao said to Feng Changgong, "County Magistrate Feng, you may think that these dishes are not good, but when I went to buy them, they were the best things in their houses. Except that the cooking skills are not as good as that of the chef, they are really good." "What do you think, County Magistrate Feng?"
"I think that since the food can be eaten by the people, the officials can also eat it."
"If you don't know the suffering of the people, how can you work for the people? Yes, you can take them back and eat them slowly. As for whether I can work or not, you don't have to worry about it. Registrar Zhang, don't you think that you are meddling too much? It's late at night. Forgive me for working hard in the daytime and can't accompany you. Take care." Feng Changgong's face was so gloomy that it was going to rain. He was taught a lesson by a little kid today and was driving them away. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 more boxes and put the unfinished food in them one by one.
He said to Wang Wan, "There will be supper tonight.
Since County Magistrate Feng is very tired, why don't we go back now?" "Well, County Magistrate Feng, sorry for bothering you today." Wang Wan picked up a box and said to Feng Changgong. Before leaving, she looked at County Magistrate Feng with pity in her eyes. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao's meddling was indeed too broad, and his reach was a little too far. But so what? Zhang Xiaobao's personality was like that. Besides, who said that others were not allowed to meddle? In public it was for the people. In private, it was to vent the anger of waiting for half an hour in the daytime. The 2 people left Feng Changgong's house without being sent off. They walked on the road without street lights. The 2 people behind them didn't want to break the quiet atmosphere. After walking 100 steps, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "When will we do it?" "We'll do it tomorrow. Since he can't be a good official and won't let us guide the river, then we'll change to a better one." "How dare he say that I'm meddling too much?" Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily. "Not at all. You're just using your identity as a county's registrar to teach another county's county magistrate a lesson. How can that be considered too much? Then what were you in the past?" Wang Wan said with a smile. "That's right. Not at all. Tomorrow, I'll ask Li Longji to be an imperial censor. Let's see who still dares to say that about me. As the registrar, I have the responsibility to supervise. Who cares which county it is? In the past, there were people who chased after me across provinces." Zhang Xiaobao was determined to continue meddling. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, Feng Changgong sat alone in the study room. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Today, not only was he questioned, but he was also played. Who dared to treat him like this in Xianxia County? "No, I can't let this go. I won't let you guide the river." Feng Changgong slapped the small table and said angrily. He originally wanted to send people to capture the 2 people and then teach them a lesson. However, when he thought about the 100 mounted guards Wang Wan brought, he dismissed the idea. He originally wanted to sleep, but now he couldn't sleep. He ordered people to invite the registrar and county magistrate to discuss the matter. He had to find trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Feng Changgong's call came at the right time. The registrar of Xianxia County and the county magistrate were not resting either. The 2 of them were drinking together. They arrived at the same time and asked people to serve the wine and dishes. "Sir, you don't want to rest early?" the registrar asked Feng Changgong as soon as he entered the study room. "I want to sleep, But I was almost angered to death just now. I can't sleep. Feng Changgong repeated what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said to the two people. After he finished speaking, he was still panting. It was obvious that he was even angrier. How dare they come here? This is really too much. Sir, why don't you think of a way to teach them a lesson? I'll ask the Yamen runners to investigate. The registrar was also very angry. He was about to leave as he spoke, but he didn't leave quickly. He gave the others time to stop him. As expected, the county magistrate stopped him. How can the Yamen runners beat them? We should plan for the long term so that we won't be taken advantage of and ruin the big thing in Xianxia County. That's right. Come. Let's drink and discuss while we eat. Feng Changgong couldn't really let the registrar go out. If this kind of conflict really happened, the first one to be unlucky would be him and the others. After the registrar sat down angrily again, Feng Changgong said, "The first thing to do is to prevent Baoxin County from diverting the water no matter what. The second thing is to quickly gather enough people in the county to avoid trouble. As for the third thing, you two should think about it more." Feng Changgong couldn't think of 2 points. He couldn't think of any. The registrar and the county magistrate also didn't have any good ideas. The two of them felt that the usual way to deal with people didn't seem to work on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had connections in the capital. Although the three of them also had connections, their connections wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them for such a thing. After eating for a while, the registrar finally came up with a good idea. He said to Feng Changgong and the county magistrate, "Why don't we send people to the county and the counties around Baoxin County to say that Baoxin County wants to become a prefecture? Say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel that their positions are too low. I believe that there will be people impeaching them." No. How can other people believe it? Why don't we change another one? Why don't we say that Baoxin County wants to divert water so that other people can't use it? Also, they don't want to continue farming and only want to do business. The county magistrate rejected the registrar's idea and put forward his own idea. However, Feng Changgong and the registrar shook their heads at the same time. Feng Changgong said, "This won't work. It won't affect other counties. Besides, other people are not stupid. How can they not know that the water in Ru River is enough?" After saying this, Feng Changgong's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "I have an idea. Come closer." While the three of them were thinking of ideas, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao sat there and thought for a while. Then he said to the guard standing at the door, "Find 2 more people. I have something to ask you to do. Remember to be discreet when you do it. Don't let other people find out." Chapter 707. How difficult was it to attack and annihilate each other in a single day? Set the chain link, take pity on the people, and treat them as the heavens. The night with turbulent undercurrents passed by as the first ray of sunlight reflected the red clouds. Feng Changgong and Zhang Xiaobao's plan was put into motion at the same time. All the Yamen runners in Xianxia County were mobilized, and notices were posted at the most eye-catching places in the county. Wang Dui, who was preparing to go to the 5 mu of soybean fields early to take a look, carried a wooden bucket in one hand and a hoe on the other and set off. After walking for a li, he was about to turn a corner when he suddenly saw a lot of people on the main road. Out of curiosity, he went over. After squeezing left and right, he finally saw the situation inside. There was a sign here, and a piece of yellow paper was pasted on it. There were words on the paper, written one after another. It looked very beautiful. As for what was written, he didn't know. What's the matter? Wang Dui didn't understand, so he asked the people around him. Isn't it written here? This county is about to become an upper county. The Yamen found a Taoist priest and told him that we shouldn't move the land in the next 3 months to avoid provoking the Lord of the Earth. The number of ferries in the Rushui River will be reduced by half to avoid provoking the Water Dragon King. It also said that we shouldn't move or migrate, especially to the southwest. Before the person Wang Du's asked could say anything, someone on the other side told him. In fact, this person wasn't literate. He just stood there waiting for others to ask. Wang Dui was worried. My family's land is in the southwest. Can't I go and take care of it? I haven't seen the beans for a few days, so I need to water them. Then go secretly. Don't let the Lord of the Earth know. The person who answered him gave him an idea. Wang Dui deeply agreed and thanked him. While no one was paying attention, he walked quietly to his family's soybean fields, nagging, "I only water and weed, I don't move the land."
Don't be angry, Lord of the Earth.
It was indeed convenient to do things with administrative power. It only took a day for everyone in Xianxia County to know about this matter. The number of people who went out decreased, and those who wanted to move stopped. Those who wanted to find time to develop wastelands did not dare to move. The number of boats that used to rely on ferrying on the river decreased by half, and they took turns to do so. Pedestrians on both sides of the river had to wait even longer before they could cross the river. Merchants who were transporting goods had no choice but to wait by the river. Even the business of the various shops in the county was affected.
The gentry of the county complained to himself, but did not forget to ask for charms to be put up everywhere to ward off misfortune.
Seeing that the plan was effective, Feng Changgong generously added a meat dish for the servants in his family. He also set up a banquet in the back courtyard and invited the registrar and the county magistrate to drink. While drinking, he asked the two of them, "What do you think of this official's plan?" "Brilliant. Really brilliant. It is said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are more intelligent than others. Today I know that they are still far inferior to you, sir." The registrar's eyes were also blurred, but he did not forget to praise the county magistrate. The county magistrate did not want to be left behind.
He held up the wine bottle. "Once you make a brilliant plan, who in the world dares to disobey?"
Ha 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 ha. Feng Changgong was very happy to be praised. He drank a cup of wine with the county magistrate. He narrowed his eyes and said proudly, "You two still need to learn more. This official's plan is not an ordinary plan. It is a chain plan. In 2 days, I will show you how powerful it is. Chain plan, it is actually a chain plan. I really didn't see it. I admire you."
The registrar's face was full of admiration as he helped the county magistrate fill the wine bottle.
Damn Feng Changgong.
In order to deal with us, he dares to use the plan of disturbing the people.
He is doomed.
Fight is fight, but he uses the method of harming the interests of the people to attack the opponent.
What kind of official is this? Even if you don't kill him, I will kill him. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were sitting by the window on the second floor of the restaurant. They were drinking a big bowl of wine when they heard the content of the announcement. They said angrily, not caring whether the people at the table next to them were listening or not. "So he is blaming us? If we didn't come, he wouldn't use this plan. Well, it is a chain plan. No wonder there is a Ru River in the county that can enter the Huai River and the Jiang River. The lives of the local people are not better. He used all his skills in this aspect. We have to deal with him. But don't kill him. Just give him his official position and let him be an ordinary person." Zhang Xiaobao drank a big mouthful of wine while speaking and burped. He opened the window and felt the warmth of the sun. He opened his mouth and signaled Wang Wan to feed him a bean. Wang Wan was very considerate. She scooped half of the bean with a spoon and poured it into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. "I am too lazy to wait for others to serve me. Tell me, how did it become a chain plan? It is too salty and not delicious. I will cook it for you with preserved vegetables when we get home." Speaking of this, Zhang Jiuling should thank us. If we didn't ask him to search in the mountains and in the wild, there would be no preserved vegetables to eat. Chain plan?
The next step, of course, is to find a Taoist and then spread more vigorously that there is a disaster in the southwest.
If it were me, I would do the same thing to stop the tourists from passing by Xianxia County and going to Baoxin County. I think he would be able to think of this and wouldn't be too stupid. Then, I would use the final plan, which is to spread rumors in the counties around Baoxin County and isolate Baoxin County. It's a very vicious move. Zhang Xiaobao forced himself to swallow the salty bean and drank another mouthful of wine. When he felt better, he explained to Wang Wan. "Vicious, really vicious. But no matter how vicious it is, it can't be compared to you. How can this be called a plan? We have tricked the people and let them see our methods. You still dare to talk about Zhang Jiuling. Before we came, Grandpa Zhang told me not to keep the preserved vegetables cooking method at home and spread it around. The place where the preserved vegetables are planted actually only ate preserved vegetables as rice. The people who go out to sea use preserved vegetables to wrap rice balls and fish. They even asked me why I collected so much preserved vegetables. What else can it be used for? The most classic part of preserved vegetables is, of course, braised pork. But Zhang Jiuling doesn't organize the raising of pigs there, so it's useless to leave it there. Most of it is shipped to Suzhou, and let our Tang and royal prince publicize it when the pigs are released this year.
One is that the people can taste more, and the other is that it can provide more dishes for the local restaurants.
Suzhou is an upper province and has a good economic foundation. In addition, there is our half-advanced bridge. Yes, half of it. Who can put wooden planks on the bridge? With such an environment, they can have more income. Li Sun doesn't spend much of his own money. Since he is willing to use it to do things for the people, let him earn it. We only want 10% of the profit. Isn't that good? I realize that I have become more and more kind recently. I am like a saint. This time, I will help Li Sun with the things we are going to do in Xianxia County. Zhang Xiaobao already had a plan in mind.
When he was going to do it in Suzhou, he would let the people of between the clouds and the water follow suit and let them accept preserved vegetables.
This would give the people of Lingnan Circuit another way to improve their lives. If it were someone else who heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they might be moved.
Wang Wan put her mouth close to the wine bowl.
You are lying. Who would believe you? 10% is 10%, but it is an independent settlement. You are selling preserved vegetables to them. You actually signed a 20-year acquisition and processing contract with the local people there. Also, once preserved vegetables become popular in and around the capital, our inland river transport team will have something to do. Don't always put gold on your face in front of me. You are helping Li Sun get business? If I didn't hear your plan, I wouldn't have known that you were thinking so far ahead. Isn't it to avenge you? Who told him to treat your kindness as malice? I just added fuel to the fire and sped up the process. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer. She put some meat beside the fish gills into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth with her chopsticks and said, "If only all men were like you. Then it will be troublesome. Won't they be bullied to death by women? Of course, if all women are as capable as you, then it will be reasonable. Otherwise, it will depend on who can get more resources to survive. If you want to blame someone, blame it on you men. The rise of women's status is because capable men seduce them to show off. I don't want to eat anymore. Pack it up. When we go back, you can cook it and taste it. It will be a pity to throw it away." Wang Wan was very satisfied with many things today, especially Zhang Xiaobao, who stood up for her and schemed against others. However, she was not satisfied with the food in the restaurant. When the people at the table next to them heard the young lady say pack it up, they immediately took out the food boxes they carried with them. There were clean empty plates inside, and they folded a few dishes and put them away. They had formed a habit. As long as the young lady and young master went out to eat, no matter what the price was, they would never throw away the leftovers. Even if there was only a vegetable bun left, they would take it back to eat.
However, no one dared to laugh at the young master and young lady for being stingy and poor.
Who would dare to laugh at the children of the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County for being poor? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left the restaurant with their people, a storyteller also came to the restaurant. However, today, the storyteller was not telling a story. Instead, he was talking about a serious matter. There is a bridge in the south and a road in the north. The 9 bends of the Yellow River are intertwined, and the surging Yangtze River is accompanied by the waves. Today, listen to me. Everyone, listen to me. Today, I will not be telling a story. I will only talk about that Suzhou's Wangjiang connects the 2 shores. The storyteller was a storyteller. Even if he was not a storyteller, his mouth was still so smooth. The diners were still attracted to him.
Someone brought a pot of tea to the storyteller and sat in front of him, waiting for him to speak.
Last time, it said to stop for a while. This time, one side is lively while the other side is cold. Don't forget each other at any corner of the world. It said that when Commandery Prince Tang An and Commandery Prince Li saw that the spring plowing in Suzhou was over, they suddenly thought of their playmates, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still officials in Baoxing County. This Zhang Xiaobao was once the economic commander in Jiannandao. He was able to do whatever he wanted. Someone asked, "Who is Wang Wan?" Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me in detail. It said that there was a murder case at the Wangjiang embankment. The mastermind behind it was Tubo. The logistics of Ezhou were all mobilized. In fact, this is not what I am going to talk about today.
It said that Commandery Prince Tong and thought of the 2 of them and came to see them.
Therefore, he picked up his brush and wrote a letter. When he wrote back, He found out that there was a Xianxia county beside Baoxin County. Out of kindness, Commandery Prince Li wanted to do something for the people in Xianxia County. The situation is like this. The storyteller felt very awkward. What he wanted to say could have been said in a few sentences, but he was not satisfied and insisted on adding in a lot of things. The listeners did not care whether or not they added anything else, as long as there was something to listen to. All of them listened attentively to the storyteller's vernacular. Chapter 708. While Xianxia County was in a state of panic due to the announcement, a piece of good news came out from various restaurants, and tea houses. Prince Tang wanted to invest in Xianxia County, and there were several steps to it. First, find a large amount of sesame seeds. When the weather warmed up a few days later, they would be planted in the gaps between the bean fields, or specially clear out a piece of land to plant them. A large mill would be built south of the west bank of Ru River to harvest the sesame seeds and make sesame oil. Second, if there were idle people in the family, they would be able to get 100 chicks at one time. There would be people who would specially guide them to raise the chicks, and they would mainly focus on laying eggs. Feed could be bought from Baoxin County, and a pine flower egg production factory would be built diagonally opposite the sesame oil mill. Third, Suzhou would provide piglets and disinfection technology. Feed could also be bought from Baoxin County. A pig processing center would be built at the border between Xianxia County and Baoxin County, and a leather tanning workshop would be set up next to it. Fourth, a fertilizer processing plant would be built near Baoxin County and Xianxia County to produce better fertilizer for the two counties. The two counties would need to transport rice stalks, wheat stalks, and other useless feces to the plant, and exchange them at a ratio of 4-to-1. The 4 points were spread out one after another. The money for the initial phase did not need to be paid by the people, as long as the technical personnel in charge of following the instructions did it seriously. The factory and workshop would also be ready to start construction in the near future. Feng Changgong also heard about this and felt that Prince Tang was really good. He was willing to help Xianxia County with the construction. When the time came, more people would be able to earn money. At the same time, it would also attract people from the outside. Wouldn't that make Zhong County a county? The people also thought so. Suzhou was not too far away from here, and after hearing from the merchants, most of the people knew what Suzhou was like now. It was a place where people could eat their fill every meal, where they could eat meat if they wanted to, where they could wear good clothes, and where the children could go to school to learn to read. In order to know the situation in time, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also sent people to inquire about this news and quickly sent it to Baoxin County to let Old Man Pai and the other two know. Old Man Pai and the other two were also in the tourist area of the model today, but they were not in the mood to explain to others. They were worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would encounter trouble in Xianxia County, so they absent-mindedly looked at the townsfolk and businessmen coming and going, as well as the nearby county officials who had applied for leave to study. Could it be because of that phone guy? Old Man Chong was holding a 9-section whip in his hand. He drank 2 bowls of sour plum soup with ice, but he still felt irritated. He asked Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, who were squinting their eyes. If he dares, even if he dares, the Yamen runners won't dare. Does he think that Cuckoo's reputation is fake? They should be back tomorrow. At most, they will be delayed on the road, but they can still reach the county the day after tomorrow. Old Man Bai was actually anxious as well. It had been less than 2 days since they last saw each other, but it felt like a long time had passed. He did not know whether he was saying those words for Old Man Zhang to hear or to console himself. Old Man Yao took a large cattail leaf fan from the side and fanned it twice. He also said, "Don't say that they can't beat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even if they show signs of fighting, no matter who is protecting them, they are finished. Cuckoo bullies others outside, and when she returns to Tang, she will be bullied by her own people. It's not good to hear. I told you two to send more people over, but you two didn't listen. If something really happens, don't talk about not being able to come back. Even if you escape, I want to see if you two still have the face to stay in their house. Don't think about eating good food in the future." Old Man Chong was most uncomfortable with the fact that he did not have any guards. If he wanted to do something, he had to tell Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai. It was inconvenient. While the 3 old men were expressing their worries in different ways, the people they sent out came back on horseback. Perhaps because they rode too fast, the people who came back staggered a few steps forward before they could steady themselves.
They told the three old men what they heard without any personal bias. After listening to the people who came back, the three old men leaned back in their chairs at the same time. They were completely relieved. Old Man Chong reached out to pour himself a sour plum drink. As he added ice, he said, "That person surnamed Feng really doesn't have good intentions. He even dares to put up a notice. Does he really think that the yamen is his? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are usually very smart people. Why are they so stupid this time? The other party has already made a move against them. Yet they are still kind enough to help the other party. This won't do. Quickly send someone to call those two brats back. Did they drink some bewitching soup? You should eat less ice. If you fall sick, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be busy like last time. If you are really thirsty, drink some hot tea. It will cool you down when you sweat." Feng Chonggong still has some integrity. It's really hard for him to come up with this plan. Unfortunately, his intentions are not right. For his own personal gain, he put the people at a disadvantage. It's just a small trick. Old Man Pai stopped Old Man Chong and did not let him add more ice. He shook his head and said, "It's just a small trick." After Old Man Yao ordered someone to make some hot tea, he also said, "It really is a small trick. It can't be compared to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This time he will lose miserably." "Say it clearly. Why can't I see it?" Old Man Chong reluctantly pushed the sour plum soup back. When someone served the tea, he said with dissatisfaction. He always felt that he could not catch up. Most of the time, he was like a fool and had to be explained by others. You are in charge of martial arts. You don't understand literature. This plan is proposed by Xiao Bao. It kills people without spilling blood. Feng Chonggong and the other officials in the county want to promote Xianxia County to an upper county like Sanshui County. They are about to succeed. However, in terms of economy, education, agriculture, industry, and commerce, they are not as good as Sanshui County. Their population is faster. As long as they have one population per county, it is very likely to pass given the current situation of the Tang Empire. Old Man Pai said leisurely. Seeing that Old Man Chong was still at a loss, he continued, "If I hadn't been following Xiao Bao these years and been familiar with him, I wouldn't have guessed what he wants to do. He wants to promote Xianxia County to an upper county right now and make up for what Xianxia County lacks. Yes. Now it's farming and labor. I guess the next step will be education. As for the economy, it's simple. Once the people have a good life and the transportation of Ru River is convenient, it will improve very quickly. Even if the population is not enough, it will be an upper county, and it will be a very prosperous one. Compared to Fanhua County and Jingji County, which are located between the capital and Luoyang, Xianxia County is better. However, the officials in Xianxia County can't take the credit. No matter who it is, they can only give the credit to Li Sun. It won't be long before Xianxia County is promoted, and Feng Chonggong will leave his position. How can he stay in such a good place? Naturally, there will be people fighting for it. He can't be the provincial governor, right? Back then, it wasn't easy for Zhang Zhong to be promoted from a county magistrate to a provincial governor. He merged the surrounding counties into a province. Even if he made such a big contribution, he still has to leave and go to Luzhou. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai had the same thoughts. Old Man Yao added on to Old Man Pai's words. At this moment, the hot tea was served. Old Man Chong did not care about the others. He poured himself a big bowl and gulped it down without fear of the heat. He heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "That's not right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are going there to discuss the diversion of the water. They've squeezed out a bunch of people. Do you think the newcomer will agree to it? Can they not agree to it? Look at the few things. The first one is really thinking for the sake of the local people. They can plant sesame seeds in the soybean fields. It's fresh. No, it's definitely not that simple. I don't understand this point at the moment. Let's just talk about the last 3 points. No matter which one it is, they're connecting the 2 counties. If they don't divert the water, are they going to transport them by land? When the people think about this, they'll take the initiative to propose a river so that they can travel more conveniently. This is especially true for transporting feces. It won't be as dirty if they take the water route. Old Man Pai poured himself half a bowl of tea and blew on it gently as he explained to Old Man Chong. When the 3 old men spoke up to this point, a head popped out from behind them. Her little face was filled with curiosity as she asked, Grandpa Bai, why can't I understand? Are Sister Cuckoo and Brother Xiao Bao really better than that bad guy?
When did you arrive, Xiang? Are you thirsty? Drink a bowl of sour plum soup. Come, Grandpa will tell you. Feng Changgong is that bad guy. He only thinks about his own benefits and doesn't care about the people at all. That's why he resorted to harming others to benefit himself. Such a person deserves to be killed. Your brother Xiao Bao is different. In terms of attacking methods, that bad guy is no match for your brother Xiao Bao. But your brother Xiao Bao won't use such methods on the people of Tang. Even if he wants to use them, your sister Cuckoo won't agree to it. When using tricks to attack the opponent, he doesn't forget to take the people into consideration. This is what it means to care about the people of Tang. Otherwise, your brother Xiao Bao won't have to go through so much trouble to deal with Feng. Oh, that bad guy. If you change countries, you'll know how ruthless your brother Xiao Bao is. To Tang, there's only one word to describe it. Kindness is like water. Old Man Pai wanted to carry Luo Xiang'er over, but found that the weather was too hot. He had to move to the side and let Xiang'er sit on the armrest. He gave her a bowl of sour plum soup and explained to her. Xiang'er still didn't quite understand. She took the bowl and thanked him. You mean very powerful, right? Xiang'er knows what kindness is like water. Sister Cuckoo taught Xiang'er a few days ago. Kindness is like water. Water benefits all things but doesn't compete. It's good for people's evil, so it's similar to the Tao. A man doesn't compete, so he doesn't care. Sister also said that Brother Xiao Bao is like water, but it's not the Yellow River. It's the sea. It surges when it's calm. When it's good, it breeds all things. When it's evil, it turns the world upside down. Is the sea very powerful? Can it be compared to Brother Xiao Bao? It's equally powerful. What else could Old Man Pai say? Wang Wan had already given her evaluation. The two of them were usually smiling, but once they fought, it was truly earth-shattering. Then I'll learn it well too. In the future, I'll be like Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo. Let's see who dares to provoke me. I'll throw him into the sea to feed the fish and breed all things. Kindness, I'm kindness, the kind that's like water. Xiang'er understood it very deeply. Hearing Xiang'er's words, Old Man Pai and the others began to worry for Xiao Bei. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's education methods seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Old Man Yao sighed helplessly. He said to the person beside him who was waiting for orders, Go and tell the people from the Zhang family and Wang family about this. They'll know what to do. Chapter 709. The warm summer breeze blew gently, and traces of green were reflected in the blue waves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't plan to go back to Xianxia County for the time being. They wanted to organize the preliminary work in the county, so that it would be easier for others to take over after they had laid down a good foundation. As for whether they would be absent from work, they weren't worried at all. They had applied for 3 days of leave, 2 days of leave for this month, and 10 days of sick leave after 5 days. In total, they could stay outside for half a month. Of course, they didn't say anything. They wanted to show their faces more often. It would be best if Feng Changgong found out and wrote an impeachment report. Even if it couldn't do anything to him, it would at least make him feel disgusted. On the 3rd day after they arrived in Xianxia County, they went to the Ru River and found a spot on the shore. They sat there and watched an old man fishing. The water was urgent, so there were no floats. The old man brought 3 fishing poles and a few lead stumps with many hooks. He hung live bait on the hooks one by one, then threw it into the water with a whoosh. He straightened the line and set the poles on a rock to complete the task. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything. They just watched. It was hard for others to know what they were thinking. The old man wore a bamboo hat on his head. He was probably afraid of being dazed by the sun. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, he glanced at them. Seeing that their clothes weren't made of hemp, he couldn't guess their family situation. However, judging from their expressions, he felt that they weren't from an ordinary family, so he didn't take the initiative to talk to them. There were boats passing by the river from time to time. Fortunately, the hook the old man set wasn't too far from the shore, so it wasn't caught by the boats. He must have taken this into consideration. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed there for an hour. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao would stand up and take out a monocular from Wang Wan's pocket to look around.
Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a hard straw stick in her hand and occasionally drew on the ground.
The old man's luck was pretty good today. Within half an hour, he had caught more than a dozen fish. Among them, there were even 3 that weighed more than 2 catties.
The 3 of them were always sitting there silently, so the old man couldn't help but glance at the 2 older children every once in a while.
Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. In the past, when the children saw him catch fish, they would shout happily. When he left, he would give the children a few fish. Everyone didn't come in vain. These 2 were strange today. Why weren't they like other people? When he caught a fish, he just glanced at it and continued to sit there.
Just now the 2 children might have been hot, so they pulled a lot of grass from the side and weaved it into a big hat to cover their heads.
If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that there were 2 people here.
The fishing rod trembled violently twice, and the old man quickly pulled the line.
This time, he caught a fish that weighed about 3 catties.
The old man happily said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Children, do you want to eat fish?
When you leave, bring a big one home."
Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still busy with their own things. When they heard the old man speak, they turned their heads at the same time and saw a catfish. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and then said to the old man, "Grandpa, this is the one in your hand."
"Xiaobao and I bought it. We'll braise it when we get back."
The old man didn't want to give the big one. It was more difficult to catch catfish with the rod today. Although it was big, the one in his hand was much smaller than the real big ones in the river. If he encountered that kind of catfish, he wouldn't be able to catch it at all. He wanted to keep it for one night and sell it tomorrow. Seeing that the 2 of them wanted to buy it now, he hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no need for money.
Take it and eat it. The 2 of you are quite good-looking."
Hee. It's not easy to accompany this old man for so long.
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Wang Wan didn't refuse.
It was just a fish.
When the factory and workshop were repaired, they would find someone to keep watch at night. At that time, many old men with nothing to do would have leisurely jobs. She would arrange a good one for this old man. When the old man heard Wang Wan's voice, he nodded happily and said, "Then I'll put it in the net first.
When I leave, I'll take it. The 2 of you are good kids. Grandpa is also a good person. Good people will be rewarded."
"Grandpa, are there many catfish in the water?" Wang Wan also replied.
"Yes, there are big ones. If I really encounter a big one, I have to throw the rod. I don't dare to pull it up.
If I drag people in, they will disappear."
There are also Korean fish.
The old man was willing to listen to Wang Wan's crisp voice when she spoke, so he said with a smile. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa, are there many idle people in your house?
Why don't you dig a pond and catch Korean fish? The fish are delicious and you can make a lot of money."
"There are many fish in the river.
Why should I raise them?
I just have nothing to do, so I catch a few fish and exchange them for money to buy candies for my grandson. If there are more fish, I will take them back and stew them." When the old man talked about his grandson, the wrinkles on his face piled up together, making him look very kind. Wang Wan understood that the old man's family was living a good life, so she stopped persuading the old man to raise fish. There were many fish in the river, but it was not as comfortable as raising fish. He could catch fish whenever he wanted. In this way, the old man might not be able to keep watch at night. Wang Wan suggested again, "Grandpa, why don't you build a house nearby? Maybe it will be useful in the future."
"That can't be done. I heard that a workshop is going to be built here. Don't occupy other people's place."
The old man knew a lot. He didn't know that Wang Wan just wanted him to cook some dishes for the people in the workshop after building the house and make more money. Seeing that the old man didn't agree, Wang Wan didn't continue to persuade him. She lowered her head and continued to draw. Perhaps it was true to Wang Wan's words. The old man's 3 fishing rods caught the fish one by one. After a while, the net that was put into the water to hold the fish was full. There were at least 50 catties of fish in the net, and the fish were squeezing each other and flipping back and forth. Just as the old man was thinking about how to go back and catch a big fish for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, a group of people came to the shore. There were carriages and horses. After they stopped at the shore, 3 people in government uniforms surrounded by people in government uniforms walked to the front.
"Sir, what do you think of this place?
Let His Royal Highness set up the workshop here.
One of the officials asked while bowing beside the surrounded officials. Well, not bad. That's what I want. Ha! There are a lot of fish. Why don't we eat fish today? Don't go too far. Find 2 pots in the house nearby and stew the fish in water. The surrounded official glanced at the place and felt that it was a good place to build the workshop. When he saw the old man struggling to pull the net up, he wanted to eat fish.
Hearing the official's words, the old man looked again and quickly bowed his head.
County Magistrate Feng is here. County Magistrate Feng, you can't build the workshop here. There are holes in the ground. If it rains heavily today, it will collapse easily. You have to choose a good place to build the workshop. What do you know? Do you know cement?
No matter what holes there are, just pour the cement in.
Leave the fish here. Take the money and buy some meat buns and dumplings. A government official next to him was dissatisfied with the old man. He took out more than 20 copper coins and threw them on the ground. He wanted to buy all the fish and reached out to take the fish.
The old man was obviously unwilling. He didn't dare to say anything, but his hands were very tight.
It was not only the fish, but also the net. It would take more than a day to make a net. It was not easy to make twine. While they were in a stalemate, a voice suddenly rang out.
It almost scared County Magistrate Feng into the river.
Old Grandpa, he wants to buy a fish. Just sell it to him. I didn't expect County Magistrate Feng to be in the mood to eat fresh water and live fish by the river. This is the Southwest. Aren't you worried that something might happen and you might lose your life? What's the crime of buying by force, Xiao Bao? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up with their straw hats on. County Magistrate Feng stepped back and stood still. Only then did he take a closer look at the person who had suddenly appeared. At first glance, his good mood was gone. Zhang Xiaobao said, I think it's a capital offense. At the very least, he should be sent to Lingnan. When I'm in Luzhou I'm kind. Give it to him now. Feng Chonggong was not in the mood to listen to Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. He shouted at the yamen runner who was still holding the fishing net tightly. It was not a big deal if the 2 of them were to impeach him. It was not that the yamen runner did not recognize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was because he knew who they were that he was so scared that he forgot that he was still holding the net. When he heard the county magistrate's voice, he quickly let go of the net. He was so fast that it was as if what he was holding was not a net but a burning iron wire. As he stepped back, he stared at Wang Wan to see if Wang Wan would laugh or not. He would rather believe it than not. The old man was surprised. Wow, these 2 kids are awesome. They scared County Magistrate Feng with 1 sentence each. Who are they? Oh, it's Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang. You 2 are in a good mood. You ran to the riverside to hide and scare people. Just now, you didn't buy by force. Instead, you asked someone to help me carry the fish. Feng Chonggong still felt that his heart was beating fast. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan indignantly. Wang Wan did not care about his indignation. She trotted to the place where the yamen runner threw the money. She bent down and picked them up one by one. She waved at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao money. I don't know who dropped it. Buy some meat and make some dumplings later. Then we have to ask who dropped it by accident first. What if the owner is right next to us? Who dropped it? Who dropped the money? No one said yes. Take it. Zhang Xiaobao had a good understanding of the terrain today. He was very happy and played along with Wang Wan. The old man finally knew who the 2 kids were. They were the new Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang Wan of Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No wonder they looked different from ordinary kids. He did not care about the fish anymore and said to them hurriedly, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you can't build a workshop here. I heard that you have a good relationship with the commandery prince. Tell him that you can't build a workshop here. Wang Wan smiled at the yamen runner who threw the money just now. She put the money away and asked the old man, Grandpa, are you familiar with this place? Yes, I'm familiar with it. This place is unusual. I don't have other skills, but I can see the earth chi. The old man finally met someone who he thought could compete with County Magistrate Feng. He immediately patted his chest and promised, Earth Chi. Wang Wan did not expect to meet a master who had a legendary skill. But many people still believed in it. It was said that some mines were not measured by instruments, but by people. Even the officials at that time also believed in it. Chapter 7:10. Hearing Wang Wan's last question, Feng Changgong didn't say anything. He knew who Tang and County would listen to. He didn't say anything, but Wang Wan didn't want to let it go. She said worriedly, "Oh, County Magistrate Feng, you are the county magistrate here. Don't tell me you don't want others to come here to build the workshop? Without the workshop, don't transport things from Baoxin County. If you don't transport things, you don't need to draw the river." If Feng Changgong hadn't heard Wang Wan mention this today, he might not have thought that building the workshop was to draw the river. These 2 days, he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, after being reminded by Wang Wan, he started to think, should I stop it? As soon as the idea appeared, it was ruthlessly extinguished by himself. That was absolutely impossible. It was no different from courting death. If he really did it, not to mention others, even the backer behind him would not be reliable. If things went wrong, he would be the first to be punished. On purpose. Wang Wan did it on purpose. Feng Changgong thought. When he looked at Wang Wan again, Wei Wei smiled and said, "County Magistrate Wang, you have a good idea. Unfortunately, I didn't say anything about not drawing the river to Baoxin County. If you have the ability, you can do it. Then I'll let you see. I'm going to draw the river." Wang Wan looked like she was angry. Feng Changgong was not in the mood to eat fish by the river. He snorted and turned to leave. He parted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on bad terms. After Feng Changgong left with his people, the old man understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't get along well with County Magistrate Feng. It seemed that they were enemies. "Miss Wang, this County Magistrate Feng is not simple. There were people from the state government who wanted to deal with him, but they were dealt with by him. You must be careful." The old man reminded Wang Wan kindly. "I know. Thank you, Grandpa. Would Grandpa be willing to take a look at this place?" Wang Wan really didn't inquire about Feng Changgong in detail, because he was not famous. She had never heard of this name, so naturally, he was ranked in the list of people who did not pay attention to him. The old man did not hesitate this time. He nodded and said, "Okay, you can find me when the time comes. I live in the county, behind the Shengrong Rice Company. My surname is Lu. You can ask around and you will know who I am. I'm the fishing old man Lu. Hee." After speaking, the old man was ready to leave. However, he had caught too many fish today, so it was very strenuous for him. Wang Wan waved at the bushes not far away. Suddenly, 2 people appeared, startling the old man. He didn't know that there were people hiding in the bushes. "Take me home and let me know the place," Wang Wan ordered. The 2 people helped the old man lift the fish. The old man didn't forget to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the fish that weighed more than 3 kilograms. He talked with the 2 guards all the way back. It was estimated that he would arrive home at around 5 in the afternoon. After the old man left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to continue to look at the terrain. They looked at each other and walked to a house nearby. They planned to borrow the kitchen to cook the fish and buy some other things. They would have a meal at noon. The guards would find something to eat by themselves, so they didn't need to worry about it. Maybe it was because the fish was really delicious, or maybe it was because they hadn't eaten such a simple braised fish for a long time. They missed it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao both felt that it was delicious. They also invited the 4 people of the house to eat together. They also bought 2 dishes with the copper coins they robbed. The 6 people were very happy. The woman of the house who ate kept praising Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. She didn't forget to tell Wang Wan that she should cook more in the future. She couldn't let a man cook, so it was okay to eat occasionally. "Xiaobao, I don't think Feng Changgong can stop Li soon." On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really think he is stupid? I guess he is thinking about how to take credit. It's useless. When we go back, I will go to the official post and enter the capital." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Feng Changgong to do anything. If he did, it would save a lot of trouble. Then we have to deal with his plan now. It is very useful. Nowadays, people need to use curses to cure diseases. Everyone believes it. It is not easy to change. Wang Wan thought that Feng Changgong's plan was difficult to break. When Feng Changgong found a Taoist priest to pretend, the people would be more convinced. Zhang Xiaobao said disapprovingly, "Don't forget what I do. There is a saying that the best way to deal with cavalry is to use cavalry. We can do the same. We can play better than him. For example, we can find a piece of oil paper in the fish's stomach with words on it. There are many ways. Go back and help me think about a few. You are so bad. Okay, let's do it. Come up with more tricks to scare people.
Wang Wan had a plan in her heart. She felt that it was a very interesting thing.
When they returned to the county, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a letter. He asked someone to take it back and stamped it. It was sent to the capital through official channels. This time, it was not a private letter. They had to go through official channels. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve their goal. Before Li Sun knew anything, many people came to Xianxia County and started to work according to the storyteller's instructions. The commoners were ready. It was the same as Royal Prince Anne's investment. Those who planted soybeans were given sesame seeds. Those who had free time at home were given chicks and piglets. The craftsmen also gathered by the river and waited for orders to start work. Feng Changgong was also busy these days. He went to the riverside every day to check on the progress of the project. He also said a few words of encouragement.
It was as if he was the reason why Prince Tong and was able to invest in the project.
Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not return to the county. They stayed by the riverside with Old Man Lu. They checked on the qi in the morning and at night. They also explained the mysteries of the project to Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Lu. The two did not understand, probably because they were not talented enough. On the 9th day of work at Ru River, the most important person in Xianxia County, Li Sun, arrived. Li Sun did not take a boat. Instead, he rode a horse. He raised pigeons in Suzhou. Last month, he asked someone to send them to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. He said that they should contact each other if anything happened. He could not just leave. He was preparing to go back to the capital for a blind date. He did not know what kind of people he found. He would go and take a look. If they were not good enough, he would look for Zhang Xiaobao to discuss countermeasures. When the news spread that he was going to invest in Xianxia County, Zhang Xiaobao sent him a letter with a pigeon. He was eager and did not want to stay in Suzhou any longer. He used this as an excuse to come here. He even brought 600 guards with him and appeared at the riverside of Ru River. It was noon when he arrived. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate with the others at the construction site. As usual, those who worked were given good food and drinks. Yesterday, they ate 2 dishes and a soup. Today there was only 1 soup. The main dish was put together with the dishes. There was meat, bread and mutton, and the soup was fish soup. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the lean meat into the bread. They could not help but tremble when they saw others put a large piece of mutton oil into the bread. When Li Sun arrived, the two had just eaten a few mouthfuls. They did not drink the soup. They tasted it. It was said that mutton and fish tasted better together, but the two did not feel it. They only felt that it was fishy. It was not good to put more chopped green onions and coriander. Haha, meat bread. Good, give me 1. Don't put coriander. Put more chopped green onions. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Eat it yourselves. Don't wait for someone to serve you. Li Sun's arrival surprised the others, but it did not move Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two were still eating when Li Sun came forward and gave orders to the cook who was in charge of serving people. He also shouted to the 600 people he brought with him. With the sudden addition of 600 people, the cook had no choice but to cook immediately. These were the county king's people. If it were the cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they would not be so nervous. They used to see each other all the time. The cook here was found locally. When he saw Li Sun, he excitedly stuffed a large piece of mutton oil, chopped green onions, and coriander into his hands. Li Sun politely received it and turned around to give it to his bodyguard. You eat it. It's nutritious. Don't hover in front of me. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. After giving orders to the bodyguard, Li Sun had to do it himself. He lamented that the cook that Xianxia County found at the last minute was not as good as the professional cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Eat some salted vegetables? Zhang Xiaobao pushed the only plate of salted vegetables in front of him and Wang Wan to Li Sun. They were all acquaintances, so there was no need to be so polite. Yes, let's eat. After taking a bite of the biscuit, Li Sun saw that there were no salted vegetables in front of others. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought them here themselves. They must be good. Perhaps they were made by Zhang Xiaobao himself. He had not tasted them for several months. The news of Li Sun's arrival spread quickly. The people asked around. When they found out that Tang and County King was also eating with the people at the construction site, they liked Li Sun even more. After finishing the rujiamo, Li Sun was not afraid of the fish. He drank more than half of the fish soup. When he was making another rujiamo, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're using my name to do things. Aren't you afraid that you'll implicate me? There's no donkey rujiamo here. Why did the donkey rujiamo you treated me to last time taste better than the mutton today? I don't want to implicate you. I won't use your name for nothing. I'll give you a share. When the weather gets hotter, you'll have a business there. Help me advertise the braised pork with preserved vegetables. I only want 10% of the shares. The donkey rujiamo you ate last time was made by me. The mutton today was made by a local cook. I want to eat donkey meat, but I'm afraid that there are not enough donkeys in the county. The people who have donkeys will fight with me. If you can kill a few cows, I'll give the people at the construction site braised beef tomorrow." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, Wang Wan took out 2 tin cans of pickles from her bag. She pointed to one of them and said to Li Sun, "These are beans made from beans with preserved vegetables. These are the beans made with preserved vegetables. There are diced beef inside. I didn't deliberately kill a strong cow, and I didn't want to do that. It's also not an old cow that has been plowing for a lifetime. Try it. The other one is a can. I asked someone to send it to you. This is the can of preserved vegetables and meat that you want to make." Li Sun didn't wait for Wang Wan to help him and started by himself. He first opened the can and sniffed it carefully before nodding. "It smells good. Last time, you gave me 300 cans, and I ate more than 10 of them myself. As for the rest, I gave most of them to the guards who trained well. You didn't give me more. That's 300 cans of pig knuckles. It's a large quantity and not fake. 2 pig knuckles can make 4 cans. Next time, you send me 1,000 pigs, and I'll return you 5,000 cans. Did you write the booklet I asked you to write?" Zhang Xiaobao did not lie. The cans he sent were really pig knuckles. Although they were not small, once they were made into cans, they were very useless meat. There was not much good meat. If water was squeezed tight, they would turn into small balls. This was a real military product. "I wrote it. 5,000 pigs, no problem. You can't imagine how many poultry and livestock there are in Xuzhou now. The people are really good at raising them. They even say that I'm a good county prince and give me gifts. I can't even eat them. I've made all the leftover pork into cured meat. The chickens are also dried. Next time, the people will send them again during festivals. I'll give you half. The cans are bigger. 5,000 is fine too. I don't care." The people also asked about your house and said that they wanted to bring something over to take a look. I persuaded them not to. The people of Wangjiang built a big house for you by the river. It's 4 stories, made of wood. It's big at the bottom and small at the top. It's called the Blood Grace Pavilion. I think if I go there and say a few bad things about Wang Wan, the people will rush over and beat me up. They are so jealous of me. What do you think the official looks like? I haven't even seen him before and I'm helping you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Li Sun finally did not have to be his own county prince. He was very relaxed in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He talked endlessly with excitement. It was noon in Xianxia. It was also noon in the capital. The officials were also eating, but some people were not in a good mood today. They did not have an appetite for anything. 2 people were the most obvious. One was Zhang Jiuling, and the other was Zhang Shuo. Zhang Xiaobao's memorial had been delivered. It arrived today. The official relay station was slow, far slower than the pigeons. Zhang Jiuling had seen the memorial, and so had Zhang Shuo. Going through the proper channels, it was difficult for Zhang Shuo not to see it. This was the first time Zhang Xiaobao had submitted a memorial as an official. Everyone was very curious. Just what was it that caused Zhang Xiaobao to not send pigeons? In the end, when they read the memorial, it was Zhang Xiaobao explaining the alliance between Xianxia County and Baoxin County. An alliance was not a big deal. Any official who could come into contact with it found it very normal. If they wanted to connect, they could connect. The Zhang family and Wang family were very capable. They could build up a good place wherever they went. It was already good enough that they could bring Xianxia County. However, the main point of the memorial was not the alliance. It was to help promote Xianxia County from a middle county to a county. However, it did not write a letter to the province and insisted on going directly to the capital. It praised Feng Changgong and the other officials of Xianxia County, saying that they were rare in the world. It said that during the alliance, the officials of Xianxia County had helped a lot. Furthermore, they were all very capable. It meant that they should be promoted. Such people could not continue to stay in a county, unlike himself and Cuckoo. They were still young and needed more training. If County Magistrate Feng continued to train, he would be old. This was considered normal. Although the officials did not know how capable Feng Changgong was, they did not want Zhang Xiaobao to praise him. However, since Zhang Xiaobao said that it was okay, then it was okay to mention it. However, there was another sentence at the end. It said that the capital should investigate County Magistrate Feng more. This was because many people were good at being officials. Once they were in a different position, it was easy for them to change. In terms of literature, if they felt that he was good, they could also investigate him specifically. The officials also understood this matter. They were afraid of taking responsibility. What if he was not good enough? Investigations were necessary. However, the last sentence made everyone unable to guess Zhang Xiaobao's purpose. Since the memorial mentioned that the main officials in the county should be promoted and given more responsibilities, then there should be new officials. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao. The appointment of new officials was the Ministry of Personnel's matter. However, Zhang Xiaobao nominated 6 people and said that 3 of them could be chosen. For other officials, it was as if they did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had overstepped his authority. The Zhang family had done many things that exceeded their authority. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find out. However, for Zhang Xiaobao, it was different. This was because the 6 people that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned were all Yu Wenrong's people. To be honest, they were not bad. They were the kind of people who could really do things. The problem was that Yu Wenrong and Zhang Shuo did not see eye to eye. Although Zhang Shuo was the prime minister, he could not control Yu Wenrong. When Yu Wenrong went out to do things, he did not have to go through the imperial secretariat. Later on, Zhang Shuo set up a special organization to control Yu Wenrong. However, Yu Wenrong was still not obedient. He belonged to the kind of people who were practical. He was the opposite of Zhang Shuo's people who were knowledgeable. Zhang Jiuling worked under Zhang Shuo and was more obedient. He was worried. His retired housekeeper was still in someone else's house. It was not good for him to help anyone. Moreover, the Zhang family had helped him a lot. He was in a dilemma. Therefore, when he ate, he felt that the food was tasteless. There was no need to mention Zhang Shuo. Last time, he sent a name list and specifically mentioned Feng Chan. This time, he actually gave an official position in a good place to Yu Wenrong. Zhang Shuo really wanted to personally go over and ask, which side is your family on? If you say you're on the scholarly side, that's right, you're the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Even the servants in your family are literate and literate. If you say you're on the practical side, you've accumulated a lot of political achievements, all of which are local. He should not be on either side, but he actually came to find trouble at this time. Could it be that they found out about his conversation with the emperor last time? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuo lost his appetite. He was angry and anxious at the same time. He was angry that Zhang Xiaobao did not mention his people. He was anxious because if this memorial was passed, wouldn't that mean that he would lose a good spot? That place was the same as Luzhou. It was specially used for officials to be promoted. As long as the officials there were not stupid and followed the original plan, they would be promoted in less than 2 years. If he sent 3 of his people there, it would be faster to promote and more convenient to use in the future. What should I do? Suppress it? No, I can suppress the memorial, but I can't suppress the pigeons. Zishou, what do you think I should do? Zhang Shuo muttered. He could not think of a good idea, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling. What he was afraid of had come true. Zhang Jiuling was worried that Zhang Shuo would ask him. He could not side with anyone. Who paid for the road? Who was the one who bought the preserved vegetables? Who gave him many things in his house? Who helped him come up with some ideas? Everything pointed to the Zhang family. However, Xianxia was not unkind to him. Without Xianxia, he would not have his current position. How should he explain this? Zhang Jiuling chewed the vegetables vigorously. He wanted Xianxia to wait for a while. He wanted to use this time to think about it. The vegetables were not old, so he could not keep chewing. After chewing for a while, Zhang Jiuling swallowed the vegetables with difficulty. He met Xianxia's expectant gaze and said, "Let Lord Zhang make the decision. It would be better if the name list was changed. However, that place seems to be a little chaotic, and many parties will interfere. Especially Yu Wenrong, the current person is his. If Feng Changgong really rises up like this, it means that his people are very capable. Even if he wants to send someone else, he should send his people. Unless..." Zhang Jiuling did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Xianxia thought the same. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way. Let Feng Changgong and the other two enter the capital for the examination. As for the other 6 candidates, we'll discuss it again when Xianxia County is promoted to an upper county." Just as Xianxia made the decision, someone outside brought in a letter from Li Sun. Xianxia was very worried that Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao would stand together to deal with him. He did not eat and hurried over to take a look. Zhang Jiuling followed behind. After Xianxia opened the letter and read the contents, he suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, good good good. Zisho, come and take a look." Prince Tong'an's new letter said that he heard that Feng Changgong had made many mistakes when doing things in the county. He was worried that the money he took out could not be used properly. He wanted the court to think of a solution. It would be best if they could change the official. Zhang Jiuling did not need to read the letter. He understood from Xianxia that Li Sun could not promote officials by himself. If he had not been with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, he could not even follow them to Yizhou, let alone do business together. If he felt that something was not right, he could impeach, but he could not appoint. He was here to ask for help. The situation seemed to be very favorable to him, but why did he feel that something was not right? Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun were so close. Did they not inform each other before? One wanted to promote, the other wanted to suppress. It was a mess. It felt like when Xiaobao and Cuckoo were in Yizhou. Whether it was war or economic war, it gave people the feeling that it was a mess. Only when the dust finally settled did they know the layout of the two people. Xianxia did not wait for Zhang Jiuling to say anything. He happily put away the letter and turned to walk out. "Let's go and eat. I didn't eat enough just now and I'm hungry again." Zhang Jiuling thought to himself, "You didn't eat enough, right? I only ate 2 mouthfuls. Now my stomach is still uncomfortable. I don't feel good." He followed him out. However, he could not erase the 2 things he learned today. Or rather, it was the same thing. Something seemed wrong. Chapter 7:11. In fact, Feng Changgong didn't want to come. He knew the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun. If he went there, he would definitely be treated coldly. If things went wrong, he might even be taught a lesson by Li Sun. However, Feng Changgong still came. If the person who came was not Li Sun, but Li Sun's other brothers of similar status, Feng Changgong could refuse to see him. He had neither money nor power, so he couldn't do anything to him. Li Sun was an exception. He had a lot of money and power. Other people only had the title of commandery prince, but they didn't need to go to the place. Every year, they would receive a portion of the tax there. Naturally, they were good officials in management. However, Li Sun of Xuzhou really did become a commandery prince. The local officials all had to listen to him. He had a lot of power in his hands, and he did have some ability. Even if he returned to Tong'an County and managed it himself, he didn't make any mistakes. He trained soldiers for Xuzhou and organized them well. He even formed 3,000 Tumbling Waves army and trained them every day at Lake Tai. He was also diligent and serious in government affairs. He often proposed small policies that would benefit the people. He would find a group of officials to sit together and discuss. He would perfect the details and bring real benefits to the people. It was too easy for such a person to find trouble with a local official. If he didn't meet them, he would feel that someone was disrespectful to him. He would turn around and complain, and his future would be ruined. Feng Changgong, who didn't know that Li Sun had already made a move against him, brought people to the riverside. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw that the number of ferries on the river had increased instead of decreased. No matter how frightening the Yaman's announcement was, the number of ferries was still increasing, and the construction was not affected. For a better life, the people chose to temporarily forget about the Yaman's announcement. When he was about 50 steps away from Li Sun, Feng Changgong saw 3 people sitting together and laughing. There were no guards within 20 steps of them. It was obvious how much Li Sun trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Taking 2 deep breaths, Feng Changgong signaled the others not to follow and walked over alone. Li Sun also happened to hear Zhang Xiaobao's words. He raised his head and looked in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao was pointing at. This official, Feng Changgong, greets your Royal Highness. Is your Royal Highness tired after rushing all the way here? This lowly official will prepare a place for your Highness to rest in the county. Feng Changgong had finally finished walking this long road and bowed to salute. County Magistrate Feng, you actually came to see me in person. Take a seat. It's tiring to travel, but I feel much better after eating 2 rujiamos. County Magistrate Feng, have you had lunch? If you want to eat but don't have time, why don't you sit down and eat? Li Sun was not as cold as Feng Changgong had imagined. Instead, he was very enthusiastic. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taught him. As an official, as long as he did not encounter a disaster or punish an official who made a mistake, he should not always keep a straight face. If he could not be sincere, he should become a professional. Li Ji had learned well, especially when he was facing the people. His smile came from the bottom of his heart. He liked the feeling of being thanked and respected by others. He was willing to help the people live a good life through his own efforts. This was also a reflection of one's ability. Yes, it was called realizing one's self-worth. Now, when facing Feng Changgong, his smile was a bit professional, but others could not see it. He warmly pulled Feng Changgong to sit next to him and asked someone to bring 2 rujiamos and a bowl of fish soup. He also pushed 2 delicious pickles and his leftover canned food in front of Feng Changgong and invited him to eat. Feng Changgong was stunned by Li Sun's enthusiasm. He was pressed to the stool in a daze until someone brought the food over. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then looked at Li Sun and the rujiamos. He reluctantly picked one up and chewed it in his mouth, frowning slightly. It was not delicious at all. It was greasy and hard to swallow. He had never eaten this kind of thing before. Seeing that Li Sun was still looking at him, he had to eat it. He had no choice but to drink the soup. He wanted to use the soup to wash it down, but as soon as he drank it, a strong fishy taste filled his mouth. With a puff, Feng Changgong could not bear it and spat out the food right in front of Zhang Xiaobao. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed his true ability. When he stared at Feng Changgong and saw that Feng Changgong was about to spit out, he slapped the table in front of him and jumped up. When his feet were 4 feet off the ground, he did a horizontal split. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed back. After sitting down, he stared at Feng Changgong and asked, County Magistrate Feng, do you think you can't eat this kind of thing? After coughing a few times, Feng Changgong waved his hand and said, No, I just choked. I was just thinking about how to make the people under my rule eat this kind of food on a daily basis. Are you all right, Registrar Zhang? Feng Changgong coughed because he was shocked by Xiaobao's actions. Xiaobao's reaction was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobao had done that set of actions and avoided the thing that he had spat out. Feng Changgong then looked at Wang Wan, who had also dodged and returned to her original position. Feng Changgong finally understood why Li Sun did not arrange for bodyguards nearby. It was impossible for a normal person to come over in large numbers. If someone like him came over and really wanted to harm Li Sun, he reckoned that before he could finish his assassination, he would first fall. This was because he saw Zhang Xiaobao slowly returning the throwing knife that he had taken out earlier to his waist. Wang Wan knew why Feng Changgong spit it out. She and Xiaobao just tried to swallow a little bit. Not to mention Feng Changgong drank a big mouthful. But she was not going to let Feng Changgong go. She said, County Magistrate Feng is also wholeheartedly serving the people. You must eat more and take care of your body so that you can do more things for the people. That's right. County Magistrate Feng, please. Li Sun agreed. He really did not know that it was because of the smell. He ate quite well. Feng Changgong's expression was very interesting, as if he was going to the execution ground. He nodded and saw that there was a bowl of coriander and a bowl of chopped green onions on the table. He grabbed a lot of them and stuffed them into the cake and soup. He smacked his lips twice, and with a red face, he took a bite of the cake and drank a mouthful of soup.
He did not let his nose breathe out and swallowed hard.
He quickly picked up some salted vegetables.
He endured this mouthful and did not dare to breathe for a long time.
After a while, he let out a long breath and said, "Delicious, very delicious."
He moved his tongue again and stared at the two small salted vegetables.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He recalled the taste and used his chopsticks to pick up the can.
After eating, he looked at Li Sun and asked, "Your Royal Highness, did you bring these salted vegetables and the things in the iron box?"
"It's delicious." Li Sun thought in his heart that this was nonsense.
The salted vegetables were made by Xiao Bao for Cuckoo, and the canned food was specially prepared by Zhang family and Wang family because they were afraid that people who went out to do work would eat too much.
How could it not be delicious? County Magistrate Feng, you are wrong. These things are all from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family. I am not capable of making them. Try more of the beans and canned food cooked with salted vegetables. When you want to eat them, you can go to Tang and Prefecture. I will give you a 20% discount. That is, I will charge you 80% of the price. As we agreed, you must go. As long as you are in Suzhou, no matter where and what you eat, I will give you a 20% discount. Xiao Bao, lend me a charcoal pencil. Li Sun said and stretched out his hand to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan took out a pen and paper from her bag. Swish, swish, swish. He finished writing a receipt for the discount, signed it, and handed it to Feng Changgong with a sincere smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but nod. It seemed that they needed to print some business cards for Li Sun in the future, the cheap ones. After all, a name card was too expensive and represented different meanings. It seemed that Li Sun had learned the essence of doing business and had developed. Feng Changgong took the sales promotion paper in a daze, thinking about how much he would have to spend if he went there. County Magistrate Feng, in addition to these two things, there will be more dishes, sightseeing, bathing, and fitness. If you can find other officials, family members, and friends, I can give you a group purchase price and take you to watch part of the military exercises of the tumultuous wave army in Lake Tai. The discount is 50%. It seemed that Li Sun was determined to make this deal happen. He was so persistent. He originally wanted to say that if there were many people, he could give them a commission. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not good to say so. At most, he could give Feng Changgong a special gift. He had to hurry, or Feng Changgong would be finished if he went down. Feng Changgong looked at Li Sun carefully. After confirming that he was the county magistrate, he said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely go. It won't take long." "That's good. Hurry up and eat, or the soup will get cold." Li Sun, who felt that he had made a deal, was very happy. He pinched some chopped green onions and put them into Feng Changgong's soup bowl. He thought that Feng Changgong liked to drink it. Feng Changgong really hoped that Li Sun would be colder to him and not be so enthusiastic. He couldn't stand it. He endured the discomfort and ate one mouthful after another. Finally, he finished a jiama and a bowl of soup. It was so uncomfortable. If it weren't for the pickles and canned food, he wouldn't have eaten anything. He patted his belly and said, "It's delicious. I really want to eat more, but unfortunately, I am full. Next time, I will treat County Magistrate Feng next time. I promise." Li Sun's smile was sincere this time. He was treating a customer. Feng Changgong agreed repeatedly. When he was thinking of an excuse to leave and let others suffer, two fast horses galloped from the direction of Baoxin County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the sound and turned to look. They saw only one person and two horses. They looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Li Sun. Li Sun immediately said to Feng Changgong, "County Magistrate Feng, don't waste time here. The county's business is more important." At this moment, Feng Changgong really didn't want to leave. He could see that something was going on, but since Li Sun said so, he could only obediently agree and leave. When the person saw the place, he slowed down slightly. When he got close, he grabbed the reins and lifted the front leg of the horse. Then, he slid forward for a short distance and flipped over from the horse's back and landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a letter, took a deep breath, and reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Lu Zhou has an urgent report. There is an internal strife in Xinyuan Island. Young master and young lady, please make a decision. A fight? Good. I've been waiting for this day. Cuckoo, help me write the letter and proceed to the next step, Zhang Xiaobao said happily to Wang Wan, not as nervous as before when he heard the news. Chapter 7:12. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan wrote. From time to time, Wang Wan would stop to voice her thoughts. Li Sun listened as well. He was also involved in this matter. Back then, he was the one who contributed. He even used his name as a member of the imperial family to attack the other party. He was also involved in Lu Zhou's business. Moreover, he had to find a market for the 100,000 mountains produce. Provide medicinal herbs to the tribes that oppose the other people so that they can recuperate better. If the situation requires it, we can even send a small number of our doctors in Lu Zhou. Just 10 of them. They can go there to provide international aid, the selfless kind. However, they must be careful not to hurt themselves. Now that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about medicinal herbs, Li Sun nodded in agreement. He liked to hear Zhang Xiaobao say things like this the most. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao was very noble, but in truth, he was full of evil ideas. Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words and made her own suggestion. I think we should also send the injured locals who don't have good conditions to receive treatment to Lu Zhou. Firstly, we can promote mutual understanding. Secondly, we can build a good impression of both sides. We can let the other party understand that Tang is peace-loving and that our people are kind. That's right. Write it down. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan. Li Sun looked back and forth at the side. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he saw the sincerity in their eyes when they spoke, he wondered if he had misunderstood them. They were really willing to help the people there. There's one more thing to add. Once the local people are sent to Lu Zhou, don't let them know too much, especially the prices. All right, let's move on to the next point. Zhang Xiaobao added one more point and approved this point. Li Sun, on the other hand, smashed the doubts that had just arisen in his heart. The sun was still the same, and the Ru River was still the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not change either. Not bad. Zhang Xiaobao was about to continue when he coughed. He was thirsty. He had eaten salted vegetables and jama just now, but he did not drink soup. He ran to the place where the workers boiled water to drink and brought back a pot of water. He poured 3 bowls of water, blew on it, and took a sip. You can provide weapons to the peace-loving Xinyuan Island tribes. You can buy them on credit first. You don't need to make any profit. It's just a capital. An iron sword costs 40 strings of arrows, and a 2-stone iron bow costs 80 strings of arrows. You can also provide cement and help them build good fortifications. Remember to pack them well. Don't copy the Japanese. Don't give them gunpowder. It's troublesome to operate, and they might accidentally blow themselves up. But our people must be careful. They must carry firearms. Send gunships to follow them. If there's any danger, board the ships at the seaside. All right, I'll add. Also, ask Lu Zhou's craftsmen to provide arrowheads. They'll cost 200 copper coins each. When we get there, let the local tribes make their own arrowheads. It's also a technical cooperation. Wang Wan wrote down what Zhang Xiaobao said and added. As Li Sun listened, he began to feel sorry for the people on the island. I told you to unite and resist, but now, no one can take advantage of the situation. What kind of iron saber is worth 40 strings of coins? How much capital? I reckon many people on the island will die, and the rest will all be pro-Tang. At the thought of the dead people, Li Sun also said, it's best if fewer people die. The heavens are virtuous and can educate them, teach them etiquette, honor, and disgrace, and help them live a good life. I'm willing to invest in the shares and set up a Xinyuan Island branch of the Ocean Relief Fund. I'll give them hope for a better life and buy the resources they get from their labor at a high price. I'll give them 10 caddies of copper ore and exchange it with 100 copper coins per caddy of cotton products. It's a small profit. When Li Sun said this, he mustered up a lot of courage and did not let himself blush. Sure, Your Highness. You're a good person who cares about the people. Why don't you directly smelt copper on the island in the future? You'll get a rough base and ship it back for fine processing. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with Li Sun, who could say such things. It was good that they had a common language. The three of them gathered together and thought about it one by one.
When the sun shone through the clouds and shone on the three of them, it seemed as if there was a golden light.
The three of them kept drinking water because of the heat. Feng Changgong stood in the distance and watched, hoping to see something. For example, something happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families, or they lost money in business and so on. After watching for a long time, he still did not get anything.
He ordered the people who followed him, "Go back.
Dream Chasing Master will be here soon. Go and welcome him." In the Four Seas Academy, the matter that Zhang Xiaobao had just mentioned was happening at this time.
Shan Ben was at the dock by the sea, directing a group of people to load the scattered cement onto the ship.
At this time, small pieces of cement had already appeared, but it was not serious. It could be crushed by hand. This was thanks to the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They were afraid that the cement was too dry and dusty, which would affect the health of others, so they sprayed some water.
It was not a lot, and the effect was not very good, but they had good intentions.
How could Shan Ben know that others had helped him out of kindness? He did not know how to preserve the cement. He used his sleeve to cover half of his face and narrowed his eyes. He said to Shan Ben, who was also watching the cement being loaded onto the ship, "This time if we can figure out how to make the cement when we ship back, it will be a great contribution."
Yes. Shan Ben also thought so.
There are also radishes that can grow ginseng, seeds, and 10,000 thermometers that we bought at a high price. I hope we can succeed. When the time comes, our country will not lack ginseng, and we can sell it elsewhere.
We don't have money.
The money sent by our country has been spent. We still owe 10 ships of silver ore and 5 ships of sulfur. After the ship returns to our country and unloads the things, we can return them when we come back. Otherwise, we will be arrested.
The people between the clouds and the water will also encourage the great Tang Emperor to forbid other people from entering the Tang Empire.
Shan Ben said with a little worry.
Without money they could not get close to others.
If they could not get close to others, they could not learn skills. It would take at least half a year for the ship to go and return. They had to catch up with the wind. During this time, they could not move around, which would waste a lot of time. Shan Ben was also distressed about the money. The Four Seas Academy did have people to teach and ask, but it was impossible to learn good skills.
If it was in the past, with a few words of praise and some money, they could learn.
But now there was no one to teach, and all the good skills were controlled. The best skills were in the hands of the Zhang family in Xianxia County. They were even stricter. Many skills were asked for, and it was said that the Tang Empire's imperial court did not have them. This time, they were lucky to get the skills to grow ginseng, but they could not just leave them there. Thinking of the luck last time, Shan Ben was tempted again. He said to Shan Ben, "I think we should get in touch with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Wuxia County more. Maybe we can get the skills when they are not paying attention." Shan Ben nodded and then shook his head. "This matter can't be done now. Zhang Xiaobao is always thinking about money. Without money, he will definitely not talk to us. But there are many good places in Tang Empire. We can send people to secretly learn and see if it can be used in our country. Well, when the ship leaves, I will arrange for people to learn it. Yamamoto, why don't we use other methods to get some money first?" Shan Ben took over the matter and proposed a new idea.
He meant to use economic means, either to earn money directly or to cheat, but the tendency to cheat was greater.
"No, you can't. Didn't we suffer enough in Wuxia County? Originally, we planned to let them gamble on the silver ore at a high price. Then when we found that there was no firewood to use during the refining, we would sell them the wood we bought in the forest. In the end, only a small part of the silver ore flowed out. Most of it was kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was piled up there and not refined at all. In 2 confrontations, not only did we not earn a copper coin, but we also lost a lot. As long as Tang Empire has Zhang Xiaobao, we can't expect to cheat others, unless a more powerful person comes." This time, Shan Ben decisively rejected. He still had a lingering fear when he thought of the 2 confrontations. The rumors were true. Zhang Xiaobao was very proficient in money and liked others to find trouble. As long as Shan Ben made a move, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao would participate. Then, he would easily lose the last bit of living expenses. Yamamoto, just now, our people sent news that Wuxia County is going to draw a branch of the Rushui River that flows through Xianxia County. Li Sun, the son of the Tang dynasty's princely Chengyi, is also building a workshop in Xianxia County. He is the commandery prince of Tang and County in Suzhou. A person hurried over from the dock and whispered to Yamamoto and Yamamoto. Yamamoto's eyebrows immediately formed the Chinese character Sichuan, indicating that the person had understood. After the person left, he said to Yamamoto, "The forest in Wuxia County is probably bought for nothing.
Once they draw the river, as long as there is not enough firewood, they can quickly send the firewood from Xianxia County to the place by boat."
Then, the straw bought at a high price of 2,000 strings of coins this year is also lost? Yamamoto also said. Lost. We shouldn't have made a move in Wuxia County. It was Feng Chonggong from Xianxia County who insisted on benefits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a thing in Xianxia County. Yamamoto regretted it. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Wuxia County, but he was not convinced and insisted on going there to try. Now it was fine. He had lost the first time, but he had also lost the final arrangement. It was really too sullen.
What they did this time was not a plan specifically targeted at him.
They just conveniently brought him along. Indeed, the river was not directed at the people of the Four Seas Academy, but it was directed at the Academy's purchase of forest and future straw. The sun in Wuxia County was warm today. No longer worried about Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Old Man Pai, they began to play the role of lecturers and demonstrators again. They explained the history of Jianghu province to others in the model area. Now they were talking about astronomy and geography. Many people who had not been to Jianghu province wanted to go and have a look immediately.
Those who did not know the identity of the two old men asked about it and sighed again.
Ministers and prime ministers were indeed different from ordinary people. With two people personally explaining, it was worth the ticket money, even if it was 10 times the price. They were people who could see the emperor every day.
While Old Man Bai and the other two were talking and demonstrating happily, one after another, horse-drawn carriages rushed over in a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see.
The ground was filled with black soil that had accidentally leaked out. Just as they passed by, 3 old men saw them. Old Man Pai personally approached them and asked, "What is this?" The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family immediately replied, "It's coal from Xianxia. It's cheap."
The young master and the young lady said it would be of great use.
Chapter 7:13. Cart after cart of coal face was sent to the designated place to be filled with water. Old Man Pai and the other two stopped performing and telling stories to the tourists. They all went over to see what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do. Are they going to use the coal pancakes?
This is something I've only seen the Zhang family and Wang family tell others how to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning when they were burning Kong beds on the north side of the Yellow River.
The people here don't burn Kong beds. Old Man Pai looked at the busy people and said to himself, "Let's see." Old Man Chong had only slept on a Kong bed when he came to the capital before the new year. It was hard and he wasn't used to it, but it was warm. He couldn't figure out what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do with the large amount of coal face, so he stood at a high place to watch. Once the coal face was sent to the place, the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family organized people to work. They didn't hide it, so anyone who wanted to watch could watch. In addition to the coal face, there was also yellow mud, straw, sorghum stalks, wheat stalks, and charcoal powder left over from burning charcoal at home. The iron molds that had been made long ago were moved outside and put down. Then they began to play with the clay. Someone was in charge of the clay, and someone was in charge of recording. According to different proportions, 100 clay balls mixed with various materials were made of each proportion. They were put into the molds and pressed into cylinders with many holes in the middle. After more than half an hour, more than 30 cylinders of different proportions were made. They were placed outside to dry, and there were people to watch over them. Old Man Yao pulled a maid of the Zhang family over. "Xiao Tao, what are you doing?" In reply to Old Man Yao, the young master and young lady are making honeycomb briquettes to see which proportion is good and which is cost-effective. In the future, we will specially make them for boiling water and cooking. There will be special furnaces with 1 hole, 4 holes, and even 9 holes. We will arrange according to the number of people. The coal face is not valuable, and the other things are not valuable either. The honeycomb briquettes can save firewood and feed. The most important thing is that they are convenient to use and won't easily cause a big fire. The maid didn't hide anything and answered all the questions. What's the use of saving firewood?
Old Man Yao still couldn't understand.
It can be used to make charcoal. Charcoal has more uses, and its price is much higher than honeycomb coal. Most importantly, the more difficult the Yellow River is, the less likely it is to use coal. It is used in the north. Coal is a waste of face, and the rice straw can be used to distill wine. Even if people don't drink it, it can be used in other aspects. This time the servant girl, Xiao Tao, didn't speak loudly. Instead, she moved closer to Old Man Yao's ear and whispered to him. Old Man Yao Weiwei was stunned. Straw can also be distilled? Even so, you guys still have to surround this place. Now that you've all seen it, it's easy for others to learn it. Don't tell me they're talking about it from the stove?
If the young master says it can be done, then it can be done. The young master said that after distilling the straw, it can be made into paper. It would be a pity to burn the good straw and other stalks to feed the cows. You don't have to keep this a secret. The stove is easy to make. You just need to take a look at it. When you get the best ratio, you can post a notice to let others know how to use coal to make honeycomb briquettes. We can use the saved stalks to set up purchase and processing points in various places. Our family has never kept anything that concerns the livelihood of the people a secret. The servant girl knew quite a lot. She answered another question from Old Man Yao. The three old men chose to believe her last sentence. If it was said that it wasn't kept a secret, then it really wasn't kept a secret. She had already taken out the methods of raising poultry, interplanting, and rearing. She had also handed over the methods of building greenhouses in the north. However, those were only handed over when the Zhang family and Wang family didn't need to rely on such methods to earn money or when they needed to exchange benefits. Now, was this honeycomb briquettes prepared to be exchanged for benefits, or was it because they didn't need to rely on it to earn money? It was hard to figure out. Perhaps because she also felt that what she said was a little untenable, the servant girl, Xiao Tao, explained. Actually, doing this in Wuxia County has another purpose, and that is to attack the Four Seas Academy's cross-industry economic strategy. A few days ago, when they came to sell the silver ore, they had a series of plans. However, they encountered the little young master and didn't wait for their plans to be connected before they were cut off. However, there was still a little trouble after that. The forest they bought and the straw they had to buy at a high price will cause the county to have a shortage of firewood for a certain period of time. Transporting firewood from other places will increase the cost. The little young master's intention is to let others know that as long as he is still around, don't think of using methods to attack the people of the Great Tang to obtain personal benefits. Don't think that you'll get lucky and won't give you any chances. Even if it's just a short-term scheme on firewood and straw, it's better to give up on this idea as soon as possible. When she said these words, Xiao Tao raised her head proudly, as if saying that the world was so big, who else but her could do it? The three old men understood. It turned out that Xiao Bao was angry because the people from the Four Seas Academy still dared to come and find trouble with him after finding out that he was an official in Wuxia County. Furthermore, they didn't admit defeat and retreat. He wanted to specifically target the other party once, using the effect of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger and killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It was to tell those who didn't have such thoughts that they shouldn't play tricks in front of him. If they played tricks, as long as he went over, they would have to retreat. There was no room for negotiation. Old Man Chong laughed. Haha, good. You're domineering enough. You can match up to Cuckoo. It seems that the two of them have indeed inherited the true skills. The most important thing is not simply to defeat others. If it's just to defeat, my good granddaughter Xianxia can also do it. The main thing is that Xiao Bao didn't forget to take the people's livelihood into consideration when he was dealing with his opponent. It's hard to find a hidden plan, but it's hard to find one after another. Yes, the Zhang family is the same as the expert who taught him. At the very least, he should kill two birds with one stone. Otherwise, he won't be calculating and will have to rely on the two of them in the future. Old Man Pai, who understood the way the Zhang family and the Wang family did things, was now relieved. He felt that even if the expert behind the Zhang family and the Wang family died, they didn't have to worry about not having an heir. When the time came, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo grew up and taught their skills to others, generations of the Tang Empire wouldn't have to worry about sudden crises in the future. Unless the emperor was muddle-headed, such a thing probably wouldn't happen. If the current emperor was muddle-headed, perhaps the experts from the Zhang family and the Wang family could. Li Sun? He couldn't think about this anymore. Thinking of something, Old Man Pai couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he had a trace of fear for the Zhang family and the Wang family.
Old Man Pai wasn't like Old Man Pai, who had followed the Zhang family and the Wang family since Sanshui County. He didn't know the two families as well as the Old Man Pai. He didn't know that the Zhang family had always been scheming. When a scheme was used, it was never just for one purpose. Moreover, when the scheme was used, it was hard for people to figure it out. When people saw it, they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. For example, the promotion of Sanshui County from Zhongxian County to Xianxia County. All of these were laid out little by little when people didn't expect it. After he fell ill and almost died, he was brought to Suzhou and gradually integrated into the lives of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Compared to Old Man Pai, he was much worse, but he still knew some of the situation. For example, the construction of Suzhou, the arrangement of the dam being breached, and various methods in Yizhou. When he first learned about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were in two different wars. When the two joined forces, not only did they win the two wars, but they also schemed against the Tubo Empire. They exchanged a lot of livestock for Jianan Dao at a low price. At that time, no one would have thought that they would immediately counterattack after defeating the Tubo Empire's economic war. According to this, Xiaobao probably still had a backup plan. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao asked the servant girl, Xiao Tao, "Apart from this, what else?" "What else? What else?" Xiao Tao asked in return. She lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, "Maybe there's more. I heard the young master and the young lady mention that in the future, they should make more paper and continue to study printing. This way, more people won't have to worry about paper. Bad paper can be used to make things to hold eggs. It's convenient to transport them and can be used to build houses. I don't know about the rest, but there should be more." The young lady and the young master discussed this matter for 3 days. Similarly, it shouldn't take that long. That means there's more, the 3 old men thought at the same time. After so many things were settled, the 3 old men were in a good mood. Seeing that the honeycomb coal wouldn't dry up in a short time, they ran to the model to have fun. They were very happy. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Zhang Shua was now worried about who he should send to Xianxia County. Firstly, it had to be his own people. Secondly, it had to be someone who could take care of things independently and know when to advance and when to retreat. In the future, Xianxia County wouldn't be as simple as it was now. Zisho, help me think about who should be sent to Xianxia County. It has to be someone who is really capable and can do practical things. He has to be able to deal with the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He has to be able to not restrict the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. What if we send a hothead who doesn't find the fault with the original county magistrate and acts against the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family first? Then, we'll be in big trouble. Zhang Shua didn't have an idea at the moment, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling, who he had called to discuss this matter with. Zhang Jiuling was also worried. He really didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to offend either side. Could the Zhang family and the Wang family stop them? Even the emperor could only use conditions in exchange, let alone others. When he heard Zhang Shua's question, he had no choice but to say, "Just send an obedient person with 2 nimble assistants to investigate the accounts of Xianxia County. However, it can't involve Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, let alone Prince Tong En. After dealing with Feng Changgong and the others, just put away your thoughts and do your job properly. If you run into any trouble, ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for advice. Don't act on your own accord. Just like the officials in Luzhou, as long as you follow the rules, you won't run into any trouble." Zhang Shua had also thought of this point. However, he was worried that Yu Wenrong would object and make things difficult for him behind his back. Therefore, he retreated in order to advance. He gave up his position and didn't let the person he arranged go over. Instead, he sent the person on his side who was not capable to Xianxia and waited to watch the show. On his side, there weren't many people who could really do things. There were people who could do things and had passed the imperial examinations. For example, those who passed the imperial examinations in Jianghu Academy would be easy to use. However, they weren't his people. They were from the Zhang family and the Wang family. No, definitely not. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Shua sighed to Weiwei and said, "Officials of grade 6 and above can't go. We can only send people from grade 6 to grade 9. Just the 6 of them. Write down 3 names first. As for the other 3, we'll bring them up when others object." "All right. When Zhang Jiuling saw that Zhang Shua had already made up his mind, he knew it was useless to object. Chapter 7:14. Zhang Shua made up his mind. The next morning, it was morning court. He didn't know why the weather was so hot today. It was a little stuffy early in the morning. The moment the sun came out, he could feel sweat seeping out. Today was also a crowded day. All the 5th rank and above people in the capital were here. They stood in 2 rows outside. Fortunately, there were people holding umbrellas for them. Zhang Shua wondered if he should wait until after work to talk to the emperor about the candidates. At the same time, he could also get some tea from the emperor. There wasn't much tea at home. Ever since he had a bad relationship with Cuckoo, Zhang Shua and Wang family didn't bring him any tea when they sent him tea a few days ago. Children were really vengeful. He thought so, but someone wouldn't let him do so. At the start of the morning court, without waiting for Li Longji, who was sitting under 2 umbrellas, to ask about the situation during the spring plowing, Yuan Qianyao suddenly floated out. At least in Zhang Shua's eyes, he was like a ghost. Your Majesty, I heard yesterday that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and County Deputy Wang Wan submitted a letter to the Secretariat. They want to fill the positions of the officials promoted from Xianxia County. There are 6 candidates, and I think it's feasible. Yuan Qianyao was afraid that Zhang Shua would secretly say it. If he didn't mention it now, he wouldn't have the chance to participate in it later. He couldn't just blindly follow Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua wasn't the only person in the Secretariat. If he couldn't find out about this, he wouldn't be able to be the Prime Minister. Li Longji didn't know about this and didn't directly say anything. Instead, he glanced at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur was also puzzled. How did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo go through the proper channels? It might be so for other officials, but it wasn't right for them. Zhang Zhong didn't seem to have gone through the proper channels many times. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo always directly wrote to him about what they wanted to do and let the emperor know through him. Then they would achieve their goals. Gao Lishur, who couldn't figure it out and didn't understand, gave Li Longji a blank look. Seeing that Gao Lishur didn't know, Li Longji became interested and asked Yuan Qianyao, how can Xianxia County be promoted to a county? Tell me. This simple sentence made all the officials envious and jealous. It wasn't because the emperor asked about the promotion of Zhong County, but because the emperor didn't mention when the registrar and deputy county magistrate of Baoxin County would be in charge of Xianxia County. It was as if what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said was very normal. That was how it should be, to catch up with the censorate. The officials of the censorate and the Ministry of Rights resisted the urge to stand up and tell the emperor that this matter was against the rules. They just stood there and selectively lost their hearing. Yuan Qianyao wasn't thinking about this either. He replied to Li Longji, Your Majesty, Commandery Prince Tang, and wishes to build a few businesses in Xianxia County to improve the living standards of the local people. Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan should be helping to preside over matters in Xianxia County. Oh no, they should be in Xianxia County to see how they can manage Baoxin County together. This plan is divided into 4 steps. Once these 4 steps are done, the corresponding education and medical treatment will follow. At that time, the population of the county will definitely exceed 5,000 people. Therefore, there are 6 candidates for the replacement of positions. Chen Shi, Zhang Han. Yuan Qianyao didn't forget about the 6 candidates when he told Li Longji the details of the matter. They were all Yu Wenrong's men. Although they weren't really his men, he could still give Zhang Han a blow. When the officials heard this, their eyes swept back and forth between Yu Wenrong and Zhang Han, wanting to see their reactions. Under normal circumstances, even the county magistrate of Xianxia County was only a secondary class, grade 6 local official. No one in the capital cared about the officials. If they were really appointed, they would be demoted. However, once the Zhang family and Wang family were involved, things would not be so simple. In the beginning it was Sanshui County. Now, no one could send an official there. If they wanted to send an official there, they would have to first be a scribe and slowly rise up the ranks. Who would want to directly send a county magistrate there? Dream on! Not even the registrar or deputy magistrate could be sent there, let alone a county magistrate. It was about the same for Huayuan County. There was also Luzhou, Yi Prefecture, and Shu Prefecture where Commandery Prince Tong An was located. These were the places where the Zhang family and Wang family had been before. Once there was a position, they would do anything to squeeze into it. They would rather not take the position in the capital first. After 2 years, they would definitely be able to come back. Those with idle positions would have real power.
Those from the Ministry of Rights would be able to go to the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Revenue.
This was a shortcut.
As long as they were not stupid and went against people when they went there, they would have a golden signboard that was extremely dazzling.
Currently, no one knew who would be able to take over the position of Baoxin County. The neighboring Xianxia County was also targeted by the Zhang family and Wang family. They had already started building a complete set of facilities. Would there be any shortage in the future? Li Longji knew what all the officials knew. If Xiao Bao and Wang Wan really got involved, Xianxia County would become very prosperous in the future. They would be able to pay a lot of taxes every year. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhong could no longer be sent to be the provincial governor. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family could not be sent to be local officials for the time being. Otherwise, they would really want to disperse. At that time they would have more money. They could do whatever they wanted and fight wherever they wanted. The 6 people who were promoted were all minor officials. Li Longji did not know who they belonged to.
His eyes followed the direction of the officials' gazes.
When he saw them he understood. They were actually Zhang Shua and Yu Wenrong's men. If Zhang Shua knew what Li Longji was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. None of those 6 people were his men. His men had all gone through the imperial examinations. Look at those 6 people. Some of them were shady, and some of them slowly worked their way up. None of them were even in this life. At this time, Li Longji spoke. What do you think? After he asked, he did not forget to look at Gao Lishur. He meant to say that Gao Lishur should also think about it. Don't send the wrong person. If you really send a stupid person there, he would find trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family for no reason and delay the tax collection. Gao Lishur replied to Li Longji with a look of understanding. He stood there and began to think.
He knew that the best candidate was not someone who had accumulated experience in the local areas, nor was he someone who had gone through the imperial examinations.
He had to be someone who had been sponsored or taught by the Zhang family and Wang family. The best candidate was, of course, someone who had graduated from the Jianghu Academy. Those who had passed the imperial examinations could be arranged as they wished. If they were asked to write history, they would do it. If they were asked to do something, they would do it. They would never make any mistakes. This was because these people wanted to take the imperial examinations. They would have to report to the academy a year in advance. The academy would specially set questions for them. They had to pass within a year before they were allowed to take the imperial examinations. Otherwise, even if they were capable and could get a place as a high scholar elsewhere, they would not be able to pass the imperial examinations. Those who graduated from the Jianghu Academy were all very capable. He had also heard that the examination questions were different every year. Some would send you out to be a registrar. The deputy county magistrate and county magistrate were in cahoots. Your good ideas would all be suppressed, and you would be asked what to do. Some would send you to places that were prone to floods. When you were the county magistrate, the officials below would not cooperate with you. The provincial central government and the imperial court would not allocate money to you. How could you minimize the disasters caused by floods? All the examination questions would not be asked in person. Instead, they would give you a map and arrange for people to complete the personnel involved in the examination questions. When you were the county magistrate, you would be like a real county magistrate in the year of the examination. There would be others who would cooperate with you or not. They would play supporting roles. The difficulty of the examination was definitely higher than real life. There would even be unruly people who would cause trouble. The local gentry would be powerful. How could those who could accept such an examination and survive it be easy to deal with? It was really comfortable to use such people. When a place was in trouble, they would be sent to be officials. That would save them a lot of trouble. However, all the places that the Zhang family and Wang family had been to, except for Sanshui County, could not be arranged anywhere else. Otherwise it would be terrible. If they really worked together, it would be like the wind following the tiger and the clouds following the dragon. No matter what, they had to be suppressed. While Gao Lishur was thinking about this, the imperial court had already started to quarrel. Some people said that any of the 6 people could be chosen and that 3 people would be enough. Some people specifically picked 3 people. There were also people who rejected the 6 people one by one, saying that none of them could be chosen. At this time, Xianxia had not said anything. It was not time for him to stand up personally. Naturally, he would have his own people to help him. Time passed quietly like this. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He asked someone to bring tea and sat there to drink. When the officials of the Ministry of Rites saw the emperor drinking tea, they also chose to be blind. As the sun rose, it was getting hotter and hotter. What if the emperor's body could not bear it and fainted? Just drink a little. Li Longji watched the commotion and planned to eat something later to prolong the morning court. When he heard the excuses of the people below, he felt that it was very interesting. He signaled Gao Lishur to come closer and said, "Lishur, what do you think about sending 3 people who passed the examination of Jianghu Academy?" "Oh, there's no need for 3. 1 is enough. Jianghu Academy's examination is stricter than the imperial examination." Gao Lishur wanted to nod and agree. If he sent 3 people from the academy, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would have less to worry about. However, he could not and could only reply, "Your Majesty, I think that's not right. The people from Jianghu Academy should be sent to places where they are needed more. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are overseeing Xianxia County, so we don't have to worry about them at all. Moreover, even if the officials sent are not good, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have ways to deal with them. He Yi-Wei, whom I asked them to deal with, is not only not on a business trip, but also learned a lot. He is not greedy and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. This is all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's teachings." It was precisely because of this that Li Longji was not in a hurry. He really did not believe that the 3 local officials sent could avoid Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's methods when they were disobedient. If there really was such a person, they should be given a better position. After hearing Gao Lishur's words, he was also very satisfied with him. He did not help his adopted son gain any benefits. How loyal! He nodded slightly and said, "Why don't we order Zhang Zhong to set up an academy in Luoyang? We can find people from the Jixian courtyard to teach there." "I don't think Luoyang is good. Why don't we build an academy in Wanyan County? When Zhang Zhong comes to the capital, there will be someone there to manage it," Gao Lishur suggested. The 2 of them talked about other things while the people below were quarreling. When the monarch and subject were almost done talking, Xianxia finally spoke. Chapter 7:15. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the court was suddenly silent. All the officials looked at Xianxia differently. Cui Riji was now a secondary grade 3 official. Xianxia was going to promote him to a secondary grade 6 official. This was a huge drop in rank. If one were to calculate secondary grade 3, primary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, to secondary grade 6, how much would his rank drop? Furthermore, he would be demoted from a capital official to a local official. His salary would also change. But thinking about it carefully, the position of palace supervisor was indeed too idle. It did not have any real power. It was better to go to a different place before being promoted to a better position. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they would know that this was called a high rank. In order to promote people, they could first promote a person to department level and give him a very idle position. For example, this person could be promoted in 3 to 5 years. At that time, the department-level official would be demoted to a small county in a second-grade city to be a county magistrate or secretary. This position was originally a department-level official. At most, it would be a department-level official. But if it was a small position, there would not even be a deputy department-level official. It seemed very reasonable. The department-level official would be promoted to a department head position, a high rank. If he continued to work, he would be promoted to the provincial level and not to the local city. This time he would have some power and authority. After that, he would be demoted to the level of a divisional leader with real power. In less than 15 years, he would be promoted to the position of a real leader. If he was not a mayor, he would be a deputy mayor or a deputy secretary. After 2 more years of training, in a normal city, the secretary would also be the mayor or deputy mayor. In a better city, he would only be in charge of politics and be the secretary. After that, he would be promoted to the position of a high official. Switching back and forth, those who did not know would think that they were promoted and demoted. In fact, they were promoted step by step. This was what Zhang Shua had in mind. He wanted to drop down first. After all, it wasn't easy to change his position in the Hall of Supervisors, so he might as well take a detour and get promoted. At the same time he could earn more money. Who didn't want to be an official in a place where the Zhang and Wang families had been before? If one did a good job and didn't cause trouble, when the place developed, they would immediately receive a large sum of money the moment they left their post. Especially in Sanshui County. Although he couldn't get any benefits when he was a county magistrate, the county would take care of all his family's needs. He couldn't even spend his salary. Of course, he didn't need to save it. After a few years, he wouldn't make any mistakes. When he was promoted, he could get a sum of money from the county magistrate. It was a sum that he couldn't even get when he was a county magistrate. It was enough for 3 generations to spend without waste. Until now, no one had dared to do as they wished, insisting on being greedy and accepting bribes. I don't think it's appropriate. Cui Riji is an official of the capital. What if he can't figure it out when he goes to the local area? How can he handle political affairs? An official stood up and objected. That's not right.
Back then, His Majesty had specially promoted the local officials to the capital and sent them down to allow the government to pass.
Why can't he do it now? Zhang Shua's people immediately responded. As a result, the two sides quarreled again. In the end, they let the emperor make the decision. Li Longji didn't care who was sent. In any case, it was the same no matter who went. Besides, he still had to give Zhang Shua some face, so he agreed to Zhang Shua's suggestion. After Cui Riji's appointment was announced, Yu Wenrong's side couldn't accept it. After thinking about it, he also said, Your Majesty, I think the position of registrar should be taken by the current imperial secretary, Li Linfu. All the officials were stunned. Just now, a 3rd-rank official was sent down. This time, it was a 4th-rank official. It seemed that compared to the Zhang Shua and Wang families, the officials in the capital were worthless. A 6th-rank official was sent down, and all the officials below were high-ranking officials. Similarly, after arguing for a while, Li Longji also agreed to let Li Linfu go. Li Linfu didn't know that his destiny had been changed by someone else. As for the 3rd position, it was arranged by Li Longji himself. He sent a county magistrate from another county, the kind that was also very stupid, similar to He Wei. He was going to send it over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to deal with. A blue flame rose faintly, and a kettle sat on top of it. Many people were watching. Maid Xiaotao held a honeycomb briquette in her hand and explained to the people watching, This is honeycomb briquette, and that is a stove made from honeycomb briquette. It's simple to make and easy to use. It takes longer to burn than normal firewood. If you make it yourself, 20 honeycomb briquettes will only cost you 1 copper coin. When the river was connected, the coal would be shipped in by boat. Some people would say, I don't need to spend money to burn firewood. I burn firewood every year. I don't need to fork out a single copper coin. I have to make both coal and a furnace. Actually, that's not the case. We won't let everyone spend this money for nothing. If you have firewood, you can take it out and sell it to us. We will buy it at a high price. We are willing to buy a cart of inferior firewood for 5 copper coins, but a cart of good firewood can be sold for 8 or 10 copper coins. Some people will say that a cart of firewood can burn for a month, but if you make honeycomb briquettes, 10 pieces can only burn for a day. In that case, even if you make 10 carts of firewood less than a year, you won't be able to make any money. But if you make firewood and sell it, you can have a cart full of firewood in 2 to 3 days. Isn't that a profit? Also, we have another plan. That is, as long as you sell your firewood to us, we will provide you with coal and other things for free. Think about it. A big bundle of straw can only make a meal. Sometimes, it may not be enough, such as stewing, which is very fire-consuming. Honeycomb briquette is different. At most, 2 pieces of honeycomb briquette can make a stew very mushy. Moreover, it's very easy to use. You can use it even in winter. Put a wire net on it, and you can even roast food. Maid Xiaotao summed up the speech by herself and tried her best to explain it to the people. However, the people didn't listen at all. Even if she performed better than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she couldn't move the people's hearts. At this time, He Wei came out and shouted at the top of his voice. Our county's official Zhang and county deputy Wang, who are Xiaobao and Cuckoo, need firewood and straw. Therefore, they asked you to make honeycomb briquettes. Don't waste them. As soon as he shouted, the people suddenly swarmed over and carefully looked at the honeycomb briquettes in Xiaotao's hand. Some people went to see how to make the stove,
and some began to ask in detail how to use the honeycomb briquettes more economically. No one was watching from the side, and no one in the county hesitated. If Xiao Chong and Yizhou saw this, he would have a deeper understanding of what Zhang Xiaobao meant when he said that the people could also support you.
He Yiwei's honest words were more effective than Xiao Tao's lively speech. The people didn't understand the principles, but they knew how to choose. When they heard that it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who needed it, all their hesitation was cast away. Old Man Pai looked up at the sky and sighed. He said to Old Man Yao, "This is the human heart." It was like this in Luzhou. Zhang Zhong called for help, and thousands of people responded. No one doubted him at all. Even now, when I think about that scene, it still makes me feel emotional. Old Man Yao was a little jealous. As the Prime Minister, he couldn't do this. He didn't expect that the reputation of the two little guys could be so effective. It seemed that it was right to not let Zhang Zhong be a local official again. Otherwise, if he called for a rebellion, the local people would probably follow suit. Xiao Tao didn't expect things to be so simple. She only needed to mention the young master and the young lady, and the people could accept it. She was surrounded by the people and began to explain the formula. She also told them where the coalface was shipped from. The place next to Xiang City was more than 200 miles away from here. It was along the Ru River. When the time came, they could sell the things there. The travel cost was not much, and a ship could carry a lot of coalface. The people listened carefully. They thought it was troublesome just now. If there was firewood, why would they need to make a honeycomb coal? However, it was different now. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo needed it, so they naturally had to support them. As long as they didn't lose money, it didn't matter whether they earned or not. The people who stayed here also came closer to listen. When they saw the expressions of the people around them, they shook their heads helplessly. He knew that the plan of the higher-ups had failed again, and it was a complete failure. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family said that they were buying firewood and straw, they definitely wouldn't leave any loopholes for others to exploit. When the time came, they would definitely have other ways to control it. When the honeycomb coal could be sold, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were still at the construction site in Xianxia County, watching the construction scene. The workshop couldn't be built in a day.
Even if the people were working hard, for the sake of quality, they had to wait for a lot of time.
They had to wait for the previous place to dry up before they could move on to the next step. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to be able to build one floor in 3 days. If that was the case, 6 days would be enough. This was because there wasn't a need for buildings that were too tall. 2 floors were enough. 1 floor for work, and the other floor for raw materials. If there was a special place for processing, they could put the raw materials below and live on the top floor. Your Royal Highness, are you going to stay here tonight? Why are you looking for us to chat? This official is still sleepy. I really can't afford to accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky and saw that Li Sun didn't seem to want to leave, so he asked him, "Isn't it just that we haven't seen each other for a long time? I just want to talk to you. When we talk, you eat grilled fish. Otherwise, you have to eat supper too. It's the same. At most, I'll go to bed early tonight. Can you bear to chase me away?" Li Sun had an aggrieved expression. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't believe him. Who asked him to show such good acting skills when he was talking to Feng Changgong? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "Don't say such things. You should set a time to rest first. Otherwise, Cuckoo and I will go back to the county and not come out." "Time? How about it at midnight? I know that you're moved by love. It's a pity that I haven't found my other half yet." Li Sun gave him a time and then continued to complain. "I'm jealous. I can't do it at midnight. At the very least, I can't get up tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to explain that he couldn't do anything now, but he suddenly realized that it was useless to explain. He could only set a time. Chapter 7:16. When the moon rose before the sun set, it was time for the workers to rest. Those who lived nearby could go home, and those who lived far away could live in tents. 3 meals were provided a day. These days, dinner was always the best, and there was also a bowl of wine. It was the same as what the Zhang family and Wang family used to do. Today, because Li Sun wanted to eat barbecue, the entire construction site started barbecuing. There were no vegetables, so they could only drink soup. The people here were not used to eating barbecued vegetables. Li Sun ate different from the others. The others barbecued a small portion of mutton, mostly chicken and pork. Each person had a fish, as they did not like to eat barbecued fish. During the preparation, Li Sun began to wander around with a few guards. He looked here and there, and occasionally stopped to talk to others. The people working now knew who this person was. He was a member of the imperial family, Li Sun, Prince Tang N. If it was just this name, the commoners would only talk about it occasionally in their free time for the sake of novelty. However, Li Sun was definitely not so easily forgotten. Who was good and who was bad? The commoners were not stupid. Of course they knew. How the commoners of Suzhou were doing now could be found out from the mouths of the merchants who came and went. What they didn't expect was that this legendary member of the royal family was actually so amiable. He smiled at everyone he saw and didn't have a condescending tone when he spoke. He didn't wear the silk clothes of ordinary rich people, but light blue cloth clothes, which were said to be made of white fold. This kind of clothes did not look rich at all. One could only tell the difference if they looked closely at the stitches, the workmanship, and the dark patterns embroidered on it. When you barbecue this kind of fish, remember to put oil on it. Look, yours is burnt. Also, turn it over immediately after you sprinkle the salt. Don't let the salt stay on the fish. It's not salted fish. We didn't catch enough prawns today. Otherwise, we would have barbecued them for you. Li Sun walked to a barbecue table under the respectful gaze of the crowd and explained how to barbecue to the people sitting there. In fact, other people knew how to barbecue, but they didn't do it that way. The barbecuers consciously dissolved the salt in the water, made a small plate, and gently brushed it on the fish. They flipped it diligently and didn't put any oil at all. At this time, after hearing Li Sun's words, the person in charge of the roasting nodded and replied, "Your Highness, it's too wasteful to put oil on the roasted food. It's also not easy to use salt. It's better to save as much as possible. Don't be thrifty. I'm letting you eat so that you can eat well. If you're thrifty, I wouldn't have prepared these for you. Just eat what you should eat. Don't worry, this little bit of food comes from your work. As long as you work hard, you'll be worthy of the food." Li Sun finally understood. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was smart. They weren't stupid either. They just couldn't bear to part with the food. He hurriedly persuaded them and gave the task of persuading them. He had the guards look everywhere. After looking around, he returned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared everything. In addition to the food for others, there were also the shrimp that they caught, and the cow that Li Sun had people look for during the day that accidentally fell to its death. He didn't know why the cow was so stupid. It threw a tantrum while plowing the field for a long time. In the end, someone secretly found someone to sell it. Didn't it fall to its death? After picking up a piece of meat and putting it on the barbecue, Li Sun suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, who do you think the imperial court will send to take over Feng Changgong's current position? I don't like him. He came here during the day again. He didn't know anything and just talked nonsense. He even brought a Taoist priest with him to look around. I don't think he has any good intentions." Zhang Xiaobao put 2 shrimp on the barbecue. He slowly flipped through it and said, "It doesn't matter who they send, as long as there is a result. If Feng Changgong didn't find a Taoist priest, he might be able to stay in an idle position for a while. Now that the Taoist priest has found him, he's finished. Don't you want him to go to your place to spend money? You have to hurry up, or you won't have a chance. I have to teach him a lesson. In public, he doesn't have any ability." In order to promote Zhongxian to Xianxia, he actually sent people to other places to find refugees. I heard that he has a room in his house where the statue of Yama is enshrined. Every day, he has to worship it and burn an incense stick. It's not a big deal. The problem is that he wants the surrounding places to suffer disasters, so he can attract refugees to replenish the population. In private, this is the most important thing. He has offended me and Cuckoo. He knew we wanted to divert the river, but he insisted on stopping us. Even if he's a saint, I won't let him have an easy time. Otherwise, if word of this spreads in the future, won't anyone be able to offend us? Li Sun could understand Zhang Xiaobao. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were usually easygoing, they would not have an easy time if someone targeted them. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Back then, when they were in Luzhou, how badly were those officials tortured by them? If they were dreaming now, it would be a nightmare. However, he could not think of how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with Feng Changgong. Hence he asked, Xiaobao, you can't just let him do it there, right? The people will believe you. Of course, I can't let them do that. It won't be effective. I have to help them do it. I have to let the people know that there's a Taoist priest called Dream Chaser who's very powerful. He can reach the heavens and the earth. Let alone the rise and fall of Xianxia County. He can even see the major events in the world. I've decided. I'll meet him tomorrow and see what he's capable of. If he's really powerful, I'll commend him for it. I can't let a capable person overlook it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. At this time, the prawns had turned red. He took the ones that were hot and skinned them bit by bit. When the first prawn was placed on the plate that Wang Wan brought over, he said to Wang Wan, peel the next one yourself. Don't always bully me. The ones I peel aren't as fragrant as the ones you peel. Xiaobao, where's the Taoist priest we hired? Didn't you say you wanted to fight poison with poison? Wang Wan bit off a third of the prawn and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. He's here. Our master is His Royal Highness, Prince Tang and... Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and pointed at Li Sun. How can it be me? I don't know how to do it. Li Sun quickly shook his head and refused. How can it not be you? You ate the meat I made, so you have to do some work. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn. In fact, you don't need to know too much. Tomorrow, I'll put on a disguise for you. You just need to do as I say. You'll definitely be able to make Feng Changgong apologize. Otherwise, not only him, but his family will be finished. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun as he roasted a prawn for Wang Wan. Li Sun stared at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. Then I'll try. But don't blame me if I mess up. Slow down, let me see clearly. Li Sun also wanted to learn Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. When the time came, she could either cook for herself or for her future wife. Even if she could cook for the servants, it would be good to get a few compliments. Ever since he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he never thought that there was anything wrong with men cooking. Which of the real good cooks were not men? Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't understand Li Sun's thoughts. He tried to slow down and said while roasting the prawns, the best prawns are actually turned by hand. I don't want to burn my hands. If the prawns become blisters and become calluses, it will affect the sensitivity of my hands. I can also write and draw. Many scholars don't want to do rough work because of this. The advantage of roasting prawns by hand is that you can pinch them during the roasting process. If you use chopsticks for a long time, your wrist will be sore. Besides, it's not as good as your hands. When Cuckoo and I eat salted prawns, the shells are still intact. In fact, the same goes for roasted prawns. If you pinch them accurately, Wei Wei will lift the head and pinch the tail, and the whole shell will come off. Oh, so that's the case. Then don't you know how to wear gloves? Li Sun was really thinking about how to cook. You can wear gloves, but you need to practice for a long time. Otherwise, it won't feel good. If you want your hands to be soft, remember to soak more milk. Zhang Xiaobao finished roasting the prawns and blew on them a few times before peeling them. The peeled meat naturally went into Wang Wan's open mouth. Just as Li Sun nodded, he suddenly reacted, What do you mean by not being able to write and draw well? You want to use a flying knife, but you're afraid that you won't be able to do it properly, right? Same. Don't always talk about such violent things. We're civilized people. Don't eat that burnt meat. Take the fins from the side. After roasting the beef once, you can eat slowly. I'll take the fins away and show you how to roast the whole fish. That thing's tail can easily be roasted off if you're not careful. Zhang Xiaobao put his prawn into his mouth and chewed it together with the shell. Night finally came. Some of the people who worked during the day went home, while others went into the tent to sleep. They didn't chat, so as not to delay tomorrow's work. Numerous torches were lit. Another group of people came here and began to continue their work during the day. There were people working 24 hours non-stop, hoping to finish the work as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobao finally persuaded Li Sun to go to sleep. He and Wang Wan lay in the tent, but they couldn't fall asleep. The two of them opened the skylight above the tent and covered the blanket tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at the stars. It seems that there won't be rain tomorrow. The sky is clear. Wang Wan looked at the stars and said, That's not necessarily true. Maybe there will be a rain shower. If it were in Shanghai, who dares to say whether there will be rain or not? Zhang Xiaobao's mind was not on the weather, but his ears were listening to the sound of mosquitoes flying around and said, "What's the situation in Shanghai like now? I hate mosquitoes. If they want to sting, hurry up and do it. They're buzzing and annoying." Wang Wan tidied up the blanket to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. "I haven't seen it yet. It should still be connected to here. It said that it was later separated because of the movement of the Earth's crust. It's useless to go there now. It's impossible to develop foreign trade there. The only advantage is to build a port so that other warships won't dare to go there easily." Chapter 717. In the night, some people really couldn't sleep. It had nothing to do with mosquitoes or the sound of people working at the construction site. They just couldn't sleep because they were too excited. The invited Taoist chaser dream had finally arrived. He had even gone over to take a look during the day, but he couldn't sleep at night no matter what. Feng Changgong had no choice but to find the registrar and the county magistrate. They sat in the yard and looked at the moon in the sky and drank. "Fill it up and taste the cooked prawns. The Taoist chaser dream just told me that tomorrow the people will go home and hide. They won't dare to come out again." Feng Changgong was in a good mood. He poured wine for the registrar and the county magistrate and said to them while looking at the moon, "I wish you a great success. Cheers." The registrar was good at talking. He raised the cup and drank the wine. The county magistrate also drank a cup and said, "Sir, this time no one will dare to look down on you. But I'm worried that if you offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, will their parents come? If you hurt the younger one, the older one won't be able to stand it." He said that he was worried, but the meaning in his words couldn't be more clear. He didn't take Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seriously. Feng Changgong liked to hear this kind of words. He laughed and said, "If the older one comes, I won't be afraid. He can't control me, right? It's good to let people know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not so powerful. Besides, the people behind us are not bad." "That's right. Sir, how can you be bad?" The registrar still flattered, but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was infinite worry. The other two people didn't notice him. They clinked their cups back and forth and talked loudly under the stars and moon. After drinking until midnight, the three of them parted ways and went back to their respective homes. After walking for a while, the registrar stopped when he saw that there was no one around. He turned around and walked in another direction. After crossing 2 streets, he came to a courtyard and knocked on the door of the courtyard, making 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. After a while, the door was pulled open from the inside. He hurriedly dashed in. The person who opened the door stuck his head out and looked at both sides before he felt relieved and closed the door again. The registrar entered the courtyard but did not go into the house. Instead, he stood there and said to the person who closed the door, "Tell the higher-ups that our eyes have been set out. We will see the results in a month." "Understood." The person who had just opened the door replied and didn't say anything else. The registrar went around a room and disappeared into the woodshed behind it. The person who spoke just now went into the room and said to another person, "Leave immediately and tell the higher-ups that the county magistrate of Xianxia County, Feng Changgong, is going to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Tell them to pay attention to the news in the capital and don't miss any important information. The Zhang family and the Wang family have the ability to make money, and they don't lack the ability to scheme against others in business. They also have people who can fight. This time, we will see how the other party is in the officialdom so that we can make a plan. As long as they are here, we can't do what we want." The person in the room was wrapped in black cloth from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. When he heard the words of the person who came in, he immediately jumped out of the open window and hid in the half-moon night. After about 15 minutes, the registrar appeared in another room. He covered the hole that was exposed when he came out with a wooden board and sprinkled a layer of soil on it. Then he walked out of the door in front of him. No one else showed up in the room. When he walked out of the room, there was a 2-story building in front of him. From time to time, he could hear the laughter of a woman and the drunken words of a man. After passing through the 2-story building, the registrar appeared on the side of a street. He looked back at the signboard with the words Ro Chun Pavilion written on it and left with a strange smile. But as he walked, he felt that something was wrong. He looked back at the empty street and the worry in his eyes intensified. He muttered,
Should I really not do this?
Will I be exposed? My superiors have told me not to do anything in the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family live. Why don't I feel anything? Yes, I don't feel anything. After saying this, the registrar continued to walk forward, but he felt very uncomfortable in his chest. After turning a corner, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared him. Let me touch it. Oh, what's so soft? Let me touch it again. You are so bad. We are still outside. Why don't you have a good relationship with me? Is it really not good? Then why are you walking with your legs between your legs? You still say that. It's all your fault.
Until the sound of a man and a woman flirting was heard, the registrar who was hiding in the shadow of a house was relieved. He cursed the adulterous couple in his heart. After the two people passed by, he flashed out of the shadow and continued to walk back. He staggered twice and began to talk. I'm not drunk. You don't need to help me. Why are you wearing so little clothes? Come, let me see. I told you not to help me, but you still want to help me. As they spoke, they walked, completely oblivious to the fact that the adulterous pair had changed their appearance. The woman headed for the soft spring pavilion, while the man took out a set of gray clothes from his bosom. He took off his light blue clothes and changed into them. Then, he took out an item and threw it on the roof. He then kicked the wall twice and leaped up. He jumped from house to house, occasionally stopping to hide in the shadow on the other side of the roof. He followed the registrar who had just left while talking drunkenly. After he went up the roof, two people appeared where he had just been standing. One of them had a dog. Their clothes were gray and black. Even the dog's body had the same pattern. The person without the dog changed into a set of light yellow clothes and tied a xiaoyao scarf around his head before walking in the direction of the soft spring pavilion. The other person let go of the dog and walked around to another street. The dog stuck to the corner of the house by itself and walked along the road in front of him without making a sound. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at Wang Wan, who was hugging him like a fish. He sighed and muttered, "No wonder I dreamed last night that the police caught me. They were worried that I would run away, so they handcuffed me so tightly. I knew it. Who could catch me? Who caught you? I'll help you untie them." Wang Wan was not awake yet. Perhaps she heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice and said something in her sleep. Go to sleep. No one can catch me, let alone a broken handcuff. What's the use of twisting my arm to the back? The joint will come out. Why haven't the people of the first team come back yet? They are not as good as Huzi and the others. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the blanket for Wang Wan. Seeing that it was just dawn, he went back to sleep. When Li Sun came to find the two of them, Wang Wan was complaining to Zhang Xiaobao that he did not make a sound after waking up. It would have been better if he had made some noise. She would have been able to wake up immediately. Zhang Xiaobao had a helpless expression on his face. He told Wang Wan that they should indeed live separately. Otherwise, their vigilance would disappear. Li Sun had just woken up and had not washed his face. He heard half of the conversation and thought that they were talking about him. He explained, "Although I was in the tent next to yours last night, I didn't hear anything. There was no movement at all." Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao patted Li Sun's shoulder and walked out. Hurry up and wash up. What can you hear? No one is a good person. Wang Wan said and also went out. Li Sun stood there and muttered, I'm telling the truth. I really didn't hear anything. Why do we have to live separately? Young face, young face, young face. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were about to eat, a guard came over and said to the two, Young master, young lady, there is something wrong with the registrar. Number 105 and number 106 did not come back. I think they went with someone. There is something wrong with another place. Continue. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train others this time. Otherwise, it would have been better if he went out alone. He did not comment and just left these two words and went to eat. Li Sun just finished eating with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Feng Changgong arrived. This time, there were not so many officials. There were only 12 Yamen runners, including him, the registrar, the county magistrate, and a Taoist priest. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and found that Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes. The registrar also had dark circles under his eyes. The Taoist priest, who he saw with a telescope yesterday, had a red face.
Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes, but he seemed to be in good spirits. As soon as he arrived, he bowed to Li Sun and greeted Zhang Xiaobao. "Registrar Zhang, how is your cultivation? Come, let me introduce you. This is the dream-chasing Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain." Taoist priest. This is the registrar of Buixin County, Zhang Xiaobao. Although he is young, he is very capable. Dragon Tiger Mountain? There is a place like this now? Dream-chasing Taoist priest is indeed immortal. Zhang Xiaobao asked in puzzlement and praised the Taoist priest. "Little friend, you are wrong. What is immortal and what is bone?" Dream-chasing Taoist priest swung his horsetail whisk and pulled it over. Wang Wan looked at them from the side and did not say anything. She turned her head to the side and thought, "You still want to play this game with Xiaobao? Xiaobao is going to trick you to death." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to play with the other party, but considering that he had to deal with an important place in the construction site today, he did not have time to do it. He could only smile and pull Wang Wan to another place. When he left, he didn't forget to give Li Sun a meaningful glance. Li Sun didn't make any response. Instead, she ignored the Taoist priest and turned to leave. No one knew where she went. Feng Changgong, who felt that he was treated coldly, had an ugly expression. After a while, he smiled at dream-chasing Taoist priest and said, "Taoist priest, please follow me." Of the three people just now, one is Prince Tong En, and the other two are the registrar and deputy magistrate of Buixin County. Although they are young, they are very capable. I heard that no one has ever been able to gain an advantage over them. Dream-chasing Taoist priest had actually heard about them from Feng Changgong yesterday. When he heard it again today, he still had the same smile. Wei Wei nodded and began to walk around the riverside openly. When he reached the construction site, he flipped his hand and suddenly a compass appeared. He looked around with the compass and shook his head from time to time. If it was in the past, the people would have gathered around to watch. However, no one in the construction site paid attention to him. They were all busy building houses in anticipation of a better life in the future. Seeing the reaction of the people, Feng Changgong felt even more uncomfortable. The registrar next to him still had a flattering smile on his face. The deputy magistrate also frowned. Dream-chasing Taoist priest was still indifferent. He continued to walk along the riverside. After about 100 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the compass and said, "This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. Men are in charge of yang while women are in charge of concealment. Why is this place so feminine when the sun shines directly? Disaster. This is a disaster." Disaster? What disaster? Taoist priest, can you say it clearly? Before Feng Changgong could say anything, the registrar asked loudly. He seemed very nervous and looked around from time to time. Unfortunately, no one was listening to them at this time, because the sound of building houses was louder than their voices. There were 2 houses that needed beams. A group of people were shouting and carrying the wood. Their voices were both loud and soft, like a mix of harmonies, covering their voices. Dream-chasing Taoist looked at Feng Changgong helplessly and said with a sigh, "This may not be a place to preach Taoism. It's better to travel on the cloud." His meaning was very clear. "I'm busy here for nothing. You can't do this either. No one is looking at you at all. You'd better give me the money I deserve and I'll continue to wander around elsewhere." Feng Changgong was also very uncomfortable. He was more puzzled. When he came yesterday, there were people greeting him. Why was there no sound today? What was the difference? How could he know? When he came here yesterday and went back and forth, he greeted people. However, when he had dinner in the evening, he found that those who greeted him worked slower than others. Just a little slower. The person in charge here didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to tell him personally. He was already unhappy. When he went to sleep at night, he went to each tent and told them that they should work hard when it was time to work. Otherwise, they shouldn't be paid and shouldn't eat the food provided by others. This morning, he told the same thing to the people who went home last night. Therefore, no one cared about other things today. They were busy with their own work so that they could be worthy of the wages and good food. Seeing that no one responded, Feng Changgong looked at the registrar and the county magistrate anxiously, meaning that they should think of a way. The registrar, who was usually very smart, responded to the county magistrate's look with a blank face at this time. He meant, "Why are you looking at me? I am not the person in charge of the site." Just when Feng Changgong had an impulse to strangle the registrar, the county magistrate took action.
He went straight to the workplace in front of them and said to those who still didn't look at him, "The county magistrate has brought a powerful Taoist master here.
Do you want to see him? Hurry up. The Taoist master chasing dream is very powerful." After shouting, he waited for people to come over and ask, but this time, he was destined to fail. The people working had clearly heard him, but no one moved a muscle. It was not that they didn't want to be seen by the Taoist master, but they were afraid that they would delay the work and be driven away by others. Then they wouldn't be paid. It's over, they're all finished. They don't even know how big of a disaster they've provoked. If there were other fellow Taoists here, we might have been able to help them. What a pity. What a pity that so many lives have been lost. The Taoist master chasing dream felt that he was treated coldly, so his words were not polite and were very vicious. Anyway, those who heard it felt uncomfortable. You're right. I'll ask the bailiffs to bring them here and let them know where they're going to end up. Someone, go and call everyone here. Since the first plan failed, Feng Changgong came up with another one. This time it was tougher. Just as the Yamen runners were about to brace themselves and call for her, a voice suddenly sounded. "Fellow cultivator, may I know where you are from? Are you from Dragon Tiger Mountain? I heard that there are many fake Taoist priests there." "Oh, my Taoist name is Rumming." Feng Changgong and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Taoist priest standing there. This Taoist priest looked more like a Taoist priest than the Taoist master chasing dream. His white hair was tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin. He was wearing linen clothes and a pair of shoes with 1,000-layer soles. In his hand was a horsetail whisk with the same silvery white hair. 3 strands of whiskers hung down for more than 2 feet. His face was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was rosy. 2 long white eyebrows went down his cheeks and stopped at the line at the tip of his nose. He looked at them with slightly opened eyes, as if he had seen through everything in the world of mortals. His eyes were filled with pity, helplessness, and wisdom. This Taoist priest is used to traveling. So you are fellow Taoist Rumming. This Taoist priest's Taoist name is Dream Chasing Dream. We are fated. May I know where you are from? Dream Chasing Dream wanted to say that he was from Mount Longhu, but when he heard that the people from Mount Longhu were all liars, he could only change his words and ask about the other party's identity. The new Taoist priest narrowed his eyes and said with a sigh, "This Taoist priest is from Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, recently, many people have been using the name of the mountain to cheat everywhere. This Taoist priest is ashamed to speak. Speaking of which, this Taoist priest knows all the 108 Taoist priests of Mount Longhu. However, this Taoist priest has never seen many of them who claim to be from Mount Longhu. Do you think they are shameless?" Rumming seemed to be very sad. After saying that, he sighed again. With a flip of his hand, a compass appeared. In the other hand, Wei Wei moved. The horsetail whisk suddenly disappeared and turned into a pen. Then, a cloud of green smoke rose. With a boom, many talismans appeared on Ruming's body. This time, all the workers stopped and looked at the new Taoist in a daze. It was really too amazing. Even Feng Changgong and the others opened their eyes wide and had a look of disbelief. Dream Chasing Dream moved his hand, but he couldn't figure out how the other party changed. It was too fake for such a big horsetail whisk to disappear just like that. He didn't think that the other party was a real immortal. He always felt that the other party had a special method. If there weren't so many people watching, he really wanted to go over and ask for advice. If he learned it, wouldn't he have a way to make money again? Just as everyone was in a daze, Dream Chasing Dream held the compass in his hand and walked in a small circle twice. Then he said, "That's not right. This is not an ordinary place." When Dream Chasing Dream heard his words, he was happy and quickly said, "That's right. This Taoist priest also found that this place is not right, but no one listened to me. This Taoist priest thinks that this place belongs to the southwest. It is the time to offend the celestial wolf." After saying that, he looked at the other party. He thought that the other party was like him and wanted to cheat some money. In this way, the other party would naturally cooperate with him. Feng Changgong also had a look of hope on his face. He hoped that the other party could also scare others. This was a powerful move. Everyone else had stopped, but as long as he said a word, he might be able to make them leave. The registrar at the side couldn't figure it out. He looked around in confusion and was about to move forward to see what was going on. Dream-chasing Dream suddenly shook his head and said, "That's not right. Fellow Taoist, it seems that your skills are not good enough, but you can't mislead the world." This place did not offend the celestial wolf, but a fish spirit who wanted to cause trouble here. "Do you think so?" As Dream-chasing Dream spoke, he had already walked to the riverside.
His eyes looked at the flowing water with a very serious expression.
The hearts of the surrounding people also rose. They felt that this new Taoist priest was much more powerful than the previous one.
At the very least, the changes back and forth were not something that the previous Taoist priest could compare to.
"Xiao Bao, I think that Li Sun is really burying his talent by being a duke. I told him once yesterday and asked him to contact him. I didn't expect him to perform so well today. He should be shooting movies. He's clearly a natural actor."
Wang Wan, who was hiding elsewhere, whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. After saying that, she covered her mouth and laughed.
Zhang Xiaobao also had a look of admiration on his face. He also didn't expect Li Sun to be able to play his role so well. That day, when Li Sun had just arrived, he had thought that he was suitable to be a businessman. Today, it seemed that his real profession was definitely not a businessman. Of course, he was not an actor either. He was a swindler. When he thought of this, he said, "I think I have a successor.
No, I have to nurture him well and nurture him into a powerful person."
You really think that being a swindler is an honor? You even want to trick Li Sun. Look, Li Sun is about to perform. He's going to scare them to death. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said with a smile. This time, Taoist Dreamer really had a new move.
With a move of his hand, the front of the pen that looked like a judge's pen opened up like a lotus flower.
He muttered something and suddenly stomped his feet together. After landing, he shook his head and sighed.
This fish has already become a spirit.
I wonder if fellow Taoist Dream Chaser can subdue it? Subdue my ass. Where did this fish spirit come from? There's no such thing. He just refuted me, and now he wants me to cooperate? Dream on. Taoist Dream Chaser thought and shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you must have seen wrongly. Where did this fish spirit come from? He clearly offended the celestial wolf. Feng Changgong also echoed, "That's right. He offended the celestial wolf. Taoist, you'd better hurry up and do other things." Feng Changgong wanted to chase him away. However, Taoist Dream Chaser let out a long sigh and didn't explain.
He spun the judge's pen in his hand twice and pointed at the river. "Hey, demon, hurry up and die." As soon as his voice fell, a burst of smoke came out of the judge's pen in his hand. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, a pillar of water suddenly rose up from the river with a bang.
With a splash, a 5-foot-long fish fell to the ground. Chapter 7:18.
Seeing the big fish fall to the ground, Taoist Rumming let out a long sigh and looked to the side.
Seeing that there was no second fish, he said to Taoist Rumming and Taoist Feng Changgong, "This fish is a spirit from the Wei River. It has done evil many times. I tracked it for many days and finally caught it. Good. Amit ba." When the group of people who were originally shocked heard Taoist Rumeng's words, they were surprised at the same time.
Without waiting for them to ask, Rumeng said, "Oh, I once caught this fish spirit with a fellow monk.
I didn't expect that the fellow monk would pass away in meditation. I carry his thoughts." After saying that, Rumeng's eyes looked into the distance. He looked like he was really reminiscing. "Looks like I still need to train. It's easy to make mistakes at critical moments," said Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding behind a temporary house. "I think it's not bad. At least you reacted quickly and pulled out a monk friend. Where's the other fish? Aren't there two?" Wang Wan looked interested, but she realized that one fish was missing. "Who knows? The explosion missed. I don't know where it flew to. Your fixed-point explosion doesn't work. Do you think it's an underwater missile? It's good enough that it can be blown out. It's better than you. Don't always blame others. This flying prawn is for you. Use the stove to stick it to me tonight."
Wang Wan did not think that it was her fault at all.
She picked up a prawn that was implicated and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the unlucky prawn whose tail was blown off. "One isn't enough for you. Then catch a few more. What have you been thinking about all day? Do you still need to ask me about such a small matter?" Wang Wan turned her head away. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and shook his head. He nudged Wang Wan. Look at me. Let me ask you, have you been feeling a little nervous recently? Are there many things that don't go your way? Why? Wang Wan asked. Nothing, I'm just asking. Tonight, we won't eat the food from the construction site. Since little root vegetable is out, I'll pack a box for you to eat. It's just a bite, no soup. Drink some mung bean water. As for the dishes, we'll just eat some garlic and cucumber. We won't bring Li Sun. Just the two of us. Zhang Xiaobao stared at Wang Wan's eyes for a while. He didn't find anything, so he suggested what to eat for dinner. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment before she said, Xiaobao, thank you. I really haven't been feeling well recently. I think I've been too nourished. I'm going to do that soon. I used to be 12 years old. Don't look at me. What's there to look at? You're not allowed to have any ideas on me. Oh, I'll hit someone else. Zhang Xiaobao finally understood what was going on. No wonder. You dare? Don't put vinegar in cucumbers. I know. Add a blanket tonight and ask someone to send some things over. The things I made for others can finally be used on you. Zhang Xiaobao said understandingly. Wang Wan twisted her body twice. Don't say that. It's not certain yet. Look at Li Sun. It's good to be with you here. It saves a lot of trouble. Me too. At this time, Ru Meng was still baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at the poor fish that had been killed by the explosion. No one could hear what he was muttering. They only saw him walking around the fish and talking. Such a big fish. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are really good friends. I'll eat you tonight. I don't know if the taste will be bad after being fried. With Xiaobao here, I'm not afraid. That was what Ru Meng muttered. When he thought about how to eat for dinner, he stopped, looked at the sky, and said, Poor common people. Well, I'll take this fish spirit and use kerosene to comfort all living beings. Someone immediately came over and took the fish away. It didn't matter how to eat it. It could be cooked in kerosene or boiled in water. At this time, Ru Meng was already frightened. He didn't expect that a fish would really fly out and come out of the water with a boom. Just now, he thought that Ru Meng was like him, lying. He didn't expect him to be so capable. Could it be that the Taoist of Mount Longhu was so powerful? Where was Mount Longhu? Feng Changgong's face was pale. He was very worried that Taoist Ru Meng would expose his lie. At that time, not only would the common people object, but if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found out, they would impeach him. Worried in his heart, he gathered his courage and approached Ru Meng. He reached out and pulled Ru Meng's sleeve and said, Master Ru Meng, is it safe here? Do you want to let Master Ru Meng take a look? As he spoke, Feng Changgong flipped his hand and gave Ru Meng a hard thing. If it were an ordinary person, they might not know what it was, but Ru Meng knew. He estimated the size and weight of it and the feeling when he touched it. He immediately understood that it was a piece of gold that weighed 4 taels. He didn't know where Feng Changgong got it from. If he really calculated, it was worth about 30 strings of coins. At the thought of this, Ru Meng's expression changed. His impression of Feng Changgong became worse. In less than a breath, Ru Meng said indifferently, I only care about catching the fish spirit. Since the fish spirit is gone, I don't need to stay here any longer. I'm going to swim. After saying that, Ru Meng took a deep breath and calmed down. He rushed toward Ru River and jumped into it with a splash. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. It seemed that he didn't want the fish spirit that was going to be boiled in kerosene. When the common people saw that Master Ru Meng was no longer on the water, they exclaimed. They were also shocked. It was too magical. Just when everyone thought that Ru Meng had left, a long and distant voice came from an unknown place. I'm Ru Meng. The fish spirit has been eliminated. You can ask fellow Taoist Ru Meng about other things. Fellow Taoist Ru Meng has great merits. He has the ability to determine the sun and the moon. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all in his heart. Feng Changgong, who invited him here, has done a great service. His voice drifted for a long time before dispersing. Everyone looked at dream-chasing Taoist priest in a different light. On the other side, Li Sun found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wet. He complained, Didn't you say there were 2 fish? Why is there only 1? I don't care. Anyway, I have to braise it at night. Get me some ginger water. I'm so cold. The river in early summer is not warm. Zhang Xiaobao replied unhappily. You haven't finished what I asked you to say. Why are you in such a hurry? You made me use the bamboo tube to replenish it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the plan to succeed. What did he give you? Gold. Come here. He can bring such a big piece of gold at any time. I couldn't get it at home. I have to teach him a lesson. Make it into something to calm him down. Li Sun wiped his hair with a towel and handed the gold to Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, he was very emotional. Before he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he would never give such a big piece of gold to others casually. He was so poor. Now that he was with the two of them, no one took this gold seriously. Although it was worth more than 30 strings of coins, it was not a matter of 30 strings of coins. Ordinary people could not exchange it for such a big piece of gold even if they had 50 strings of coins, unless they bought jewelry and melted it at home. However, they could not take it out casually as money. If you want to calm down, drink some cinnabar and have a special medicinal diet. Do you think gold is so delicious? If you eat until you die, do you want to make a small box of vegetables at night? If you want, I'll get someone to send it to you. Cuckoo is not feeling well. She won't eat with you. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the gold twice and did not return it to Li Sun. Li Sun nodded. Eat? What about lunch? I decided not to eat. I'll wait for you to make a box at night. What other dishes do you have? Tell me first. I'll think about it. It's a beautiful day. No, just a cucumber. That's fine. As long as it's made by you, it won't be bad. You guys stay here. I'm going to change my clothes. It's so fashionable. Li Sun was very happy. He did not care about what he ate. He only cared about who made it. The food made by Xiao Bao would definitely not be bad. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to Xianxia County. After Li Sun left, Wang Wan took the gold and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with sparkling eyes. I couldn't tell. You really don't show off. Learn how to bark like a rabbit. I finally know. No wonder people couldn't catch you when you were in the city. Just put on a disguise and change your voice. Who would be able to guess who you are? Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. He mimicked a rabbit and squeaked twice, saying, It's a life-saving skill. In order to learn this, I gave you 4 caddies of real bean cakes and dry tobacco. It's not easy to bring them into prison. That old man is fond of them. If he doesn't give me cigarettes, I can't even call him grandpa. What do you want this gold for? So the most powerful place is prison. You can learn all kinds of good things. I want to use this gold to make something good that women like, a chain. Wang Wan was happy to discover another ability of Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao was powerful, so she was powerful. She held the gold and said happily. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in surprise. Is it the kind of chain that women use? You can't make it right now. Xiaobao, I'm so disappointed in you. You can't learn anything good in prison. Separate. You must live separately. Wang Wan immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. While speaking, she pulled Zhang Xiaobao and wanted to stuff the gold into his mouth. Not too far away, Feng Changgong was still proud of his method of giving the gold. He felt that he had really seen an immortal. He just didn't know why an immortal needed so much money. Looking at the Taoist priest Zhui Meng next to him, he was more confident in his heart. With an immortal's word, wouldn't it be what it said? Zhui Meng was very regretful at this moment. He regretted that he didn't get closer to Ru Meng just now and lost an opportunity to become an immortal. No matter how much money he cheated, it couldn't be compared to immortality. He sighed with emotion. Money was a worldly possession, but he didn't know that the immortal in his heart had earned so much money. Taoist priest Zhui Meng, why don't you show me what's good and bad here? Feng Changgong said to Zhui Meng when he saw that one had left and there was still one that he invited. He remembered that he had to do what he had to do. Zhui Meng, who felt that he had lost the opportunity to become an immortal, replied, Okay, let this poor priest take a look. After speaking, he began to take the compass and spin it again. The people who had not dispersed were not in a hurry to go back to work. They just stared at him. After spinning for a while, Zhui Meng, who had taken the money, stopped and sighed. Ah, there is still a great omen here. It's not easy to move the earth, especially the water. Chapter 719. As soon as Taoist Dream Chasing finished his sentence, Feng Changgong revealed a victorious smile.
He, who had been blinded by greed, did not know the trouble he was about to face.
The county magistrate was slightly worried. He was afraid that when the people stopped working, Prince Tang would be angry. When that happened, even an immortal would not be able to protect them. The registrar stood there and thought about many things. He felt that things were not as simple as they appeared to be. Dream Chasing, who could not become an immortal, began to work.
He continued, "All the craftsmen here must stop. Otherwise, they will incur the wrath of the heavens and burn themselves." They had wanted to watch and listen more, but when the curious commoners heard his words, they were unhappy. Even the very capable Taoist Ru Meng, who had come in a hurry and suddenly disappeared, said that he was powerful. This workshop was not a simple construction problem. It was related to their future lives. Feng Changgong finally felt that something was wrong. He walked in front of Dream Chasing and said, "Just talk about the diversion of water. Don't mention the workshop." Dream Chasing nodded to show that he understood. He said, "If you want to move the soil, I have a method that can solve all disasters. However, it can only solve the soil and not the water. It's better not to touch the water." When the people who were working heard that, they would not touch the water in the future. Building the workshop was not a big deal. They all turned back to continue their work. This was because the person in charge had come over to reprimand them. He did not say anything else but asked the people who were working, "Are you worthy of the wages you receive? Are you worthy of the food you eat?" The people who still knew filial piety, loyalty, and propriety went back to work. This made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel very emotional. This is the true foundation of a nation. When the moon is full, it will waver. When prosperity is prosperous, it will be lonely. A moment of glory is not important to the entire nation. What is important is who can preserve the nation's heritage. America was so powerful, but didn't it gradually withdraw from the stage 100 years ago? Science and technology could be created by humans, and many results could be obtained in a short period of time. However, civilization was definitely not that simple. A country without a cultural foundation would always have to pay a corresponding price in the process of accumulation. Whether it was disasters or wars, what should exist would still exist. This is because they have their own souls. So what if they rule the world for 100 years? When the sun rises, the sun sets. When the material standards are similar, it is a competition of the depth of history. Wang Wan sighed as she watched the simple people go back to work. Zhang Xiaobao did not make any comments about this. He held Wang Wan's hand and said, "Let's go back. We still don't know what kind of person Zhang Shua will send. I hope they don't send an idiot. Otherwise, we will have to waste a lot of effort." It was night and the moon was high in the sky. The people who took turns to work lit their torches and continued to work. Feng Changgong also made an exception and stayed behind. He was not willing to eat with the workers, and Li Sun was reluctant to share the food made by Zhang Xiaobao with others. He could only ask people to look for a small shop nearby and order them to make a more sumptuous dish. Sitting by the river, they felt the gentle night breeze, which was cool and had a trace of chill. Not far from him, Li Sun sat alone by the torches. While eating, he complained vaguely that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to live a life of two people. Until he could not eat anymore, his eyes were still looking at the remaining 2 boxes on the plate. He reluctantly stuffed a piece of cucumber into his stomach and looked in the direction of Feng Changgong. He said regretfully to himself, "What a pity. I invited him for nothing. I guess he won't have a chance to travel to Xuzhou again. It is so easy to find a Taoist priest to join the heaven and earth. You are lucky that you are not beheaded." Thinking of this, Li Sun could feel how ruthless Zhang Xiaobao's methods were. Originally, Feng Changgong only wanted to find a Taoist priest to help, but in the end, he disguised himself as a Taoist priest. If he stayed behind after leaving, he would have changed the meaning, saying that Feng Changgong could be the emperor if he wanted. How could this be good? Feng Changgong was too much. Just let him lead the river. Why did he have to stop it? Now he had lost his life. Feng Changgong really did not think about this matter. He was thinking about how to get more benefits in the process of turning Xianxia County from Zhong County to Xianxia County. The first credit was given to Commandery Prince Tang. The people in the county gate could only distribute the rest of the credit. Which one should he assign to himself? Thinking about this matter, Feng Changgong glanced at the county magistrate who was staring blankly at the flowing river and asked, "County Magistrate Ma, which one of the 4 places do you think is good? Planting sesame seeds and fragrant oil workshop, or raising poultry or livestock? The fertilizer is probably not valuable. You can choose one." The county magistrate was still thinking about what happened during the day. Ru Meng came and left in a hurry. How come he had never heard of such a great ability? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to lead the river. But why did they not do anything? Only Commandery Prince Tang, and came to build a few workshops. Did he really intend to wait until the local people wanted to lead the river? Hearing the county magistrate's voice, the county magistrate looked at the changing moonlight in the water and replied, "Sir, I think it's better to let Baoxin County lead the river away. Since there are workshops in our county, there will be many people willing to come. The number of people will be enough to be promoted to Xianxia County. We don't have to worry about people running to Baoxin County. I asked you which place to choose, not whether to lead the river or not. What if it can be promoted to Xianxia County? The 2 of them dared to teach me a lesson in front of my face. How can I take this lying down? I don't believe that they dare to kill me directly, and I don't believe that they can bribe the people in the court to deal with me, a 7th-rank official. If they really do that, how will the people see the Zhang family and Wang family? Don't tell me that it's necessary to kill people because of political disagreements?" Feng Changgong said eloquently. The county magistrate really thought so. He didn't think that the other party would take action because of political differences. It was because there were many things in Xianxia County that the other party couldn't stand. For example, the other party clearly proposed a good idea to improve the lives of the people, but the county magistrate just agreed. For example, that day at the riverside, the Yamen runner tried to buy the fish by force with very little money. The way the Zhang family and Wang family acted always gave people the impression that they loved the people like their own children. What they couldn't stand the most was other officials who didn't sincerely work for the people. They could say that they were meddling in other people's business to gain a good reputation, or that they were removing obstacles in the development of Baoxin County. In the end, they wouldn't be kind easily. The county magistrate wanted to retreat. The more Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't react fiercely, the more uncertain he was. It wasn't good to be too calm. So he kindly advised, "Sir, why don't you discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ask them what they should do with the original idea? After all, it can make the lives of the people in the county better, and it can also give you some political achievements." There's no need to mention this anymore. Political achievements? Don't tell me you don't have enough political achievements now? No matter how much you have, you won't be able to become a provincial governor. According to my estimation, after the 2 of us turn Xianxia into a county, we can go to the provincial government to work after paying a tax. Tomorrow, I'll write a letter to the capital and ask around. Do you still have enough money? Feng Changgong didn't want to continue discussing the matter that troubled him, so he wanted to ask his backer. The county magistrate had a pained expression on his face. "Yes, I've prepared 1,000 strings of coins and a gift worth 500 strings of coins. The account has just been settled, but it hasn't been completely corrected yet. I'm worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will write a petition to impeach and the imperial court will send people to check the account. They're all dead people. Can the imperial court's people come down the next day? Quickly correct it. If it really can't be done, let people immediately open up a new piece of land and use the new land to clear the old account. Find your own people to occupy the land and cooperate with Prince Tang, and to plant soybeans and sesame seeds. Let them send the money up first. Don't feel bad about the small amount of money. If you give them 1,000 strings of coins, you'll get 10,000 strings of coins in return. If you weren't willing to spend the money back then, would you and I have run to Xianxia County to become officials? When you and I came here, there were more than 3,000 people in Xianxia County. Now, only a few years have passed, and you can be promoted again. If you don't give money, do you think you can be promoted so quickly?" Feng Changgong began to educate the county magistrate. County Magistrate Ma knew that he couldn't quit even if he wanted to. When he first started his career, he wanted to let his family have a better life. With a little bit of money, he could buy more land and didn't have to worry about food, clothing, and housing. Who knew that he would have to take out the money he earned again and again? All the money was used to send gifts. He was promoted, but he didn't keep the money. There were too many things on his plate and he couldn't get rid of them.
He could only hope that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who he offended this time, wouldn't find out. Seeing that the county magistrate didn't say anything and just lowered his head, Feng Chonggong said again, "Before you leave, make another sum of money. This time, you don't have to give it away. See how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do business. Learn from them when you go elsewhere. In the future, it won't be easy to make money when you work for others." In fact, County Magistrate Ma had been secretly complaining for a long time. If he didn't give the money to others at the beginning and let his family do business, he would have a lot of money now. In the place where he was an official, he couldn't lose money under his care. Hearing that he didn't have to take money from the account in the future, he was relieved. He only hoped to leave as soon as possible. It was uncomfortable to be too close to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The construction of the construction site was in full swing. Children who couldn't sleep also came out to see the scene. Children liked places where it was still bright at night. By the way, they could drink some hot soup specially prepared for the workers instead of boiling water. If anyone was thirsty, they could come and drink a bowl of it. Even if the egg flowers in the soup had been broken into pieces and the vegetables were mostly wild vegetables, children still liked to drink it because they could not add oil and salt when boiling the soup. There was also spicy ginger. Children ate the soup like snacks. To children, they could drink the soup, see the busy adults, and see the fire swaying in the wind. For children, this was happiness, simple and unforgettable. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves covered the children's laughter. More than a dozen children stopped and looked in the direction of the sound of the horses' hooves. Their eyes were full of curiosity, but they were not afraid at all. As the sound of the horses' hooves was getting closer and closer, the first to react was Li Sun's guards. 100 people surrounded Li Sun, who was enjoying the night scenery. More people mounted their horses and picked up their weapons. They divided into 3 groups and opened up the distance. The first group of 100 people rode their horses slowly to meet the horses. The second group of 200 people separated into 2 groups and slowly rode their horses in circles, ready to charge. The third group stood still and waited for orders. Chapter 720. As the sound rang out, the other party's horses stopped one after another. They put on a defenseless appearance, allowing Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen at the front to approach. A very handsome person rushed out from the group. He was wearing a light yellow brocade robe and was riding a large red horse. He looked at Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen enviously and asked, "Where's my 5th brother?" "So it's the 6th Marquis. Young master has just finished dinner and is enjoying the fire by the river. 6th Marquis, please come this way." The leader of Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen looked at the person who came down and cupped his hands in salute. He pulled on the reins and led the way. "Follow behind. Don't disturb the people." The person on the horse ordered and urged his horse to follow behind the cavalryman. Li Sun was planning to stay a little longer and eat the other 2 boxes when his stomach was a little empty. There was a pile of charcoal beside him to heat up. Hearing the noise, he stood up and looked over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came out with 100 crossbowmen gathered around them. They were originally going to help Li Sun's cavalrymen hold the line and shoot at the enemy's middle and rear, or wait for the cavalrymen to turn around and help suppress the enemy. It seemed that they were not going to be needed. "You 2 finished eating too? My 6th brother. I don't know how he found us, and I don't know what he's doing." When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he made a puzzled expression. In fact, he wasn't afraid even if he didn't know who was coming. He had 600 cavalrymen, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had more than 200 people around them. With more than 100 people lying in ambush, with Wang Wan's leadership skills, even if the enemy had 10,000 people, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Some of the 600 cavalrymen had once fought with Wang Wan in Tubo. "You know Li Ji? He came here in the middle of the night," Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked at the people who were no longer working on the construction site. Instead, they were picking up various tools and preparing to provide support. "He probably misses me. I don't think he's short of money. Last time, during his birthday celebration, I gave him 10,000 strings of cash. He said that he used it to do business. Now he's also a county magistrate. Oh, he's also a consul in the army of Xianxia, unless he loses money." Li Sun really didn't know why his younger brother, who was no longer his biological younger brother, was here. At this time, Li Yu had already arrived nearby on his horse. When he saw his brother, he jumped off his horse and almost fell. He happily went up to Li Sun and said, "Fifth brother, I haven't eaten yet. Is there anything to eat? Just 2 boxes. I'll make do with it." After saying that, he didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and picked up a box that was only a little warm. He opened his mouth and ate it. He chewed hard a few times and stuffed the whole box into his mouth. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. Then, he poured the remaining half of the soup into his stomach. He picked up a cucumber and asked, "Fifth brother, where did you find this cook? It's delicious. What's in the box?" "It has a faint spicy smell of scallions, but it's different from scallions. It's slightly better. A little earthy. It's fresh. Why don't you lend it to me for a while? It's cold. Wait first. I'll bring it to you later. Here, it's made by this one. Zhang Xiaobao. The one next to him is Wang Wan. If you can bring it back, let them make it for you every day." Li Sun also liked this younger brother very much. Unfortunately, he was only a younger brother in private. If he was in the capital or in public, he could only be a younger cousin, who asked him to be adopted. Even though he was clearly related, he couldn't casually say that. Li Yu was still immersed in the delicious taste of the box. When he heard his brother's words, he didn't even think about it and said, "Zhang Xiaobao Wang Wan, right? You two come with me. How much do you want?" "As long as you can take out 10% of this official's family's wealth." "Marquis Li, eat slowly. This official still has more in my tent." "Marquis Li, do you want to dip it in sauce? With sweet sauce, it'll taste even better." When Zhang Xiaobao heard someone say that the food he made was delicious, he was also happy. He played along with Li Yu. "Quickly bring it over. Good cooking. How much is 10% of your family's wealth?" Li Yu picked up the other box. This time, he couldn't bear to eat it all directly. He took small bites and asked as he ate. "Roughly 10% of my family's income is from the business between the clouds and the water. The turnover for the first half of this year hasn't been reported yet. We'll know in June." Marquis Li still has to wait for a while. Zhang Xiaobao really did drag Wang Wan to get the box for Li Yu. Li Sun's younger brother had arrived and hadn't eaten yet. They couldn't let him starve. "Okay, let's go get it first. Fifth brother, I'll tell you a piece of good news. There's a big business in my county. People from the Chamber of Commerce have taken a fancy to a piece of land in my county. They say they want to occupy it and then develop it. But... Fifth brother, who were those two just now? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Between the clouds and the water? Those two are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Fifth brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Aya, this is bad. Xiaobao, cuckoo, wait for me. I don't need you two to be my cooks. I really don't need you two." As Li Yu was talking, he suddenly realized something. He complained to his brother and wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Sun pulled Li Yu back and said helplessly, "They went to get something for you to eat. Why are you in such a hurry to come here? They didn't even eat their fill." "Fifth brother, the two of them personally cooked? I just said I wanted to buy them into the family, but they won't lower themselves to your level. Tonight's dinner was cooked by Xiaobao. Go on, how big is your business over there?" Li Sun stopped Li Yu, who was about to follow him, and asked. "Actually, it's not that big. Compared to you, fifth brother, it's not big enough. Last time, fifth brother gave me 10,000 strings of cash, and I used it all to do business. This time, I'm going to invest in it again." They said, "Fifth brother, let's wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come back. I wanted to talk to you directly, but since he's here, why don't we listen together?" Li Yu was about to talk about the business when he suddenly stopped. He was going to wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come over. Li Sun immediately knew what this younger brother meant. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Yes, if there's no one else, you come to me. If there's someone else, you come to me. You know how powerful Xiaobao is, right?" "No, I didn't mean that." "Then I'll talk to you first, fifth brother." Li Yu quickly denied. Li Yu started talking, but he didn't talk about the business. He talked about something else. "Fifth brother, I really admire you. This time, I brought 300 cavalry with me, but when faced with your 100 cavalry, I lost my momentum. The second echelon behind you that is preparing to charge hasn't come up yet. If they come up, even if I have 3,000 men, I won't be able to win. Fifth brother, tell me, how do you train your soldiers? They give off the feeling of being on the battlefield. The archers here are not bad either. Just now, I heard the faint sound of strings being pulled. My guard captain told me that just by hearing the sound, you can tell how powerful the archers are. They pull the strings continuously, but not hurriedly. They pull the strings in an orderly manner. He said that during war, the scariest thing to hear is this kind of sound, because in the next moment, you'll be covered by a neat rain of arrows. This kind of rain of arrows can form a formation. When he heard the praise, Li Sun was also happy. Wei Wei nodded. The ones rushing out in front are all soldiers who have fought against Tubo outside the pass. The archers are Wang Wan's guards. Even if you have 30,000 soldiers for fun and hunting, not to mention 3,000, even if I pass the command to Wang Wan, you can't do anything.
Of course. Who doesn't know about Cuckoo?
The Tubo people call her Demon Fiend, but we call her Ghost Fox in private. She moves like the wind and comes and goes without a trace. Fifth brother, what are you doing here? Li Yu flattered again. His eyes were fixed on the direction Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left, and he asked about the situation at the construction site again. At this time, the people at the construction site had already gone back to work. Many people actually hoped that the enemy would come from another country. Of course, this kind of thinking was stupid. If the enemy could come here, how many places would have been penetrated by the enemy? They wanted to see how Wang Wan would lead the troops to kill the enemy until they threw away their armor. Seeing that the alarm was lifted, and it was said that the enemy was another member of the royal family. Knowing that the fight would not happen, they went back to their positions and did what they were supposed to do. I have a stake in the business of 4 workshops here, so I came to take a look. I haven't seen Xiaobao and Cuckoo for a long time. It's strange. What's the big business you mentioned just now? Li Sun didn't think that his younger brother would know the details, so he casually answered and asked again. Li Yu's eyes were still fixed on the direction Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left. Hearing his brother's question, he responded and then asked again. Fifth brother, is the workshop here proposed by Zhang Xiaobao? I don't know if my Chongning County can learn from it. Then you have to give me the map. Tell me what you have there. Can't all patterns be copied to other places? Is there a big business? Tell me specifically. Map? Yes, I have a few copies. I also know about the things there. Fifth brother, can you let me have a stake in the business here? I won't make trouble and just wait to collect the money. What do you think? Think about it in your own county. Once the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family is launched, they don't need other people to have a stake in it, unless they ask others before doing it. It's very risky. Anyone who hesitates will lose the opportunity. Next time, when they have a business, I'll tell you and you can take out the money. Li Sun finally understood. His younger brother didn't want to talk about the big business with him alone and kept interrupting. Then there was no need to ask. After all, his business skills were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao's. Even his own younger brother didn't trust him. Li Yu nodded happily. Fifth brother, don't worry. When the time comes, I won't ask if it can make money or how. I'll just take the money. When the time comes, I'll take whatever they give me. They're back, they're back. Why did they take so long? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared outside the tent. Zhang Xiaobao was holding a plate with something steaming on it. He came closer and put down the plate. There were a few boxes, a bowl of soup, 2 small pickles, and a little sweet sauce. He said to Li Yu, "It's just done. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. 6th Marquis, try it. We'll talk about the matter of entering the manor later." Chapter 721. What kind of business? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. How big was the business that Li Yu needed to come to his brother? Was he short of money? Did he need more than 100,000 strings of cash or hundreds of thousands of strings of cash? Brother Wu, do you have any tea? You can have some tea first. I'll tell you as I eat. And the 300 people I brought haven't eaten yet. Li Yu was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten at noon and had rushed all the way here. After eating 2 boxes, he found that he was even hungrier and wanted to eat first. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the people from the inner courtyard beside him, and the people from the inner courtyard went to prepare the food. In the middle of the night,
The workers still had supper, so the people who had been invited were in charge of cooking. The three of them didn't drink tea. Zhang Xiaobao held a glass of juice, Li Sun held a glass of wine, and Wang Wan sat and listened with a cup of hot milk in her hand. Seeing that his subordinates were arranged, Li Yu ate a box and felt much better. Hot food was better than cold food. He said to the three of them, "When I was the county magistrate of Chongning County, a chamber of commerce called Xianxia Chamber of Commerce suddenly came. They were willing to pay 50,000 strings of cash to do business in the county. However, they didn't have land and didn't want to buy it. They said that they didn't have much money now. They told me that they planned to build a large-scale pottery distribution center in the county. At the same time, they could use the local iron ore to study new pottery processing techniques. As long as they did it, they could increase the tax of Chongning County by 50% a year later and solve the problem of jobs for the 300 people who couldn't find jobs. 2 years later, they could double the tax of Chongning County through their vigorous publicity and market operation. 3 years later, through the form of a joint venture. Through the form of a joint venture, you can widely distribute sales outlets and carry out some kind of brand effect. You can double the tax revenue of Chongning County again and form a long-term, effective and reasonable utilization model. Every local family can go upstairs and benefit from it, right?" Before Li Yu finished, Wang Wan added. She then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Classic, it's really classic. I suddenly have a feeling of transcending time and space." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and waited for Li Yu to continue. Li Meng's mouth was half open as he looked at Wang Wan in shock. With an expression of disbelief, he asked, "How did you know?" "I know a lot, so this is nothing. The other party's level can be said to be at the beginner's level. It's not easy." "Sixth Marquis, please continue." Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. She raised the cup to her mouth and sipped. Li Yu also took a sip of the soup. "Something like that. That's what they meant. They said that their people were very good at organizing and could sell the worthless things at a high price. They told me not to worry because the things in Chongning were valuable and could only be better, not worse. I thought it was good, so I prepared to let them do the business and was willing to invest 10,000 strings of cash. I had already earned 12,000 strings of cash from the money fifth brother gave me. Since it was a business in the capital, I didn't have to worry about it anymore. But they also said that it wasn't enough because they needed a very large site for research, production, mining, and storage for materials. They said that if they wanted to make money quickly, they needed to invest 100,000 strings of cash in the early stage. They asked me to find a way to pull some people in. As long as they had 100,000 strings of cash, they could start the business. Moreover, they said that the people who invested money could make a profit in 1 year and get their capital back in 2 years. Their place couldn't be moved, so I didn't have to worry about them cheating people. But there was one thing. They didn't have enough money to buy the land, so they hoped to find someone who could cooperate with them or directly invest the land in the government office. Nowadays people talk about shares. The land shares account for 20% of the shares, which is 25,000 strings of cash. According to the price, they must have such a large land. I'm short of money. No matter what, I can't gather 50,000 strings of cash. So, I'm looking for you to discuss and see if you can invest some money. Just 30,000 strings of cash will do. I'll just gather the rest. At the same time, I want to ask fifth brother if this deal is possible." After saying this, Li Yu looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't look at his fifth brother because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao's words were more credible. Although 50,000 strings of cash was a lot for him, it was too easy for his fifth brother and Zhang Xiaobao. They could even take out so much money to build a canal. Zhang Xiaobao was too lazy to talk about this kind of thing. He glanced at Wang Wan, indicating for Wang Wan to continue. Wang Wan put down the cup and said to Li Yu, "Eat your food. I'll tell you slowly. Listen carefully. First, I want to ask you if there is iron in Chongning County. Can it be used to make pottery?" "Yes, there is a lot of iron and clay. Yes, there is a kiln there." Li Yu, who took a bite of the box, said with food in his mouth. "How much land can you buy with 25,000 strings of cash?" Wang Wan asked again. "The land there is expensive now. It's close to the capital. You can buy 5,000 mu for upper fields, 8,000 mu for middle fields, and even more for lower fields. It depends on the place. You can buy 20,000 mu in a bad place, but Chongning County can't afford such a large land. It's not easy." Li Yu answered again.
He felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would Wang Wan say this? Wang Wan nodded. It's okay if you can't afford it. Then he could wait to receive a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have anyone to help him improve technology, management, and sales. Now that he was in a different place and with different people, it was different. Thinking of this, Li Sun put down the wineglass in his hand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He said, Xiaobao, your business with me. Let's not talk about this. You don't check the accounts, and we don't plan to cheat you. Why are the rules so strict? It's just that the sixth marquee business is not easy. Who knows what the other party is thinking? Zhang Xiaobao didn't let Li Sun continue. If he really counted, Li Sun had helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a lot during their most difficult times. That kind of wealth was immeasurable. Therefore it was not money but friendship. Although Li Sun always wanted to take advantage of him, he and Wang Wan always tricked him. Li Yu also understood that the business in his county was a scam. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew the whole story. It seemed that they had known about this kind of scam for a long time, but they didn't want to use it. The more Li Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. It was not easy to get a business deal, but he was still tricked. Li Yu slammed the table. Do you really think that my identity as a member of the imperial clan is fake? Brother, lend me some cavalry. I'll kill my way back. As he spoke, Li Yu stood up with a belly full of anger. He wanted to rush back through the night. Stop right there. Do you want to use your identity to manage economic matters? You're not an administrative person. That only shows that you are incompetent. Economic attacks must be solved with economic means. Unless you admit defeat, then you can use administrative means to intimidate and pressure with your identity, Xiao Bao. Seeing his brother act so impulsively, Li Sun was also angry. He scolded his brother and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. Cooperation. 50,000 strings of cash. The sixth marquis will pay 10,000 strings of cash. Cuckoo and I will pay 20,000, and the other 20,000. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and looked back at Li Sun. Chapter 722. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to help, Li Yu finally felt relieved. He didn't believe that anyone could beat Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. Smiling at Zhang Xiaobao in a friendly manner, Li Yu said, After we make money, all the business in Chongning County will belong to you, Xiaobao. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. You should keep it for yourself. Don't always give it to me. I just want a little. The ceramic industry in Ciizhou must be integrated. There must be at least 3 factories. They must share the technology with each other, but they must compete with each other. We can't have small kills everywhere. Those with money have no technology, and those with technology have no money. Let's not care about the iron. The imperial court is very strict. They are afraid that it will be used to make weapons. You'd better find someone to guard the iron. Don't let it leak out. We can slowly refine it when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao just wanted to help. He didn't care too much about Li Yu. If he treated Li Yu as well as before, more people in the royal family would come to him. When the time came, he didn't want to be involved in the political whirlpool of the throne. That's good. Wei Wei felt a little regretful. He really wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobao over and make a large-scale investment there. He thought that with Zhang Xiaobao's ability and way of doing things, he could make the place prosperous quickly. Since he couldn't pull him, he could only give up. He lowered his head and began to eat. The box, which he thought tasted good, now tasted even better. Looking at the night sky, the people working on the shore, and the children laughing and playing, Li Yu's mouth curved up. The night lingered. Early the next morning, Li Yu couldn't sleep. He got up and walked around. He looked at the situation of the construction site and asked about the details. Considering the popularity of the set breeding in his hometown, he decided to go back and continue to work on it. He also wanted to find food crops that were beneficial to the development of his hometown. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his eyes. After wiping his face with cold water, he woke up and began to make breakfast for Wang Wan. Ever since he found that Wang Wan was not in a good mood, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had to cook by himself recently. For breakfast today, he decided to make 8 treasures congee, which was mainly made of millet, with a lot of red dates. The main dish would be red pond bean dumplings, with a lot of sesame seeds. He would also fry 3 medium-rare poached eggs, and 2 kinds of salty pickles that were mixed with sesame oil. As for Li Yu and Li Sun, he just asked someone to send them some salted vegetables. There were still fried fruits and soy milk outside, so he just had to make do with it. Wang Wan slept for a while, then got up. She stretched herself, yawned, and came down to freshen up. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are we going to write a petition to impeach Feng Changgong today?" "No, we'll wait until Zhang Shuang's people come. At that time, we'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let them argue with each other. Instead of taking the initiative to help them and making them doubt us, it's better to wait for them to come to us and take the initiative to discuss with us.
I believe they all understand that whoever can win us over will have more weight in the balance."
Zhang Xiaobao placed the food on the table one by one and sat there to reply. After freshening up, Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at the food and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. "I didn't want to eat at first, but when I saw that you made such a good breakfast, I have an appetite again. Look at you, why did you have to make the steamed bean dumplings look like a panda? Next time, remember to make them look like a koala bear. Should we go back? If we don't see Baoxin County with our own eyes, I'll be worried. After all, that's our first administrative place. Yes, we'll go back tomorrow after we finish writing the proposal for Li Yu. We don't need to stay in Baoxin County anymore. Let's go back and see if the honeycomb coal is good to burn." Zhang Xiaobao pushed a bowl of porridge with many dates to Wang Wan. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you want to make a waist protection with mink fur?" "No, I'm not that delicate. Isn't there a lot of coal in Chongning County? We can directly smelt iron there. Let Li Yu have a try. He can first turn the coal into coke, then smelt it. Think of a way to blow the coal into the furnace. Who said that steel has to be refined 100 times? Wang Wan ate a jujube with a face full of happiness. She picked up a fried egg with salt and said. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying breakfast, Li Yu, who was eating with others outside, felt very uncomfortable. After eating a big fruit, he felt that it was too hard and complained to Li Sun. "Fifth brother, why didn't you eat breakfast with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Don't they make the best food?" Li Sun glanced at him and said, "Since yesterday, Wang Wan has been a little uncomfortable, so Xiaobao didn't have time to talk to us. Eat, the big fruit and soy milk are also good. Why don't you eat vegetable buns and tofu pudding? People should know how to be content. The county magistrate here, Feng Changgong, is not content. He doesn't eat what the people can eat. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are angry and want to teach him a lesson. It won't take long before he is finished. I haven't seen anyone who can escape from the two of them." "Really? Isn't it too fake? Just because the county magistrate doesn't eat ordinary food, the two of them want to teach him a lesson. The world is so big. Can they teach him a lesson?" Li Yu had a strange feeling. Why did other people have to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? The world is big. Don't be afraid. What you are afraid of is that you will meet them someday. Don't let them meet you. Once they meet you, you are finished. You can't reason in front of them. What they say is the truth. Li Sun continued to scare his brother, hoping that he would eat more. Li Yu didn't know that the conflict was not so simple. He thought that it was true and hurried to eat. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would remember him. If that happened, it would be difficult to do business in Chongning County. After drinking 3 bowls of soy milk in a row and eating only 1 big fruit, Li Yu was full. He didn't know who fried the big fruit, but when he ate it, it was astringent. He guessed that it was because there was too much alum. The taste was not comparable to the box he ate last night. Li Sun was not picky. After all, he had participated in the wilderness survival training. Although it was a simplified version, he had suffered a lot. It was good enough to have something to eat. There was no need to be picky. After eating 3 big fruits, drinking a bowl of soy milk without sugar, and half a piece of stinky tofu, he rubbed his stomach and burped comfortably. Then he said to his brother, "Looks like I'll have to teach you what it means to survive in the wild. You haven't seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the two of them arrived at Luzhou, they only had a saber with them. They didn't have any other supplies. Life was tough. They couldn't even sleep well at night. You should cherish them. Many people can't even eat big fruits." Li Yu had never suffered much. Even when he had no money,
He was 100 times better than many people in terms of food and clothing. When he heard his brother mention wilderness survival, he asked curiously, "Isn't it a vacation?"
"Fifth brother, aren't we traveling? You've already booked the 100,000 mountains. How can you still suffer?
Besides, you should compete with others who are better than you. Why should you compete with others who are worse than you?"
I'm not asking you to compete. I'm asking you to experience it. How about this? I'll make a training plan for you later. You follow the plan. When the time comes, I'll find time to visit you.
If you can't do it well, I'll ask Xiaobao to take away all your money. Do you dare to punish him with your identity as a member of the royal family? Li Sun had his own thoughts, and he wanted his brother to know that it was not a matter of money.
He had a lot of money, but he did not spend much on his daily life.
At least, he did not enjoy much. Most of the money he spent was used to train the army.
Li Yu listened to his brother's words and nodded helplessly. Then I can't. It'll be very hard at the beginning. I have to get used to it bit by bit.
If it really doesn't work out, I'll use all my money to buy land.
I'm not afraid of other people's tricks. When he said this, Li Yu was not confident. He knew that if Zhang Xiaobao really did do something to him, it was useless to rely on his identity. Tell Imperial Uncle? That's good. Uncle will question me first. Then you can try. See if you can avoid Zhang Xiaobao's scheme by buying land. Eat a fruit. What's the use of drinking so much soy milk? You'll be hungry again after a while. Zhang Xiaobao will probably tell you what to do when you go back today. Remember, I think Zhang Xiaobao's plan has 3 options.
The first is the best plan, which is to directly deal with the opponent. The second is the middle plan, which is to play along with the opponent and make them lose more. The third is the worst plan, which is to not take the initiative to attack and leave the opponent a way out, giving the opponent a chance to choose.
This is especially true when the opponent is from Great Tang.
When you're given the choice, you have to choose the worst strategy and give the other party a few more chances to start over.
Don't kill them all in one go. If you do that, it's easy to change your mind in the future. Take Xianxia County's County Magistrate Feng Chonggong for example. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given him more than one chance. If he thinks it through, go find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and have a good talk. Both of them will stop. What people fear most is stubbornness. When Li Sun told his brother to eat more, he suddenly thought of something important and hurriedly told his brother. Li Yu unhappily picked up a large fruit and put it next to his mouth, not wanting to open it. After hearing his brother's words, he put the fruit down. Seeing his brother glare at him, he could only raise it and ask, "Why don't you kill them with one blow and leave them behind? If it were me, I wouldn't give them any chance." If that's the case, they'll have a wishful thinking and still dare to oppose them in the future. At most, we'll just compromise and stop fighting. We should be merciless. What do you know? That depends on who you're dealing with. Have you been merciful to the Tubo people? It's not easy to think of such a plan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to keep the talent. Don't think that it's the worst plan, they'll always give them a chance. However, if the other party can't think it through, they'll be like Feng Chonggong, and it'll be difficult to keep their lives. The more chances they give, the more vicious the plan will be. Listen to me and use the worst plan. If they still refuse to accept it, what awaits them is a bottomless abyss. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have always been like this. If you don't believe me, take a look. Especially Xiaobao, he kills without spilling blood. Do you understand? Understood. I'll eat it now. Li Yu was frightened. He suddenly felt that the taste of the fruit was not bad. After eating, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a plan. Just like Li Sun, it was divided into 3 plans. He gave Li Yu the freedom to choose. In the worst plan, there were many chances for the other party to break free. He was also a third-ranked official, and he had people who specialized in strategizing at home. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to not bring someone with him when he went out. In order to better deal with the situation in Xianxia County, he brought along the advisor he felt was the best in the manner. When he sat at the bow of the boat, the advisor also moved a stool and sat beside him. They looked at the water together. It was unknown what the 2 of them saw in the water, but they didn't move at all. After a long time, Cui Riji sighed and said, "The water in this river always flows to the east. It has not changed since ancient times. However, the water that flows into this river does not necessarily flow from west to east. Most of it flows from east to west and then flows into the Yellow River. Do you think it flows to the east or to the west? Cui Riji did not know why he said such a thing. After saying it, he realized that even he did not know which was better. After hearing Cui Riji's words, the advisor fell into deep thought. After a short while he said, "That depends on what it flows to. If it has to enter the sea, then it flows from west to east. If it can't even see the sea, then it doesn't matter how it flows. After all, it needs to join a river. If it doesn't want to join, then it's not big enough. In the end, it will end up like a river in the desert. Today it flows like this and tomorrow it will flow like this. In the end, it won't even leave a name. It is a pity.
Since it has chosen a river, then no matter how it flows, it will be fine as long as it flows to the other side.
As for where it will flow in the future, just follow the river." Yes, it's fine as long as there is a river. However, it is not easy to follow a big river when there is a lot of water. If we encounter some obstacles, the water from a small river like us will rush to the front. It is very easy for us to collide and not leave behind a corpse. Cui Riji was just complaining that the people above him should not have arranged for him to be here. It was too difficult. Xianxia County was not only a battlefield for both sides to fight for. More importantly, there was also a dangerous place that could not be touched. That was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to think clearly about how to win over Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao when they arrived at Xianxia County instead of going against them. That would definitely not benefit him in any way. The advisor next to him said, "So what if we collide? We can't always collide with the same river water. As long as we get through it, we can enter the sea together with the big river. Then, we won't have to worry about colliding with anything." Cui Riji nodded. At this time, he had also thought it through. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from behind him. "Lord Cui, you are in a good mood. Sitting at the bow, do you feel that the cabin is too hot? I can't stand it. I don't know how their ship is made. I heard that their ship is actually very good. No matter how hot it is very cool to stay in the cabin. This time they did not send such a ship. What a pity, what a pity." Cui Riji did not need to turn around to know who the person was. Just by hearing the familiar voice, he knew that it was Li Linfu. He stood up politely, turned around and said to Li Linfu, "So it is Lord Li. I didn't feel that the cabin was stuffy. I just wanted to come out and get some wind. After all, in the cabin, the wind is too weak. Even if I open the window, it is not big enough. It is not as good as the bow. When the wind blows, it is as if I can fly. Others are afraid of the wind, but I am not worried at all. Yes, the wind at the bow is good. Unfortunately, I can't get too much wind. I cry when I am blown too much by the wind. In fact, I want to not be with the wind. But many times, I can't help it. If I can stand behind Lord Cui can help me block the wind and rain, that would be even better." Li Linfu followed Cui Riji's words. No matter who looked at him, his face was sincere, making people feel that his words were credible. To be honest, Cui Riji did not know much about Li Linfu. Looking at Li Linfu, Wei Wei was stunned. Then she said, "I just said that some water can flow directly into the sea from west to east. Some water has no choice. As long as it can meet a big river, it doesn't matter how it flows. I don't know what Lord Li thinks." Water? Yes, Lord Cui is wise. I didn't think of this. Indeed, as Lord Cui said, many times, you can't enter the sea just because you want to. Sigh, I don't know why, but when I heard Lord Cui's words, I felt uncomfortable. Perhaps I am like the small river that can't enter the sea. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Forget it, I will flow as I should. If Lord Cui has a better river, please tell me. Maybe you and I can flow together. At that time, I will rely on Lord Cui's help. A trace of helplessness flashed in Li Linfu's eyes. After saying this to Cui Riji, he turned around and was about to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Cui Riji, "I heard that the county magistrate of Xianxia County, Feng Chonggong, has offended His Royal Highness, Commandery Prince Tang. When we get there, I'll cooperate with Lord Cui to teach him a lesson." Commandery Prince Tang, and is not an ordinary person, and he rarely makes mistakes. I think Feng Changgong did it on purpose for his own benefit. After saying this, Li Linfu walked step by step toward the cabin. Cui Riji, who had no connection with fools, was stunned for a while.
Then, he suddenly smiled and said to the advisor who had been silent, "It seems that Yu Wenrong's side is not very close."
Otherwise, why would Li Linfu be willing to surrender? Do you think we should let him do something when we get to Xianxia County and see how he does it?
The advisor raised his eyebrows and his ears twitched.
He said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Also, we can't make a decision easily. Fortunately, the journey is long.
We can see more in case we choose the wrong person and leave a disaster behind."
Chapter 723. 2 days later, Li Yu was preparing to go back. During these 2 days, whenever Zhang Xiaobao showed up, he would follow Zhang Xiaobao and ask him about the details of the 3 plans Zhang Xiaobao gave him. Zhang Xiaobao did not refuse. As long as Li Yu asked, he would answer in detail and give examples so that Li Yu could understand better. Although 2 days were not long, to Li Yu, it was like seeing a new world. In the past, he had heard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reputation.
One could be said to be a scholar and the other a martial artist.
Each had their own strengths. Many people said that the scariest thing was not meeting one of them.
This was because if you only met one of them, then if the whole country worked together and did not think about taking advantage of them, there might be a way to resist.
However, if you really met the 2 of them together, there would be no more chances. This was because the 2 of them grew up together. Their cooperation was called tacit understanding. Some people felt that it was very good to be able to understand each other with just a glance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not even need to look at each other.
Even if the 2 of them were separated, they could understand what the other was going to do and cooperate with each other.
The most direct feeling was that in the 2 days that they stayed, Wang Wan ran to the riverside at noon on the first day. She did not even say a word before she was with Zhang Xiaobao. When it was time for lunch, Zhang Xiaobao went to prepare something. It was a basin and some salt, but there was nothing else. At this time, Wang Wan ran back and happily told Zhang Xiaobao that she had caught a lot of prawns and wanted to eat salted prawns. Then, she directly put them in the basin and cooked them for everyone to eat. At night, Wang Wan ran to the river again without greeting anyone. She still asked Zhang Xiaobao about the details together. When it was almost time to eat, Zhang Xiaobao went to get some garlic sprouts and eggs. When Wang Wan came back, she said that she still went to catch prawns and wanted to eat dumplings at night. Then, Zhang Xiaobao began to use the things he took out to make dumplings. The next day, Wang Wan ran out at noon. When she came back, she was carrying a big fish in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao was not around to prepare lunch. After Wang Wan heard that, she put the fish down and found a few children to make mud. When Zhang Xiaobao came out with charcoal, the mud was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao directly poured seasoned wine into the fish's stomach and wrapped it in mud to burn. With such cooperation, there was no need to look at each other. The 2 people did not need to see each other at all. They did not need to communicate with each other to know what the other was going to do.
One was a scholar and the other was a martial artist.
This was the real combination of 2 swords. More importantly, if it was really a scholar and a martial artist, it would be fine. The problem was that Zhang Xiaobao was not bad at martial arts. When they were really close, he always stood from the angle that he could protect Wang Wan the most. At the same time, when talking about military affairs, he was better than himself. Needless to say, Wang Wan was even better. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the plan, she would add on from the side and explain the things that she did not know. Who was the one who said that Zhang Xiaobao's martial arts were not good enough and Wang Wan's literary skills were not good enough? Only by really interacting with the 2 people could one understand their abilities. Even when talking about academic matters with them, Wang Wan was not worse than Zhang Xiaobao. These 2 people could not be offended. He felt sorry for Feng Changgong. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Moreover, when there was a way out, he still insisted. When he was about to leave, he actually came to curry favor with him and gave him a gift worth 300 strings of coins. He wanted to bribe him with 300 strings of coins. Why didn't he bribe Zhang Zhong with that much money? There were too many, so many that it was a little scary. "Young master, it's already noon. Should we find a place to eat?" Just as Li Yu was thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and felt scared, The guard captain next to him came up and asked. Li Yu broke away from his thoughts just now. He looked at the sky and said, "It's noon so soon? Aren't we going the way we came? Did you see any hotels around when you came?" In reply to young master, "There is no decent restaurant, only a small restaurant. Are we going there? I mean, why don't we change direction, walk a few more steps, and find a good restaurant to eat? The food in a small restaurant will definitely not taste good," the guard captain suggested with concern, hoping to walk along the fork in the road ahead and look elsewhere. Li Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. Go to the restaurant and ask if they can make food for 300 people. Simple food is fine as long as it can fill my stomach." "So what if it's a restaurant? Can the food made by the chef there be better than Zhang Xiaobao's?" "Don't be so picky." Many of Fifth Brother's guards had followed Wang Wan to Tubo to fight. When they were there, they fought with their lives on the line every day. How could they have the time to think about what to eat? Even if it's tree bark, they still have to eat it. Are my soldiers really that bad? I don't dare. I'll send someone to ask. The guard captain really did want to eat something good for himself and his brothers, but after hearing Li Yu's words, he didn't dare to mention it again. He hurriedly ordered someone to ask in advance while he followed behind Li Yu. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would train his subordinates well. Normally, when he met the prefectural army, he would think that they were not bad. After returning to Xianxia County and seeing Tang and Royal Prince, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan's bodyguards, he finally realized how big the gap was. It took him about 3 days to reach Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. In the last 2 days, he had a few matches with Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. One of them could beat 2, 2 of them could beat 5, and 5 of them could beat 15 of his bodyguards. The more people there were, the better their cooperation. The real competition was between Royal Prince Tang and's guards who didn't follow Wang Wan. Those who passed the test couldn't be bothered to fight with people like him. Those who were unconvinced went to find trouble with him. In the end, it was 5 against 1. 3 of them were knocked unconscious and 2 of their joints were dislocated. The other party still had that kind of disdainful look in his eyes, but no one dared to challenge him anymore. His attacks were too ruthless, and it was completely different from their usual training. Every move he made was a killing move, and he fought with his life on the line. When had they ever seen such a thing during training? When 5 people beat him up, he was clearly hit in the face. If it was a normal practice, he would have dodged. However, he took it head-on and paid the price of 2 teeth. He defeated 2 people in one move and acted as if he didn't care. Ruthless. Really ruthless. He was ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. This was a fucking person who came back alive from the battlefield. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's guards didn't make a move either. Someone suggested a competition, and the other party made his people sign the life and death agreement. They said that they had never competed with others outside. There would be blood if they fought. The reason was that they weren't skilled enough and couldn't control their weapons freely. These 2 types of people made his people lose so badly that the young master was unhappy. At that time, his face was as dark as water. If he still wanted to eat something good today, he would probably be taught a lesson when he returned. Li Yu also prepared for this. Embarrassing, it was too embarrassing. If they couldn't beat Fifth Brother's people one-on-one, it was even worse when they worked together. What was the point of having such guards? Did they have to specifically find people who weren't as good as them to fight? What if they had to go outside one day? Did they have to run for their lives? If Fifth Brother's cavalry was led by Wang Wan, they should be the ones running for their lives. He didn't have to say that he was that good, but at least he didn't embarrass himself too much. It turned out that those who were good at hunting might not be good at killing. As he thought about it, Li Yu felt that he should train his guards on the way back. When the time was right, he would show Fifth Brother that he wasn't bad and was also very hardworking. Li Sun didn't know what his younger brother was thinking. When he sent his younger brother off, he gave him a lot of canned food so that he could eat it when he didn't feel like eating. It wasn't easy to see each other. They were family, but he couldn't show it. This time, they were in Xianxia. If they met in the capital, they would be treated differently. He was the loneliest in a big group of brothers. Fortunately, he met Xiaobao and Cuckoo at that time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. After sending his younger brother off, Li Sun turned around and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, the 2 of them were also planning to leave. Li Sun was reluctant to leave. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys are going back. Wait for me for a few days. I'll take a look at the situation here and come to your side." That day, someone came to report that honeycomb coal was good. "Why don't you send some to my county? I'll use it too." "Yes, I have to go. There are still things to deal with in the county. Cuckoo is also homesick, so I'll probably have to ask for leave to take her to Luoyang. Honeycomb coal is actually nothing. You can look for coal mines in your county. If you don't have any, you can look around and make your own. It's very simple." Zhang Xiaobao also knew that there was no such thing as a banquet that lasted forever. He solemnly said some words to Li Sun, telling him to speed up the preparations so that they could leave as soon as possible. Wang Wan was getting more and more sleepy recently and always wanted to sleep. They had to go back and let her see her family. At that time, she would be comforted. She would be fine after this period of her menstrual cycle. That night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set off to leave, leaving Li Sun alone to continue watching. He wanted to find a pattern that did not follow. "Xiaobao, we won't be sending people gradually. This time, Li Linfu will also come. I really want to see what he looks like." It's said that no matter what he faces, he is always so calm, giving people the feeling that he is very sincere and reliable. Then, as long as he has the opportunity, he will take action against people who have a grudge with him. He's very insidious. On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "So what if he's insidious? The main thing is that he is very capable. Otherwise, it's useless to rely on insidiousness. What's the point of looking at him? He's just a small official, secondary class, rank 4. I really don't put him in my eyes. If you give him a chance, he can go up. If you don't give him a chance, he can forget about moving up. If you don't hate him, then suppress him. Even if he is really different from what is written in the book and is a good person, you can still suppress him. Who can this world not revolve without who?" Zhang Xiaobao tried to say something to make Wang Wan happy, so that he could adjust her mood. "That's right. As long as I'm not satisfied with him, no matter who he is, I'll deal with him. But it's best to see when the time comes. If he's really capable, even if I can't let him run to a higher position, I still have to use him. Not all people are good people." Wang Wan was happy as expected. She agreed and proposed to observe Li Linfu carefully. No one was perfect. If the other party was capable, then he could be arranged to a place where he could show his ability. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Are you still sleepy? Why don't you come to my horse? We can walk slowly." Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. "It's okay. I will be fine in a few days. When the time comes, you can't bully me." Wang Wan was recalling her previous physical condition at this time. She was tired, sleepy, and could eat a lot. "I want to, but I am not as fast as you. No, I have decided to eat more mutton and dog meat when I go back. If there is a need, turtle and ginseng can also be eaten." Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse and said jokingly, "Then you can wait to eat ice cream every day. Don't run so fast. I still want to see the surrounding scenery." Wang Wan also urged the horse to catch up with him. In Buxin County, many people had started to learn how to make honeycomb briquettes. Carriages of briquettes were sent here, and the people made them at home according to the method given by the yamen. Old Man Pai and the other two also made a few by themselves. They were going to use them for barbecue when the time came. They wanted to see if there was any difference between the honeycomb briquettes and charcoal. If it was more delicious, then there would be more reasons to advertise. "I will make a few more holes on the sides of this honeycomb briquettes. This way it will burn faster." Old Man Chong took out the honeycomb briquettes from the pressed mold and used a small wooden stick to continue inserting holes where there were no holes. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao did not have as much free time as Old Man Chong. After the two of them took out the honeycomb briquettes, they looked at each other and did not care about the briquettes anymore. Instead, they talked about the recent events. The imperial court sent Li Linfu and Cui Riji over. One of them is on Zhang Shua's side, and the other is on Yu Wenrong's side. I reckon there will be a good fight when they arrive at Xin Kai County. Old Man Pai said to Old Man Yao while washing his hands in the basin. Old Man Yao rubbed some soap on his hands and thought for a while. "Actually, it doesn't matter who they send. Feng Chonggong is finished. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really hold a grudge. Even if Yu Wenrong wants to protect him, he won't be able to. If he doesn't, it might be better. If he really does protect him, then Yu Wenrong will easily fall into his trap. The news sent over a few days ago already stated that other than Feng Changgong going to apologize to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo himself, no one can help him. Unfortunately, it is impossible for him to go over. When the time comes, I just hope that Li Linfu will be smart. Otherwise, once he is protected, he will not have a good time. What 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Is that something that others can casually talk about? Don't look at it as just a few words. It can kill. Now I understand. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to do something, just follow them. Don't oppose them. If you really want to oppose them, then do it through normal means. Any evil means is useless, and you will also get yourself into trouble. The 2 little guys will do this. Maybe they are waiting for others to do the same. Old Man Yao rubbed his hands until there were a lot of bubbles. While washing his hands, he looked in the direction of Xianxia County. Yes, Feng Changgong won't be able to escape. Other officials can't be too relaxed either. Xiao Bao asked someone to send a letter last time saying that there is a problem with the registrar of Xianxia County. He asked us to keep an eye on him, especially to find a way to convince the imperial court not to act rashly and alert the enemy. However, we still have to send capable people to keep an eye on him. Also, Li Sun's younger brother, Li Yu, also came 3 days ago. Isn't he now in Chongning County of Xiaizhou? What is he doing here? Is he short of money? Ask for some money from me? After washing his hands to his satisfaction, Old Man Pai wiped his hands and said, I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they are secretly discussing something. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't mention it in the letter. We can ask them when they come back. As long as they are not thinking of joining forces to rebel, it's fine. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming back soon, right? Old Man Yao snatched the towel from Old Man Pai's hand and looked at Old Man Chong, who was still trying to insert the holes. He shook his head helplessly. Although Old Man Chong was inserting holes, his ears were not idle. He was still listening to the conversation between the 2. When he heard Old Man Yao say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming back, he immediately interrupted. When they come back, I must ask them why they didn't insert more holes in the honeycomb coal. Isn't it said that the more holes there are, the better the fire will be? If all the coal is blown into the fire, it will burn even better, Old Man Pai retorted. Just as the 3 old men were talking back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also entered the county. When the 2 people appeared, all the people who saw them revealed happy smiles. Whether it was the 2 people's abilities or the 2 people's appearance, they all made people feel comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't just pretend that they didn't see anything. As they walked, they returned the greetings of the people around them. From the entrance to the yamen, the journey that should have taken less than a quarter of an hour actually took them an hour to walk. Some people even gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the eggs that they had just cooked and didn't have time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse. They took the eggs and rode on their horses, peeled the skin, and ate it bite by bite. Even if it didn't have any saltiness, they ate happily. Not all officials could make the people give them eggs voluntarily. It had nothing to do with the price. Only those who were approved by the people could do it. This was also considered an honor. After an hour, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Wang Wan's bag was already full. Zhang Xiaobao also used his clothes to carry a lot of things. The 2 of them didn't stop eating. They walked and ate. The only thing they regretted was that they shouldn't have eaten in advance. They should have starved for 2 meals. Grandpa Bai, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me peel a goose egg for you to eat. Wang Wan finally found someone who could help her. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Old Man Pai and the other 2 people were playing mahjong next to the drum in front of the door. Recently, no one played the drum. They didn't need to care. This position was good. It could help to block the sun. If anyone was happy, they could beat the drum to express their feelings. The people seemed to be used to it. After the early cases were dealt with, there wasn't much to do in the county. Everyone was busy getting rich and didn't have time to do anything else. The thieves also found their own jobs. They were skilled workers. They were required to have nimble fingers. Wang Wan didn't jump down when she saw the 3 old men playing mahjong. At the same time, she knew that there wasn't much to do in the county. The yamen's entrance was still pasted with the pictures of the day.
It let the people know how much they earned, how much they spent, and what they spent on. There was also a plan to spend money in the future. If the people didn't agree, they had to point out the drawbacks. It was best if they could come up with a better solution. Once the solution was accepted, they would receive a medal. In the future, they would be able to come to the county and give their opinions. Old Man Pai's forehead was full of sweat. Zhang Xiaobao watched from the side. He probably lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Sure enough, Old Man Pai looked at the goose egg and said to Wang Wan, "Do you want me to die of saltiness? Have you ever seen a boiled goose's egg? It's all salty things that are pickled." Grandpa Bai, gambling is wrong. What's even more wrong is venting your anger on others when you lose the bet. Who said that goose eggs have to be salty? Mine is bland. As long as the people find it pleasing to the eye, they won't care about it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. As Wang Wan spoke, she knocked on the goose egg and opened it, revealing the inside. It was indeed bland. It was probably because when the news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the county spread, someone immediately ran home to boil the goose egg and gave it to them. If the goose egg wasn't salty, it wouldn't taste good. However, no one would say that this kind of goose egg was bad. Who didn't know that salty goose eggs were much more expensive than chicken and duck eggs? Looking at the goose egg in Wang Wan's hand, Old Man Pai said with jealousy, "I said that I'm a minister, and I'm from the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, no one said that they would give me something. This time, you guys came back to welcome me. I'm sad. Xiao Bao, come and help me win a few rounds to comfort me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he returned. Looking at Old Man Pai's anticipation, then looking at Old Man Yao and Old Man Chang's warning eyes, he finally decided to make someone sad. Thus, he said to Old Man Pai, "Grandpa Bai, my stomach suddenly doesn't feel well. I'll talk about it later. I'll go in first. It's just that I haven't eaten goose eggs on the way. Grandpa Bai, you have to remember to eat. If you lose, then lose. Money is just a worldly possession. Cuckoo, let's go." "What money? We're playing stickers. I've already lost 20. I'm going to stick one on my face tonight." Zhang Xiaobao, who was leaving quickly with Wang Wan, heard the business behind him. His ears twitched, and he forgot about it. 2 days later, Cui Riji still ran to the bow of the ship and sat there. He would only return to the cabin when it was time to eat and sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay there. It wasn't that it was uncomfortable to stay there, but because the wooden walls of the cabin weren't soundproof. When he wanted to say something to the advisor, he was always worried that someone would hear. Of course, the bow of the ship wasn't soundproof either, but he could see other places. If someone approached from behind, he could immediately change the topic to prevent others from hearing what he wanted to say. After leaving the capital, they traveled down the river at a very fast speed. However, it was impossible for them to reach Xianxia County in a short period of time. Unless they reached the shore now and rode a fast horse, they would have to take the military rest stop. Of course that was impossible. Cui Riji also didn't want to reach Xianxia County now. Today, he also asked the advisor to sit at the bow of the ship. Seeing that there was no one around, he said, "What do you think of Li Linfu these 2 days? Can you make him one of our people?" The advisor had been carefully observing Li Linfu these 2 days. He wanted to learn more about him through his daily life. In the end, he found that Li Linfu seemed to be very kind to everyone. He always had a smile on his face and didn't get angry with anyone. Even if the advisor deliberately sent someone to say a few unpleasant words in front of Li Linfu still looked so amiable. If that was really the case, it would be a very good thing. However, the advisor was worried that Li Linfu was a person who looked one on the surface but was another person behind his back. This kind of person was actually the most terrifying. No one could know what he was thinking. Now, many people on the ship, including the boatmen, were very kind to Li Linfu. Even the ship's cook specially made some good food for him. Other people didn't have the opportunity to receive such benefits. He didn't know why the people on the ship of the Zhang family and Wang family had become like this. They had flattering smiles that made people feel disgusted, making people feel very uncomfortable. "What? Can't you see it?" Seeing that the advisor next to him didn't speak for a long time, Cui Riji asked again. At this time the advisor said, "I always feel that something is wrong. Logically speaking, a person with a good temper like Li Linfu's can't be promoted to his current position.
Such a position can't be obtained by just anyone. Right now, many of the people on the ship have been bought over by him. He doesn't need to use money to buy people over. He just needs to lower his status and smile a bit more. Why don't you learn from him and win over the people on the ship first? That way, when you need them in the future, it will be more convenient. Cui Riji also thought so. He didn't understand. Logically speaking, Li Linfu, who should be very tough, should have been able to stabilize his position long ago. When the time came, he could have whatever he wanted. At least, he didn't need to gather others to his place to discuss bad things. When he got there, it was time to use people. Now, Li Linfu was not gathering people.
He was not like himself, who would run to the bow of the ship, look at the running water and bask in the sun.
Instead, he hid in the house all day long. No one knew what he was thinking about.
After hearing the advisor's words, Cui Riji thought about it and said, "If I ask him, do you think he will be willing to surrender to Galai? After all, there is a lack of literati in that place, let alone enter Jixian courtyard. Give them a place to enter and let them fight for it. Don't you think it will deepen the conflict between them?" This was a very bold idea. When they were still on the ship, Cui Riji was ready to educate his people. It would be best if he didn't let more people participate. After dinner, he would call everyone to his side to show off his knowledge. He had already planned that as long as someone was willing to come and show off, he would get 20% of the income of an advertising tablet. It didn't sound like a lot, but if one really had the ability to get it, the reward for this position would definitely be a lot. However, there was also a range. He would not do this all the way to Xianxia County, which was the advertising tablet on the ship. The advisor actually wanted to persuade him again. He could tell that Cui Riji had never planned to give up on this matter. He wanted to pull Li Linfu to his side, but he didn't know the real situation yet. Now was not the time to make a decision easily. Fearing that Cui Riji would do something wrong, the advisor advised, "My lord, you're still too impatient now. It's better to wait until we reach the place and see what he will do. Otherwise, once he makes a mistake here, the one who will suffer will be you." "Oh, that's fine. Then let's leave him alone for now. I will find time to talk to him and then make a decision." Cui Riji also knew that he couldn't speak rashly. If he really did, people would think that he was too easy to talk to, so they weren't afraid of him. Just as the two of them were talking about Li Linfu wandered out of the cabin like a ghost and stood in the same position as that day. He said to Cui Riji and Li Linfu, "What a coincidence, I just passed by here. I didn't expect to see you two again. Are you two idle?" Cui Riji thought that this was nonsense. If he wasn't free, why would he be busy? He looked at Li Linfu and replied, "Sir Li, to be honest, I really want to be free. Unfortunately, I can't. Even though we haven't arrived at Xianxia County yet, we still have to go there one day. If we don't know enough, it will easily make the people unhappy. Therefore, this official asked the people at home. If I could find out more about that place, it would be much more convenient for me to do things once I arrive there. Unfortunately, I was in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring a map. I can only think about it now and ask for more details after we get in the car." Of course, Cui Riji couldn't tell Li Linfu the purpose of his visit here. He casually found an excuse and prepared to make arrangements for the next step. He didn't expect Li Linfu to be so much more prepared than he was. After hearing his complaints, Li Linfu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Cui Riji. "Here is a map for playing games. I don't know if Master Cui would be able to use it. I think this map is pretty good. If we get to Xianxia County, I'll draw more maps if I have the chance. From there, I'll find a better way to develop that place." After hearing Li Linfu's words and looking at the game map he took out, as well as his peaceful appearance, Cui Riji suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was admiration, appreciation, and vigilance. If he only looked at this person's expression, he would be very easy to talk to. Moreover, he was well prepared. If he worked under Cui Riji, it would be a very good situation. However, at the same time, it also made Cui Riji worried. Why did he think of bringing a map? Although the game map wasn't as good as the military map, it was still better than nothing. While Cui Riji was thinking, Li Linfu still had that peaceful smile on his face. He said to Cui Riji, "Sir Cui, I feel that the first thing we should do when we arrive there is to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. We also can't leave Prince Tang behind.
As for the local people, there is no need to worry. The people who have the final say over there aren't the county magistrate and registrar of Xianxia County. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao and the other two, we will go together. If we can find out more about the situation over there from other people, it will be easier to investigate. To be honest, when I came out, the higher-ups told me to pretend that I didn't know anything and to protect someone if I could. However, on the way here I thought a lot. If I protect those who should be protected and those who shouldn't be protected, it will be a disaster. I also dislike officials who treat the people badly. Why don't we first meet Zhang Xiaobao and the other two when we arrive there and listen to what they have to say? Then, we will ask the people and finally go to the yamen. If everyone treats Feng Changgong badly, Sir Cui, you will investigate in front and I will follow behind. I will not let any bad guys go, even if it means offending the higher-ups. When Li Linfu said this, he did not try to hide it from the others. Everyone on the ship heard it. They all looked at Li Linfu with a hint of respect. A good official. He clearly knew many things, but he did not do as he was told. Instead, he really thought for the people. A good official. Cui Riji was also stunned by Li Linfu's words. Li Linfu's words were too direct, and he didn't hide anything. He just stated what he was thinking and what he should do when he arrived there. From Cui Riji's point of view, Li Linfu's words were words of surrender. Li Linfu wanted to lean on his side. He really didn't know whether to rope him in now or continue to wait. He looked at his advisor. The advisor was also very confused. He carefully looked at Li Linfu, who was standing there with a sincere expression. He didn't find any treachery, so he nodded to Cui Riji and Wei Wei, got up and walked back first. Cui Riji understood that this was a tacit agreement formed before. Cui Riji wanted him to follow the words first, then find an excuse to go back to the cabin and continue the discussion. Thinking of this, Cui Riji said to Li Linfu, "If Surly can really think like this, that's great. I also think that we can't just listen to one side of the story. Even if Commandery Prince Tang and said that Feng Changgong is bad, we still need to ask around before we can come to a conclusion. I will go back and write a plan. Then, I will ask Sir Li for help." After saying this, Cui Riji had an excuse to leave and walked back to his cabin. Li Linfu seemed to agree. He said behind him, "Sir Cui, you have worked hard. I actually have a plan here. Why don't we put it together later?" Another person who used to be a county magistrate saw that the people on both sides had become friendly. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He said to himself, "I don't think it's that simple. It seems that I have to think of something." Chapter 724. The sky was rosy, and the sun reflected the flowers. The dew was slightly cold, and occasionally, a lone crow would fall from a tree. The fog from last night gradually dispersed in the morning, and a red sun like an egg yolk first covered the east with a beautiful veil. Then, it jumped out on its own, and the clouds changed with the wind. If one stared at it for a long time, one would think that there was a group of ducklings standing in a neat row, following behind the mother duck. In Lessa City, it should have been a place where a slave master or a noble lived, but it had been changed into a place with rich rural scenery. A small river flowed through the large courtyard, and a wooden house sat on the opposite bank. A small bridge spanned over the river, and under the bridge, the water gurgled, and ducks and geese mingled on the water surface. With a creak, the door of the wooden house was opened from the inside, and a girl with a pot in her hand walked out. She went to the stove outside, lit a fire, and began to boil medicine. As she boiled, she said, "You said that my medical skills are not good? Let's see what you would do without me. A big man, you look strong, but you fall sick every 2 to 3 days. Me fan, wake up and cook. If you want me to cook every day, can't you just buy 2 people? Look at you two, one is sick, and the other is taking care of you." He said that he was not acclimatized to the climate, and asked him to go back and find someone else, but he refused to leave. "I'm the one doing all the work, Miss Jiu. Can't you just do it while you're at it?" Before seeing anyone, Mi Fan heard the noise. She walked out of the house with a large lump of gunk in the corner of her eye. As soon as she walked out of the house, she shivered and went to another stove to collect dust and set up firewood. Jiu Mei Lung looked at Mi Fan with dissatisfaction and complained, "Why do you have to do all the work? I have to manage the accounts every day. I have to sell chickens and ducks, and I have to buy livestock. It's so cold in the morning, and it's so hot at noon. If I stay here, I'll get old." That's right. It's not like we didn't know when we came. It's just that Brother Han is suffering and can't take it anymore. It's time to open the lottery today, right? We'll have to fork out a lot of money again. Also, it's time to collect the money from the entertainment venues for this half a month. You've contributed the most in this regard. Those people who came to cause trouble were all poisoned to death by you. Mi Fan set up the firewood, drew a fire from under Jiu Mei's cold stove, lit it, and went back into the house to get things for breakfast. Wash your face first. Otherwise, you'll be the only one who's going to eat all the feces in the pot. Patient Han, are you awake? Squeak, and I'll serve you. I've come so far, and I'll have to live a hard life with you. Jiu Mei's hot and cold medicine was almost done. She said something to Han Xianfeng and Mi Fan, then put a cloth on the pot and prepared to send it into the room. Squeak! A short squeak came from the room. Jiu Mei Long looked up at the sky. I wonder if anyone can win the lottery today. I'll be back in a month. I won't come here anymore. I'll stay in Sanshui County. It's more comfortable there. When Jiu Mei Long poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it to Han Xianfeng was already dressed and leaning on the bed with a slightly yellow face. Sorry to trouble you again, Miss Jiu. This is probably the altitude sickness that young Master Song repeatedly emphasized when he came here. I didn't expect that everyone else would be fine except for me. Fortunately, the red ginseng pills were sent from Wing Province. Otherwise, I would have really died here. Han Xianfeng said to Jiu Mei Long apologetically. Jiu Mei Long blew on the medicine and tasted it herself. When she felt that the temperature was about right, she brought it to Han Xianfeng and didn't let him drink it. She insisted on feeding him herself. I owed you in my previous life. It's too hard to live with you. Go back quickly and live a better life. Han Xianfeng didn't know what to say. In the past, he could always retort when Jiu Mei Long said something like this. But now, he couldn't say anything. He opened his mouth and drank the entire bowl of medicine, then ate the Danshan pill. He let Jiu Mei Long put a blanket on him and closed his eyes to rest. The meal will be ready soon. Don't go out today. Stay at home. I'll give the money to someone else. After wiping Han Xuanfeng's mouth and checking his pulse, Jiu Mei Long turned around and left the room. Han Xianfeng, who had nothing to do, just leaned on the bed and kept thinking. Ever since they were sent to take revenge on the economy, the three of them had rushed all the way from Izhou to Tubo. After some discussion, they decided not to stay anywhere else and directly went to Lhasa. It was an eye-opener. There were few commoners and many slaves. The whole of Tubo was a tribe made up of slaves. There were a few times when they were almost in danger. Thanks to Mi Fan's ability to make people speechless, they managed to escape. They sold the food they brought and built a place for entertainment. In fact, it was a place for brothels and gambling. They bought beautiful girls and taught them how to cheat. They added a lot of new gambling activities. They could cheat money and also bet things. They didn't know what young Master Song was thinking. He actually made the prettiest girls not accept the money directly to accompany others. Instead, he had to win the bet first. There was something wrong with this. But this method was very useful. More and more people came to gamble. With this kind of cheating method, the people who came lost more than one, but they still came like a flock of ducks. When they had more money, they bought a big courtyard here. It turned out that it was Tatata's courtyard. He was now living a good life in Tang. It was fate. Later on, they started to do public relations with the other local tribes, and gradually stabilized. After the spring festival, they created a lottery. They earned more and more money, but there was a lot of trouble in the process. Fortunately, they had Mi Fan and Jiu Mei Ling's poison skills. Only then did they get rid of the source of trouble. Before they could continue to work hard, they fell sick. Only then did they know that the three of them were not fighting alone. The Zhang family also sent people. First, a very powerful local noble came to visit them. Then, all kinds of things were sent to them from Izhou. With the help of a big noble, things went smoothly. At the beginning of spring, they bought eggs from Pengzhou. Some of them were newly hatched eggs, some of them were eggs that could be hatched, and some of them were duck eggs and goose eggs. They began to teach the locals how to make a big stall. They were in charge of providing the goods, saying how good they were so that they could find people to prove it. As for the eggs, they sold them under publicity. They also sold a lot of chickens and ducks at a low price. They also taught others how to make poultry.
They lied and said that the Tang emperor ate this and asked them to raise them. They also gave them the secret breeding method. They were really worried that the emperor would find out and arrest them. Impressive. Zhang Xiaobao's vengeance was no less than Wang Wan's. Who would have thought that a matter that could improve the lives of the common folk of Great Tang would turn into a vicious scheme just because of the addition of a secret breeding formula? No matter what kind of food was planted, there had to be a shelter between every 3 ridges. It could be a wooden board or a cloth curtain. Then, the bees and butterflies in this place would be caught, mashed, and mixed in the food according to the proportion. Then they would feed the poultry. It could only be done at the beginning of spring. It was said that the chickens and ducks raised in this way would be less troublesome and live longer after eating it. If one wanted to plant paddy fields, they would need to catch toad buds. This was the thing that the little tadpoles used to find their mother in the children's books in Sanshui County. If this wasn't enough to show how poisonous Zhang Xiaobao was, then one could tell from the soil in the newly opened egg transport truck from Pengzhou Pass that Zhang Xiaobao had actually ordered people to look for places where there were a lot of locusts last autumn and then dig out a layer of soil from there. When they reached Tubo and were slightly further away from Great Tang, they would scatter the soil along the way. When they were almost done, they would send the final batch to Lessa City and scatter it in the surrounding fields or dry areas. There were also some that were sent over from the desert. If number 1, who played tricks in Jiangnan circuit back then, were to find out about this, he would probably regret it to death. Of all people to offend, he just had to find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao. Then, he would send the animals that he bought at a high price to Jiangnan circuit through another route. The good ones would be kept while the bad ones would be killed for meat. The price was very cheap, saying that it was a subsidy to the people. The price of the eggs was also very cheap. When he bought the eggs, he would use the money he earned to pay for it. It was called a foreign trade subsidy. It was said that when summer came, Jiangnan circuit would purchase poultry from Tubo. However, they would only sell it within Great Tang's borders. They would use food to exchange for it. As long as the poultry were sold, they would have to pay more taxes. This was used to balance the subsidies and prevent Tubo from dumping their poultry into Jiangnan circuit. In any case, he wasn't able to figure out the meaning of so many words. He just had to follow the instructions. What are you thinking about? Here, I've put the food here for you. You can eat it yourself. Me Fan and I are going out to do something. After you eat, you can sleep for a while. We'll be back at noon. I reckon that Sonrigan will be here today. I'll leave the matter of discussing the transportation and price of the butter to you. Jiu Mei's cold voice interrupted Han Xuanfeng's mental activities. A bowl of milk with a layer of milk on it was placed in front of Han Xianfeng. There were also several fried eggs. Han Xianfeng could only eat this for breakfast and couldn't eat too much. At noon, there would be butter cakes, and at night, there would be cakes baked with sesame oil. These had just been delivered the day before yesterday, from Lingnan Circuit to Pengzhou. Unlike the oil made from frying pepper, sesame oil was a good thing. It could strengthen one's body. There was very little of it. In order to ensure that Han Xianfeng could return alive, Jiu Mei quickly sent it all the way here. When he left, it would be sent by pigeon, and when he returned, it would be sent to a military post. Smelling the rich fragrance of the milk, Han Xianfeng nodded. Be careful outside. I know. You're the most dangerous one right now. Let's go. Jiu Mei left him with this sentence and followed Mi Fan out of the house. The ducks and geese outside, who had been playing in the water since morning, saw that their owner was about to cross the bridge and surrounded them. Go. Continue playing. Someone will come to feed you later. Jiu Mei coaxed them a few times. As she walked across the bridge, she said to Mi Fan, You go to the entertainment center. I'll give them the prize. Come back early. I don't know why you want so much butter. I don't like it. It's too greasy. It's not for adults. The young master said that after we buy it back, we'll make cakes for the children in school. There's also cheese and yogurt. If we could transport fresh milk back, we would have bought it long ago. Mi Fan was still sleepy and yawned. Chapter 725. When Mi Fan and Jiu Meiling went to do their own things, Han Xianfeng finished his breakfast and began to think about how to trick people. After a while, the sound of poultry came from outside. Han Xianfeng knew that someone had come. He sat up straight and waited for the person to come in. Brother Han, I'm here. The goose you raise is not big, but it's so fierce. When the door opened, a Tubo man came in with a stick in his hand.
He must have used it to drive the poultry away. You broke my goose. You have to pay for it. Han Xianfeng was very familiar with the person who came in. He had seen him both here and in Sanshui County. It was Sonri Nigan, the one who sold carrots. After he came here, he met him in the casino by chance. At that time, he just watched and didn't participate. The person he hired to watch the casino watched for a while. He felt that this person didn't look like someone who came to bet, so he reported it to him. Now that they met, it was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Since then, when he had nothing to do, Sonri would always come over and talk about how his chickens were doing and ask about the changes in Sanshui County. Since he got sick, he came here more often. He even asked someone to treat him, but it didn't work at all. If you want to talk about compensation, then I want you to compensate me. Originally, I was the only one who raised a lot of poultry. Now that everyone else is raising poultry, it's hard for me to sell them. I have to go to Sanshui County and ask someone. Sun Rignigan complained back, then carefully looked at Han Xuanfeng's complexion and said happily, "You look like you're going to get better soon. You're so lucky." In the past, the slaves they caught from Tang and the Tang people who came here by trade didn't survive once they got sick. Of course. Who do you think I am? When I get better, I'll be able to soar into the sky. Han Xianfeng also knew that his illness was not that serious. He asked Sonri Nigan to sit down and bragged. "I heard that it has nothing to do with you. The Zhang family mobilized a lot of good things for you. They even sent a doctor to hide somewhere. Others may not know, but you can't fool me." Sun Rinnigan said enviously. He was happy for Han Xianfeng from the bottom of his heart. He found a good family to rely on. Although he had a lot of slaves here, not many people were willing to help him when he was in trouble, let alone spend a lot of money after he got sick. Han Xianfeng smiled and didn't refute. Instead, he asked, "How are the poultry you're raising? Why don't you sell it quickly? Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the time comes. How's the field?" Han Xianfeng knew that even though Sonri Nigan was from Tubo, he didn't care about Tubo. He was just a small slave owner here. In the past, he was often ostracized by others. It was only now that things were better, so he could talk to him more. As soon as Sun Rinnigan heard Han Xianfeng ask about his family, a worried expression appeared on his face. What Han Xianfeng said was right. Ever since many people started to buy chickens and ducks to raise, the people around him who had a good relationship with him started to have their own ideas about him again. 2 large food stalls appeared in the city. Although they only sold hairy eggs and chestnut eggs, they also had a big impact on their own business. Those who wanted to sell chicken and eggs were not as enthusiastic as before. Their income suddenly decreased by a lot. But what could he do? He couldn't not let others raise his chickens. He only hoped that the people sent by Sanshui County could think of a new way to make money for him. "I've already made century eggs according to the method you taught me. I'm going to sell them after a while. Century eggs with tofu are very delicious, and you don't have to worry about them spoiling. They can be eaten outside. Think of a way to send me more salt. I'll make some salted eggs." Sonri Nigan had a total of 2 methods, which was to make century eggs and salted eggs. At the same time, he also knew what Han Xianfeng and the other 2 wanted to do, but he didn't want to tell others. The good or bad of others had nothing to do with him. Moreover, even if he found others and told them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming for revenge, they might not believe him. Now that Lesa City was forbidden to talk about these 2 people, even if they believed him, the credit wouldn't fall on him. Who let him have so few slaves in a small territory? Han Xianfeng thought for a while and replied to Sonri Nigan, "We can't send too much salt now. The Jiangnan circuit is too strict. When autumn comes, it should be enough. If you have a lot of eggs, give them to your slaves to eat. Only when they eat well can they have the strength to work. They are eating. Other slaves only have 1 meal a day. No matter what they eat, as long as they can fill their stomachs, it's fine. My slaves have 2 meals a day. If they still have to work at night, I will add a midnight snack. I have a lot of children, so each of them has 2 fried eggs a day. It's much better than other slaves. But I have a lot of them, so no matter how much they eat, they can't finish it. After a while, I will have to kill some chickens for them to eat. They are already old and can't lay eggs, so I can only eat them. I also made a lot of dried chickens, but I can't sell them. Why don't you help me buy some of them?" The price can be cheaper. Sonri Nigan sat down and felt that his mouth was dry. He didn't need to trouble Han Xianfeng and started looking for tea leaves in the house. He even went to the kitchen to get a pot of water and washed it with a big bowl while complaining. He wasn't wrong. The slaves in his house definitely ate better than other people's slaves, and even better than most of the commoners. In the beginning, there were more than 300 slaves working for him, but now there were nearly 1,000 people. Some of them were willing commoners in the past few years, and some of them were the children of the slaves. So now there were a lot of children waiting for them to grow up to work. They had to be well taken care of when they were young and cultivate their loyalty. Sonri Nigan could do this because he learned from the two Zhuangzi families of Sanshui County, Zhang Li and Wang Zhuangzi. There were so many farmers, and in fact, there was no difference between them and slaves. But when they worked, their enthusiasm was not comparable to ordinary slaves. Later, after observation and understanding, he found that treating the slaves well seemed to be spending more money, but it was very worry-free. The bodies of the slaves were strong, and they were not easy to get sick. They also had strength when they worked, and their loyalty was also improved. One slave could do the work of 2 others, and 2 slaves could do the work of 5 others. After calculating the investment and output ratio, it was still more cost-effective to raise the slaves stronger, especially when they were not completely farming. There were also other breeding industries, so the slaves were very useful. It was precisely because of this consideration that Sonri Nigan began to treat the slaves well. He did not let the slaves starve. At least, he gave them highland barley to eat, and meat to eat every few days. Every child under the age of 12 was given eggs. When the slaves were full, they could work better. In addition to raising poultry, he also raised a lot of cattle and sheep, which were all fed by the slaves. He did not have to worry about the slaves suddenly defecting. As long as the slaves wanted to escape alone, it was easy to get into trouble. But if he talked to others to escape together, they would report it. With more money, Sonri Nigan also bought a lot of weapons to arm his slaves to fight against the people who were jealous of him. Now, when Sonri Nigan saw that his team was increasing, he finally approved of the practice of treating the slaves better. After drinking a bowl of tea, seeing that Han Xianfeng still did not agree, Sonri Nigan said, "Can't you sell dried chickens?" "Yes, but it's useless. Let me tell you, the customs tax is going to be raised soon. Plus the transportation fee, you can't make any money. If I let you transport the chickens, won't it harm you? How about this? You sell the poultry as soon as possible, and only keep the food for yourself. The Zhang family is going to buy a lot of dairy products, milk chips, cheese, butter, and a lot. As long as you have them, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. The price is not low, and you don't have to pay taxes. Follow the name of the Chamber of Commerce there. This is called smuggling. You have to hurry, lest you regret it later." After hearing Han Xuanfeng's words, Sonri Nigan poured water for himself again and asked worriedly, "Is it going to be a fight?" Zhang Xiaobao came first to fight an economic war, and then Wang Wan came with the army? Then what should I do? I have always been on good terms with you. It was no wonder that Sonri Nigan was afraid. Now, even if they did not allow people to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could not stop people from talking about them in private. It was because the people in Tubo did not allow others to talk about them, which made the 2 of them even more highly. It was as if the 2 of them were to fight, the whole of Tubo would be finished. "What are you thinking about? Fight? With what?" The young master and the young lady went back to be officials. 2 ninth-rank officials with no military power. Han Xianfeng felt that Sonri Nigan was a little suspicious. Sonri Nigan waved his hand and said, "Don't lie to me. It's easy to not have military power. You give it away just like that. Tell me, what do you want to do? If it really doesn't work, I will move away to Yizhou. If you really don't want to fight, then see if you can get food while you still have money. Save it up and use it. When autumn comes, there will be a shortage of food. Don't let so many of your slaves starve. Do you have 3 rows of wooden planks and rags to separate the land in your house?" Han Xianfeng assured him again that they would not fight, but he also revealed some information. Sonri Nigan shook his head and said, "No, it's too troublesome. My poultry is not as good as your emperor's. Now that other people's chickens are still young, I can sell them. When their chickens and ducks grow up, I will think of other ways. You said not to raise them, so I will listen to you and start buying in large quantities. Then, I will raise more cows and sheep and harvest more food. I see that the food this year is growing well. There will be a big harvest in autumn. Won't I lose money if I buy more food? If I lose money, I will go to Sanshui County and ask your master. I will say that you lied to me. Big harvest? Dream on. This year, Tubo still has to trade for food from Tang. I suddenly thought of something. You also have land, right? Han Xianfeng looked at Sanri Nigan and asked. Nonsense, how can I not have land? I even planted a lot of barley and 200 mu of rice. Why? Can I earn money from the land? Sanri Nigan was a small landowner. He had more than 1,000 slaves. How could he survive without land? Then sell it quickly. Don't plant it anymore. If you sell it now, you can get a good price. Didn't you already plant something? Sell it. Don't delay. When the time comes, change it all into local specialties. Also, sell your house. Bring your slaves to the east of Jinchuan, the west of Tang, and feed them well. After Han Xianfeng gave the idea, he remembered that locusts had wings and could jump. They would not just stay in one place. If things went wrong, Tang might have to prepare to exterminate the locusts. If Sanri Nigan farmed here, he would lose everything. In the first few years, there was a plague of locusts in Tang. The higher-ups spent a lot of effort to exterminate them. Now, Tubo was in trouble. When the locals saw so many locusts, they would kowtow and offer incense. By the time they realized that the locusts were gone, it would be too late to send an army of livestock. Sanri Nigan did not know the specific situation. When he saw Han Xianfeng asking him to sell his land, he looked at Han Xianfeng carefully. Do you have a grudge against me? If the land is gone, what do you want me to do? If the land is gone, you can buy it back. But if the harvest fails this year, or if the harvest is reduced by half, not half. Even if the harvest is reduced by 20%, it will be over. If the weather is bad again, this year will probably be worse than last year. Listen to me, I won't lie to you. Han Xianfeng knew that he could not say too much to Sanri Nigan. How do you know that the harvest will fail this year? Sanri Nigan had to understand. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a hunter called Halebu. One day, he went hunting and saved so he could understand the language of the wild beasts. In the end, he turned into a stone man. Han Xianfeng could not say that Zhang Xiaobao had used a desperate measure here. He could only choose to let Sanri Nigan believe him. After hearing this, Sanri Nigan sighed. So you are that Halebu? Do I really have to sell it? Or else I will suffer a huge loss. Sell. You help the Zhang family transport a lot of good things here. All kinds of spices and things that Tang does not have. You gave the Zhang family a lot of benefits. Even if you don't make money by moving to another place, the Zhang family will not let you suffer a loss. That's all I have to say. Don't say that I didn't tell you when you don't hear it. Han Xianfeng said seriously to Sanri Nigan. Sanri Nigan's expression turned serious. He nodded. Okay, this time I will believe you. I won't let you turn into a stone man. I will sell it when I get back. When I go back, I will buy other animals and raise them along the way. I will go to the east of Jinchuan. If I don't move there, I will be worried that people will find trouble with me. The sky is cloudy and looks like it is going to rain. I thought that it would rain at night. Brother Han, you will feel uncomfortable again. Do you want to eat something? It's okay. I am much better today. I will drink some sugar water mixed with alkali and vinegar later. I will be fine. If you have something to do, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Han Xianfeng also realized that the weather had changed. The weather should have been getting hotter, but now it was a little cold. Sanri Nigan knew that even if he did not stay, someone would come to take care of Han Xianfeng. Thinking about selling the land, he helped Han Xianfeng pick up the bowls and then left the house. Outside, the chickens were running around in the open space. The slaves bought to feed them called out to them and led them to the shed in case they fell ill. Mi Fan had already collected half a month's worth of money and had people transport it back. There were all kinds of things in the cart. There were copper coins from Tang, local coins, silver, gold, and even jade. When the gamblers were out of money and jealous, they would take out whatever they had to pawn. Whenever they pawned something valuable or memorable, They would ask people to remember the name and place of the owner. If the owner's family was capable, they would have to take the initiative to return the pawned item. For example, the jade pendant that had been passed down for hundreds of years would be troublesome to keep. Jiao Meiling had not started the lottery yet. She was waiting for the others to arrive in the restaurant she bought. It only started when it was almost noon. The restaurant had already prepared food and wine. At this time, regardless of whether one won or not, whether one was happy or sad, one would usually need strong alcohol to comfort oneself. The items for the lottery were put away. The people who came early drank butter tea or milk tea while eating snacks while waiting for others to hurry up. They all hoped that they could win at least once. In fact, it was fine even if they did not come. There were too many people buying lottery tickets, and the restaurant could not accommodate all of them. They just came to be witnesses. When the time came, the lottery would post the winning numbers and let others know. While Tubo and Han Xianfeng were busy with the plan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already returned to Luoyang. They saw their family, followed by Xiaobei and the rest of the kids. They wanted to leave their brothers and sisters, as well as their parents. In Baoxin County, He Yiwei had many things to do. Suddenly, 2 people were missing. One was missing, and for such a long time, a lot of work was on him. Fortunately, during this time, the people in the county did not have many complaints to complain about, otherwise he would have to solve cases. Today, he once again posted the revenue and expenditure of the county to the entrance of the yamen, explaining the current situation to the people. After he finished talking about the financial matters, the people were preparing to leave. He said, "Don't go yet. There's one more thing. Right now, there's a place where the scenery of the Tang dynasty is placed. Soon, there will be a place from another place that will come. This official feels that the roads in the county are not good enough. In some places, even if the people nearby help to fix them, it is still very inconvenient for the carriage to travel. This official is prepared to take out 1,000 strings of coins to widen the narrow roads. What do you all think? If it was in the past, he would use it if he wanted to. There was no need to discuss with others. Now he could not. He had to let the people know about the benefits and disadvantages of spending money, even if it was just a small portion of the people. As long as the majority of the people who knew about it agreed, then it could be implemented. If the majority did not agree, then he had to do some thinking, which was very tiring. Not only was He Yiwei tired, but the other officials in the county also had to work. Hearing that He Yiwei was going to take out 1,000 strings of cash, the people looked at each other and hesitated whether to agree. It was not a lot. Only 1,000 strings of cash. County Magistrate He, this old man wants to ask, do Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang know about this? An old man stood out from the crowd and asked He Yiwei, who was waiting for the people to answer. They don't know. I thought of it myself. He Yiwei really wanted to do something by himself. He could not always listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was already an adult. Why couldn't he be a county magistrate and be a county magistrate? It was not like before, when he wanted to be greedy and wanted to take advantage of others. He was also thinking for the sake of Baoxin County. In the end, if he first mentioned this matter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and the 2 of them agreed, then the people would also agree. If the 2 of them said that they would think about it, then the people would not agree. Looking at the old man who asked, He Yiwei could not lie. He had no choice but to tell the old man the truth. In his heart, he was thinking that it was over. His proposal would probably be rejected. As a county magistrate, sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was depressed. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking. How could they let the people decide? What did the people know? If they did not know, why did they have to explain it to them? So it was County Magistrate He's idea. I don't know about other things, but I agree with building roads. In the future, when it becomes more prosperous, there will be more people coming and going. We also need to divert a river. When the time comes, there will be more merchants and rich people. If the roads are narrow, it will delay things. Just when He Yiwei thought that his idea would not be approved, the old man who asked the question agreed. The young man standing beside the old man also said, I think it should be built. In fact, we don't need 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone, find some stones and transport them over. We just need to find the place where the roads are to be built. There is no need to pay. After the spring plowing, there will be many idle people. With 2 people agreeing, the other knowledgeable people also agreed. They unanimously said that they should first take out 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone should try to think of ways to save money. When the time came, they should not spend all the money. After saving the money, they could still do other things for the county. When He Yiwei, who was originally feeling very sad, heard everyone's words of support, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded vigorously and said, "Then let's do as everyone says. I'll take out 1,000 strings of coins first. When the time comes, I'll take out as much as I need. Even if I don't get paid, I still need to prepare meals. I'll arrange it now." After saying that, the happy He Yiwei rushed back to the yamen to check the map. He planned on listing the various places that needed to be fixed. Old Man Pai and company did not go to Luoyang with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them would be returning in a few days, so there was no need for them to go back and forth. When they saw that He Yiwei's suggestion had received the support of the people, they also revealed knowing smiles. "I was really worried that He Yiwei would fail this time. If that happened, he would lose confidence in doing things in the future. I never expected that he would actually receive support." Old Man Chong was also very happy as he said from the side. Old Man Bai, on the other hand, was staring at the dispersing crowd. Among them, there was an old man and a young man who had spoken earlier. The 2 of them were walking together, whispering something to each other. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke. Chapter 726. Xiaobao, this place looks really good. What do you think it would be like if Dong Zhuo didn't burn this place down? After returning to their home in Luoyang, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at Luoyang. Although it couldn't be compared to the current Chang'an city, it had a different charm. Wang Wan looked at the people coming and going on the road and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about this at all. When the news from Tubo came back, he was worried about Han Xuanfeng's illness and whether he needed to send someone to bring him back. If he wasn't worried that Han Xuanfeng's sick body would easily worsen the bumpy road, he would have brought him back long ago. Since he couldn't adapt to the plateau climate, he shouldn't stay there. Even if he survived this time, it was easy to leave behind hidden dangers. When he heard Wang Wan's voice, he didn't react for a moment and said, "Let's end this quickly. When he comes back, he can recuperate. We won't send him there in the future." "What do you mean we won't send him?" "I'm asking you about burning down Luoyang." Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was distracted again. As more and more things happened, Zhang Xiaobao's mind was wandering more and more. He had to take care of both big and small matters. It seemed that she had to think of a way to change this habit of his. What about her subordinates? If she had to take care of them, they would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about this time. He smiled and said, "If it's burned, then it's burned. As long as it's built better, who cares what it was like in the beginning? He Yiwei should be doing well there. It's been arranged. As long as he asks for something, support him first. Even if it might not succeed, I'll think of another way. Who knows? There's no news yet. Don't worry about this matter. Look for some snacks. Take some specialties." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao bringing up another matter, she hurriedly interrupted him and pulled him forward. From time to time, they would stop to look at what the people on the roadside were selling or go into a shop to take a look. After wandering around Luoyang for an entire day, the 2 of them were tired from walking. After eating, Wang Wan didn't go straight into the house like before. Instead, she went to chat with her mother, leaving Zhang Xiaobao alone in the house. After some thought, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to look for Xiaobei and the others to tell them stories. However, when he saw Xiaobei and the others, he realized that they were telling the adults the stories they had heard during this period of time. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to find another place to stroll. After walking around a few times, Zhang Xiaobao realized that he couldn't find anything to do. He could only return to the house, light another lamp, and practice his calligraphy. At the same time, he waited for Wang Wan to come back so that they could discuss other matters. He waited for 2 hours. Time passed very quickly while he was practicing calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao didn't realize it until someone came to tell him that his wife wasn't coming back to stay. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao realize that it was already very late. He took a bath and prepared to sleep. The moment he laid down, he felt uncomfortable. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep no matter what. The insomniac Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and finally knew what he was missing. He sighed. AI. Sometimes, habits are the most unbearable. Sleep, relax, relax, and relax again. The next morning, everyone woke up. Wang Wan also found Zhang Xiaobao. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's sleep separately for the next few days. I have to get used to it." Get used to what? Zhang Xiaobao was very uncomfortable. He always felt that something was missing when there was one less person beside him. What else can I get used to? When I was chatting with my mother last night, my body already had a reaction. Wang Wan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. I thought it was something else. Isn't it just that you have grown up? Okay, you get used to it first. Do you need to supplement anything? Jujube, saffron? No, I have already prepared everything. I will sleep with you at night after I get used to it. Wang Wan was like a different person. She became shy. After she finished speaking, she didn't accompany Zhang Xiaobao. She turned and left. He didn't know what she was busy with. Zhang Xiaobao, who felt very uncomfortable, shook his head and said to himself, "Isn't it just a small matter? Women, I really don't understand. When you grow up, time passes so quickly. It's like yesterday. Do I have to go through the troubles of growing up again?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not the only ones who were troubled. In the Four Seas Academy, Yamamoto was also very troubled. Even though he had already grown up, a few days ago, he heard from the people who went to Baoshin County to inquire about something called honeycomb coal that could save firewood. After that, he began to feel vexed. For 2 days in a row, his mood wasn't good. He couldn't get back the 2,000 strings of cash he had bet in Baoshin County. If it was when he first went there, it didn't matter if he had the 2,000 strings of cash or not. At that time he had a lot of money. Now that he had no more money to spend, the 2,000 strings of cash also became important. There was also the land he bought. He couldn't get a single copper coin from it. Every year, he still had to give a sum of money to the county. After all, it was originally said that it was used to open up wastelands and change fields. There weren't any discounts. If he sent people to cut down trees, he still had to give out a portion of his living expenses in the academy. His days would become even more difficult. Yamamoto, who was in a gloomy situation, felt that the hot weather was extremely uncomfortable. He drank 2 large bowls of tea in a row, but he still didn't feel cool. He walked out of the door and looked at the students walking back and forth in the academy's empty courtyard. In a daze, he seemed to have come to another world. "Yamamoto, why don't you sell the land in Baoshin County? You can still get some money to use. The lives of the people from our country here are getting worse and worse." Just as Yamamoto was daydreaming, Yamamoto, who had also heard the news, popped out of nowhere and said to Yamamoto, "Sell? No, we definitely can't sell it. If we sell it, our losses will be even greater. That place is developing, and the land will be very valuable in the future. I estimate that we just need to wait for another 2 years, no 1 year, and the price we bought it at that time will double." It seemed that Yamamoto didn't study here for nothing. He even understood this principle and rejected Yamamoto's suggestion. In fact, Yamamoto had also thought of this problem. But he also knew that if there wasn't enough money, many people from his country here wouldn't be able to study in peace. It wasn't easy to come here, so he had to seize the opportunity, so he insisted. That little money won't be considered money after a year. The important thing is now. It will take a few months for the money from our country to be sent here. If we survive, will we still be afraid of a lack of money? Yamamoto didn't say anything. He also understood that now was the time to use money, but he just couldn't accept that none of the plans he had designed had succeeded after arriving there. They didn't seem to have done anything specifically against him. They were just busy with the construction of people's livelihood. As a result, his plans had failed one after another. This kind of psychological blow was the most important. Seeing the determined Yamamoto's serious look, Yamamoto finally compromised. "Sell it. Send someone over and find someone to ask. Try to sell it at a high price. It will probably be very difficult because the firewood there is no longer valuable. We will be satisfied if we can sell it for a capital." "Yes." Yamamoto happily agreed and hurriedly went to find someone to discuss the matter of selling the land. He was in charge of the lives of people from China, while Yamamoto was in charge of the external affairs. Because he didn't have money, he was under a lot of pressure. Of course, Yamamoto was also under a lot of pressure, but he couldn't make both of them uncomfortable. Looking at Yamamoto's back as he left, Yamamoto was no longer daydreaming this time. Instead, he lowered his head and thought about how to make more money. He didn't have to think about using a lot of money to make a lot of money. As long as he could make the people from China live a better life, he had time because he didn't have to continue learning what the academy taught him. If he wanted to learn, he had to learn something better. Yamamoto, why don't you use the forest land as a mortgage in exchange for money? When the time comes, the forest land will still be ours. Yamamoto was deep in thought when another person came over and said to him, "Who will mortgage it with? That's a lot of money. When the time comes, even if the forest land doubles, it probably won't be enough to pay the interest. Sell it. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Tomorrow, I'll go out and have a look. I'll do some small business nearby. I don't know what kind of business is good to earn." It wasn't that Yamamoto hadn't thought about it, but he realized that he had to pay more. He had to admit that all his plans in Baoxin County had failed. He wanted to buy some goods and then set up a stall here. He could be considered a person. When he had so much money but no money to use, he was willing to set up a stall for the people in his country. Ordinary people didn't have such thoughts. "Yamamoto, can you get the people from Xianxia to give us money? I found something. When I woke up the night before yesterday, I saw a few people from Xianxia gathered together to discuss something. Guess what they said? They actually want to make a move in Chongning County. There's also someone from the Tang Empire's imperial family there. They're going to get some benefits from there." The person didn't leave. Instead, he suddenly told Yamamoto a piece of news that shocked him. After the person told the details of the matter, Yamamoto suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be doing better than him in Baoxin County. "You're saying?" Yamamoto lowered his voice and asked. "Yes, we're using this to threaten the people from Xianxia. If they give us money, we'll tell them about this and make them fail," the person said excitedly. Yamamoto's eyes also lit up. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and shook his head. "No, we can't go and tell them. Once we say it, I'm worried that they'll stop and not give us money. We won't get anything. It's just that they won't get anything either. I want to see if Tang Empire's Zhang Xiaobao is really that powerful. Was his previous success all a fluke? I'm waiting for Tang Empire to lose once. When that time comes, will Tang Empire suddenly turn hostile?" Yamamoto suddenly felt a little unwilling to accept his failure. He wanted the people from Xianxia to teach Tang Empire a lesson. Even if he didn't succeed, he would know that Tang Empire wasn't invincible. Although the people from Xianxia didn't directly confront Zhang Xiaobao this time, Zhang Xiaobao had already expressed his meaning very clearly. That was, as long as I, Zhang Xiaobao, was in Tang Empire, everyone had to be honest. Don't think about using crooked methods to plot against Tang Empire's people. Once the Marquis realized that something was wrong, he would probably go to Zhang Xiaobao and see how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with it. When the person heard this, he also felt that this was the case. However, he had other suspicions in his heart. He suspected that Yamamoto wanted to use others to pull Zhang Xiaobao down from the altar. This was because many people were saying that there was one person missing from Tang Empire's top game rankings. A person who was above them was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if he defeated the number one person, as long as he hadn't fought with Zhang Xiaobao, it wouldn't be considered a victory. Yamamoto was clearly letting others take the lead. Therefore, he said, "Yamamoto, you don't have to worry about this failure. As long as there's still a chance of victory." "When did I fail? Didn't I just take the technology of turning radishes into ginseng? No matter what method it is, as long as it succeeds, it's a victory. It's just that after buying seeds, radishes, and thermometers, I don't have any money. I also bought the cement that was sold outside Tang Empire. Did I fail?" Yamamoto said unhappily to the person who came. It meant that he had succeeded, even though he had obtained the technology secretly. If you didn't fail, then don't ask the people of Xianxia for money. If Yamamoto wants to do business, I'll do it with you. What else could the person say? He could only agree and express his support for Yamamoto. Just as the two of them were about to do some small business tomorrow, another person who was collecting information in Baoxin County rushed over. He walked in front of Yamamoto and looked around. Seeing that no one would hear him, he whispered to Yamamoto, "According to a reliable source, Liu went to Baoxin County just recently. According to reliable sources, Li Yu went to Xianxia County a while ago, and then left happily.
I don't know what they were talking about, and I don't know who leaked the news, but before I came, someone from the Zhang family came to find me and said that they wanted me to tell Yamamoto that if Yamamoto wanted to do some business, they were willing to provide a way.
Yamamoto was stunned, then shocked again. He was stunned because he couldn't understand why Li Yu had gone to Baoxin County. He was shocked because the Zhang family not only knew where the person he had sent there to gather information was, but they also knew that he didn't have any money. Yamamoto suddenly had a feeling that there were no secrets. It was as if everything he had done was in the other party's eyes. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, no one would feel comfortable in this situation. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yamamoto asked the person who came to report, "What are the conditions?" "They want our land in Baoxin County. They said that as long as we give them the land, they will tell us how to earn money. We will definitely be able to earn as much money as our fleet will return in a short period of time," the person replied. Without waiting for Yamamoto to speak, the person who had come over to talk spoke first. "Yamamoto, I think we should agree. Who doesn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family have a lot of ways to earn money?" Yamamoto's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at this person with great dissatisfaction. He slowly said, "What if their method of making money can only make a little money, or even not make any money at all? What should we do if our land is gone? Also, why are they in such a hurry to get a few pieces of land? Could it be that they have a bigger plan?" The person who was about to agree didn't expect to have so many questions. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Then don't agree. If we have to do business tomorrow, we'll do it ourselves." "If we don't agree, what if Zhang Xiaobao is afraid that we will sell the land? So he deliberately proposed a method to exchange for it so that we can continue to keep the land so that he can set a trap for us?" Yamamoto now felt that anything could happen to Zhang Xiaobao. He couldn't advance or retreat. He was extremely vexed. When the 2 of them saw that Yamamoto had said everything, they didn't say anything else and waited for Yamamoto's decision. Yamamoto put his hands behind his back and began to walk in circles. After taking a few steps, he would stop, shake his head, and continue walking. Only when the 2 of them were confused did he stop and instruct the person who was scouting for information in Baoxin County. "Go back immediately and find the person who discussed it with you in the Zhang family. Ask them if they want to buy it directly with money instead of the recipe." "Yes," the person answered, turned around, and hurried away without resting. After watching the person leave, Yamamoto turned his head and explained to the person standing beside him, "If the Zhang family agrees to buy it with money, it means that they have a use for those pieces of land. If they don't agree, it's very likely that they are digging a trap for us to jump into. Go back and study hard. You don't have to worry about the business." The person nodded and turned to leave. He went back to review his homework. On the way back, he was still thinking. According to Yamamoto's words, it wasn't bad. But what if Zhang Xiaobao could guess Yamamoto's thoughts and deliberately use them? After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't think of a better way. He quickened his pace and returned to his room. This room wasn't for free. It was 30 strings of coins a month, 1 string of coins a day. It was very expensive. The person who was working in Baoxin County rushed back as fast as he could. He found Erniu, the person who was now in charge of the matter, and told Erniu about the matter. Erniu didn't look surprised at all and said to the person who came, "You can buy it if you want. If it's too expensive, we can't do it. Our family really can't spare the manpower to do new business. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. The price we offer is half of the original price. If you want to sell it, sell it. If you don't want to sell it, you can exchange it with the recipe, or you can think of other ways." The person in charge of the intelligence already knew Yamamoto's thoughts. He thought that he could get some information from Erniu, or at least understand his attitude towards the woodlands. He didn't expect that Erniu would be lukewarm. If he said that he wasn't in a hurry, he would always mention the woodlands. If he said that he was in a hurry, he would try his best to lower the price. What was going on? "How about this? Let Yamamoto come here personally. There are many things that you can't make a decision on as a messenger. It's a waste of time to go back and forth." Erniu saw through the other party's thoughts and said to him. The person who came sighed and nodded helplessly. He could only run back to the Four Seas Academy. Going back and forth would take a long time. After the person left, Erniu chuckled and muttered, "You guys definitely didn't expect this, right? This matter wasn't ordered by the young master at all. I was just looking for some interesting activities when I had nothing to do. It doesn't matter if I sell the land or not. The main thing is to make you guys feel uneasy. You guys have nothing to do anyway. Xiaobao, move inside. Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to sleep alone today. When they both laid down, Wang Wan suddenly appeared. She stood beside the bed and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength, making him move inside. How many days have you been there? Zhang Xiaobao moved and looked at Wang Wan as he asked. I didn't sleep well over there. It's troublesome to discuss some things. I heard news today that Li Linfu is about to arrive. There's also Cui Riji. The two of them have met. Now there's going to be a show to watch. I don't know who will win in this confrontation. I think it will be Li Linfu. He has a lot of schemes, and he doesn't show it on the surface. He's a very sinister person. Wang Wan laid down beside Zhang Xiaobao and found that it was still more comfortable to sleep here. She pulled one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and rested her head on it. Zhang Xiaobao was also calm.
When he heard Wang Wan mention the two of them, he replied, I reckon that the county officer that was sent isn't some good person.
He might even be of some use. Don't underestimate others. This time, we won't go back first. Let's see how chaotic their side is. Now, I think Cui Riji will win first. After all, we have prepared Feng Changgong's mistakes for him. As long as he is not stupid, he can arrange it clearly. Even if Li Linfu has the ability to turn the world upside down, he doesn't dare to directly protect Feng Changgong. The most appropriate thing for him to do is to temporarily stand on Cui Riji's side and severely punish Feng Changgong. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted by the imperial court. Then he can find a chance to turn the balance back. I believe he can do it. When we go back, we have to be careful when dealing with him. After all, he is so famous. Wang Wan chose a person. In the first round, Cui Riji won, and Li Linfu endured. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the posture of his arms and said, If Li Linfu is really as powerful as you say, I think he can find a way to protect Feng Changgong in the first round. He is still young, so he can't reach the level in the future. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Give me a blanket. I thought you lived alone. I'm going to sleep. Wang Wan pulled the blanket to her, yawned, and closed her eyes to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to turn his body, but found that his arms were pressed down. He had to face up. Looking at the moonlight shining on Wei Wei's bright ceiling, he gradually fell asleep. The person they were talking about was also rushing through the night on a boat. At this time, he was less than 20 miles away from Xianxia County. It was estimated that he would enter the county tonight and find a hotel to rest. He would take over the position tomorrow morning. They had the transfer order of Feng Changgong, a county magistrate, a registrar, and a county lieutenant. They could officially take over the position when they arrived at the place. Feng Changgong was not sleeping at this time.
Since he sent the letter and money to the people above, he had received a reply telling him who would come over.
He was told to be careful and not to make mistakes, especially not to recognize the wrong person and show his bad side. Counting the days, he had been bringing people to watch the progress of the construction site next to Wuxia every day. In fact, he was waiting for the people sent by the higher-ups. He hoped that the people sent would arrive at night. In that case, he could arrange a place for the other party to live and find his own people to discuss. If it was during the day, then there would be less buffer time. Chapter 727. They're coming, they're coming. Sir, they're coming. As soon as they saw the boat carrying so many lanterns, the yamen runners next to Feng Changgong shouted. They knew that the people who could light so many lanterns to sail at night must be sent by their superiors. Other people were not so generous, especially businessmen, who would save as much as possible. Feng Changgong also looked over there, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The timing was perfect. He could arrange their accommodation, and then discuss with Li Linfu about what to do. Looking at the boat from afar, Feng Changgong thought for a while and led his men forward to welcome them. At this time, only Li Linfu and Cui Riji were standing on the bow. Cui Riji stood a little forward, and Li Linfu and Wei Wei stood behind, looking very humble. This is their construction site. I didn't expect that there would be people working here at night. Not bad. Once a workshop is built here in the future, the lives of the local people will be better. Xianxia might even become the most prosperous place.
Chui Riji also saw the fire in the distance and the swaying figures there, so he said to Li Linfu beside him,
"Yes, Sir Chui, you have to make more decisions in the future. When the time comes, we'll build this place well." Li Linfu was so low-key all the way. He took his position very seriously and didn't look like he was against Chui Riji at all. In fact, Chui Riji had nothing to say. When the Zhang family and the Wang family were building, it had always been like this. There were people working day and night in shifts. The speed was fast, but it was very expensive, especially the torches and the food provided at night. But they were rich. This method was the most typical way of using money to exchange for time. It was very useful, but not many people were willing to use it. Chui Riji liked to talk with Li Linfu, because when he spoke, he could feel that he was respected, and his impression of Li Linfu was getting better and better.
Hearing Li Linfu agree with him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said, "Sir Li, do you have any ideas about the future of the county?"
"My lord, this lowly official thinks that as long as the rules are set by the Zhang family and the Wang family, this lowly official does not have the ability to do better than the Zhang family and the Wang family." Li Linfu knew that this was not the time to continue saying that everything was up to Chui Riji. He had to say something, and at the same time, he wanted to test him. Chui Riji, who had been very happy just now, put down his smiling face at this moment.
He snorted slightly and said, "Lord Li, you don't have to belittle yourself.
In fact, the Zhang family and the Wang family both have their own ways of doing things. Now that I know a thing or two, I can help make up for their shortcomings. After all, Zhang Xiaobao can't come here all the time. Naturally, there will be areas where he doesn't think things through. In the future, Lord Li, you have to help me think more. You can't make any mistakes, even if it's the Zhang family and the Wang family." Yes, after hearing what my lord said, this lowly official has thought it through. Zhang Xiaobao is very powerful, but he can't take care of Xianxia County while he's in Baoxin County. This lowly official thinks that after taking over the position, I can ask about the specific plans, find out the omissions, and improve them. Li Linfu was still so respectful. At the same time, he could also put forward his own ideas. Of course, his ideas were all in line with Chui Riji's. However, he didn't think that way at all. The Zhang family and the Wang family did have their own ways of doing things, which was to find ways to make use of the local natural resources and then make arrangements according to the specific local conditions. One was the infrastructure, which needed to be fixed, and the other was the people's livelihood. However, such a way of doing things couldn't be done in every place. It had to be adjusted at any time. For example, the imperial court also had its own ways of doing things. One was to find ways to gradually improve the lives of the people in the Tang Empire. Another was to be careful when dealing with outsiders.
Third was to make more arrangements when there was enough money to spend.
Such a way of doing things was the same as not saying anything. Did they really think that it was so easy to imitate what the Zhang family and the Wang family did? If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many middle and lower counties now. Thinking of this, Li Linfu had a better understanding of Chui Riji. He was a little conceited, which could be used to his advantage. Chui Riji didn't know that he had exposed his weakness with just a few words. He was still fantasizing about finding out the problems in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family and then making up for it. Yes, just making up for it and not directly opposing it. He didn't dare to do that. It was also good to make up for it. It could make the reputation of the Zhang family and the Wang family not so high. When others saw that, they would think that the Zhang family and the Wang family also made mistakes sometimes. Chui Riji could improve his reputation, killing two birds with one stone. While the two were talking about the future, Feng Chonggong had already led his men to the shore beside the sailing ship. As he followed the ship to a dock downstream, he shouted, "Are you Lord Chui, Lord Li and Lord Yan on the ship? I'm Feng Chonggong. I'm late to welcome you." Although Feng Chonggong was called a lower official, he was actually about to be promoted. However, there was a prerequisite that he didn't let others find fault with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about where he would be promoted, but whether he could keep his position. "Lord Chui, the person on the shore is Feng Chonggong, the county magistrate of Xianxia County." Li Linfu heard the voice and said to Chui Riji. At the same time, he also looked at the shore. There were people lighting torches there to illuminate the area. He couldn't see what Feng Chonggong looked like, but he knew that the person in the official uniform was him. Chui Riji also turned his head to look. After a glance, He didn't pay attention to it anymore.
Instead, he said to Li Linfu, "Lord Li." He didn't rest in the county at such a time.
Instead, he came here to welcome us. He didn't know when we would come, so he probably watched and waited every day. We didn't come here to make him wait. We want the local people to live a better life. Lord Li, tell me, if he waits like this, can he still get up to deal with official business during the day? How can he work for the people? Cui Riji came here with Zhang Shua's idea. He didn't want Feng Changgong's people to be promoted smoothly. He was worried about how to find trouble, but he didn't expect Feng Changgong to give him an opportunity. He was happy. Li Linfu also complained about Feng Changgong. It was good to do things honestly, but he just had to curry favor. Didn't he know that there were people who came here to target him? He hadn't even taken over yet, and he was already caught red-handed. He was even more passive. After thinking about it, Li Linfu didn't say anything good about Feng Changgong. He also followed Cui Riji's words and said, "Lord Li is right." Feng Changgong didn't put his mind on official business. He actually delayed his rest to welcome an official. After we get off the ship, I will teach him a lesson. There's no need to teach him a lesson. With our current status, we can't teach him a lesson. We just need to report this to the court. Cui Riji finally found this opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? He wanted to use this matter to take down Feng Changgong. Once the memorial was sent, it would be in Zhang Shua's hands. Zhang Shua wouldn't let go of such a serious matter. Li Linfu had to fight for his right to speak.
He said it very nicely. "Lord Cui, I think that we must teach him a lesson.
We can't let him go just because his rank is not high enough or equal. After teaching him a lesson, we will report it and see what the court says." Well, okay. Cui Riji didn't object this time. As long as Li Linfu was willing to report it with him, it was fine. Feng Changgong, who didn't know that he was about to be unlucky, was still running on the shore. He kept saying good things, even if the other party didn't respond. In the end, his running speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the ship.
When the ship reached the place first, he was still panting and running.
When he ran to the dock, Cui Riji and Li Linfu were already on the shore. Behind them was the county officer named Yen, who took over the position. Lord, I am County Magistrate Feng, do you know your crime? Without waiting for Feng Changgong to speak, Li Linfu asked loudly. Feng Changgong was shocked and couldn't breathe. He stood there anxiously, looking at Li Linfu. He didn't know why this person who should be on the same side as him attacked him as soon as he got off the ship. The county officer beside him quickly found some water and handed it to Feng Changgong to drink. Li Linfu didn't wait for Feng Changgong to ask why he was guilty. He said directly, "You don't rest in the government office at night, but come here to wait for the official to take over. I guess you have been like this for many days, right? Then let me ask you, how do you work during the day? Is there anything here that needs you to take care of? I must report it." Hearing Li Linfu's words, Feng Changgong finally calmed down. So it was like this. It must be the other party's people who suggested it. Li Linfu was helping him. If there wasn't a construction site here, he really couldn't say anything. But there was still work in full swing there. Without thinking, he explained. "Lord, you are wrong. Milord, you've wronged me. How could I be here to welcome a successor? Even if I had nothing better to do, I wouldn't do something like that. Perhaps I haven't done a good enough job, but I'm absolutely devoted to the people. There's a workshop under construction here, and I'm worried that something might happen to it, or that someone might dig up water during the construction process and cause the dam to burst. If that's the case, when can the people in the county live a good life? I'm not here to keep watch all the time. When I'm tired, I sleep for a while. When I wake up, I think about what to do to improve the lives of the people in Xianxia County in a short time and cooperate with the Zhang family and the Wang family to make the county's economy prosper." These words were pleasant to hear and made people feel comfortable. At least Li Linfu felt comfortable. He was happy in his heart, but his face was still calm as he lectured. "It's a good idea, but you can't be too ambitious. You have to be firm. Don't think that the economy of a place can improve in a short time. As long as you do what you should do, you are a good official. Otherwise, you will easily make mistakes out of kindness. You have to pay more attention to rest. Your health doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to the whole Xianxia County. You have to change the way you sleep. Yes, yes, I know. I will change. I will take care of myself for the sake of the people. I know I'm wrong. County Magistrate Feng, did you encounter any trouble here? Are there any tents here? Cui Riji's good mood was gone. Listening to Li Linfu and Feng Changgong's words, the matter of him being punished seemed to have changed. Instead, it became a matter of praise. How could this be? If they continued talking, he would have to write a letter to praise Feng Changgong. This was definitely not what he wanted to achieve. Listening to the two talking, he felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. They were too shameless. He interrupted them. He couldn't let them continue. Feng Changgong was relieved and quickly replied, "Yes, there are tents. But tents are usually for the tired people. It's better to go back to the county at night. There are also places there. We don't have to fight with the people." Since Feng Changgong decided to be a good official, he started to say that it was for the sake of the people. He didn't want Cui Riji to be here because it was inconvenient to talk here. It was easy for people to eavesdrop. Cui Riji's face became gloomy. He was tired and wanted to sleep early. It was not comfortable to sleep on the boat. When they finally reached the place, he wanted to rest early. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to refuse him with the same reason. Li Linfu snickered. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to be so interesting. Looking at the situation, Xianxia County shouldn't cause any trouble. He could relax and deal with them after he understood. Cui Riji couldn't say more about this matter. He had to get in the car and walk to the county. It took more than 2 hours. It was already midnight. He was woken up in his half-asleep state. He got out of the car and went to the arranged place. He fell on the bed and slept. Li Linfu was also arranged, and so was the county magistrate surnamed Yen. After arranging for everyone to rest, Feng Changgong had to find Li Linfu. He wanted to wake him up and tell him what happened recently, including how he offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought Li Linfu would be able to sleep. However, when he arrived, he found Li Linfu was still in his clothes. He was sitting there waiting and sipping tea from time to time. "Master Li, I'm here," Feng Changgong said respectfully. "Sit down. Tell me what happened in the county. Don't hide anything. Otherwise, even the gods can't help you." Li Linfu knew Feng Changgong would come. Wei Wei nodded and asked him to sit down. Although she was sleepy, she had to endure it. Otherwise, she might not have time tomorrow morning. "Yes." Feng Changgong sat down and began to tell Li Linfu. Here's what happened. Just as Li Linfu had requested, Feng Changgong told him everything he knew. He did not include any subjective opinions, including how he had offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, what strategy he had used, and how the other party had not reacted. He did not leave out anything. He knew that the officials sent this time were divided into 2 groups. Some wanted to deal with him, and some wanted to protect him. Once he missed out something important, not only would he be finished, but the people above him would also be in trouble. Li Linfu slowly drank tea and didn't interrupt Feng Changgong. He listened to Feng Changgong. As he listened, his face darkened. When he heard about the Taoist priest that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met and what he said before they left, his forehead was already sweating. He didn't have time to wipe his sweat and asked anxiously, "Did the Taoist priest named Rumming really say that?" He said that the Taoist priest who chased after dreams could do the things of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? After you offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that day and used a trick, they didn't trouble you? Yes, that's it. This is good. In the future, no matter what Rumming said, the local people will be convinced. As long as it doesn't involve the workshop, there will be no problem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan probably haven't thought of a way to deal with me, so they can only hold on. Speaking of this, Feng Changgong seemed very happy. Rumming can even meddle in the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Why did you ask him to come here? That's the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How are they compared to the current emperor? Li Linfu asked in disappointment and emphasized the words, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Feng Changgong also sweated. Rumming said a lot that day, and he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he ignored many things. If it were the officials in the imperial court, they would have already realized it. Now that he heard Li Linfu emphasize the words, 3 sovereigns, he finally understood. If someone mentioned it and added a little more, he would be finished. But he didn't ask about the emperor. It turned out that he was waiting here. Rumming wasn't a god.
Thinking of this, Feng Changgong pleaded with Li Linfu with a pale face. Lord Li, save me. I didn't ask him to come here to talk about the emperor.
I just asked him to look at the place. You said he didn't, so he didn't? Rumming stayed here for so many days. Who knows if you secretly asked him to do this? Aya, I'm going to die because of you.
I don't even dare to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan.
Why do you have to dislike them?
If you want to divert the river, then do it. They are not the kind of people who only care about their own interests and don't care about others. I understand that you are not convinced by the two of them and want to compete. You still dare to say that they didn't do anything. Commandery Prince Tang, and has already sent a memorial to talk about you.
He is very dissatisfied with you. This time, Cui Riji didn't come here just to take office. He needs you to get rid of him. Good plan. Zhang Xiaobao is indeed Zhang Xiaobao. This plan is well used. They put you up and then use you to do the dirty work. They have already done it. It's because of you that they built a workshop here. Their purpose is to take the credit of Xianxia being promoted to a county. At least, they won't let you take the credit. They also let people fight for the position. Now you see, the imperial court sent 3rd rank and 4th rank officials to be the county magistrate and registrar. How important do you think Xianxia County is? No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went through the normal channels to send a memorial instead of using pigeons. They want Zhang Shua to understand the situation in Xianxia County. No wonder the name list they put forward is full of our people. They want to lure Zhang Shua into the arrangement of people and attack us. When Li Linfu got off the boat, he still thought that Feng Changgong was very smart. Now he no longer thought that way. Smart people did many stupid things. He wanted to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and offended them so badly. If he, a 7th rank county magistrate, really wanted to deal with them, it would be a joke, a big joke. Those 2 half-grown children were like cunning people. He had only seen them scheme against others, but he had never seen them suffer losses. Even the emperor was the same. When he asked for a place, he asked for a place in Jiannan Road and the northeast. In the end, he arranged for them to be in Fengzhou. When his family went there to build happily, they found out that it was the place that the emperor wanted. After going in a big circle, he finally calculated all the people. If such people could be easily dealt with, the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Li Linfu thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan this time and sighed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. It was a good plan. If he didn't come here and listen to Feng Changgong's words, people on his side would think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were on his side. It was not the case at all. Feng Changgong was dumbfounded. After listening to Li Linfu's analysis, he, who was not too stupid, finally understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's series of actions. It was not that they did not take action, but that they had already done it. It was just that he did not see it. Now that he understood it, he did not know how to deal with it. Sir Li, is there any other way? In order to deal with me, they took out money to build a workshop in Xianxia? They are really unscrupulous to achieve their goal. Feng Changgong asked Li Linfu for help. When Li Linfu heard Feng Changgong's words, he was angry and amused. You are nothing. If they really want to deal with you, they have a better way, a more direct way. They really want the people of Xianxia to live a better life. After all, Xianxia is close to Baoxin County. If they pull Xianxia together, the 2 counties can rely on each other and develop together. Ability, this is real ability. Do you think they will only pay so much for you? Then you underestimate them too much. The emperor and the officials in the imperial court will not pay so much attention to them. Dealing with you is just a matter of convenience. More importantly, they dragged Zhang Shua into it. Zhang Shua was the one who joined the list of people they sent to join the pilgrimage. I heard that Zhang Shua had said bad things about them in front of the emperor more than once. You think too highly of yourself. Wake up. Feng Changgong was said to be worthless. He was afraid and sullen. He sat there, lowered his head and did not say anything. Li Linfu also did not speak. He drank tea mouthful by mouthful, his eyes fixed on a place without moving. After a while he let out a long breath and said to Feng Changgong, "There is a way, but I don't know if it will succeed." Is it related to Cui Riji? Do you want to calm him down? Feng Changgong looked at Li Linfu gratefully and asked. It has nothing to do with him. Even if there are 10 Chui Riji, I can protect you if I want to. He is easy to deal with. The key is how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hate you. If they want to deal with you, the success rate is not high even if I take action. It is very dangerous. How did you offend them? Why don't you send someone to test them first and see what they say? If they agree, it will be easy for me. You go back first. Don't sleep tonight. Think about it. I will also think about it. I will send you a letter before dawn. Remember to send someone to Baoxin County immediately. Ask someone to say that you are a grandson. You are about to die, so don't care about your face. Do you understand? Li Linfu gave Feng Chonggong an idea and asked him to leave. Chapter 728. Come on, come on. Sounds of encouragement came from the mouths of Xiao Bei and the others. There was a large pool in the courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This courtyard was not in Luoyang City because it was too big. They had bought a manor outside because there was a river passing through here. Now, this place had been dug into a very large pool. Beside the pool, there was also a very high platform built with cement and wood. In fact, it could not be considered as being built. It was piled up like a small mountain, but on one side was a cliff. There was a lot of water in the pool below, and it was very deep. At this moment, a person was standing on the high platform. Looking at the height below, his legs were trembling. He was a member of the Zhuang Protection Team No. 1. This was the first time he was standing in such a dangerous place and had to jump down. He was carrying a bag on his back and wearing a diving suit. There were also members of the Zero Team below, waiting for rescue at any time. Xiao Bao, jumping down from such a high place and landing in the water will be fine? Zhang Zhong had never seen anyone jump into the water from such a high place. He stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and used binoculars to look at the trembling legs of the person above. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and replied, "That's not it. If he doesn't jump well, he can easily die. This is the reason why I didn't let him eat now. No matter what he does, there is danger. However, there are many things that he can't not do. He has practiced many times on flat ground and knows how to control his body in the air. I hope he doesn't forget because of nervousness. Watch, the members of the Zero Team have already demonstrated it. It would be great if he could find a way to fly into the sky. That way, another person can jump with him. The platform is not high enough." Zhang Zhong originally wanted to let this person come down, but seeing his son insist, he could only stay below and watch. This was the first step to flying. If he couldn't cross it, he could forget about succeeding. Xiao Bei and the others were still shouting excitedly. While the first member on the stage was nervous, he didn't dare to retreat. Once he retreated, he would be eliminated and wouldn't have another chance in the future. Gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly and recited the steps in his heart. He used all his strength to jump off the platform. As soon as he left the platform, he pulled on the rope in his hand. A big flower came out of the backpack behind him. With a bang, it pulled him down and slowly floated down. Seeing this, the people below all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Bei and the others even shouted out their praises. This one succeeded. Next one. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He was very satisfied with this person's courage. Another person stood on the platform above. His face was pale, and his hand was holding onto the handrail. When he looked down, he felt his vision darken, and he was suddenly piled up there. Come on, come on. Xiao Bei continued to encourage this person. They hadn't stood at such a high place, so they didn't know what it felt like. Even if they knew that it was water below and that there was a doctor waiting to rescue them, it still required a lot of courage to jump. Xiao Bao, don't you think we should let them try high platform diving from a low place first? When they get used to the feeling of entering the water, we can let them go up. Or bungee jumping, we can use a large number of cow tendons to form a rope. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Wan felt that there was still a long way to go to train more capable people, so she told Zhang Xiaobao her idea. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, nodded, and said, "This height is a little high. Let's start from a low place and increase it bit by bit. But no matter how much you increase it, they still have to stand there in the end. They can't jump into the water easily. I'll go up and take a look in a while. Is it really that scary? Then I'll go and take a look too. I haven't jumped in a long time." Wang Wan also looked eager to give it a try. She had also jumped with a parachute before. Of course, this wasn't learned in the military school. They didn't give her this course. She had used her family's identity to go to someone's military camp and asked them to jump with her. Once she jumped, she would become addicted. The person above was already lying on the platform. He crawled up bit by bit and peeked down. He looked as pathetic as he could. This made the people standing behind him feel helpless.
They said to him, "Can you still stand up like a man?
Either you stop jumping, or you go back." The person lying on the platform turned his head and looked at his teammate. His face immediately turned red. He nodded, slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and jumped down while shouting. However, he forgot to open the parachute in the air. The people below heard a loud bang. This person plunged into the water with his feet facing down and his head facing up. When the person in charge of protecting below saw this, he immediately went to rescue him. This fall was probably not light. Zhang Xiaobao's heart also trembled. He was afraid that this person would be in danger due to the impact of the fall. Blood would rush to his head. Who knew that before the rescuers could get him, this person would float up from the water by himself? He shook his head and chuckled.
He shouted to Xiaobei and the others who were cheering him on, "I've jumped down."
Xiaobei sighed very cooperatively, clapped for him. In the end, this person immediately started grinning again. Just now, he had jumped down, but the parachute behind him had also followed him down. When he fell into the water, the feeling was not very pleasant. If it weren't for the fact that the strap was wide enough and had a lot of traction, he would probably have lost half his life even if he didn't die. Get him out. It's fine.
The acceleration in the air is so fast that even opening the parachute can withstand it, let alone entering the water at this height.
Let him take a look. If there's nothing serious, he can jump later.
Wang Wan knew why the person in the water was grinning.
Fortunately, this person had mustered the courage to jump down. In a house in the capital, Zhang Shua and Zhang Jiuling were sitting there.
The two of them were reading the letters in their hands and thinking about their own matters.
The letters were sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Luoyang. One letter was about Taoist dream chasing, while the other was about He Yiwei. Zhang Jiuling's letter was about He Yiwei, while Zhang Shua's was about dream chasing. The two of them saw different things, so their thoughts were naturally different. Zhang Jiuling felt that He Yiwei wasn't bad. Although his performance in the past was a little bad, he had changed a lot ever since he went there. It was fine if he was promoted. The main reason was that he could return a favor to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't write such a recommendation letter to the manor because they didn't want He Yiwei to continue working there. From the meaning expressed in the letter, they were preparing to arrange for He Yiwei to go to Yaozhou, which was the state that was established with Huayuan County as the lead. They wanted him to accumulate experience there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were probably preparing to use him. Zhang Jiuling had already agreed in his heart, but he was worried that Zhang Shua would deliberately not agree to it in order to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If that happened, it would be difficult for him. Zhang Shua still hadn't read the letter recommending He Yiwei. His eyes swept over the few words in the letter again and again, as if he couldn't get enough of it. The letter emphasized the situation of Feng Changgong finding a Taoist priest there, and it also described the situation without adding any of its own thoughts. It was precisely because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have their own thoughts that Zhang Shua appeared helpless. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that they wanted to impeach Feng Changgong, then he could use this as an excuse to push the matter to the two of them. However, they didn't say anything, and just calmly described the situation. They didn't even emphasize the key words that could be used to attack Feng Changgong. It seemed that they wanted him to make a move, and after knowing that he would make a move, they sent him a knife. Reading it over and over again, Zhang Shua's mood went from being happy at the beginning to being confused, and now it was heavy. He finally found the source of the problem. He handed the letter to Zhang Jiuling and said, "Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually schemed against me. They did it on purpose, wanting me to make a move and then have a conflict with Yu Wanrong. Now that they have succeeded, and at the most critical moment, they even sent me a big gift. Should I accept it or not?" Zhang Jiuling took the letter and finished reading it with 2 glances. He then took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shua helplessly, saying, "It's not good to accept it. This gift is a bit too much. They clearly want to kill with a borrowed knife, but without this letter, Xianxia County is very likely to lose. However, once we use it, we will be helping Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them want to teach Feng Changgong a lesson, but they want to hide in the background and let us take the lead. Bad, really bad. My lord, look, there is a letter here. They want to recommend He Yi. Do you want to help them? Zhang Jiuling wanted to directly say that he would help them, but when he saw the other letter, he really didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them didn't waste time and went in a big circle to trap Zhang Shua just to deal with one person. It could be said that they killed two birds with one stone. Zhang Jiuling finally understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as you offended them, don't expect to live a peaceful life. They would always find trouble for you. Zhang Shua took the other letter. After reading it, he laughed angrily. Good. I have been promoted to this position and have met many powerful opponents, but I have never really admired anyone. Today there are finally people I admire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Good skills. This means that I have given you a big gift, and you have to return it to me. We don't owe each other anything. After all, as long as we do something about chasing dream, we will have an easier time in Xianxia County. My lord, what if we accept their gift but don't help them arrange people? Although they used us to deal with Feng Changgong, we have also received benefits. What can they do? Zhang Jiuling still hadn't reacted, so he asked again. Zhang Shua sighed and said, Then it's even simpler. Don't think that this gift letter is really a gift. It's actually used to threaten me. If I don't agree to it, they will take action and protect the other party's people. Don't you see that they are just talking about the matter and don't have any intention of impeaching me? As long as I don't tell them to arrange for He Yi, they will have the means to take out another letter. For example, they found Taoist Feng Changgong. After their investigation, they found that chasing dream Taoist Feng Changgong didn't have such great ability. He was framed by someone else. Who framed him? By that time, we will have used the first letter to deal with Feng Changgong. The biggest possibility is us. What will the emperor think? Good plan. They handed the knife over but didn't sharpen it. They can even take it back at any time. Zhang Jiuling nodded as he listened. He admired them in his heart. Two half-grown children were able to plot against Zhang Shua like this. He said, Do you agree? Agree. How can I not agree? It wasn't easy to get a chance to occupy that place. I have no choice but to agree. I was careless this time. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the letter, I should have thought that it wouldn't be simple. I was fooled by their ages. If I had known earlier, I would have discussed with them about the Fengchan list. Even if I couldn't give them the number they requested, I could have arranged a few fewer people. That way, they wouldn't always be thinking about me. In the future I have to be careful. I can't fail miserably. Send a letter to Luoyang. Once He Yi's matter is settled, we can make a move on Feng Changgong. Zhang Shua lost a game, but he didn't think that he lost unjustly. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. He was schemed against by two little fellows and didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who told him to be one step behind? The other party drew a circle, and he jumped into it without waiting for others to push him. Fortunately, he didn't lose anything this time. He really had to be careful in the future. Zhang Jiuling knew that Zhang Shua wanted him to write a letter. He spread out a piece of paper next to him and hinted that he agreed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request to promote He Yi. While the two of them were feeling helpless for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji and Gao Lisher were very happy. Li Longji could also tell from the recent events that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had schemed against Zhang Shua. In addition, the contents of Zhang Xiaobao's letter to Gao Lisher made it very clear how and why it was arranged. Hercules, that son of yours is truly amusing. He wanted to take care of someone, but he actually went in a circle, forcing Zhang Shua and Yu Wenrong to fight. Actually, this emperor hopes that the two of them can cooperate and get things done properly, instead of fighting like this. Li Longji said to Gao Lisher with a smile after knowing the situation. Gao Lisher didn't think that Li Longji's words were correct. Perhaps he needed people to fight like this, so he respectfully replied, If Zhang Xiaobao wants to deal with someone, he can just write a letter directly. That Feng Changgong doesn't want to eat the same food as the commoners and wants to steal other people's fish. Moreover, he wants to implicate the commoners of Xianxia County for his own personal gain. These few reasons are enough to deal with him. Why did he have to drag Zhang Shua into it? Sigh, he's still not sensible. What Gao Lishir said earlier was just a casual remark. Only the last sentence was what Gao Lishir wanted to express. What he meant was to tell Li Longji that although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were good at scheming, children were still children. Whatever they did, they had to tell others. They couldn't hide things in their hearts and couldn't treat things like adults. Of course, when it came to their abilities, they could treat things like adults. Yes, it wasn't easy for them to scheme against Zhang Shua. They were afraid that others didn't know, so they wrote a letter to tell you about it. Just like a child who secretly ate candy. In fact, even if they didn't say it, you can understand it if you think about it carefully. That He Yiwei can be considered lucky. Li Longji also agreed with Gao Lishir's words. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not sent that knife-like letter to Zhang Shua, perhaps it would have been difficult to guess their true intentions. Once they guessed it, they would have to think highly of them, or rather be on their guard. However, not only did they take out that letter, they even used it to threaten Zhang Shua to get He Yiwei an official position. At the same time, they let Gao Lishir know about their schemes. They were clearly children who hadn't grown up. Gao Lishir also smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this actually shows that He Yiwei is a good person. He has the imperial court in his heart. After realizing that he can let his family have a good life without being greedy, he is willing to do things for the commoners wholeheartedly. It's not easy. He is much better than those officials who don't do their jobs properly despite having money." Yes, that's right. Li Longji nodded. As the two of them spoke, the palace maids and eunuchs beside them lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything. At this moment, a eunuch ran in from outside and reported, "Your Majesty, another letter was sent from Luoyang. It says that Project Soaring is about to succeed. When the time comes, Your Majesty will see with your own eyes how people fly in the sky with wings." As the eunuch spoke, he handed Gao Lishir an envelope. The letter had already been opened, but there was a small envelope inside. The small envelope had a seal on it, indicating that it was not for others to touch. After checking it, Gao Lishir nodded at Li Longji and opened the letter. When he looked up, he saw a picture on it. Beside the picture was an introduction to various places. It was very detailed. "Your Majesty, there is a picture in the heart. The picture explains why people can fly in the sky. Take a look." After Gao Lishir understood it, he was astonished. As he spoke, he handed the picture to Li Longji. Li Longji was also curious. When he read the letter carefully, he saw the principle of how people could fly in the sky. It was like a kite. It explained how air came about, how it was blown, and why birds could fly freely in the sky. In fact, it was just simple content for popular education. If it were elementary school students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they wouldn't be interested at all because they already knew. However, Li Longji didn't know. Today was the first time he had heard of it. He already knew, but he didn't know why. He didn't understand how things could be thought of in this way. After reading it carefully twice, he happily closed the letter and said to Gao Lishir, "So it's like this. Does that mean that as long as there is a strong wind, one can fly even on flat ground? There's no need to jump from a high place?" "I don't know. I think Your Majesty is right. I'll write a letter and ask over there. It's just that it's not easy for the strong wind to come out." Gao Lishir replied cautiously. He really didn't know. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "Wind is easy. Between the clouds and the water, there are a few houses that are connected to fans. As long as there are enough fans and they spin fast, the wind will be strong. When the time comes, we can connect a frame and put people on it. With the wind blowing, people and the frame will fly together. If they could put something on the shelf, they could directly turn the fan. Some could be used to push it and some could be used to pull it. Then it would be much easier for people to fly in the sky. If they could put a few grenades on the shelf and throw them down from above, who in the world would be able to fight against them? It's just that it's difficult to make something that can be put on the frame to make the fans spin. I don't know if the expert behind Xiao Bao and Wang Wan can think of a way. When you write the letter, write down my thoughts and ask." Yes. Gao Lishir didn't care if Li Longji's idea would work or not. In any case, what the emperor said was good. Even if it didn't work, he had to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo try. Gao Lishir really didn't know how many ideas Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have after he sent the letter to them. The two of them would definitely feel that it wasn't easy for Li Longji to think of this. This was because this was the idea when the airplane was invented. It was even more amazing. He directly considered throwing bombs. At that time, the airplane was used for reconnaissance and had not become a bomber. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already preparing to leave Luoyang and return to Baoxin County. Xiao Bei and the others also had to follow them back. After all, they couldn't fall behind in their education. When Xiao Bei was packing her things, she didn't forget to carry a mini parachute bag on her back. In the past 2 days, she had been telling others that she had also jumped with an umbrella. Her brother and sister had jumped with her, and it was very fun. Jiang Wang clan had already told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about this matter. That day, when other people jumped with their parachutes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also jumped. After the two of them successfully jumped, the bold Xiao Bei also begged to jump once. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan considered it and really tied an umbrella bag on Xiao Bei. Then, the two of them jumped down from the platform with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei actually opened the umbrella herself. She opened it before Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, they didn't plan on letting her open the umbrella. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to share a large umbrella with the three of them. Of course, there was a backup. In the end, when Xiao Bei opened her umbrella, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were depressed. Zhang Xiaobao pushed Wang Wan in the air and pushed Wang Wan a distance away so that she could open the umbrella and not get entangled with Xiao Bei's. Zhang Xiaobao himself completed the diving action in the air and dove down first. Fortunately, there wasn't a strong wind. Otherwise, who knew where Xiao Bei would have been blown to? In the end, she slowly landed in her brother's arms on the surface of the water and shouted excitedly. From then on, she had to carry a small umbrella bag every day and was watched 24 hours a day. This was to prevent her from finding a high place to jump down. If that happened, she wouldn't even have the chance to open the umbrella. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team set off, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao's side with her umbrella and asked, "Brother, can I parachute at the place we're going?" "No." Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to say yes. "Then can I really use wings to fly in the sky in the future? Xiao Bei wants to fly too. Okay?"
Xiao Bei was very regretful and asked another thing.
"Okay, as long as I can fly in the future, I'll bring Xiao Bei along." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he had already decided that if he really made the hang glider in the future, no matter what, he couldn't let Xiao Bei see it during training. He was too bold. Chapter 729. The water swayed on the sides of the boat, and the willow catkins on both sides floated in the wind. Which family's child caught a green butterfly and fell into the bamboo forest to break the willow flute? With the arrival of summer, people in cold places had more things to do. Today was the school holiday in Huayuan County, and most of the adults had gone out to work, leaving the children to play with their friends when they were bored. Dei Medical School was not to be casually approached, but Dei Hospital did not have any restrictions. People could come and go as they pleased. The hospital's area grew larger and larger, and there were departments that specialized in treating all kinds of diseases, as well as places for recuperation. Unless the people recuperating in the hospital were afraid of being disturbed, there would be a sign outside the courtyard, prohibiting unrelated people from entering, and there were even guards at the gate. If they were not afraid of being disturbed, they could naturally let them in, but as long as they were adults, they would have to register. The local children were exempted from this process and could enter and leave as they pleased. There were signs on the roadside, and the children knew which places were open to play and which places were for the patients to rest. The best place to recuperate in the hospital was Four Seasons House. The people who could afford to live in this place were not rich at all. If you charged a normal fee, it would cost 300 strings of coins a day. Even so, there were still people who wanted to live in this place. After all, they could feel the changing scenery of the Four Seasons. Even if they wanted to build a snowman made of ice foam, they could do so. Four Seasons House was also the favorite place for the local children. There was a bamboo forest here, and there were the crisp sounds of birds. During this season, one could break a piece of bamboo to make a flute, or pick a piece of bamboo leaf and put it on one's lips to make a sound. If one played it well, it was said that there were hundreds of birds chirping, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. Today, the school was closed, and a group of children crowded here. Looking at the sign outside the courtyard, they saw that it did not say that they were not allowed to enter. They cheered and rushed in, chasing butterflies along the way. Then they entered the bamboo forest, broke some bamboo, and used the small tools they carried with them to make a flute, and began to play with each other. Her voice wasn't that pleasant to listen to, let alone melodious. However, when one listened to it, one could always feel a kind of joy. Half a li away from the bamboo forest, there was a small 3-story building built beside a stream. Upstairs, a person was sitting with the window open, holding a poetry book in her hand. Listening to the flute sounds coming from not far away, she smiled. "Empress, are you tired of listening? This servant will make them leave."
As the voice sounded, a person wearing a palace robe gracefully walked over from behind the woman sitting in front of the window.
Annoyed? Why would he be annoyed? That's the most beautiful sound. It's almost noon. Xiaozhu, you can get someone to send soup and rice to the little ones. If they want to come here, call them over as well. Empress Wei Wei shook her head.
She continued to read her book and recited, "Not compared to the celestial beings in the mortal world.
The green grass is full of love, the flowers show their beauty, the bamboo flute chirps. The most interesting thing is here." The palace maid who was called Xiaozhu nodded and smiled. "Empress, you are learning faster and faster recently. If you want to recite a poem, you can just open your mouth and recite it. Isn't it time to reply? Go back. Wait until autumn."
The empress looked out of the window and said with a hint of melancholy, "Then I will go and deliver the food to them."
The palace maid Xiaozhu realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly left. When she walked down the stairs, she looked back and sighed helplessly. She walked to the kitchen. At this time, another palace maid came out and also looked at the small building. She softly asked, "Sister Xiaozhu, is the empress better?" "Much better. Just now, she was reciting a poem. When she returns to the capital, she won't be bullied by that Wu person like before. Our empress has learned a lot of skills here. Although she's not that good at reciting poems, it's better than before. She can also play the zither and dance. Also that Wang family's little miss, Cuckoo, sent some books on public relations. She won't be so easily tricked like before. Also, the empress's body is becoming more delicate. After continuous effort, it's that S shape. I don't know how much money Cuckoo spent." Xiaozhu, who had always been partial to Empress Wang, was happy for the empress. The palace maid who asked the question walked with Xiaozhu and said, "Also, Cuckoo's little miss specially sent clothes to wear. No one has ever heard of them. Even I feel embarrassed when I see the empress wearing them. How could that Cuckoo think of these? Aya, no wonder Xiao Bao is so good to her." Don't say bad things about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo.
It's all thanks to Cuckoo's help that the empress wouldn't have a good life in the palace. There are many capable doctors in the medical academy who can treat the empress. They say that when she returns, there's a high chance that she will be pregnant. If it's a boy with a handle, the empress won't have to worry in the future. With the empress here, servant girls like us have a good life. If it was another servant, we would probably have to worry about being beaten to death every day. That one surnamed Wu is so ruthless. If she really took over the position, wouldn't her close servant girls bully us to death?" Xiaozhu lowered her voice even more, afraid that someone would hear. The palace maid at the side stopped and closed her eyes and prayed to the heavens. "Protect the empress, protect the Wang family's little miss, protect the Zhang family's little master. If they did something wrong, let me take responsibility. Good people have good karma, good people have good karma. Let's go quickly." Even if you don't say it, no one dares to touch the Zhang family and the Wang family. Ever since that one surnamed Wu found out that the empress was brought here by one letter from Cuckoo, she was so angry that she didn't dare to say anything. She and her people couldn't deal with the Zhang family and the Wang family. They couldn't do it in literature or in martial arts. I heard from Xiao Fong from the Department of Internal Servants that a few days ago, when the Zhang family and the Wang family sent things to the palace, the things they gave to the empress were much better than the one surnamed Wu's. In a fit of anger, that one surnamed Wu smashed a beautiful glass jar. In the end, even when the emperor asked, that one surnamed Wu didn't dare to say that the things given to her were not as good as the ones given to the empress. She only said that it was accidentally broken. Even so, for some reason, the Zhang family and the Wang family found out. In the end, when the skincare products were sent to the empress the second time, the one surnamed Wu didn't get a share. In the end, it was Lord Gao from the Department of Internal Servants that spoke on her behalf. Only then did Cuckoo get someone to make up for it. That one surnamed Wu cried the whole night, feeling wronged, but she didn't dare to complain. Even though she's favored, Cuckoo isn't afraid of her. When Xiaozhu talked about this, her eyebrows were raised in exultation, as if she had defeated Wu Huifei.
Really? How come I didn't know?
Humph, that damn Xiaofeng. He didn't tell me anything.
The next time he comes, I'll put more salt in his food.
No, salt costs money and soil. I heard the guard in charge of this courtyard say that staying in the Four Seasons workshop for a day costs 300 strings of coins.
Even though it's not bad, it's also not that good.
However, our empress eats a meal specially prepared for her. There's a time limit, and there's also water used for bathing, good things to apply on her body, and a person specially sent to give her massages. If we really want to calculate, adding up all of these, it's estimated that the cost of a day is more than 600 strings of coins. The scariest thing is that a few days ago, that young lady Cuckoo had someone send a set of clothes made entirely of pearls. When the empress put it on and stood there without moving, she looked like a dignified and noble person.
However, once she moved, she couldn't cover up what was supposed to be covered up. It's so embarrassing.
When we go back, His Majesty will definitely stay with the empress every day. When the palace maid at the side was talking about other people, her face blushed like a ripe peach.
Xiao Zhu's eyes were filled with tears as she listened. She also talked about this matter. There's more. He even found a top prostitute from the best brothel to teach the empress about the ways of the boudoir. When we go back, let's see if that Miss Wu can still occupy His Majesty.
Humph.
Great, the two of you are gossiping here. It's over. It's over. If you don't want me to complain, then tell me everything that you said just now.
Just as the two of them were talking, another palace maid suddenly walked over from the side of the fork in the road and spat out threatening words.
Sister Xiao Dai, we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything. The Empress asked me to send food to the children playing in the bamboo forest. I have to go quickly. Otherwise, they'll have to go back after they're done playing. Xiao Zhu refused to admit it no matter what. She tried to cover it up and wanted to run away. Don't run, I'll go arrange it. Go and find the Empress immediately. Tell her that there's news from the palace.
Wu Huifei told His Majesty that she's not feeling well and is preparing to stay here for 10 days to half a month.
Also, visit Empress Wang at the same time. I reckon that she's not coming with good intentions. Don't delay it. Xiao Dai held onto Xiao Zhu and said worriedly. Xiao Zhu opened her mouth in shock. Wu Huifei is coming?
Will she fight with the Empress over Four Seasons restaurant?
Then Sister Xiao Dai, go and arrange the food for the children. I'll tell the Empress so that she can prepare early. After saying this, Xiao Zhu hurriedly turned and ran back. Xiao Dai also quickened her pace and went to the kitchen.
The last palace maid stood there and pondered for a while.
I have to go and tell my sisters too.
Don't say anything wrong and let Wu Huifei have something on us.
Why did she insist on coming over? When Xiao Zhu returned, Empress Wang was still reading the poetry anthology. This poetry anthology was also organized by Wang Wan. It was filled with good poems written by scholars. There were even colorful pictures in the anthology that allowed people to better understand the artistic conception expressed in the poems. There were also annotations at the bottom of each poem. Most of the love poems were about the scenery, including Wang Wan's own words and songs that specifically described the affairs of the boudoir. Empress Wang was reading the book. At this time, she was reading the poem that Wang Wan had just added.
It was the song of the burial of flowers that many people in Wang Wan's era would memorize.
Flowers wilt and fly, filling the sky. Who cares when the red disappears? It's hard to keep the soul of a flower or a bird. The bird is speechless and the flower is ashamed. Once spring ends, the beauty becomes old, the flower falls and the person dies. Empress Wang quietly cried as she read. Just as she was about to wipe her face with her hand, she suddenly thought of something. She took out a handkerchief from the beautiful purse at her waist and pinched it between her thumb and middle finger while the other 3 fingers were slightly raised. She held her wrist out and gently dabbed it on her cheek. Only then did she let out a long sigh and said to herself, Cuckoo is really too much. She must write something that makes people cry. It's probably a poem that others don't know. So many scholars think that they are outstanding.
I really should let them read this poetry anthology and let them know what it means to be a woman who is not inferior to a man.
Look at this poem. If life is only like the first time we meet, what is the autumn wind's sad painting fan? Ordinary changes, but the heart of an old friend changes easily. It looks like it's not finished. Why did it stop at the end? Sigh. If only Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were my children. With the two of them, No one would dare to think about my position. I don't know if I'll be pregnant when I go back. Empress, Empress. Bad news. Bad news. The one surnamed Wu is here. Oh, it's Consort Hui. The news just came from the Zhang family. Many people in the palace don't know about it. Before little Bamboo arrived, her voice came first. Then, she heard the sound of her footsteps running up the stairs. Empress Wei Wei frowned. Seeing little Bamboo running up, she said softly, "Don't panic. She didn't do anything to me in the palace. Do you think she can overturn the heavens in Dei Hospital? If she wants to come, then let her come. Do what you need to do." Empress, what if Consort Hui wants to snatch the Four Seasons workshop? Little Bamboo was still worried. Is this Empress's place a place that anyone can snatch? Let's not talk about this Empress status. Even if it's other concubines, as long as they were invited by Cuckoo, they can stay wherever they want. Unless the Emperor is here, no one can even think about taking over. Empress Wang felt vexed, but she wasn't worried. Even if Consort Hui had the guts, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Dei Hospital. Then this servant will wait on the Empress here and won't go anywhere. This servant is afraid that she might bring something for the Empress to eat. Little Bamboo decided to stay. Empress Wang didn't reject this time. If you want to stay, then stay. When she comes, remember to behave properly. Don't embarrass me. Do you know where her entourage is? I don't know. She probably didn't prepare any ceremonial guards and came here secretly. She must be up to no good, little Bamboo mumbled. Before she could find someone to ask, a woman in charge of this place came in to report. Empress, Consort Hui will probably arrive at the pier in another 2 hours. From the pier to here, it will take another 3 hours. She will probably arrive before evening. Got it. Empress Wang Wei Wei nodded. The person who came left immediately. It seems that what others say is right. As long as one enters this small river, no one can keep any secrets. Consort Hui must have already made arrangements. She thought that she could secretly arrive, but she was still discovered. Empress Wang sighed at the ability of the Zhang family and Wang family to control this place. Wu Huifei had indeed come. She was sneaky and didn't prepare any ceremonial guards. She thought that she could come to Dei Hospital without anyone knowing. The palace had blocked the news very well. Unfortunately, she brought too many people. Even if she didn't prepare any ceremonial guards, she still had to bring more people to serve and protect her. With so many people entering the river, how could the Zhang family and Wang family not pay attention? Even if she didn't use the Zhang family and Wang family's boats and didn't dock on the river, she still wouldn't be able to hide. The patrol boats on the river were not only useful in case of emergencies, but they were also responsible for collecting information. During the day and at night, they had to patrol the river. What kind of people were rowing on the boat, what kind of people were on the deck, and all suspicious things had to be reported. This section of the river was in another county. If it was the section in Xianxia County, they would have been able to determine who was on the boat. The information collection work here wasn't so good. At this time, Wu Huifei wasn't as free as before. Since Wang Wan brought Empress Wang to Dei Hospital, the plan that Wu Huifei wanted to use completely lost its effect. At that time, she was about to succeed. Empress Wang had already met the expert and was willing to listen to him to hold a meeting. She was so close. However, Wang Wan's letter arrived. Once Empress Wang left, all her plans fell through. After hearing the people from the internal servants department say that Empress Wang had a good life here, Wu Huifei began to worry. It wouldn't be easy to deal with Empress Wang again. The management here wasn't loose. It seemed that anyone could come in and out, but in fact, it wasn't the case at all. Wu Huifei wanted to deal with the Zhang family and the Wang family the most, especially Wang Wan. Of course, she didn't know that Wang Wan had calculated well before doing this. She only thought that Wang Wan was suddenly good to Empress Wang on a whim. Wang Wan, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Sitting in the cabin, Wu Huifei held a necklace made of pearls in her hand and said angrily. She looked at the necklace and threw it aside. She stared at the necklace for a while, then took it back and continued to hold it. This necklace was also sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family. If it weren't for the beauty of the jewelry sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family, Wu Huifei really didn't want it. As she held the necklace, she became angry again. This necklace was already good. Each pearl looked the same size, a few sizes bigger than soybeans. It looked very beautiful. However, the one given to Empress Wang was prettier and the pearls were bigger. Was it because she was a concubine and Empress Wang was an empress, so there was such a big difference? Your Highness, we're almost at the pier of Huayuan County. When we arrive, do you want to rest at the pier or go directly to Dei Hospital? Wu Huifei also had a palace maid serving beside her. She went out to take a look and asked others how much time was left. When she estimated that it was about time, she asked Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei looked at the palace maid and thought for a while, then said, "Go directly to Dei Hospital and see if they'll be flustered. I want to know where they'll arrange for me. If they're not, I won't let them off. Isn't Empress Wang in Four Seasons' house? When the time comes, I'll talk about how good Four Seasons' house is and see what they'll do." Wu Huifei really wanted to deal with Wang Wan directly, or ask Wang Wan to go to the palace to cause trouble. However, she didn't dare to do so. If she went to deal with her, she would be in someone else's territory. It was very likely that something unexpected would happen. If she asked her to go to the palace, she couldn't directly use force to deal with Wang Wan. She could only set a trap and let Wang Wan fall for it. However, Wu Huifei thought about it and felt that even if Wang Wan really did something wrong in the palace, the emperor and Gao Lisher wouldn't do anything to Wang Wan. Firstly, she was young, and secondly, she was very useful. Most importantly, she had a great reputation. If she was dealt with in the palace, what would the world think of her? Of course, the most important reason was that Wu Huifei was afraid of death. She heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out a bunch of weapons when they met the emperor. Who knew if they really took out all their weapons? If there was a more powerful weapon that could be used to perish together with others, it seemed that it would be easy for her to die if she had to deal with her. Zhang family and Wang family had too many strange things. Just thinking about it made her worried. Wu Huifei had been depressed for a long time, so she thought of coming to see Empress Wang to see if she could still be a threat to her. At the same time, she could also create some trouble for Zhang family and Wang family's Dei Hospital and test their reaction. If she could draw Zhang family and Wang family to her side, that would be good. It was with this idea that Wu Huifei secretly came out, wanting to catch the people of Dei Hospital unprepared. At the same time, she really wanted to see what this Dei Hospital looked like. Although she had seen it on the model, it was different from seeing it with her own eyes. She could also enjoy the good things here. After traveling for a few days, Wu Huifei really didn't want to stay on the ship anymore. At noon, the fleet finally docked at the dock. In order to continue to keep it a secret, Wu Huifei directly got on the ship and directly pulled the car out. Then, the group of people flew quickly to Dei Hospital. In fact, as soon as they left the dock, Dei Hospital was not far away. There was a hospital building here. It was close to the dock so that it was convenient for people to see the doctor. However, Empress Wang's place was still very far from here. If they drove normally, it would take 2 hours. When the team was big, they were afraid of danger, so they naturally slowed down. Wu Huifei sat in the car and felt the bumpy situation in the car. She was quite satisfied. The car was specially installed with shock absorbers, and the road was very flat. She opened the 2 curtains of the car and looked out through the layer of gauze, saying, "Zhang family and Wang family are really not bad. There are not many people who can govern the place so well. Unfortunately, it's really a pity. Why can't they see the situation in the imperial court clearly? If they had come here earlier, I could have helped them go further." If Wang Wan heard this, she would definitely laugh heartily. Wang Wan didn't take her seriously. Zhang family and Wang family didn't need a concubine in the imperial harem to develop. The palace maid sitting next to her, who was ready to serve her at any time, observed her expression and echoed, "You're right. They still don't understand. In my opinion, this place is just it's not as good as Chang'an. What do you know? Chang'an is naturally good, but it's the capital of a country. This place is not. Look at the road, it's not narrower than Chang'an's, and the surrounding scenery is very good. Look at the pedestrians coming and going. If it's just a county, how can there be so many people? How can it be so prosperous?" Wu Huifei looked at the situation outside and said, there were indeed many people outside. Some were in cars, some were riding horses on the side of the dirt road, and more people were talking and laughing on the sidewalk. She looked at the clothes of the people coming and going. The styles were good, and the materials were good. Even if there were people wearing linen, it was fine linen. With nothing to do, the children playing were even more amazing. Their clothes were all made of cotton, and their small faces were clean. They were no different from the children in the capital, and even more lively. This showed that the people in the county lived a good life. At least the children didn't suffer. It's better to hold and be full. It's better to hold and be sharp. It can't be protected for long. The hall is full of gold and jade. It can't be guarded. It's proud of wealth. While she was looking, the children playing outside began to recite the Tao Te Ching. In Wu Huifei's ears, even if she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't help but be moved by the ability of Zhang family and Wang family to govern.